Qin Yu, having fallen into an unknown, pitch-black world, remained trapped for 10,000 years. At last, he raised his sword, and a beam of sword light pierced the darkness, allowing him to re-emerge into the world. Looking back, he was indeed invincible with a single sword. Chapter 1. All that meets the eye is sword. In the land of Shumi Dalu, the southernmost region, the South Domain, Rip, at the summit of Qingfeng Mountain, a rift in the void suddenly appeared. Following this, a young man clad in white stepped out from within. This young man had delicate features, with a mane of thick, dark hair cascading casually behind him, and his clear eyes revealed a hint of profound melancholy. This man was none other than Qin Yu. During the sect war 10,000 years ago, he inadvertently entered a rift. It was a dark, unknown world filled with peril, inhabited by powerful humans, demon races, and even some unheard of species. It resembled a prison, where one could only escape the depths of darkness by shattering the shackles that bound them. After experiencing countless life and death struggles and arduous cultivation, he finally stood at the pinnacle of this mysterious, lightless space after 10 millennia. With his sword in hand, he traced a faint sword gleam, and in that moment, a flicker of light instantaneously illuminated the dark world. "I have returned," Qin Yu murmured softly in the void. Midstage Dacheng. The moment Qin Yu manifested, a voice of mild astonishment echoed. Immediately, the owner of that voice smirked and then scoffed. "Chu Feng, is this truly the trump card of your Qingyun Zone? Midstage Dacheng is indeed formidable, yet your Qingyun Zone cannot escape annihilation today." The middle-aged man, named Chu Feng, cast a puzzled glance at Qin Yu, but there was no time for further contemplation, as he turned his cold gaze toward the figures leading the assault in the sky. With a snort, he declared, "Though my Qingyun Zone has fallen, we are not to be slaughtered at will. If you wish to annihilate my Qingyun Zone, be prepared to pay the price. Sect-master, let us fight them. Indeed, even uttering a single word to these beasts disgusts me." Together with Qingyun Zone. Together with Qingyun Zone. The voices of the elders and the furious shouts of thousands of disciples resonated within Qingyun Zone. At this moment, facing the siege of over 10,000 cultivators, they stood undaunted, united in their enmity. Hey! Among the three leading figures in the sky, an old crone leaning on a cane grinned ominously and said, "A price? This price will come without effort." To her right, a man in black robes sneered. He taunted, "Your Qingyun Zone has long lost its former glory. Now, it merely clings to life. If not for that ridiculous formation, you would have been eradicated thousands of years ago. Now, with the formation nearly exhausted, it signifies the end of your Qingyun Zone." All that transpired appeared slow, yet it occurred within mere breaths of Qin Yu's appearance. In the void, Qin Yu expressionlessly surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was ensnared within a lethal array that enveloped the entirety of Qingyun Zone. The protective formation of Qingyun Zone had long since been breached, with severed limbs and numerous corpses littering the ground. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "After 100,000 years, I never imagined my Qingyun Zone would have fallen to such desolation." "What did you say?" The black-robed man's expression suddenly stiffened as he turned his gaze toward Qin Yu. Though Qin Yu spoke softly, those present were profound cultivators, and they heard him clearly. The old crone narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy as she spoke. "Pretentious. 100,000 years? Just mid-stage Dacheng, what qualifications do you have?" Silence. Suddenly, a faint sword gleam ignited in Qin Yu's hand, flashing from the heavens. The old crone's words were abruptly cut off. Uft, uft, uft. 3 sword strikes pierced flesh, and in an instant, 3 heads that had once bore scorn now soared high, spinning in the void. The owners of those heads were none other than the black-robed man and the old crone. In the void, 3 headless corpses began to descend slowly. What? Dead. Dead. How was this possible? The elders behind them felt a flash of cold light before their eyes. Yet the next scene caused them to pale, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Sect-master! Sect-master!" Dozens of figures cried out in despair, rushing toward the bodies plummeting from the sky. In the void, Qin Yu merely watched this all with indifference, uttering a single word. As his voice fell, the sound of swords resonated through heaven and earth. At this moment, every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every tile had vanished, replaced by a multitude of sword shadows. This. The members of Qingyun Zone were horrified to discover that they were seemingly submerged in an ocean of swords. All they beheld were swords. Immediately after, countless beams of sword light darted through the void. Instantly, the sounds of piercing were incessant, nearly creating a cacophony. In the sky, Like dumplings falling from above, countless severed limbs continuously plummeted. A thick scent of blood quickly permeated the sky above Qin Yu's zone. The mutilated bodies swiftly filled every corner of Qin Yu Street. In the blink of an eye, apart from the disciples of Qin Yu's zone, over 10,000 cultivators from the three allied sects had been utterly annihilated. Chu Feng suddenly lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where a white figure astounded him profoundly. Yet, at that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this presence before, though he could not recall when. Gradually, Qin Yu lowered his gaze towards Chu Feng and spoke softly. "Are you the current sect master of Qin Yu's zone?" "Indeed, that is I. May I inquire, esteemed senior, who are you?" Chu Feng hastily bowed to Qin Yu, his words laced with reverence. To him, Qin Yu was not only unfathomably powerful, but also the savior who had rescued Qin Yu's zone from its impending doom. Moreover, from the implications of Qin Yu's words, it was not difficult to surmise that there must be a connection to Qin Yu's zone. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to appear at such a critical moment. "Qin Yu," came the soft reply from Qin Yu. "Qin Yu," Chu Feng softly echoed the name, as if searching for information related to it. Yet, after a moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, as though a sudden realization struck him. Was this not one of the many images that hung in the forbidden area? He gazed at Qin Yu in disbelief, stammering, You are the direct disciple of the ancestor from 10,000 years ago, Qin Yu?" Qin Yu merely nodded slightly, though a frown creased his brow as he muttered to himself. 10,000 years, so it has truly been that long in the outside world? In that instant, he realized that within the dark, unknown realm, the passage of time was astonishingly 10 times faster than that of the outside world. Thus, 10 years in that enigmatic space equated to merely 1 year in the external realm. Qin Yu let out a soft sigh. What a pity! Had I known, I would not have destroyed it with a single sword stroke. Chapter 2. Is there a problem with what I have done? Within the forbidden grounds of Qin Yu's sect, Qin Yu stood before a gravestone. Lost in thought as a torrent of memories regarding his master surged through his mind. "Master, a millennium has passed. I trust you have been reincarnated. No matter where you may be, I shall seek you out. Now that I have returned, as long as I remain, so too shall the Qin Yu sect endure." Turning to Chu Feng behind him, Qin Yu commanded, "The 3 sects you mentioned, dispatch individuals to eradicate them immediately. One must not merely cut the grass without uprooting the roots. The spring breeze shall only bring forth new growth. You understand this principle. Henceforth, our Qin Yu sect shall not shy away from troubles. However, since they have arrived, we must eliminate all threats at their inception. To establish ourselves in the realm of cultivation, we must strengthen our own power, so that those who covet the Qin Yu sect will think twice." With a wave of his hand, a strand of sword intent instantly entered Chu Feng's being, and he spoke softly, "You need not fear anyone." Feeling the overwhelming sword intent within him, Chu Feng's countenance brightened as he replied, "Yes, I shall obey." He respectfully bowed to Qin Yu before vanishing into the depths of the forbidden grounds. Have you heard about the Qin Yu sect? Of course. Such a significant event must have spread throughout the entire southern domain. Indeed, a single sword strike claimed the lives of 3 formidable beings in the ascent stage. It is said that the old crone from Biming sect is at the late ascended stage herself. To annihilate over 10,000 with one blow. Surely such power cannot be attributed to a mere mid-ascendant cultivator. It's rumored that this individual is an ancestor of the Qin Yu sect, emerging from obscurity, for I have never heard of him before. 3 sects united to extinguish the Qin Yu sect, only to be swept away by one man with a sword. What a grand jest. Following this incident, the tale of the Qin Yu sect spread rapidly from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, permeating the southern domain in less than a day. Just as the entire southern domain was engrossed in discussions about the Qin Yu sect, many cultivators noticed a throng of powerful individuals and disciples, brimming with vigor, departing from the Qin Yu sect. It seemed that the Qin Yu sect was poised for significant action. An elderly cultivator shook his head with a sigh, having observed that the hundreds of radiant figures were heading straight for the Biming sect. If I were in their position, I would act the same. One must not show mercy to enemies, for one can never know when they might strike back. Nearby, a young man fanned himself with a folding fan, wearing a smile. In the distance, a man clad in black suddenly appeared. It seemed that the once second-rate Qin Yu sect was on the verge of ascending into the ranks of the top sects in the southern domain. With a snap, the young man closed his fan and gazed at the black-clad figure, saying with a grin, "That may not be the case. Can he truly accomplish this alone? Besides, Will those few agree? The black-clad man merely offered a faint smile in response, refraining from argument, before vanishing from sight. Within the forbidden grounds, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret for having slain the one who claimed to be the Flame Emperor in that unknown space with a single sword strike. Accompanied by the shattering of the reincarnation mirror, it dissolved into nothingness. With the possession of that mirror, retrieving the reincarnation of the master in this life should be a trivial endeavor. After a brief moment, Qin Yu shook his head inwardly. It was better to first establish the Qin Yu sect in the southern domain before seeking the master. How intriguing. His impatience already setting in. At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly sensed something, and in an instant, he vanished from the forbidden area. When he reappeared, he found himself hovering above the Qin Yu sect. His gaze remained tranquil as he surveyed the distant void, where several figures were swiftly approaching through the air. The intense aura of hostility made the disciples of Qin Yu's sect tremble involuntarily, raising their eyes to the heavens. What a formidable Qin Yu sect! Who would have thought it possessed such capabilities? Before they even arrived, an enraged voice reverberated across the sky, echoing above the Qin Yu sect. In no time, the group of figures descended upon the void, facing Qin Yu from a distance. The leader was a hunchbacked elder, possessing late-stage cultivation of the Great Ascension realm, flanked by 3 middle-aged men, all of whom were evidently mid-stage Great Ascension experts. The remaining figures, numbering in the dozens, were at least of the nascent soul stage. This constituted a terrifying force in the southern domain, almost capable of sweeping across a significant portion of it. At that moment, an elder of the Qin Yu sect respectfully approached Qin Yu from behind, bowing and whispering, "Ancestor, the visitors of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sacred Sect, Lituozi, who has ties to the Carefree Pavilion. Their intentions may not be benevolent." Qin Yu nodded with an expression of calmness. Among the 3 sects he had previously slain, one was indeed from the Carefree Pavilion. Additionally, the Heavenly Sacred Sect, which Xu Feng had mentioned, was one of the strongest sects in the southern domain, ranking 5th. The hunchbacked elder's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Qin Yu. Speaking, "Youngster, are you the one who killed members of the Carefree Pavilion?" Qin Yu smiled slightly and replied, "I did. Is there a problem?" Haha. Lituozi's lips curled into a cold smile. "A problem? Indeed, a significant one. Do you not think?" Qin Yu interrupted him directly, speaking with an air of indifference. "Perhaps you should state your intentions plainly." Lituozi was momentarily taken aback, and his eyes narrowed as an unnamable fury surged within him. As the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sacred Sect, he was accustomed to being revered and instilling fear wherever he went. Being interrupted in his speech was profoundly displeasing. "Impudent! Do you know to whom you are speaking?" At that moment, before Lituozi could respond, a middle-aged man behind him suddenly erupted in fury, pointing at Qin Yu, his entire aura instantly unleashed. A formidable pressure and murderous intent enveloped the air above the Qin Yu sect. "Very well, it appears the Qin Yu sect is no longer necessary. Do you think your Qin Yu sect remains as it was 100,000 years ago?" Lituozi's expression darkened as he slowly raised his right hand and gently waved it, commanding, "Kill them, leave none alive." The moment his words fell, the dozens of figures behind him sprang into action. Yet a faint glimmer of sword light, almost imperceptible, cut through the void and vanished before their eyes as they moved. In an instant, the terrifying aura of those dozens of individuals dissipated, as if they had never existed, plunging the entire space into silence. How could this be? How could you be so powerful? Could it be that you have reached the tribulation stage? Lituozi's face turned pale with terror as he glanced down at the fissure in his body and murmured. At that moment, he realized his consciousness was fading, and his vitality was swiftly vanishing. Soon after, his entire being was cleaved in two, slowly descending into the void. Not only him, but also the dozens of individuals behind him met the same fate. Chapter 3. He comes from Qin Yu sect. At the foot of Qin Feng Mountain, many passing cultivators stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock. There lay dozens of bodies, split in half. Aside from Lituozi, the remaining corpses bore expressions of confidence and disdain, as if they had not comprehended their demise, even in death. The disciples of the Heavenly Sacred Sect perished in such a manner, all by a single sword stroke. Indeed, as the rumors had suggested, this individual was terrifying beyond measure. The Heavenly Sacred Sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. It seemed the southern region was on the brink of chaos. for it was said that there existed a supreme elder within the heavenly sacred sect. Thousands of years ago, he had already reached the tribulation stage, and now his strength was unfathomable. Currently, the Qin Yu sect was thriving, a sight many sects were loath to witness. Just wait. There would be more than just the heavenly sacred sect to contend with. As the shock wore off, the cultivators began to whisper among themselves. Most of them had sensed the aggressive demeanor of Li Tuzi and his companions, following them merely to witness the spectacle. Just then, a white figure flashed across the horizon. Where was he headed? Was he fleeing in fear of the heavenly sacred sect? It was plausible. For now, the Qin Yu sect relied solely on him. How could he possibly confront such a formidable entity? Flee? Where could he escape to? Unless he could exit the southern region in a short time, there was no chance of evading them. At this moment, the heavenly sacred sect must have already learned of Li Tuzi and the others' demise and were en route to this location. He stopped guessing. Flee? I doubt it. Just look at the direction he is heading. At that moment, a man in black chuckled ominously, wearing a knowing expression. That direction, could it mean? In that instant, all the cultivators present wore expressions of astonishment. They realized that if Qin Yu intended to escape, he would undoubtedly be fleeing in the opposite direction. Yet now he was heading straight toward the heavenly sacred sect. Was this person a fool? Clearly not. There is but one reason for this. His target is none other than the heavenly sanctum. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed through the room. Within the main hall of the heavenly sanctum, a robust man clad in a blue robe occupied the foremost seat. This individual is none other than Mu Qinfeng, the venerable leader of the heavenly sanctum. Below him, more than a dozen individuals were seated on either side of the grand hall, the majority being elders of the heavenly sanctum, loyal confidants of Mu Qinfeng. Among them were three figures enshrouded in black robes, their visages obscured from view. The cordial hospitality extended by the sect leader was met with profound gratitude from the trio. Raising their goblets in unison, the three black-robed individuals toasted to Mu Qinfeng. My dear Wang, you are too humble. Upon your return, do convey my warm regards to Lord Mo. Mu Qinfeng promptly lifted his cup, and the four of them clinked their goblets together before consuming the contents in one swift motion. Haha, well said, well said. One of the black-robed figures, having discreetly assessed the items contained within the spatial ring previously gifted by Mu Qinfeng, laughed heartily. He continued, the Lord has decreed that should your esteemed sect successfully accomplish this task, you will undoubtedly receive his support. And the unification of the southern domain by the heavenly sanctum shall be but a matter of time. At these words, a flicker of barely concealed excitement flashed across Mu Qinfeng's face. Although the heavenly sanctum currently wielded considerable influence in the southern domain, it still found itself overshadowed by the four principal sections. To advance further and shatter the existing stalemate seemed an insurmountable challenge for the heavenly sanctum. Ambition coursed through both cultivators and sects alike, and the heavenly sanctum was no exception. In pursuit of unifying the southern domain, Mu Qinfeng was prepared to employ every means necessary, having now allied with the demon sect of Central Continent. He sought to leverage this partnership to elevate the heavenly sanctum to unparalleled heights. I implore you, dear Wang, to convey to Lord Mo that the heavenly sanctum shall exert every effort to ensure the success of this endeavor, and we shall not disappoint his expectations. The black-robed figure grinned ominously. That is excellent indeed. Let's first express our gratitude to you, Wang. Cheers! With that, Mu Qinfeng raised his goblet once more, his mind already filled with visions of grandeur. A splendid opportunity lay before him, and there was no reason to let it slip away. Just as the group engaged in their convivial dialogue, a disciple burst into the hall, his expression fraught with alarm and trepidation. Upon entering, he immediately addressed Mu Qinfeng. Sect leader, grave news. Mu Qinfeng's countenance darkened at once, displeased by the disturbance. What is the meaning of this panic? Do you not see our esteemed guest present? Speak, what troubles you? The disciple, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear, yet managed to stammer that the life tokens of the grand elders, they shattered. Boom! As the words fell from his lips, a sound of shattering resonated throughout the hall. Mu Qinfeng had crushed the goblet in his hand, the fragments scattering. What did you just say? Mu Qinfeng suddenly rose to his feet, striding forward to stand before the disciple, gazing down upon him. Within the grand hall, all the elders of the heavenly sacred sect turned in unison to look at the disciple, their expressions a mixture of shock and astonishment. The disciple bowed his head and spoke again. Elder, their life tokens have shattered. All shattered? Yes, all of them. and they shattered simultaneously. Mu Chenfeng's eyes narrowed, disbelief flickering across his face. It could not be. How much time had passed? What a formidable sect, the Qin Yu sect. He understood that the disciple entrusted with guarding the life tokens would not be mistaken. Their simultaneous shattering indicated a grave reality: to slay dozens of individuals at once. The assailant's cultivation must far surpass that of the elders present. The thought of a tribulation stage expert crossed Mu Chenfeng's mind. Patriarch Mu was transpired. Just then, the man in black did not rise, but instead raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng gestured for the disciple to leave, then turned back with a renewed smile, saying, "There's been a slight issue, but fret not. As long as our venerable ancestor intervenes, it shall be easily resolved." The man in black regarded him with a half-smile, replying, "That is reassuring, but we must ensure that nothing goes awry." Indeed. Mu Chenfeng nodded vigorously, then looked toward an elder clad in purple robes, speaking in a deep tone. "Elder Su, please summon the Grand Elder from seclusion." "Never mind, I shall go personally." Sensing something amiss, Mu Chenfeng ultimately resolved to handle it himself. At that moment, the previously departing disciple burst back into the hall, breathless. "Patriarch, someone has breached our sect." "Who?" Mu Chenfeng inquired, his brow furrowing. "He claims to hail from the Qin Yu sect." The disciple's expression was one of confusion. He felt a sense of impending calamity. After all, the Grand Elder and others had just visited the Qin Yu sect. Now, with the fall of the Grand Elder and the arrival of someone from Qin Yu, this situation bore the scent of an inquiry for accountability. Chapter 4. Beneath the tribulation, all are but ants. How could it be so swift? Mu Chenfeng's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, turning to the three men in black. "Brother Wang, I have personal matters to attend to. I must take my leave for the moment." With that, Mu Chenfeng's figure flickered and vanished from the grand hall. The elders, witnessing this, rose in unison to follow. "Let's go and see." The man in black swept his consciousness across the surroundings, then broke into a grin, and in an instant, the three figures disappeared from sight. Outside the heavenly sacred sect, in the void, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After Mu Chenfeng exited the grand hall, he did not immediately arrive here, but headed towards the forbidden grounds at the back of the sect. Meanwhile, the elders of the heavenly sacred sect and the three men in black arrived first. Huh? Is this merely the cultivation of the mid-stage of the Mahayana? Upon sensing Qin Yu's prowess, the figure in the black robe paused momentarily. "You are from the Qin Yu sect?" An elderly man clad in white, with a gaunt visage, scrutinized Qin Yu with a cold demeanor. This elder in white was none other than Zhao Lei, the second elder of the heavenly sacred sect. Observing the elder from a distance of 1,000 feet, Qin Yu spoke calmly. "Are you the sect leader of the heavenly sacred sect?" "No, not so." Qin Yu furrowed his brow and continued. "Then summon your sect leader. I wish to pose a question." "Hee. Young man, this is the heavenly sacred sect, not your trifling Qin Yu sect. With your mere mid-stage Mahayana cultivation, what right do you have to see my sect leader? To ask a question? How utterly ridiculous. Go fetch your so-called ancestor that has just emerged." Zhao Lei sneered, his smile devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe regarded Zhao Lei as if he were a fool, amusement flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a chilling light flashed before the onlookers. They soon realized with horror that Zhao Lei's entire body had been severed in two, descending slowly, lifeless and utterly defeated. "Boldness, to dare come to my heavenly sacred sect and slay our elder. You are seeking death." The remaining elders of the heavenly sacred sect erupted in fury, their faces twisted with murderous intent as they charged at Qin Yu. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, enveloping the surroundings and locking onto Qin Yu with ferocity, even scattering the clouds above. It seems there is no need for discourse. In the void, Qin Yu maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the multitude of attacks converging upon him. With a soft hum, the sword in his hand emitted a faint glow, slicing through the void, racing towards the throngs of figures. "Stop this at once." A furious shout resonated from behind the heavenly sacred sect, echoing through the heavens. However, Qin Yu paid no heed to the voice, the sword light continuing its relentless advance, vanishing before the figures in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, several heads flew from their bodies in unison, the splattering crimson resembling blooming flowers in the void. "You little beast, you seek death." Two figures appeared before Qin Yu in a flash, one after the other. The speaker was Mu Chenfeng, and before him stood an elder clad in a dark robe, with white brows and beard, the supreme elder of the heavenly sacred sect, the strongest among them, possessing mid-stage tribulation crossing cultivation, on the verge of breaking through to the later stage at any moment. At that moment, the elder did not utter a word but cast a piercing gaze upon Qin Yu. He spoke with an air of indifference. It is undeniable that you possess remarkable strength, being a prodigy from the Qin Yu sect. However, do you truly believe that your mid-stage Mahayana cultivation can rival my mid-stage tribulation crossing? Perhaps I shall give it a try. Qin Yu responded calmly. How amusing, truly amusing. The elder chuckled softly. The disparity between Mahayana and tribulation crossing is not merely a few minor realms. It is an insurmountable chasm. You shall pay dearly for the bloodshed of my Xianxia sect disciples. As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling murderous intent erupted from the elder's eyes. He raised his hand lightly, sending a palm strike towards Qin Yu. The figure clad in black nearby wore a grave expression. Indeed, the might of a tribulation crossing expert was terrifying. That palm strike appeared casual, yet the overwhelming aura caused the very space around Qin Yu to tremble, as if it could not withstand the impending pressure. In an instant, a formidable force enveloped Qin Yu. Your actions signify that the existence of your Xianxia sect is no longer warranted. Despite the formidable palm imprint approaching, Qin Yu remained unfazed, gazing at the elder with serene composure. The elder displayed a sneer, taunting, "How stubborn you are, even in the face of death." Yet, at that moment, a sword's resonance echoed in his ears. To his astonishment, the palm imprint shattered like glass under a beam of sword light. The elder's expression narrowed. Although he felt a twinge of doubt, he dismissed it. He clasped his hands together and thrust them forward, causing translucent barriers to coalesce in the space before him. Within the blink of an eye, hundreds of them emerged. You must understand one fundamental truth. Beneath the tribulation crossing, all are but ants. As he spoke, these barriers surged towards the sword light. The moment they made contact in the void, dozens of barriers shattered with a thunderous crash. What? It was only then that the elder realized, with some astonishment, that this youth before him was far more extraordinary than he had anticipated, possessing strength that could rival his own. The elder's countenance grew grave as he bellowed, "Converge!" Before him, the barriers began to layer upon one another once more. The figure in black felt a surge of excitement. It was said that Elderly had devised a defensive technique capable of withstanding forces 2 minor realms above his own. Witnessing it now, it was indeed as the legends had proclaimed. Within those layers of barriers, the black-clad figure sensed that each one was comparable to the elder's own cultivation level. This meant that to breach these barriers, one would need to possess at least a late-stage tribulation crossing cultivation or higher. It was almost certain that, without an immortal present, no one could slay the elder. Indeed, you have compelled me to unleash this grand thousand barrier. Yet that is all you have achieved. The elder smirked confidently, casting a significant glance at the figures cloaked in black nearby. His intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to have several cloaked figures take action and swiftly eliminate Qin Yu. The cloaked figures, fully aware of the elder's intent, bowed their heads in contemplation for a brief moment before breaking into smiles, signaling their agreement to proceed with the kill. No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 of the cloaked figures vanished from sight in an instant. Although they had witnessed Qin Yu's remarkable prowess, they still chose to side with the heavenly sacred sect, believing that under the elder's powerful spell, Qin Yu lacked the strength to slay him. What seemed to unfold slowly was, in reality, a flurry of swift and fierce actions. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events ensued, catching both the elder and the cloaked figures off guard. With a resounding crash, the moment the barrier formed, a series of explosive sounds reverberated through the air. The elder's eyes widened with disbelief and terror as he beheld the sword light cleaving through the myriad barriers, which crumbled and disintegrated in an instant, as if made of mere paper, unable to withstand even the slightest force. In a heartbeat, the sword light was before the elder. His pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the chilling aura of death approaching. How could a mere mid-stage Great Ascension possess such formidable power? This strength was undoubtedly capable of shaking the very foundations of the entire southern domain with a mere stamp of the foot. This is impossible. You must be concealing your true cultivation. Faced with the imminent threat to his life, the elder's cultivation surged dramatically as he bellowed, "You cannot kill me." With that declaration, a white flame erupted from within him, consuming his lifespan in a desperate attempt to fend off the impending strike. Yet Yet in the next moment, the sword light flashed past him in an instant. With a soft sound, the elder's white flames extinguished, and his life force dissipated in an instant, leaving only a lingering expression of unwillingness and astonishment in his eyes. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure had long since vanished. The moment the myriad barriers shattered, he sensed impending doom and swiftly turned to flee, abandoning his two subordinates without a second thought. Unperturbed by the two hidden figures in the void behind him, Qin Yu merely extended his right index finger and pointed toward a distant location. With a resounding crash, that space tore apart like a fragile web, collapsing in an instant. Following this, two dark figures slowly descended from within, devoid of life. Attempting to escape? In the void, Qin Yu cast a disinterested glance toward the distance and casually swung his sword. No, you cannot kill me. I am an elder of the Central State Demon Sect. If you slay me, you will bring calamity upon your sect. The cloaked figure, feeling the sword light approach him in an instant, was filled with dread and shouted desperately, hoping to leverage the name of the demon sect to intimidate Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu paid him no heed. The only response he received was the fleeting sword light. The fleeing figure cloaked in black suddenly halted, his eyes wide with regret and unwillingness. Silence. The entire heavenly sacred sect was engulfed in stillness. Countless disciples and elders stared in shock at the figure of Qin Yu hovering above. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that many had yet to comprehend it. Not only had numerous elders met a grim fate, but even the supreme elder had been slain. Impossible. How could he be this powerful? This cannot be. Mu Chunfeng gazed blankly at the distant Qin Yu, muttering to himself. However, in the next instant, he swiftly turned his gaze downward to the dazed disciples below and shouted, "What are you still doing? Set up the formation. Quickly, initiate the formation." After a fleeting moment of astonishment, several elders promptly issued commands. Buzz. Soon, a faint luminous barrier enveloped the entire heavenly sacred sect. As the protective array activated, Mu Chunfeng felt a gradual sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Qin Yu observed everything with an expressionless demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the sudden appearance of the protective array. Inside the formation, Mu Chunfeng's gaze turned icy as he directed a fierce look towards Qin Yu outside, vowing that the heavenly sacred sect would not let this transgression go unpunished. This Xuanwu array was the culmination of the formidable prowess bequeathed by our ancestors at their demise. You may have slain the Supreme Elder, but that does not imply you can breach this Xuanwu array. A single strike, Qin Yu declared abruptly. A single strike? What does that mean? Mu Chunfeng froze momentarily, but soon a mocking expression crossed his face as he replied, not to mention one strike. Even if it were 10 or 100, you could never breach the formation of the heavenly sacred sect. If the Supreme Elder had not been careless, how could you have slain him? In the void, Qin Yu ceased his verbal sparring, slowly placing his thumb on the hilt of his sword and gently pushing upward. Clang! The sound of a sword's song resonated through the heavens. Simultaneously, a beam of unremarkable sword light sliced through the void, swiftly approaching the protective array. Bang! Within Mu Chunfeng's astonished gaze, his prideful protective array shattered like glass, transforming into a cascade of starlight, gradually vanishing into the void. Flee! This was the immediate thought that crossed Mu Chunfeng's mind. He was truly frightened. Yet, as the thought arose, the sword light was already upon him. No! Thud! Suspended in midair, Mu Chunfeng was struck first, his body cleaved in two in an instant. What? The array has been breached. The sect master is dead. Run. How could our heavenly sacred sect have provoked such a calamity? In an instant, the thousands of disciples of the heavenly sacred sect scattered chaotically like headless flies, fleeing in all directions. Boom! At that very moment, as the sword light descended, the entire heavenly sacred sect was reduced to a cloud of dust. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, and before the thousands of disciples could escape the sect, they were engulfed by the oncoming tide. Soon, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Before one's eyes, the celestial sacred sect had vanished, along with its thousands of disciples. In the sky, Qin Yu turned and vanished from sight in an instant. After his departure, numerous cultivators descended upon the site, gazing in astonishment at the ruins of the celestial sacred sect. How could such a vast sect be obliterated by a single man wielding a sword? When did our southern domain produce such a formidable figure? Who could he be? Many cultivators found themselves speculating about Qin Yu's identity. Perhaps I now understand who he is. In midair, a middle-aged man expressed his confusion, murmuring to himself. Who is he? As soon as he spoke, the gazes of those around him turned towards him. Earlier, a friend of mine had sent word that just moments ago, the Celestial Sacred Sect had dispatched someone to the Qin Yu sect, only to be slain by a young man within. If my assumptions are correct, this individual's appearance aligns precisely with what my friend described. However, what perplexes me is how he could have arrived at the Celestial Sacred Sect so swiftly. Attaining such cultivation level is undoubtedly beyond our comprehension. Perhaps he can traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Nearby, an elderly cultivator shook his head with a sigh, whether lamenting Qin Yu's inscrutable depth or mourning the fate of the Celestial Sacred Sect was unclear. Let us disperse. Those sects will soon send people to investigate, said one cultivator before transforming into a streak of light and departing instantaneously. Regardless of the circumstances, those sects would undoubtedly be restless. A person capable of annihilating the Celestial Sacred Sect could just as easily eradicate them. Their pretense of probing the situation would be but a guise. The true intent would be to test this individual. Indeed, the line between friend and foe remains uncertain. No one wishes to be covertly targeted. The southern domain is on the brink of transformation. Chapter 6. Is this the immortal source? The Wuzhizong, a sect of greater strength than the Celestial Sacred Sect, stands as one of the 6 paramount sects of the southern domain. These 6 sects have nearly divided the entire southern domain into 6 portions, each governing its own territory, within which numerous smaller sects thrive. With the annihilation of the Celestial Sacred Sect, one of these 6 prominent sects has now been eliminated. Consequently, its vassal territories have become the coveted prize in the eyes of all sects, each eager to partake in the spoils. Indeed, many powerful sects that were previously vassals of the Celestial Sacred Sect now stir with ambition. For them, this represents an extraordinary opportunity. Should they manage to replace the Celestial Sacred Sect and acquire its exceptionally rich resources, it is conceivable that their own sects would ascend dramatically, emerging as leaders within the entire southern domain. Within the Wuzhizong, atop a towering peak, stands a magnificent palace. At this moment, in a secret chamber of the palace, a middle-aged man clad in azure sits cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation. This man is none other than Yan Wujing, the esteemed leader of the Wuzhizong. Suddenly, Yan Wuji, who had been with his eyes tightly shut, abruptly opened them, his tone calm as he commanded, "Enter." As soon as the words left his lips, the door of the secret chamber creaked open. A shadow clad in black swiftly approached, halting 3 paces before Yan Wuji. "What is it?" resonated Yan Wuji's voice within the chamber. The man in black knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. "Sectmaster, I have just received word that the Heavenly Saint sect has been annihilated. The entire sect is no more." What did you say?" The previously composed Yan Wuji furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at the man in black. He questioned whether he had misheard. The Heavenly Saint sect destroyed? Frankly speaking, the only entity capable of obliterating the Heavenly Saint sect would be the Sword sect, ranked first among the 6 major sections. No other sect, not even his own Wuji sect, could possibly accomplish such a feat. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the Sword sect has intervened? Or perhaps several sects have allied against them? Yan Wuji slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, pacing within the confines of the secret chamber. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the kneeling figure before him. The man in black, however, bore a look of uncertainty and doubt, unsure of the veracity of the information, but knowing it must be credible since it had come from his subordinate. He spoke in a hushed tone. It was not the Sword sect, nor any other sect in alliance. Rather, and what is it? Yan Wuji interjected, his tone growing colder and tinged with annoyance. "Speak plainly." Feeling a shiver run down his spine at Yan Wuji's words, the man in black hastily dismissed any errant thoughts from his mind and replied urgently. "It was a young man." "A young man? Are you suggesting that the destruction of the Heavenly Saint sect was the work of this individual alone?" Yan Wuji halted in his tracks, incredulous. "When I first received the news, I too found it hard to believe, but according to the information received, it is indeed true. Although I do not know where this person emerged from, I have already dispatched someone to investigate. I expect we shall have news shortly. Who could this person be?" "There is no such individual in our southern region." Yan Wuji's voice commanded authority. "Very well. Inform me immediately upon receiving any news. You may leave now." He waved dismissively at the man in black. The man in black acknowledged with a bow, then turned to disappear into the secret chamber. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Wuji produced several jade slips. Moments later, the slips vanished into the void, soaring into the distance. A similar scene unfolded within the other 4 major sections. However, before they could take any action, a jade slip soared towards them. Soon after, several figures from each sect ascended into the sky, heading towards the horizon. Atop Qin Feng Mountain, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his white attire fluttering in the wind. Behind him was Chu Feng, who had led the strong disciples to annihilate the 3 sections. Ancestor, the 3 sects have been destroyed. However, the entire southern region is now abuzz with rumors, and it seems that many factions are casting covetous glances at our Qin sect. A flicker of concern crossed Chu Feng's eyes. He was aware of Qin Yu's formidable strength. Yet which sect in the southern region lacked a profound heritage? If they all united against Qin Yu's sect, the mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. No matter. If anyone dares to cause trouble, we shall eradicate them, Qin Yu remarked, gazing into the distance with an air of nonchalance. Chu Feng let out a wry smile. This ancestor was indeed enigmatic, seemingly unfazed by the situation. However, despite his incredulity, he felt an inexplicable trust in Qin Yu. With a single sword strike, he had obliterated the entire heavenly sacred sect. Who in the southern region could possibly match such prowess? Perhaps, in Qin Yu's eyes, those sects were merely a matter of a single sword strike. But what of the spirit stone mines belonging to the heavenly sacred sect? Surely, many sects were covertly eyeing them, and if they were to seize them at this point, a barely contained excitement glimmered in Chu Feng's eyes. While he yearned to bring those spirit stone mines under the aegis of Qin Yu's sect, he dared not speak further without Qin Yu's directive. Spirit stone mines? Qin Yu paused. Then a thought struck him. With a flick of his hand, several storage rings appeared before Chu Feng. Ancestor, this is Chu Feng instinctively reached out to receive them. As he unfurled his spiritual sense to inspect the rings, he abruptly swallowed his words. His eyes widened in astonishment as he lifted his gaze to Qin Yu, stammering. Could this be the legendary Xianxia? Qin Yu nodded, speaking in a measured tone. The Xianxia contained here is sufficient for the current needs of Qin Yu's sect. Should it run low in the future, you may return here for more. Chu Feng's countenance radiated with joy. He comprehended the significance of the Xianxia. In this realm of cultivation, to possess such an abundance of Xianxia was extraordinary. At this moment, he found himself unable to fathom Qin Yu any longer. Could it be that Qin Yu had returned from the immortal realm? Perhaps only this explanation could weave together all the preceding events. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng had come to regard Qin Yu as someone who had returned from the immortal world. Regardless, Qin Yu's arrival was undeniably a boon for Qin Yu's sect. Chu Feng carefully tucked away the storage ring, his demeanor growing even more respectful as he expressed his gratitude to the ancestor. Have you heard of a treasure that can locate those who have undergone reincarnation? Qin Yu turned around, addressing Chu Feng. A treasure that seeks the reincarnated? Chu Feng murmured, falling into contemplation. After deep reflection, he ultimately shook his head, responding honestly, I have not heard of such a treasure. At least not in the southern region. Perhaps there may be clues in the central continent or the azure blue continent. In response to Chu Feng's words, Qin Yu simply nodded calmly, as it was a casual inquiry. And he anticipated this answer. If there were indeed a reincarnation of his master in this lifetime, the search would be expedited. If not, he would have to embark on a gradual quest himself. Once the matters in the southern region were settled, a journey would be necessary. Qin Yu raised his gaze towards the distance and murmured softly. Chapter 7. A Shield Behind. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had gone by. Throughout this period, the southern region appeared tranquil. Yet, Chu Feng understood that this was likely a precursor to an impending storm, with undercurrents surging beneath the surface. However, he felt no fear. The entire Qin Yu sect was undergoing a remarkable transformation. With an abundance of celestial essence far surpassing that of spirit stones, cultivation seemed to flow effortlessly, leading many elders and talented disciples to experience breakthroughs. If this trend continued, it would not be far-fetched to envision the Qin Yu sect standing at the pinnacle of the southern region, or even the Shumi continent. On this particular day, a jade slip suddenly soared through the sky. While in meditation, Chu Feng's expression shifted, and he swiftly reached out, seizing the jade slip in his hand. Upon discerning the contents, he sprang to his feet, his body trembling uncontrollably, his chest heaving violently. The information within the slip evidently ignited his genuine fury. Yet, he knew that this matter required reporting to Qin Yu, for if he intervened personally, the issue would remain unresolved. Without hesitation, Chu Feng vanished from the hall. Atop Qin Feng Mountain, A white figure stood resolutely against the wind. Just then, Chu Feng's form gradually materialized behind him. Taking a step forward, he bowed respectfully before gritting his teeth and saying, "Ancestor, someone has already struck at our Qin Yu sect. 4 of our female disciples were inexplicably harassed in Tang City. When the harassment failed, they were abducted, and their whereabouts are now unknown." Qin Yu turned to face Chu Feng, furrowing his brow, his tone icy as he inquired, "Do you know who is responsible?" "It is the young master of Tang City. There were many cultivators within Tang City who witnessed the event, yet the city has persistently denied it. Elder Wu was present at the time and attempted to demand the return of the disciples. But not only did the perpetrator refuse to listen, he even grievously injured Elder Wu. They firmly asserted that our Qin Yu sect had falsely accused them, claiming they were completely unaware of the 4 female disciples' whereabouts." Tang City? Qin Yu was certainly aware of it, but he did not believe that if it were merely Tang City, Chu Feng would have come to inform him. There must be another reason behind this. As if sensing Qin Yu's thoughts, Chu Feng continued, "Our Qin Yu sect naturally does not regard Tang City with concern. However, there is now an individual present within the City Lord's mansion. It was this person who injured Elder Wu and Zhao Yang, and he deliberately held back, serving as a warning to our Qin Yu sect. Then it follows that someone is indeed manipulating events from behind the scenes in Tang City," Qin Yu remarked coldly. According to the information relayed by Zhao Yang, the individual in question hails from the Zhongzhou demon sect, serving as a clandestine protector for Tang City. At this revelation, Chu Feng furrowed his brows, fully aware that the Zhongzhou demon sect is akin to the Southern Domain's sword sect in terms of formidable prowess. Not only is it exceedingly powerful, but it is also notoriously ruthless, obliterating entire sects at the slightest provocation, displaying a complete disregard for consequences. In both Zhongzhou and the Southern Domain, no sect would willingly invite the ire of the demon sect, and even those with comparable strength would prefer to avoid confrontation. The mention of the demon sect prompted Qin Yu to recall the 3 cloaked figures from the heavenly sacred sect, who were indeed agents of the demon sect. "Let us proceed to Tang City," Qin Yu stated coldly. "The Qin Yu sect does not shy away from trouble. If trouble seeks them out, it must be eradicated entirely. If this matter remains unresolved, would it not dishearten the disciples of the Qin Yu sect? In the future, who would dare to join the Qin Yu sect for cultivation?" With that, Qin Yu took a decisive step, vanishing from the mountaintop. Observing this, Chu Feng did not hesitate to follow closely behind. This time, he refrained from summoning the sect's members. With Qin Yu present, it was deemed sufficient. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion of Tang City, a middle-aged man raised his cup, toasting the figure clad in black across from him. "Liao Chan cheers." "Haha, Tang Shan, you are too kind," the black-clad man replied politely, and both drained their cups simultaneously. "Liao Chan, do you think those from the Qin Yu sect would dare to come?" Tang Shan inquired with a smile as he set down his cup. "If they do not come, I shall have to pay them a visit myself. It is said that my junior brother met his demise at their hands, prompting our sect leader to send me to the Southern Domain. However, such a minor sect as the Qin Yu sect hardly warrants my personal attention," Liao Chong remarked with a disdainful smirk. "Indeed, the Qin Yu sect deserves their fate. Should they learn that it is you, Liao Chong, who is coming, they might find themselves quite unsettled," Tang Shan replied, subtly flattering Liao Chong, which he greatly appreciated. "You flatter me, Tang Shan? Ha ha ha." Liao Chong waved dismissively, yet the air of arrogance was unmistakable. However, the man in purple behind Tang Shan, the commander of Tang City, Tang Yi, wore a frown. Privately, he had warned Tang Shan on numerous occasions that aligning too closely with the demon sect was tantamount to courting danger. Moreover, the Qin Yu sect was currently on a meteoric rise, having swiftly annihilated 3 sects and vanquished the heavenly sacred sect with a single stroke. To oppose the Qin Yu sect at such a precarious time was ill-advised. Yet, Tang Shan remained obstinate, disregarding the counsel of others, believing that his affinity with the demon sect rendered him immune to fear, even of the sword sect. Sighing inwardly, Tang Yi felt an ominous premonition, as if something significant were about to transpire. Just then, a sound caught their attention. Liao Chang's expression shifted momentarily before he broke into a smile and remarked, "You arrived rather swiftly. Splendid. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out." With that, his figure vanished from the hall. Simultaneously, Tang Shan and Tang Yi sensed something amiss, promptly disappearing from the City Lord's mansion. High above the City Lord's residence, 2 figures hovered in midair. Impudent wretches. Flying over the City Lord's mansion is strictly forbidden. come down at once. At the moment Qin Yu and his companion appeared, an irate voice boomed from below. Following this, a colossal hand, vast enough to obscure the sun, surged upward, reaching for Qin Yu and his companion. A formidable pressure instantly locked onto the two, and the terrifying aura drew the attention of all cultivators within Mingzhou City, who gazed skyward in astonishment. What is transpiring at the City Lord's mansion? Isn't it obvious? Two individuals are hovering above the City Lord's mansion. They must be from the Qin Yu sect. Anyone would struggle to contain themselves in such a situation. However, City Lord Tang seems to have overstepped his bounds. Such shameless conduct could only be perpetrated by Tang Cheng. Indeed, it was rather shameless. Look, the individual was none other than Chu Feng, the sect leader of the Qin Yu sect, while the young man beside him was unfamiliar to the onlookers. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain. Let us continue watching, for more excitement awaits. Many cultivators casting their gazes toward the City Lord's mansion began to murmur amongst themselves. Some were critical of Tang Shan's actions, while others remained indifferent, simply enjoying the spectacle, and there were even a few who sided with Tang Cheng. Meanwhile, faced with the audacity of the approaching hand, Qin Yu paid it no heed. It was Chu Feng beside him who coldly stated, "Is that all you have?" With these words, he unleashed a palm strike of his own. Instantly, an immense aura erupted from his palm, generating a series of explosive sounds as it surged downward. Boom! At the moment of contact, a resounding crash reverberated through the air. The colossal hand shattered in response. Yet Chu Feng's palm strike continued its relentless descent. What? A voice of astonishment arose from below, laced with apprehension. If that palm were to land, it would likely obliterate half of the City Lord's mansion. Suddenly, a flash of black light zipped past from a distance. Bang! Under the onslaught of the black light, Chu Feng's palm disintegrated in an instant, while the black light erupted, dissipating into countless specks in midair. A surge of alarm coursed through Chu Feng as he turned his gaze toward the distant figures. You finally made your appearance. Liao Chong approached with a playful smile, hands clasped behind his back, treading the void as he advanced. Chapter 8. It is your turn. Tang Shan, standing behind Liao Chong, furrowed his brow in an instant. He scrutinized Chu Feng, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chu Feng, in just a few months, you have managed to break through to the late stage of the Great Ascension. Tang Shan, spare me the pleasantries. Surrender the elder of my Qin Yu sect and those 4 female disciples at once. The moment he set eyes on Tang Shan, Chu Feng was instantly consumed by a fierce rage, his gaze fixated upon the man. He forcefully suppressed the fury within him. Had it not been for the presence of the 5th elder and the 4 disciples still in his grasp, he would have stormed the Lord's mansion without hesitation. Come for someone? Tang Shan sneered coldly, casually clapping his hands. 2 armored guards emerged, escorting a disheveled middle-aged man. The guards brandished glinting blades, pressing them against the man's neck. This middle-aged man appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of any aura. Clearly, his powers had been sealed. Otherwise, those guards would have been dead long ago. This man was none other than Zhao Yang, the 5th elder of the Qin Yu sect. Upon seeing Zhao Yang, Chu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the elder appeared somewhat wretched, he was, thankfully, not mortally harmed. His powers were merely sealed. What are the 4 disciples of our Qin Yu sect? At that moment, Qin Yu spoke up, his tone indifferent. I presume you must be the much-discussed ancestor of the Qin Yu sect, Liao Chong remarked, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he regarded Qin Yu with cold eyes. Qin Yu's expression remained stoic as he replied, That would be me. Looking for those 4 female disciples? Tang Shan said with a playful glint in his eye, a smirk forming on his lips. Seeking them? That can be arranged, but you 2 will need to suffer a bit and venture below to find them. TSK. Those little ladies are quite fiery. I like that, though they are far too disobedient. Thus, I may have been a tad too heavy-handed with them. Who would have thought they? A mocking, lewd voice echoed from the depths of the Lord's mansion. A rather plump young man, pale yet portly, emerged. He was Tang Jiji, the son of Tang Shan. Behind him trailed a group of 9, clearly a band of spoiled youths, 7 men and 2 women, all wearing sinister smiles as they eyed Qin Yu and Chu Feng without a trace of fear. Are you implying that our 4 female disciples from the Qin Yu sect have fallen victim to you? Qin Yu's expression grew increasingly frigid, his tone devoid of warmth. Under Qin Yu's piercing gaze, Tang Jiji felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a choking sensation washing over him. But with his father and the powerful figures of the demon sect nearby, he gritted his teeth and retorted, Do you not understand human speech? Am I not being clear enough? Qin Yu nodded. In that case, you can perish. As his words fell, a flicker of cold light flashed before everyone's eyes. You dare! Tang Shan exclaimed, panic flooding his features. But before he could utter another word, a sickening sound pierced the air. Turning abruptly, he beheld 9 severed bodies slowly sliding to the ground. The moment he saw Tang Ji's lifeless form, Tang Shan's pupils constricted sharply. Good. Today, neither of you shall escape alive from my lord's estate. First, eliminate that man. Tang Shan turned and shouted furiously, yet in the next moment, his expression froze in astonishment. The 2 guards who had been holding the middle-aged man were now lifeless, sprawled on the ground like mere clay. Meanwhile, the elder of the Qin Yu sect had stealthily positioned himself behind Qin Yu and his companion. Liao Chong, standing nearby, wore a mocking expression. Your lord's estate is ripe for a change. And you, minion of the demon sect. In midair, Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Liao Chong and spoke coolly. Such audacity! How dare the trifling Qin Yu sect presume to share radiance with my demon sect? Liao Chong smirked slightly, looking at Qin Yu and the others with a gaze akin to that of an observer surveying ants. Do you truly believe my Tang city is merely this? Awaiting your arrival. Tang Shan snorted coldly, and the instant his words fell, hundreds of sharp swords suddenly emerged from the surroundings, all aimed at Qin Yu and his companions. The multitude of swords, exuding a terrifying aura of spiritual energy, rendered the very space around them chaotic. Once you are eliminated, I shall promptly eradicate your Qin Yu sect. At that moment, Tang Shan's visage twisted in rage, and upon witnessing Tang Ji's tragic state, he appeared almost mad, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Almost as soon as the swords appeared, he vanished from sight, hurtling towards Qin Yu. Liao Chong furrowed his brow at Tang Shan's reckless charge, clearly incensed by the death of his son. Foolish, he muttered under his breath, choosing not to intervene, remaining steadfast in his position. Just then, a piercing sound of a sword echoed sharply. Boom! 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 Before the sword light could be seen, the hundreds of swords shattered into countless fragments. Following that, a soft sound reached everyone's ears. Just an inch away from Qin Yu, Tang Shan's figure gradually became visible. At that moment, Tang Shan stood motionless, his gaze vacant, the vitality within him swiftly waning. In the next breath, his body abruptly split in two and fell to the ground. The lord of the estate is dead. Flee! Not far away, hundreds of figures soared into the sky, scattering in panic. Yet at that instant, a faint glimmer of sword light sliced through the heavens. In an instant, it was as if the sky had begun to rain blood, as hundreds of corpses plummeted simultaneously. Is the Qin Yu sect intent on annihilating the Lord's estate? They deserve it. Such actions are disgraceful for those who cultivate. It stands to reason that the youth must be the ancestor of the Qin Yu sect, a decisive killer. This sect is likely to rise. Within Tang City, countless gazes were fixed upon the scene. Though astonished, many believed it was only fitting. In the presence of formidable cultivation, any individual would likely have acted similarly. Amidst the hushed whispers of the cultivators, above the Lord's estate, a massive blade, hundreds of feet long, silently descended from above, poised to cleave downwards. Qin Yu lifted his gaze, casting a glance without any intention of evasion. Slowly, he raised his right hand, his index finger pointing upward toward the great blade suspended in the air. With a crack, the blade that had yet to descend shattered instantaneously, seemingly unable to withstand the mere gesture of Qin Yu, collapsing into nothingness in an instant. No, your cultivation cannot possibly be merely at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. You must be concealing your true strength, or perhaps wielding a treasure that enhances your abilities. Liao Chong squinted, scrutinizing Qin Yu from head to toe. Ever since Qin Yu's arrival, he had been observing him discreetly. What perplexed him, however, was that despite Qin Yu's multiple displays of power, he had been unable to discern his depth. Qin Yu shook his head and declared, "It is now your turn." With a sinister chuckle, Liao Chong, his serpent-like eyes fixated on Qin Yu, replied leisurely, "Even if you possess a treasure, what does it matter? Compared to my demonic sect, it is akin to an egg striking a stone, seeking death." Having spoken, he produced a jade slip in his hand without hesitation, crushing it between his fingers, reducing it to powder. Subsequently, he gazed at Qin Yu with an air of confidence, a malicious grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Moments passed, and the Lord's mansion remained eerily silent. As another 10 breaths elapsed, The smile on Liao Chang's face began to stiffen, replaced by a deep furrow of concern. What is happening? Where have those people gone? They are truly a bunch of useless fools. In a fleeting thought, Liao Chang berated the individuals in his mind. You are waiting for them, aren't you? Qin Yu waved his hand, and suddenly, 5 heads bearing expressions of terror materialized in the void between them. Liao Chang was taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning of Qin Yu's words. However, as he instinctively looked toward the 5 heads, he was struck by a bolt of shock. What? You? Those 5 heads belonged to the other 5 powerful members of the demonic sect who had accompanied him to the southern region. Boldness indeed. You dare to slay members of my demonic sect? Prepare for the annihilation of your Qin Yun sect. Chapter 9. The demonic sect facing a grave threat. At this moment, Liao Chang refrained from recklessly attacking. He felt uncertain about being able to slay Qin Yu, but he believed that Qin Yu could not impede his escape either. With a sullen expression, he cast a glance at Qin Yu, secretly vowing that once this day passed, he would return to summon more formidable warriors to obliterate your Qin Yun sect. As if perceiving Liao Chang's intentions, Qin Yu cast a nonchalant glance his way and stated, "The demonic sect, you merely need to point the way." Hearing this, Liao Chang narrowed his eyes, perplexed by Qin Yu's intent. What do you mean by that? To annihilate your demonic sect, Qin Yu stated plainly. What did you say? Ha ha. Liao Chang laughed rather than grew angry, pointing at Qin Yu and exclaiming, "Annihilate my demonic sect. Do you think my sect is the heavenly sacred sect, or this pathetic Tang city? Very well. I shall inform you. Go ahead and try to annihilate us." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his demeanor was laced with mockery. He flicked his fingers, and a jade slip appeared in a flash, swiftly arriving before Qin Yu's eyes. Qin Yu calmly accepted the jade slip, without a hint of hesitation, and crushed it effortlessly. In an instant, a map materialized within his consciousness, with a prominent red dot clearly indicating the location of the demon sect. If you possess the capability, then go and annihilate it. Very well. Qin Yu nodded, raising his right hand to slice through the empty air with a sword strike. A resonant sound of the sword echoed. In the next moment, a beam of sword light darted into the void, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. Ha! Liao Chang looked towards the direction where the sword light had disappeared, a cold sneer curling upon his lips. Are you jesting? Do you think you are some celestial being descended from the immortal realm? In stark contrast to Liao Chang's scorn, Chu Feng, standing behind Qin Yu, was visibly shaken, his gaze towards Qin Yu filled with increased reverence. In the void, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 3 breaths. In Central State, countless sects stood tall, their collective strength far surpassing that of the southern region. Among them, the 4 most powerful sects each boasted prowess comparable to that of the southern region sword sect. The demon sect was one of these. Though slightly inferior to the other 3, it remained a colossal force that none dared to provoke. To the south of Central State lay the 10,000 Great Mountains, where grandiose halls towered amidst the clouds atop the peaks. At this moment, within a secret chamber, a man clad in black sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Why do I feel such unease? This man was the leader of the demon sect, Yi Qi, bowing his head in contemplation. Yi Qi furrowed his brow, gradually dissipating until he reappeared in the void above. Would it be amiss? Is something significant about to transpire within the demon sect? Peering into the distance, his formidable consciousness swept around him. However, within the realm of his perception, all seemed normal within the demon sect, devoid of any anomalies. Just then, a ripple in space behind him signaled the arrival of several figures. Do you all share this sensation? Yi Qi did not turn, yet his brow furrowed even tighter. One elder with a hawk-like nose stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Sect leader, we were in the midst of our cultivation when an inexplicable sense of dread overtook us. The hawk-nosed elder's words prompted nods of agreement from the others, clearly indicating they too had felt it. Could someone be targeting our demon sect? One voice queried. The hawk-nosed elder, exuding a chilling intent, declared in Central State. No sect has dared to strike against our demon sect, not even the other 3. Before the group, Yi Qi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance with cold glints flickering in his eyes. This matter is indeed peculiar. It is undeniable that someone is scheming against our demon sect. It seemed that the incoming threat harbored ill intentions. Another elder, his brow tightly knitted, noted that while everything appeared normal within the demon sect under his scrutiny, the unsettling feeling within him grew ever stronger. Upon hearing this, all fell silent. Even Yi Qi's countenance darkened like a stormy sky. The more formidable one's cultivation, the sharper their sensitivity to such ominous feelings. This matter is perhaps not as simple as one might imagine. This is the initial thought that crosses the minds of those present. Soon, an increasing number of formidable figures from the demon sect descend behind Yi Qi. The expressions on their faces reveal a palpable sense of unease, indicating that even the elders, despite their relatively lesser cultivation, have sensed an ominous presence. In the next moment, all practitioners within the demon sect awaken from their meditative states, wearing expressions of confusion and uncertainty. Why do I have this foreboding feeling? Huh? How strange. You feel it too? Could it be that you share this intuition? Yes. It feels as if a powerful figure akin to our sect master is about to strike at me. Is it possible that someone is plotting against our demon sect? You must be overthinking. Who in the central continent would dare to act against our demon sect? Indeed, at this moment, countless disciples of the demon sect engage in hushed discussions. When they lift their gazes to the figures of Yi Qi and the others suspended in the air, a slight sense of relief washes over them. However, this relief is short-lived, as their expressions shift simultaneously. With each passing moment, the sense of impending crisis intensifies, a shadow of death enveloping their hearts. Activate the demon abyss formation. At this instant, Yi Qi, no longer hesitating, commands the crowd behind him as his face pales. As his words echo, dark mist suddenly rises from all directions of the demon sect. This swirling black fog exudes an unsettling aura of demonic energy, swiftly enveloping the entire sect within moments. From a distance, the demon sect appears shrouded in a black veil, resembling a crescent moon. On the surface of the formation, an endless stream of black demonic energy dances like lightning, evoking a sense of impenetrable fortification. Suddenly, Yi Qi feels an instinctive urge and gazes ahead. In the far distance, a faint light draws near, revealing an enormous fissure, stretching for countless miles, silently cleaving the sky in two. What? Is this merely a ray of sword light? Upon realizing the nature of the illumination, Yi Qi's expression freezes, gradually morphing into one of fear and astonishment. Who is it? Whom have we, the demon sect, offended? In this moment, Yi Qi's heart roars with frantic desperation. Seeing that the sword light will arrive in but a few moments, he cannot afford to ponder further. Escape is no longer an option. With a grim determination, he clenches his teeth and shouts, "Come forth, spear!" Suddenly, from the forbidden grounds of the demon sect, a pitch-black spear pierces through the void, materializing instantly in Yi Qi's grasp. That is the treasured weapon of our demon sect, the heaven-piercing spear. The sect master has even summoned the heaven-piercing spear. Could it be that the rival sects are truly launching an assault against us? This demon abyss formation is the first I have witnessed since joining the sect hundreds of years ago. I have an unsettling premonition, a persistent feeling that I might meet my demise. The crowd falls into a profound silence. Within the vast confines of the demon sect, many disciples, though ignorant of the unfolding events, could discern the palpable tension that enveloped the sect, akin to a looming threat. Silence. The elder with a hawk-like nose bellowed, commanding those below to cease their chatter and channel their spiritual energy into the grand array. Upon witnessing the elder's fury, thousands of demon sect disciples promptly fell silent, their demeanor shifting to one of diligence as they unleashed their full cultivation, flooding the demonic abyss formation with a torrent of spiritual power. In an instant, the formation quaked violently, darkening at an observable rate, resembling an unfathomable abyss that emanated an aura of terror. At that moment, the sword light approached. It did not carry the terrifying fluctuations one might expect. Rather, it appeared as an ordinary beam of sword energy. Yet to Yi Qi, this beam felt akin to facing the very will of the heavens, causing his entire being to tremble. "Shatter it!" Yi Qi roared into the void. As the sword light descended, the spear he wielded, the heaven-splitting spear, quivered violently before vanishing from his grasp. When it re-emerged, it was already before the sword light. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a tempest of energy that wreaked havoc on the protective array of the demon sect, sending tremors throughout. In that fleeting moment, Yi Qi's expression morphed into one of ferocity as he fixated on the Eye of Storm, desperate to ascertain whether the sword light had been vanquished. Surely, the heaven-splitting spear, the treasure of our sect, could not be thwarted by such a trifling beam of sword energy. After all, within the central state, which sect would dare defy the might of our spear? As the waves of terrifying energy surged, the disciples of the demon sect, though apprehensive, wore expressions of pride. However, within the hearts of Yi Qi and the elders, a foreboding sense of dread began to take root. Crack! Just as the disciples completed their thoughts, a distinct sound of shattering echoed through the air. It was subtle, yet resounded clearly in the ears of all present. Almost simultaneously, another crack reverberated. When everyone lifted their gazes, their eyes widened in disbelief. To their astonishment, the heaven-splitting spear had vanished without a trace, and at that moment, the protective array of the sect shattered explosively. A faint beam of sword light flickered through the collapsing formation, emerging above the demon sect. What? Yi Qi was struck with horror, his gaze fixed upon the glimmering light above, his heart quaking. Meanwhile, the elder with the hawk-like nose turned ashen, muttering in disbelief, "It's over. Our demon sect is finished." Yet, more prevalent were the bewildered expressions of the disciples, questioning the origin of this mysterious sword light. The highly anticipated treasure, the heavenly breaking spear, proved utterly incapable of resistance, even for a fleeting moment. Regardless of the thoughts harbored by the demonic sect, the sword light surged forth with unrelenting momentum, showing no signs of hesitation. In an instant, the radiance of the sword traversed the entirety of the demonic sect. At that moment, silence enveloped the entire realm of the demonic sect. In the far distance, numerous passing cultivators stood frozen in the void, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed toward the direction of the 10,000 mountains. From afar, they witnessed the demonic sect activating its protective array, only to be met by a sword light that seemingly appeared from nowhere. This beam of sword light appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any detectable aura, as if it were the most mundane of phenomena. Yet, upon its arrival, the grand array of the demonic sect collapsed and dissolved in an instant. What followed was a scene that left them utterly shaken. The entire domain of the demonic sect, the 10,000 mountains, was instantly reduced by half under the influence of this sword light. Could it be that I am hallucinating? I see it too. Just one beam of sword light has swept away the entire demonic sect. What constitutes a world-shattering strike? This is a world-shattering strike. This moment resembled someone from an exceedingly distant place, delivering a single sword strike toward the demonic sect. With just one sword, the demonic sect was obliterated. Thus, the central continent bore witness to the eradication of the demonic sect. 2. The Lord of Tang City, Qin Yu, spoke with an indifferent tone. "Haha, this is utterly laughable," Liao remarked, a smirk dancing on his lips as he cast a derisive glance at Qin Yu. "Come, allow me to count for you." 1. Just as his words fell, Liao Chang's brows furrowed suddenly. A dark foreboding crept into his heart as he cast a grim look at Qin Yu, hastily retrieving his storage ring. Upon recognizing the dozens of life tokens within the jade slip, his pupils constricted sharply, and disbelief washed over him as he looked up at Qin Yu. At that moment, turmoil raged within him, a tumult of confusion and fear. The life tokens, now reduced to dust within the storage ring, belonged to his disciples in the demonic sect. How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? You are not a being of the cultivation world. You have descended from the immortal realm. Before Liao Chang could finish his words, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed before him. With a soft thud, his head was severed from his neck, a spray of blood blooming in the void. At this moment, the only survivor within the Lord's estate was Tang Yi, the commander of Tang City. He surveyed the multitude of corpses around him, sorrow etched upon his features, lamenting the fate of his subordinates, who had met such an end due to Tang Shan's selfishness. Sighing deeply, he finally exhaled a long breath. Qin Yu cast a casual glance at Tang Yi and extended his right hand, pointing toward him. Tang Yi, seemingly resigned to his fate, closed his eyes in calm acceptance. Just as that finger was about to reach Tang Yi, Elder Zhao Yang suddenly interjected, "Elder Ancestor, wait a moment." The finger paused just an inch away from Tang Yi's brow, and Qin Yu turned back in confusion to look at the fifth elder behind him. "Elder, had he not interceded on my behalf, I would surely have perished. Moreover, he has consistently opposed Tang Shan, yet Tang Shan remains obstinate, disregarding others' counsel. Elder, might you?" Zhao Yang bowed respectfully, though his words remained unfinished, the implication clear. He wished for Qin Yu to spare Tang Yi. Qin Yu's finger gradually faded before Tang Yi's brow, soon vanishing entirely. This is but a singular occasion. Remember, mercy without strength is folly. Zhao Yang heard Qin Yu's calm voice echo in his ears. Upon glancing back, he found Qin Yu's figure no longer present. "I shall heed your words," Thank you, Elder. Zhao Yang bowed again, respectfully addressing the direction in which Qin Yu had departed. He understood the meaning behind Qin Yu's words. Showing mercy to foes is akin to cruelty towards oneself. Let's depart. Xu Feng sighed softly, patting Zhao Yang's shoulder before turning to leave. Thank you. Tang Yi clasped his fists in gratitude toward Zhao Yang. Take care. Zhao Yang responded in kind, swiftly following Xu Feng. However, once Zhao Yang and the others had departed, the smile on Tang Yi's face gradually faded, replaced by a grim countenance. He cast a cold glance at the bodies of Tang Shan and Liao Chong, muttering, "A bunch of useless fools." With that, he turned and walked away. At that moment, a faint glimmer of sword light suddenly appeared. Tang Yi's expression shifted dramatically, as his cultivation surged wildly, reaching the mid-stage of the Tribulation Crossing. He was unexpectedly a formidable warrior at that level, and it seemed he was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the Tribulation Crossing. Yet, as soon as Tang Yi's power was unleashed, it dissipated instantaneously like a deflated balloon. Regret washed over him, but even more so, there was a sense of unwillingness. Had he only endured a little longer, this fate could have been averted. In his hand, a jade slip quietly shattered. Qin Yun's sect, await your doom. Soon, someone will come to annihilate your entire sect. His consciousness began to blur, plunging into darkness. Chapter 11. The Way of Heaven. The night had grown deep. Qin Yu stood atop Qingfeng Mountain, gazing solemnly at the stars beyond, his expression grave. Just moments ago, from the ancient texts of the sect, he had come to grasp the events that had transpired in the Qin Yun sect since he entered that mysterious space. He had assumed that, given his master's cultivation, there would be no threat to his life during that great battle, as those capable of slaying his master were indeed few. However, the reality was starkly different. A black-clad figure had suddenly appeared during the battle, and with but a single palm strike, his master had perished. It was known that a millennium ago, his master had already attained the cultivation of a second-tier loose immortal. Initially, he thought his master had simply passed away peacefully, unable to ascend to the realm of immortals. But now it seemed there was a deeper mystery at play. Qin Yu murmured to himself, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. As one who personally participated in that great battle, Qin Yu was well aware of the underlying reasons. However, he was certain that the enigmatic figure clad in black who had suddenly appeared did not belong to any of the known factions. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to uncover the truth. As he uttered these words, an idea struck him, and his figure vanished from the mountain peak. When he reappeared, he found himself suspended in the void. Within his perception, deep in the emptiness, a youth resembling a child was ensconced in slumber. Approaching the boy, Qin Yu scrutinized him closely, and the more he gazed, the tighter his brow furrowed. Subsequently, he pressed a finger to the boy's brow, and the boy stirred slightly before slowly opening his eyes. "Who are you? How is it that you have managed to find this heavenly path and awaken me from my slumber?" At the moment the boy's eyes opened, a profound aura of antiquity enveloped the space, exuding an overwhelming pressure as if he were the sovereign of this realm. This presence immediately locked onto Qin Yu. Should he take another step, the boy would not hesitate to strike him down. Unfazed by the overwhelming energy, Qin Yu regarded the youth with an impassive expression. "Heavenly path? May I pose a question?" He inquired indifferently. "You may," the boy replied, after a moment's contemplation, suppressing the urge to act. He found Qin Yu inscrutable, emanating an aura that instilled a sense of inexplicable dread within him. Despite bearing the primal imprint of this world of cultivation, he could recall nothing about Qin Yu. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air, and he was the first from the Kanglin realm to recognize his existence. "Do you retain any memories from a millennium ago?" Qin Yu asked. "I do not know. Since my inception, I have been ensnared in slumber." The boy shook his head and continued. "Only upon your awakening me did I regain these memories from nearly 10,000 years past. As for the past, I fear only the previous heavenly path would possess such knowledge." Nodding in understanding, Qin Yu refrained from further inquiries and waved his hand toward the boy. Instantly, an intangible wisp of white mist emerged from within the boy, swiftly merging into Qin Yu's being. "You." The expression of the youthful heavenly path shifted dramatically, for he sensed that the essence which once belonged to Qin Yu had vanished from within him. This signified that Qin Yu was no longer under the jurisdiction of this heavenly path. Yet, what truly instilled trepidation within him was Qin Yu's unfathomable cultivation. At the moment of Qin Yu's gesture, the boy instinctively attempted to resist, channeling the entirety of the cultivation world's power. but it was as futile as a mere illusion in the face of Qin Yu. The heavenly path, born of the thoughts of countless beings, is a uniquely special existence, rightly considered a guardian of the realm. For the heavenly path, the Kanglan realm was his birthplace, rendering him nearly invincible. Nevertheless, even so, the heavenly path from millennium ago had still been slain by another. Moreover, the heavenly Tao of that era was incomparably more powerful than the present one. This clearly indicates the involvement of beings from other realms, or perhaps individuals descending from the celestial realm. After spending 100,000 years in that unknown world, Qin Yu had encountered and heard tales of myriad existences. Thus, it was not surprising for him to possess such knowledge. However, regardless of whether they hailed from other dimensions or the celestial realm, why would they target his Qin Yun sect? More precisely, the focus was on his master, Ling Yun Tian. Otherwise, with the strength of that enigmatic figure, annihilating the entire Qin Yun sect would have been a trivial task. Yet, he chose not to do so. After slaying Ling Yun Tian with a single strike, he simply vanished. This matter is exceedingly peculiar. All of this must be interconnected, suggesting that someone is orchestrating events from the shadows. Not only is my master involved, but even the heavenly Tao is merely a pawn in his game. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at the heavenly Tao, furrowing his brow in contemplation. What? The expression of the heavenly Tao suddenly shifted dramatically as he gazed at Qin Yu in astonishment. This unexpected turn of events caused Qin Yu to frown slightly and inquire. What is it? This is impossible. Just moments ago, the original trajectory was altered by your presence, and I sense a looming crisis. Soon, that individual will manifest in this Kanglan realm, and it is highly probable that he is coming for you. Even I may become collateral damage. As he spoke, the heavenly Tao bore an expression of utter despair. Qin Yu was their true target, while he was merely an incidental concern. Upon hearing the words of the heavenly Tao, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. In truth, he had sensed that someone would eventually seek him out. This premonition was rather insignificant. For Qin Yu, it posed no real trouble, merely a matter easily resolved with a single sword strike. If the one responsible for his master's demise was indeed the cloaked figure, they were far too weak. Noticing Qin Yu's silence, the heavenly Tao assumed he was struck by fear. Thus, he quickly declared, I must take my leave and find a better place to hide. If you have no business, do not seek me out again. Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, he vanished. It would be wise to maintain distance from this harbinger of doom, never to be seen again. As he departed, the heavenly Tao muttered incessantly. Though he currently stood no chance against Qin Yu, he believed that once he underwent his transformation, he would at least be able to match Qin Yu in strength. Boom! In a certain part of the Kanglan realm, an elder was undergoing tribulation. He did not aspire to achieve immortality in a single leap. Even becoming a loose immortal would suffice. Gazing at the descending thunder tribulation, the elder, unfazed, declared, cultivation is a personal journey. Today, I shall defy this heaven. Break for me. With a mighty roar, the elder shot skyward, charging directly at the approaching purple storm clouds. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the violet lightning above. Instantly, the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius converged into the imprint of his fist. Defy the heavenly Tao, the way of heaven directed its gaze towards the elder, its expression turning stern. You may not fear Qin Yu, but dare you defy the heavens? As the words fell from its lips, the once purple lightning transformed instantaneously into an ominous black hue. By the heavens, the elder, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, could not help but utter a curse. Yet, as if piecing together the unfolding mystery, the elder soon chuckled. Indeed, you hold me in high regard. Who would have thought that navigating through tribulations could involve such cunning? You fear me, do you? It seems I truly possess the power to defy the heavens. Otherwise, such a transformation would not occur. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the land. Under the elder's astonished gaze, the black lightning gradually morphed into a spectrum of vibrant colors. What is this? Am I jesting? Why take it so seriously? Chapter 12. The Inhabitants of the Floating Island. Within the secret chamber of the Wujizong, Yan Wujing calmly surveyed the four individuals beside him before speaking. Among them, a man in white leisurely lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. The others turned their attention to him, seemingly eager to discern his stance. After placing the cup down, the white-clad man smiled gently and remarked, "The sword sect shall not partake." Upon hearing this, Yan Wujing furrowed his brow and turned to the other three. "What say you? Surely, The stakes here are understood by all present. If we do not suppress the Qin Yu sect and instead yield, given that person's temperament, it is likely we shall find ourselves on the receiving end in due course. The fate of the Tiansheng sect has already been laid bare before you. At this moment, an elder adorned with a purple gold crown and clad in a dark robe wore a composed expression as he sinisterly smiled. What sect leader Yin says holds merit. My divine intense sect vows to seek an explanation from the Qin Yu sect. After all, I have been friends with Mu Chunfeng for many years. This grudge must be avenged. Upon hearing this declaration, the expressions of the others momentarily froze, followed by disdainful looks, as they inwardly scorned. If you wish to contend for the mine, just say so. We are all gathered here today for this very purpose. Why put on such airs? Unperturbed by their scrutinizing gazes, the elder sipped his tea nonchalantly and chuckled. Count my Tianxin sect in. Mideo sect cares. Moments later, aside from the sword sect's refusal to join, the remaining 4 sects nodded in agreement. Very well, they said, turning their attention back to the white-clad man. Noticing their gazes, the man smiled slightly. Rest assured, my sword sect will not participate. And thus we harbor no intentions regarding the mines. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance for your forthcoming victory. After exchanging pleasantries, the white-clad man departed first. And when shall we set forth? In my humble opinion, it is better to act promptly rather than delay. Shall we depart today? Splendid. If the Qin Yu sect exhibits some sense, all will be well. If not, well. Yin Wujia chuckled heartily. Although the absence of the sword sect is felt, the alliance of the 4 sects should suffice to confront the Qin Yu sect. Upon hearing this, the other 3 individuals exchanged knowing smiles. Thus, the 4 sects formed an alliance. And when the time comes, the spiritual stone veins of the heavenly sacred sect will be evenly divided among them. Is that the envoy from the floating island? Indeed. Clad in purple robes embroidered with the emblem of the floating island, he must surely belong to them. In my 1,000 years of cultivation, this is the first time I have encountered someone from the floating island. The aura he exudes suggests his cultivation exceeds the great ascension stage. Could he be an imposter? Hush. Speak softly. If you wish to court danger, do not drag us down with you. Who in the Shumi continent would dare impersonate someone from the floating island? The appearance of the purple-robed youth in the southern region immediately attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. Paying no heed to their gazes, the purple-clad youth merely cast a cold glance over the crowd. All the cultivators hurriedly lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. You come here. Suddenly, the purple-robed youth pointed, directing his finger at an elderly man in a green robe. Why yes, senior, did you call for me? The elder instinctively looked up, only to find the purple-robed youth pointing at him, sending a shiver down his spine. Nodding in affirmation, the elder approached with trepidation, bowing respectfully as he asked, Please, what is your command? Lead the way to the Qin Yu sect. With his hands clasped behind his back, the purple-robed youth spoke in a frigid tone, an air of haughty superiority in his eyes. Very well, I know the way to the Qin Yu sect. Please follow me, senior. The elder secretly breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Without delay, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the Qin Yu sect. Meanwhile, the purple-robed youth followed at a leisurely pace, hands behind his back, seemingly taking a casual stroll. He intends to visit the Qin Yu sect? Given the current prominence of the Qin Yu sect, the arrival of the floating island is likely not a mere coincidence. The Qin Yu sect has been making quite the stir lately, even drawing the attention of the floating island. By the looks of it, their intentions may not be benign. Those with good intentions do not come uninvited. Why speculate aimlessly? As mere loose cultivators, we need not concern ourselves with such matters. Let us follow and see. The truth will reveal itself in time. Indeed, we shall consider it a form of entertainment. The emergence of the floating island must herald significant events. Soon, hundreds of figures surged towards the Qin Yu sect in a flurry. Within the forbidden grounds, the ancestor stood. Chu Feng gazed at the distant white figure, hesitating to speak. After a moment, Qin Yu, standing before the tombstone, turned to Chu Feng and said softly, Speak freely. After much hesitation, Chu Feng cautiously spoke. Ancestor, the people from the floating island have sent a message to our sect, urging our Qin Yu sect to return to our roots, or else. As he spoke, Chu Feng attentively observed Qin Yu's reaction. Or else what? Qin Yu maintained an expression of calm indifference, his demeanor unchanged. Or else our Qin Yu sect will vanish in a thin air. At this point, A hint of anger crept into Chu Feng's voice, and his expression shifted like the changing tides. He understood all too well the fearsome nature of the floating island. It was, without a doubt, the most enigmatic and terrifying sect in the Sumi continent. Rarely do outsiders encounter practitioners from the floating island, yet anyone emerging from it inevitably commands the attention of the entire continent. Those born of the floating island embody its will, and their every action could provoke tumultuous upheavals wherever they tread. Presently, a seemingly indifferent youth clad in purple epitomized this reality. On his left shoulder, he bore the embroidered image of a magnificent mountain suspended in the heavens, with a dark, ink-like ocean beneath it. All of this unmistakably signified his affiliation with the floating island. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he remarked, "The floating island certainly has a grandiose sense of self-importance." Recalling the floating island led Qin Yu to think of his master, Ling Yuntian. Ling Yuntian, the chief disciple of the floating island's sect master, was regarded as the foremost among the younger generation and held dear by his master. Due to his master's words, Yuntian, "Your talents are exceptional, and your future cultivation will undoubtedly surpass my own. One day, the floating island will need you to lead." His fate was irrevocably altered. Although the floating island appeared formidable, it was rife with internal strife, especially from the faction led by Deputy Sect Master Zhao Mu, who covetously eyed the position of sect master. 100,000 years ago, on a fateful day, Ling Yuntian was expelled from the sect for violating its rules, barred from ever entering the floating island again. It was only through the covert protection of his master that Ling Yuntian was granted a chance to survive. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to the machinations of others. Though Ling Yuntian never disclosed this to Qin Yu, he understood that it was certainly Zhao Mu's faction that had orchestrated the plot. Qin Yu spoke with nonchalance. "Are the people from the floating island still present?" "Yes. They are currently in the plaza before the sect." In an instant, Qin Yu's figure vanished from the forbidden area. Chapter 13, If They Come, Kill Them. In the void, a youth clad in purple stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, the guiding elder found himself in a precarious situation. The youth had yet to speak, and thus he dared not leave. However, he was acutely aware that he was in the midst of the thriving Qingyun sect, seemingly on opposing sides. Should the Qingyun sect seek retribution, he would find himself in a most uncomfortable predicament, sweating profusely in anxiety. Just then, a white figure gradually materialized in the void. The serene visage of the young man in purple revealed a hint of mischievous amusement. "Ah, so you're the ancestral figure of the Qingyun sect? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Longfei of the Suspended Island." "Zhao Mulinying," Qin Yu replied expressionlessly, casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Longfei before speaking in a subdued tone. "Such insolence! How dare you profane the name of the ancestor?" "Huh, my father surmised correctly. You are indeed a disciple of that traitor. Though I am uncertain how you have managed to survive for 10 millennia with your mid-stage Mahayana cultivation. You remain as useless as your worthless master. You have half a month, just half a month." As he spoke, Zhao Longfei embodied a demeanor of arrogance. Looking down upon the world, his gaze swept over Qin Yu with disdain, brimming with contempt. The events surrounding Ling Yuntian had long been regarded as a disgrace by the Suspended Island, serving as a cautionary tale to this day. To Zhao Longfei, the Qingyun sect was utterly feeble, merely a minor sect in the southern region, lacking any significance. It was well known how many top-tier forces sought to curry favor with the Suspended Island, yet the island remained indifferent to their overtures. With a mere command, countless sects would rush to obliterate the Qingyun sect. He could not fathom why his sect had gone to such lengths to send him here, granting them an opportunity to enter the Suspended Island. In Zhao Longfei's view, this was utterly perplexing. Should the Qingyun sect truly wish to acknowledge their ancestry, it would only serve as a source of ridicule from the outside world. His arrogance led him to despise the Qingyun sect from the depths of his being, prompting him to hurl insults. "The Suspended Island. I shall pay a personal visit." Qin Yu narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Zhao Longfei could not comprehend. But Qin Yu was acutely aware that the Suspended Island had long since determined that the Qingyun sect would never seek to acknowledge their ancestry. Furthermore, Ling Yuntian had been compelled to swear an oath never to return to the Suspended Island. This was merely a pretext to annihilate the Qingyun sect. It was evident that they wished to both adorn the facade and establish a false reputation. Zhao Longfei's countenance darkened immediately. "You wish to go to my Suspended Island? On what grounds? What qualifications do you possess? You are merely a disciple of a traitor." "Ha ha." In an instant, A flash of sword light darted before Zhao Longfei's eyes. His laughter abruptly ceased. You dare to kill me? Realizing the vitality rapidly draining from his body, Zhao Longfei gazed at Qin Yu in bewilderment. He never anticipated that Qin Yu would have the audacity to strike against him, a member of the suspended island. The elder leading the way gasped in shock, staring at the headless corpse before him, utterly stunned and at a loss for words. Since the conversation has turned, you may now meet your end. Leaving behind those words, Qin Yu turned to depart. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, who had been following closely, bore a solemn expression. Although he found a certain thrill in killing the man, he understood that after today, the Qin Yu sect would likely have irrevocably offended the Xianxia Island. Consequently, Xianxia Island would have even more justification to deal with the Qin Yu sect. He gazed at Qin Yu's retreating figure, a fierce expression suddenly crossing his face. Standing tall, he would rather die than kneel. If it came to it, he would fight to the bitter end. Did I not see correctly? Did he truly kill someone from Xianxia Island? And so decisively at that. Was this fearlessness or sheer foolishness? The Qin Yu sect is certainly in peril. It has been many years since anyone dared to provoke Xianxia Island. Do you think this man is devoid of intellect? If he dares to kill, you must not fear Xianxia Island. TSK, you must have a misunderstanding about Xianxia Island. What kind of entity is Xianxia Island? It is a sect recognized even in the celestial realm. What is there to fear from a mere Qin Yu sect? No matter how extraordinary this man's abilities, he is destined to perish. Huh, are you here to amuse us? They intend to obliterate the Qin Yu sect. Do they not have the right to retaliate in kind? This sentiment has merit. Cultivators should indeed act thus, seeking vengeance and settling scores, for avoidance is futile. Why not resist to the very end? On the outskirts of the Qin Yu sect, many cultivators who witnessed the scene began to murmur amongst themselves. The elderly guide, noticing that Qin Yu and Chu Feng paid him no mind, felt a wave of relief wash over him, swiftly transforming into a streak of light as he departed. Atop the peak of Qin Feng Mountain, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Since he had arrived, why not reveal himself? As Qin Yu's voice faded, a ripple surged through the distant void. Soon after, a man clad in white stepped forth from a rift in space. Upon his emergence, he stood firm, offering a slight bow toward Qin Yu, a smile gracing his lips as he introduced himself. Senior, I am Jian Wuchen of the Sword Sect. As he spoke, Jian Wuchen's senses stirred. He detected a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood. However, he refrained from probing further with his divine sense, fearing it might provoke Qin Yu's displeasure, and instead followed the sense direction. This glance caused Jian Wuchen's heart to tremble violently. At that moment, a tumultuous wave of realization crashed over him. The headless corpse belonged to someone from Xianxia Island. How had they met their demise of the Qin Yu sect? In an instant, understanding dawned upon him, and he turned to Qin Yu, his expression one of sheer astonishment. As senior, was that person from Xianxia Island killed by you? In that instant, he harbored no doubt about the identity of the headless body. In the entirety of Shumi continent, no one would be foolish enough to impersonate a member of Xianxia Island. It was I, Qin Yu replied candidly. Jian Wuchen was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing that Qin Yu seemed rather unfazed by the matter, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect, responding with such nonchalance. Do you have business? Qin Yu inquired. No, Ido. Jian Wuchen stammered, his thoughts interrupted by Qin Yu's question. In that moment, his assessment of Qin Yu reached unprecedented heights. Upon their arrival, they swiftly obliterated 3 sects in a single day and subsequently eradicated the Heavenly Saints sect, culminating in the slaughter of the inhabitants of the floating island. It is hard to believe that Qin Yu lacks any hidden cards. Even the death of Jian Wuchen would not convince me otherwise. At this moment, Jian Wuchen pondered whether his presence here was a mistake. If they disregarded the floating island, how could they possibly regard the 4 sects with any seriousness? Oh, what troubles you? Noticing Jian Wuchen's distracted demeanor, Qin Yu felt a flicker of curiosity. To the elder, it was inconsequential. Jian Wuchen shook his head with a bitter smile and continued, the Divine Intention sect, the Infinite sect, the Heavenly Heart sect, and the Tao sect have formed an alliance. Qin Yu nodded indifferently. If they come, we shall eliminate them. Indeed, the elder seemed to regard them with disdain. Jian Wuchen mused inwardly. Farewell, elder. After bowing respectfully, Jian Wuchen gestured behind him, revealing a silent rift in space. He stepped into it and vanished as swiftly as he had appeared. Yet, A voice lingered in his ears, causing him to pause momentarily, his expression betraying an unmistakable excitement. Chapter 14. The coming storm. All returned to tranquility, yet a storm was brewing. Far from the Qin Yu sect, in the void, tens of thousands of figures swiftly approached. Among them, 4 figures led the charge. Strangely, despite the passage of time, the Qin Yu sect remained inactive. Yin Wujia turned his gaze towards the speaking elder Xianxia, a sinister smile crossing his face. Actions? I believe the Qin Yu sect is simply too afraid. How many eyes are watching those spirit stone veins, both openly and covertly? Only we could partake in them. Indeed, Brother Yin speaks wisely, but regardless, the Qin Yu sect must perish today. In the void, the 4 exchanged knowing smiles. They understood that the presence of Qin Yu posed a significant threat to their dominance in the southern region. If allowed to fester, he would become a formidable adversary. Now that the 4 sects had allied, eliminating the Qin Yu sect would render the spirit stone veins as easy prey. The aura radiated by the tens of thousands was utterly terrifying. Wherever they passed, they attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Such a grand spectacle was unprecedented for many of the onlookers. Among them were the master of the Infinite sect, Yin Wujia, and the master of the Heavenly Heart sect, Elder Xianxia. And look beside them. There is Sun Mingyuan of the Divine Intention sect, and Xiang Wentian of the Tao sect. The 6 major sects of the southern region had now revealed 4. Where could they possibly be headed? It seemed that trouble was brewing for some sect. Given their trajectory, which sect could require the simultaneous involvement of 4 sects? Even the sword sect would likely falter. Below, countless gazes were fixed upon the army of cultivators in the void. As the throngs receded, murmurs of speculation began to fill the air. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had scarcely entered the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain when he noticed Chu Feng hastily approaching him, his expression noticeably grim. As Qin Yu approached, he spoke in a deep voice. Ancestor, I have received word that tens of thousands are hastening towards our Qin Yu sect. The leader is from one of the 4 major sects, aside from the sword sect. Their mobilization of such forces suggests that our Qin Yu sect is their target. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu replied calmly, no matter, their arrival is fortuitous. It will save us considerable trouble. Seeing Qin Yu's indifference, Chu Feng nodded slightly. He had been overly anxious. It is natural for anyone to feel an inexplicable dread when confronted with overwhelming strength. However, the moment Qin Yu spoke, his heart began to settle. Indeed, your cultivation is on the verge of breaking through the tribulation stage, Qin Yu remarked with a smile after glancing at Chu Feng. Thanks to the celestial essence bestowed by the ancestor, it would have been impossible for me to cultivate at such a rapid pace. At the mention of cultivation, Chu Feng's face radiated with elation, excitement bubbling within him. At this rate of advancement, it would not be long before he could lead the Qin Yu sect to establish a firm footing in the southern region, even without relying on Qin Yu. Moreover, many elders and disciples had also made breakthroughs, causing the overall strength of the Qin Yu sect to multiply several times over. If a sect were to produce a powerful figure in the tribulation stage, its status in the southern region would be significantly elevated. Gazing at the tombstone, Qin Yu slowly stated, focus on your cultivation. Once this matter is resolved, I'll temporarily depart from here. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he fell into silence. He understood that with Qin Yu's formidable return, it was inevitable that he would not remain in the Qin Yu sect for long. However, he had not anticipated it would happen so soon. After a moment, Chu Feng clasped his fists and said, disciple understands. Rest assured, ancestor, our Qin Yu sect will undoubtedly become the foremost sect across the entire Shumi continent. Qin Yu turned his gaze towards Chu Feng, speaking softly, this is merely the first step. The master's intention is to elevate our sect into the immortal realm and beyond to even higher planes. Chu Feng suddenly lifted his head to meet Qin Yu's gaze, his eyes alight with a mysterious brilliance. Just then, Qin Yu's expression grew cold, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already hovering in the void above the Qin Yu sect. After today, it seemed that the Qin Yu sect would solidify its position in the southern region. As Chu Feng murmured softly, his figure began to blur gradually. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of figures were rapidly approaching from thousands of miles away. The atmosphere heavy with a murderous intent that echoed ominously across the skies. Behind this multitude trailed a vast array of cultivators, both from other sects and wandering practitioners, all driven by curiosity to witness the unfolding spectacle. Soon, after a brief interval, The distant horizon erupted with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. In that moment, within the Qin Yu sect, both elders and disciples halted their activities, lifting their gazes toward the distant skies. They beheld a sea of figures surging towards the Qin Yu sect at an astonishing speed. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the scene distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The numerous disciples gazed in astonishment, mouths agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. A suffocating sensation enveloped the air, and at this moment, an innate instinct gripped everyone present. The target of these tens of thousands of cultivators was none other than their own Qin Yu sect. Cackling in mockery, a voice heralded their arrival before they even appeared. Soon, a myriad of radiant rainbows descended, encircling the entire Qin Yu sect. At the forefront stood 4 formidable figures, exuding an aura of immense power. Instantly, the countenance of every disciple of Qin Yu sect shifted dramatically. As the intruders drew near, they realized that the visitors were none other than the 4 prominent sects of the southern region. The 4 figures were renowned as the mightiest of that realm, each the leader of their respective sections. At this moment, they instinctively turned their gaze towards the ever-calm Qin Yu. "So, you are the esteemed ancestor of the Qin Yu sect?" The elderly figure, known as Xianxia, clasped his hands behind his back and took a step forward, halting 1,000 yards away from Qin Yu. He squinted slightly, scrutinizing Qin Yu with keen interest. Qin Yu cast a glance at the man and replied coolly, "What is it you seek?" "Haha, indeed, there is a matter at hand." Another voice chimed in, laughter accompanying the speaker as he joined Xianxia, standing side by side with him. This individual was Yen Wuji, the principal instigator of this gathering. He glanced at Qin Yu before sweeping his consciousness over the Qin Yu sect below, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "You 4 sects have come to my Qin Yu sect with such grandiose intentions. What is the purpose of this display?" Chu Feng, positioned behind Qin Yu, glared at the 4 men and demanded loudly. "Hee, Tian-san replied with a sinister smile. "I am merely here to seek justice for my friend, Mu Qinfeng. Your Qin Yu sect has obliterated the entire Tiansheng sect. Such actions are utterly despicable." Now, the cries of the common people resonate throughout the land, inciting widespread panic. "How laughable! If you desire the spirit stone vein, just say so. Why resort to such ostentatious pretexts?" Chu Feng interrupted, dripping with contempt. The elders of Qin Yu sect glared furiously at the intruders. "Let's see if you can still hold your ground later." Suddenly, a previously silent figure, Xiang Wentian, let out a bizarre laugh, his eyes betraying a glint of murderous intent. "Enough with the trivialities. Let us hear your stance." Qin Yu regarded the 4 men with indifference, slowly articulating his words. "A stance? It is already quite evident, is it not? Do you still harbor delusions of standing against the might of our 4 sects alone? To be frank, today marks the end of your Qin Yu sect." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yen Wuji's eyes, his lips curling into a chilling smile. With an expressionless face, Qin Yu nodded slightly. "In that case, your 4 sects have no reason to exist." Chapter 15. You shall have 3 breaths of time. "Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Yen Wuji and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Then they burst into laughter. Confidence is commendable, yet if it veers into arrogance, it will lead to a swift demise. Suddenly, Xiang Wentian's expression shifted, his laughter ceased, and he spoke with a chilling aura. "Silence." Qin Yu softly uttered a word, slowly placing his right hand upon the sword's hilt, his thumb delicately pressing against the grip. Yen Wuji and the others furrowed their brows, their expressions turning grave. Yet a trace of a cold smile lingered. Despite their bravado, they dared not underestimate him. Someone capable of single-handedly sweeping through the heavenly sacred sect was undoubtedly formidable. "Kill them all, leave no one behind." The 4 gestured to their disciples behind them, and immediately, a cacophony of battle cries erupted. "Fight to the death." "Indeed. Slay 1 to break even, slay 2 to profit. Annihilate these scoundrels." Within the Qin Yu sect, thousands of disciples roared in unison, brandishing their magical artifacts, ready to engage in a desperate battle. Clang! A resounding sword cry suddenly pierced the air. At that moment, before anyone could react, the multitude of figures in midair abruptly halted. Silence. An intense stillness enveloped the surroundings, as if an invisible force had ensnared everything within a 10,000 zhang radius. Puffed. Moments latte. Crimson blood silently splattered from the necks of tens of thousands of figures. Simultaneously, a spine-chilling scene unfolded before the crowd. Tens of thousands of heads began to fall, cascading like raindrops, plummeting towards the ground. Among them, the heads of Xianxia and his companions were unmistakably included, their faces bearing a sneer of disdain even in death. Is our ancestor truly this powerful? Our ancestor is magnificent. Our ancestor is magnificent. Below, the disciples, after recovering from their shock, appeared overwhelmingly exhilarated. In their gazes directed at Qin Yu, there was a profound sense of respect and admiration. Meanwhile, the onlooking cultivators in the distance were left astounded, their mouths agape. What they thought would be a one-sided confrontation with the combined forces of the four sects had led them to believe that the Qin Yu sect was doomed. Yet, the reality far exceeded the expectations of all present. Is this already over? After a long moment, a scattered cultivator swallowed hard and stammered. What realm has this person reached? It was merely one sword strike. Again, just one sword strike. It is said that when the heavenly sacred sect fell, he also only used a single sword. It seems that to him, every realm is merely resolved with a single stroke. At this moment, the entire Qin Yu sect resembled a battlefield of Azura, with corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. Qin Yu slowly lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes fixed on a certain point in the void. With a tranquil expression, he said, "Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves?" Concealed within the rift of space, an elderly hunchback clad in a white robe suddenly changed countenance. Could it be that we have been discovered? Impossible. This treasured artifact of mine may lack other functions, but in this Shumi continent, no one can unveil our presence. Not even the one from the floating island. In my humble opinion, this youth must be attempting to deceive us. Beside the hunchback elder, another gaunt elder spoke coldly. The remaining two elders remained silent, exchanging glances that revealed a hint of unease. Soon, the hunchback and the emaciated elders ceased their conversation, and the four men exchanged wary looks. They faced a dilemma. Should they venture forth or remain concealed? The moment Qin Yu made his move, not only did Xianxia and the others fail to see how he acted, but even the four elders themselves were unable to discern his technique. It felt as if thousands had perished simultaneously. In that instant, they understood clearly. This individual was insurmountable. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. Qin Yu's voice echoed once more through the void. Upon hearing his declaration, Chu Feng and the many elders immediately scattered their senses, searching inch by inch within the space. Moments later, their brows furrowed in concern as they uncovered nothing. This only served to underscore the formidable cultivation of the hidden adversaries, far surpassing their own. These concealed foes were the true harbingers of terror, akin to venomous serpents poised to strike lethally at any given moment. As for the disciples of the Qin Yu sect below, witnessing their ancestral figure's invincible presence, it was unclear who initiated the chant, but it soon resonated throughout. 3. Following this, all disciples echoed in unison, 2, 1. Just as the final word fell, a resounding note erupted from the sword in Qin Yu's hand, and his consciousness firmly locked onto the space occupied by the four elders. How could this be possible? How could he discover us? There was no point in further discussion. Let us make a desperate stand. Perhaps among us, some may yet survive. At this juncture, the only option was to unite and fight with all their might. Let us go. He may not be as fearsome as we imagine. If we can slay him, all the better. If not, we shall flee. In an instant, the four elders, the highest-ranking figures of their respective sects and the mightiest within the sects themselves, made their choice. It was their presence that allowed the four major sects to stand atop the southern region. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. At the moment the sword rang out, a faint ripple traversed the void, and then, four aged figures materialized before the assembly. Upon their emergence, an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings of the Qin Yu sect. All disciples trembled, their knees buckling, instinctively compelled to kneel. Chu Feng and the others felt the veins on their foreheads throb, gritting their teeth as they channeled their entire cultivation to resist the terrifying pressure. This sensation exceeded the realm of tribulation. Could it be a scattered immortal? The elders were filled with dread. At that moment, Qin Yu raised his hand, and the oppressive aura enveloping Qin Yu's sect dissipated entirely. Everyone felt an immediate sense of relief as the suffocating pressure vanished without a trace. Thud, thud, in the distance. The onlooking cultivators were not as fortunate. One by one, they succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground. Bang! Those with weaker cultivation even exploded, their cries stifled before they could escape. One had to admit, you are indeed formidable. However, to slay the four of us is no simple task. It is said that you are a figure from 10,000 years ago, yet it appears you have sealed yourself away through secret methods. Such a tactic, though clever, has its drawbacks. Your cultivation will not increase. Instances like yours have occurred before and continue to exist even now, but the frail old man paused, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Even those ancient ones who emerge can still be slain. We have cultivated for nearly 30,000 years, and from what I understand, the strongest individual in the Southern Domain's history has only reached the 4th stage of scattered immortality. Thus, I conclude that your power does not exceed the 4th stage of scattered immortality. The 4 of us together will not necessarily be defeated. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked elder and the others brightened. Indeed, records of supreme beings exist within the sect. How could they have forgotten this? If Qin Yu were truly a figure from 100,000 years ago, his cultivation would certainly not surpass the 4th stage of scattered immortality. Otherwise, he would have been documented. With the 4 of them joining forces, the outcome was uncertain. With that thought, the last traces of fear within the 3 dissipated, their figures gradually straightening as their auras began to surge wildly. Chapter 16. I await you. Boom! In that moment, the aura emanating from the 4 was overwhelming, causing a thunderous sound as the clouds above were violently dispersed. Following this, continuous cracking sounds erupted. The ground beneath them rapidly fissured, mountains crumbled, and dust billowed into the air. Numerous onlookers, besieged by tremendous pressure, desperately fled. This scene resembled an apocalyptic tableau. The power of scattered immortals was indeed terrifying. In the sky, Qin Yu remained unperturbed, maintaining a calm demeanor. He glanced indifferently at the 4 before slowly raising the sword in his hand. Rise! The hunchbacked elder shouted furiously, slapping his storage bag and launching the first attack. In an instant, 99 black flags appeared before him. He then began to form seals with his hands, murmuring incantations. As the final movement concluded, his eyes widened in astonishment. The subtle dragon array was ensnared. The 99 black flags billowed in the wind. Then, as if teleporting, surrounded Qin Yu completely. Tendrils of eerie gray mist rose from each flag. And with the flags as the focal point, a colossal killing formation, thousands of feet in size, materialized before the onlookers. Within the formation, countless streams of gray mist surged and coalesced, soon manifesting into dozens of malevolent dragons, roaring as they surged towards Qin Yu. Simultaneously, on the other side, the emaciated elder revealed a palm-sized gourd, which had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. The moment the gourd emerged, he struck its mouth with a palm, and upon the cork's release, a rich aroma of liquor suddenly permeated the surroundings. This fragrance was extraordinarily potent, not merely a common wine scent, but imbued with a fierce toxicity capable of claiming the life of anyone below the 2nd tier scattered immortal upon inhalation. As the intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, space began to visibly disintegrate, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. The other 2 elders, with grave expressions, unleashed their most formidable powers. A towering Dharma form rose between heaven and earth, a gigantic hand reaching down from the clouds, aiming to grasp Qin Yu below. A colossal axe, 1,000 feet in size, loomed in the void, unleashing terrifying energy as it swung down towards him. Is this all? Within the formation, Qin Yu's calm voice resonated. Buzz! As his words faded, a sword's cry pierced the heavens. Boom! Before the sound of the sword could dissipate, a dull thud echoed in all directions. Puffed, puffed, puffed. At that moment, the hunchbacked elder spat 3 mouthfuls of essence blood, retreating in panic, his face betraying fear. The subtle dragon array had shattered entirely with the sword's cry, and the 99 black flags disintegrated into nothingness. A thread of unremarkable sword light flashed through the collapsing array, meeting the encroaching aroma of liquor. Whoosh! The sword light sliced through the void, as if cleaving the sky open. In that instant, the overwhelming fragrance of liquor rapidly dissipated, as though it had never existed. Just then, the gigantic hand descended. At this moment, the sword light and the hand appeared feeble and insignificant, akin to a firefly against the vastness of darkness. However, upon their contact, the darkness swiftly melted away, revealing the once dim sword light as the dawn following the night. Bang! From the palm, numerous fissures erupted, spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the enormous Dharma form, too vast to see its back, was riddled with countless massive cracks. After a resounding explosion echoed, it gradually vanished from sight. Boom! Just as the Dharma form dissipated, another dull thud resonated. In the midst of the air, the colossal axe abruptly paused, only to disintegrate without warning into a cloud of powder. Though this entire process appeared to unfold slowly, it occurred in the blink of an eye. What? The pupils of the four men contracted sharply, their astonishment palpable. A single sword had shattered their four most formidable divine abilities. This level of power surpassed their expectations. Perhaps this individual had transcended the realm of fourth-tier loose immortals. Flee! Acting decisively, the four retreated explosively, scattering in different directions. In the distance, the onlooking cultivators gaped, astonished by the scene before them. Just moments ago, the four had exuded an air of superiority, but now they were akin to frightened dogs, retreating in disarray. Under the might of a single sword, the four strongest figures of the southern domain had turned tail and fled, a sight that left all witnesses aghast. Thinking of escape? Too late. Observing the swiftly closing spatial rifts, Qin Yu remarked coldly. Suddenly, the earlier beam of sword light split into four in the void, vanishing into the fissures almost instantaneously. At that moment, the rifts were on the verge of sealing. After entering the rifts, the four felt a sense of relief as they saw the gaps begin to close. Now, spread across various directions, even if his cultivation surpassed that of a fourth-tier loose immortal, he would likely be unable to slay all four of us. The hunchbacked elder's expression darkened like water, suppressing a surge of fury. The humiliation of fleeing in plain sight was a profound disgrace. Meanwhile, the emaciated elder swiftly traversed the spatial rifts without looking back. It had been years since he had felt such humiliation. He vowed to avenge the destruction of his sect. Scattered in flight, each of the four harbored a singular thought. No matter how powerful Qin Yu was, should he pursue them, he could at most eliminate one, while the other three would surely escape unscathed. They were all gambling, hoping they would not be the unfortunate one out of four. Just as these thoughts began to form, a suffocating sensation crept up from behind. Why must it be me? As the four contemplated, a flash of sword light streaked past them from behind. In the distant void, a rift suddenly split open, and four headless corpses began to descend slowly. At this moment, both the disciples of the Qin Yu sect and the cultivators observing from afar stood spellbound, gazing at the white figure in the void. It seemed that with each strike from Qin Yu, their understanding was continuously challenged, as if there were no limits. These individuals must represent the foundations of the four major sections. With their absence, the four sects are effectively finished. The southern domain has undergone a transformation. Now, only the sword sect remains in the southern domain. The sword sect? 5 out of the 6 major sects have perished at the hands of the Qin Yu sect. Do you still believe the sword sect is the pinnacle of the southern domain? After today, the Qin Yu sect shall ascend as the foremost sect of the southern domain. The gathered cultivators fell silent. On this day, the sword sect unexpectedly dispatched a multitude of disciples to the 4 major sections. In the wake of the annihilation of the 4 great sects, which were rendered powerless almost overnight in the southern region, a profound proclamation resonated through the sword sect. From this day forth, the sword sect vows to share both fortune and misfortune with the Qin Yu sect. This declaration, laden with significance, sent shockwaves throughout the southern region, as it was evident to the discerning that the sword sect was extending an olive branch to the Qin Yu sect. To the north of the southern region lies the boundless Demon Sea. At this moment, a colossal island, towering into the clouds, was swiftly advancing towards the southern region. Viewed from an exalted height, this was no mere island, but rather a gigantic sea creature. Atop the creature's enormous head stood a middle-aged man clad in black. His gaze was fixed ahead, seemingly traversing great distances, locking onto a white figure. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "I have arrived, atop Qingfo Mountain." Qin Yu cast a fleeting glance in the direction of the middle-aged man. "I await you." Chapter 17. Indeed, it is unnecessary. The middle-aged man, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled gently as his toes lightly touched the ground. The colossal beast beneath him trembled violently, its speed suddenly increasing. The resultant upheaval stirred tremendous waves, causing the ocean's surface to convulse. The marine creatures that once inhabited these waters fled in all directions, those unable to escape instantaneously blossoming into crimson sprays. In the wake of the enormous beast, a long, blood-red trail seemed to stretch for countless miles. Uncle Zhao, a young man, burdened with a massive sword, appeared behind the middle-aged man. The latter, still gazing forward, spoke in a calm tone. What is it? The youth, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, looked up at the man and replied, It is said that this person is formidable. Qin Yu dares to challenge him to a duel. Turning his head, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow at the youth. I promised your father that I would ensure your safety on this journey. The middle-aged man, known as Zhao Lei, was an intersect elder of the Suspended Island, while the youth, named Zhang Jingyun, hailed from a sect called the Battle Pavilion on the Tsaming continent. Upon hearing of Qin Yu, his curiosity was piqued, and after much persuasion, he had accompanied Zhao Lei. He yearned to witness the caliber of the individual bold enough to contend with the Suspended Island. Uncle Zhao, do not worry. Jingyun possesses his own means of self-preservation. Besides, you are here, are you not? Furthermore, it is highly probable that he has sealed his true power with some secret technique, and he may not be as formidable as rumored. As he spoke, the youth extended his hand, revealing a pure white jade pendant in his palm, simultaneously showering Zhao Lei with compliments. This is Zhao Lei's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing the object in Zhang Jingyun's hand. Indeed, this is the jade pendant bestowed upon me by the ancestor before our journey to the Shumi continent. It can withstand all attacks below the 5th rank of loose immortal. As Zhang Jingyun regarded the pendant, pride illuminated his countenance. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lei finally nodded in agreement, acknowledging very well. He understood that the formidable Zhang Jingyun possessed a certain level of arrogance, having attained the first tier of immortality at such a tender age. However, it was his unwavering self-confidence that primarily fueled this disposition. As a 4th-tier immortal himself, his presence in the southern region felt somewhat excessive. In his estimation, while Qin Yu had managed to slay Zhao Longfei in the early stages of his tribulation, it was inconceivable that he could surpass Zhao Lei. He firmly believed that within this desolate land, no one could withstand a single strike from him and emerge unscathed. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and exclaimed, My goodness, is that a moving mountain in the sea? At the edge of the transformation sea, all eyes turned toward the swiftly approaching sea beast. These cultivators were gathered, awaiting the arrival of ships to embark towards the central continent. Yet instead of vessels, they were greeted by this bizarre spectacle. An elderly cultivator swayed slightly and stepped into the void, gazing far into the distance. He faintly discerned that beneath the rapidly moving giant mountain, for robust legs were stirring beneath the surface of the sea. The old cultivator's lips quivered as he muttered this. Elder, have you discovered something? At that moment, more cultivators joined him in the void, but their lower cultivation levels prevented them from perceiving what was unfolding. The old cultivator spoke gravely. That is one of the 4 sacred beasts of the floating island, the Xuanwu. What? It is indeed a spirit beast from the floating island. The crowd initially gasped in astonishment, but soon comprehension dawned upon them. The arrival from a floating island was undoubtedly to seek retribution from the Qin Yu sect. The deployment of one of the 4 sacred beasts, the Xuanwu, indicated that the identity of the visitors was anything but ordinary. The Qin Yu sect was doomed. This thought echoed in the minds of all present. As the Xuanwu drew closer to the southern region, the spectators could more vividly perceive its immense size, casting a colossal shadow that obscured the sun. The surface of the transformation sea stirred violently, with gusts of wind carrying torrents of seawater skyward. At that moment, a white figure appeared silently before the assemblage of cultivators. He stood facing the transformation sea, hands clasped behind his back, exuding no discernible aura. Simply standing in the void, he seemed to become the very focal point of the universe. Upon recognizing the newcomer, several individuals immediately bowed respectfully, proclaiming, We pay our respects, esteemed elder. Qin Yu turned, offering a slight smile to the crowd, and spoke, This place is not suitable for prolonged stays. It would be wise to distance yourselves. Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in gratitude and swiftly retreated, moving 100 miles away from the shore before halting their flight. It appeared that he was not as unapproachable as the rumor suggested. Have you not realized that the Qin Yu sect does not rely on brute force to intimidate others? Rather, it is those sects that provoke first, only to be met with thunderous retribution. Upon reflection, you are indeed correct. Those sects, while appearing virtuous on the surface, secretly collude with foreign realms. In my opinion, their annihilation would be well-deserved. If my southern domain were to be fortified by such formidable warriors, it would no longer be a fragmented entity, nor would it fear the predatory gazes from other domains. However, the looming threat of the floating island is palpable. and it seems to have provoked considerable ire. The Qin Yu sect, I fear, is in peril. At this moment, all eyes turned toward the colossal entity approaching the shore. With a thunderous roar, the immense Xuanwu halted its advance when it was still several tens of thousands of feet from the southern domain. It slowly raised its head, pausing only when its gaze was level with Qin Yu's. The enormous pupils glinted with a chilling ferocity, fixated on Qin Yu, who appeared as insignificant as an ant in its presence. Above its massive head stood two figures, a middle-aged man clad in black and a young man bearing a gigantic sword. They were none other than Zhao Lei and Zhang Jingyan. "You must be Qin Yu?" Zhao Lei inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Though his narrowed eyes betrayed a hint of puzzlement, he could not discern the true extent of Qin Yu's cultivation. While he appeared to be at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, Zhao Lei was not convinced. Upon further reflection, he deduced that Qin Yu must possess some concealed treasures that masked his actual prowess. At that moment, Zhang Jingyan, standing beside Zhao Lei, let out an eerie chuckle. With a look of provocation, he addressed Qin Yu. "So you are the disciple of the trader from the floating island? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Jingyan from the Zhan Pavilion of the Tsangming continent. Come, reveal your true strength, and engage me in battle." Qin Yu turned his gaze toward the youth, responding indifferently. "Zhan Pavilion? What is that?" "Humph." Zhang Jingyan's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them as he coldly retorted, "To blaspheme the Zhan Pavilion, you shall pay dearly." With that, he stepped into the void, declaring, "Let us see if your strength matches your arrogance." Without any further ado, his enormous sword materialized in his hand. The aura of a first-tier loose immortal erupted violently as he slowly raised the colossal blade. Zhao Lei observed Qin Yu with a furrowed brow, inexplicably feeling a wave of unease wash over him. Zhang Jingyan must not falter. Not only is he destined to be the future son-in-law of the floating island, but the Zhan Pavilion holds a status on the Tsangming continent comparable to that of the floating island on the Shumi continent, both possessing similar overall strength. Should anything untoward occur, it would be difficult to justify to the Zhan Pavilion. Yet, reassured by the protective amulet in Zhang Jingyan's possession and his own presence, he suppressed the rising anxiety within and refrained from voicing his concerns. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound reverberated across the sky, and in the next instant, a terrifying beam of sword light, infused with dreadful energy, sliced through the void. Zhang Jingyan chuckled mockingly. I had hoped to witness your true strength, but now, it is no longer necessary." Indeed, it was not necessary. Qin Yu cast a casual glance at Zhang Jingyan. Soon after, a beam of sword light flickered to life in his hand. Chapter 18. Unrestrained Words, Death. Bang! Crack! At the moment the sword radiance made contact, a shattering sound echoed in all directions. Then, the onlookers witnessed the sword light wielded by Zhang Jingyan vanish in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing within a breath's time. Zhao Lei, who had been observing, immediately paled and shouted a warning. "Be careful." At that instant, a faint glimmer of sword light flashed through the void, hurtling towards Zhang Jingyan. What? Zhang Jingyan was taken aback. Not only had his strike been thwarted, but despite wielding swords of their own, he had failed to counter his opponent's attack. His expression darkened, and a fierce killing intent surged in his eyes. He had underestimated his adversary. With that, he raised the colossal sword above his head and coldly commanded, "Release." Bang! 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 The 9 black runes inscribed upon the giant sword erupted with a thunderous roar, their sounds merging into a singular cacophony. A cataclysmic aura emanated from within the sword, instantly enveloping the surroundings. At this moment, Zhang Jingyan shut his eyes tightly, his long hair moving as if caught in a tempest. Resembling a war god descended from the heavens. Just as the sword light approached within 1,000 yards, he suddenly opened his eyes, a cold, indifferent smile gracing his features. This sensation truly felt exhilarating. Zhang Jingyan inhaled deeply, his gaze greedy, and declared, "To compel me to unleash my full strength. You are indeed formidable. Yet, your fate remains unchanged, Death." With a composed expression, he gently thrust the colossal sword forward. Instantly, a streak of sword light, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, vanished into the void. Zhang Jingyan appeared utterly confident in this strike, slowly sheathing the giant sword upon his back, defiantly standing his ground. However, the smile on his face quickly faded, replaced by disbelief. In less than a breath's time, the sword light shattered once more. At this moment, Qin Yu's strike had already arrived. Stop. Otherwise, your Qin sect will be annihilated. Zhao Lei bellowed, his figure blurring as he rushed toward Zhang Jingyun, intent on intervening. Sensing the impending death, Zhang Jingyun reacted swiftly, without a moment to ponder. He swiftly reached for his storage pouch, producing a jade pendant that appeared in his hand. Break! As the words left his lips, the jade pendant cracked with a sharp sound, swiftly fracturing. A pale white halo enveloped Zhang Jingyun in an instant, forming a protective barrier. Almost as the halo emerged, the sword light was already upon them. Crack! A shattering sound resonated. Zhang Jingyun's eyes widened, filled with profound despair. His vitality was swiftly waning, and the world before him began to blur. Beast, how dare you? Zhao Lei, arriving just a moment too late, was consumed by fury, a hint of fear flickering across his face. Certainly, he did not fear Qin Yu. Rather, he dreaded the explanations he would have to provide to the War Pavilion. Zhang Jingyun had accompanied him to the southern region, and now, under his very eyes, had been slain. How could he possibly report this to the sect leader? How could he justify it to the War Pavilion? As he watched Zhang Jingyun's lifeless body descend slowly from the void, Zhao Lei's face contorted in anguish. Regret washed over him. He lamented not having intervened to stop Zhang Jingyun, for had he done so, they would not have met such a dire fate. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to return with Qin Yu's head. Perhaps that could yield some unexpected turn of events. Otherwise, even he would not escape unscathed. With this thought, Zhao Lei suddenly lifted his gaze towards Qin Yu. You, like your master, deserve to die. Upon uttering these words, the power of a fourth-tier loose immortal erupted from within him, unleashing a terrifying pressure that caused the sea below to recede dramatically. In the demon transformation sea, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calmly fixed on Zhao Lei, devoid of joy or sorrow. It seemed as though Zhang Jingyun was merely an ant he had casually crushed, indifferent to Zhao Lei's fury. This only fueled Zhao Lei's rage. Akin to striking a cotton wall, his anger intensified. Unable to endure Qin Yu's nonchalant demeanor any longer, Zhao Lei unleashed a punch, holding nothing back. As his fist struck, the void trembled violently, causing vast expanses of space to collapse. The sea below, under the influence of this force, transformed into a tempest, sweeping outward in all directions. A colossal imprint of his fist rapidly formed, bearing down on Qin Yu with overwhelming might. Unrestrained, perish! Zhao Lei heard the cold, unfeeling voice of Qin Yu in his ears. Subsequently, a faint glimmer of sword light flickered before Zhao Lei's eyes. With a swift motion, Zhao Lei's body was cleaved in two. Yet, the sword light did not linger. In an instant, it vanished into the void. Qin Yu's cultivation was likely beyond that of a fifth-tier loose immortal. In the distance, a man clad in black traversed the demon transformation sea with astonishing speed, nearly covering 100 miles in a single stride. What? Even a doppelganger with the strength of my true form at the 9th level could not withstand a single strike from him? Thankfully, I still possess a contingency plan, otherwise, I too would now be a corpse. Suddenly, he halted, but in the next moment, he surged forward with even greater swiftness than before. The image of his doppelganger's demise was vividly etched in his mind, as if he had experienced it firsthand. It was a sensation of impending death, and more terrifying still. Even with his current true form, he felt no inclination to resist. In truth, the moment the light barrier formed by Zhang Jingyun's jade pendant shattered, he sensed that something was amiss. He immediately employed a concealment technique, leaving his doppelganger behind while his true self stealthily retreated. He even disregarded the Xuanwu, for above all, his life was paramount. As Zhao Lei believed he had distanced himself from the southern domain, a sigh of relief escaped him, prompting an instinctive glance back towards the south. However, what met his gaze was a faint glimmer of sword light, rapidly enlarging within his pupils. What is this? In an instant, before he could fully comprehend, his head was severed, leaving only a look of bewilderment in his eyes. In a heartbeat, a spray of blood blossomed above the sea of demonic transformation. Yunia! On the floating island, within a lofty pavilion atop a mountain peak, an elder clad in purple, who had been engaging in cheerful conversation just moments before, abruptly rose to his feet. The teacup in his hand disintegrated into dust, and his once ethereal countenance twisted in rage, provoking a chilling dread. Zhao Lei is dead. The elder with white brows seated across from him furrowed his brow, extracting a shattered jade slip, his expression darkening. The southern domain. Both were aware of the whereabouts of Zhao Lei and his companion, exchanging glances before simultaneously exclaiming, "How can this be? Has his cultivation truly reached such terrifying heights?" After the initial shock, the white-browed elder regained his composure, stroking his beard thoughtfully, and spoke in a deep tone, "Brother Zhao, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter." The ominous voice of the purple-clad elder reverberated within the pavilion, yet a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. The robed elder cursed inwardly, "Old fox, do you truly think me blind to your intentions?" However, he still spoke apologetically, "Brother Jean, quell your anger. There must be some underlying reason for this. I will send someone to retrieve the head of this individual immediately." "Very well. I hope your sect can resolve this matter swiftly, lest we damage the harmony between our two sects." The purple-clad elder acquiesced, his twisted expression softening considerably. Yet within, he was filled with derisive laughter. "Jean Tian, this is hardly my fault. Your grandson is far too arrogant, ignoring my counsel. Consequently, my own grandson shall emerge as the foremost of the younger generation of the Jean Pavilion. Though his talents may not match Zhang Jingyun's, he is certainly not far behind. As for the next sect leader, will there be another contender?" Chapter 19, Profound Comprehension. "You wish for my assistance?" In the sea of demonic transformation, Qin Yu gazed upon the colossal creature before him, speaking in a calm tone. The Xuanwu, far larger than a mountain, had lost its previous ferocity, replaced instead by a hint of surprise. It slowly lowered its head, causing violent turbulence in the waters beneath it. If he was not mistaken, the individual was the seventh elder of the floating island. This elder wielded merely a single sword, the unmatched might of one sword. Following this, the floating island would likely unleash a frenzied retaliation. Can any individual truly surpass a sect that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years? In the case of another, I might doubt it, but I certainly trust this elder. In recent times, a multitude of cultivators had heard numerous rumors regarding Qin Yu, and now they bore witness to the extraordinary events firsthand. The initial shock had faded. Indeed, everything that transpired around Qin Yu seemed entirely ordinary. True to its nature as a spirit beast, it displayed unwavering courage even when aware of its impending defeat. One cultivator observed the incessant trembling of the enormous Xuanwu amidst the surging waves, and interpreted it as an embodiment of indomitable spirit. However, the subsequent scene left everyone astounded. The colossal Xuanwu transformed in the blink of an eye into a striking young man clad in dark attire. The youth stepped into the void and saluted Qin Yu with clasped fists, declaring his willingness to serve and vowing to follow the Qin Yun sect to the death, while earnestly requesting assistance to escape from the floating island. Qin Yu regarded the youth, who was once Xuanwu, with a peculiar gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded gently and replied affirmatively. As he was about to depart from the southern region, having a fourth-tier loose immortal like Xuanwu within the Qin Yun sect would undoubtedly alleviate numerous inconveniences. Upon receiving Qin Yu's consent, Xuanwu's face lit up with joy, and he promptly spoke, "There exists a seal within me that is exceedingly difficult to break, requiring the special conditions of the floating island." Before he could finish, a strand of sword intent surged into the youth's body. Under the influence of this divine sense, Xuanwu was astonished to discover that the seal within him was gradually disintegrating. In a matter of moments, it was entirely obliterated. "State your intentions." Qin Yu's voice resonated in Xuanwu's ears while he was still in shock. "Well," Xuanwu stammered, fidgeting with his hands, appearing reluctant to speak. Yet for the sake of this, in Qin Yu's palm, an ornate turtle shell materialized, roughly the size of a hand. The moment the shell appeared, Xuanwu became entranced, his eyes gleaming as he fixated upon it, nearly drooling. A gulp echoed from his throat. What a pure essence of bloodline at that moment. Xuanwu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. From the shell, he sensed a connection to a bloodline, and the purity of it was beyond his wildest dreams, seemingly existing only in the legends of ancient times. Faced with the shell, he felt as though he stood before an ocean, while he himself was merely a speck of dust. Qin Yu spoke softly, "Guard my Qin Yun sect for a century, and after that, this shall be yours." "Very well, a century it is." Without hesitation, Xuanwu readily agreed. For him, a century was but a fleeting moment, akin to a brief slumber. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xian Wu, but you may call me Xiao Wu." He added, by the way, "To be able to summon such a divine artifact so casually, you must be a reincarnation of some great being. Am I right?" Impressive, truly impressive. An invincible realm of cultivation. With such might, do you not feel lonely? Xian Wu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he gave Qin Yu a thumbs up, nodding and bowing in deference. Rest assured, I shall uphold my promises. Qin Yu discerned Xian Wu's underlying concern, a fear that after a century, Qin Yu might renege on his word. Hee, that is not what I meant, Xuan Wu said with a hint of embarrassment, chuckling softly. He then added earnestly, Really? I believe you. The cultivators, observing from a distance, exchanged glances, rendered speechless. This self-proclaimed Xuan Wu seemed rather shameless. Could this truly be the fearsome spirit beast? Or perhaps it was nothing more than an impostor. Take me to the floating island, Qin Yu commanded. Absolutely, Xuan Wu replied, immediately transforming into his true form and landing with a resounding thud upon the sea's surface. Boss, please sit atop little Wu's head. The breeze here is refreshing. Xuan Wu raised his mountain-like head, slowly leaning towards Qin Yu, grinning with an obsequious smile. However, in his true form, that eerie grin appeared decidedly unsettling. How utterly shameless, muttered the onlookers, unable to suppress their disdain. This scene was utterly mind-boggling. Even the awakened demon beasts within the demon sea blushed at the sight. Qin Yu chuckled and shook his head, stepping atop Xuan Wu's head. Floating island, here I come. Xuan Wu roared, causing the clouds above to disperse instantly. With a flick of his tail, his island-like body surged forward in the direction they had come from. Isn't this change happening a bit too rapidly? Someone whispered, watching Xuan Wu disappear into the distance. TSK, you are unaware. The 4 great spirit beasts of the floating island are actually controlled by it through special means. Otherwise, as ancient divine beasts, would they submit to human sex? Even with their bloodlines considerably thinned, without the seals of the floating island, their cultivation would have surely ascended to the immortal realm long ago. Another person spoke mysteriously. Do not speak so carelessly. Should the people of the floating island hear you speak ill of them, you may not know how you met your end, warned another. TSK. The first scoffed but chose to remain silent thereafter. In a distant, unknown expanse, the sky was a dark yellow hue, and fierce winds ravaged the area. Yet the inhabitants here seemed oblivious, allowing the gales to buffet them without flinching. The winds, which could tear apart even great powers, did not so much as ruffle their garments. Above, an endless continent floated, adorned with magnificent structures. At its heart stood a towering black spire, dark as night, divided into 99 levels. At this moment, a figure clad in black robes lay quietly before the stone door of the 20th level. Speak. A voice void of emotion echoed from within the door. Elder Chio, we have received word that the breeding ground in the Dao realm has been destroyed. The figure clad in black quivered slightly, lowering himself further as if engulfed by a profound fear of the voice's owner. What the ants inside? The voice grew increasingly frigid. They're all dead, the man in black stammered, unable to lift his gaze. Do you know who is responsible? Currently I do not know, but it is certain that this individual is a swordsman. Worthless. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the black-clad man felt as if struck by a heavy blow. A sweet taste filled his throat as if blood was about to erupt, yet he forcefully suppressed it. A trickle of crimson slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Elder Chio, please quell your anger. My subordinate acknowledges his mistakes and has dispatched someone to investigate this matter. I believe news will arrive shortly. If you find him, simply kill him. If not, there was a pause before the voice continued. You know the consequences. At these words, the man in black could not help but shiver, immediately responding with utmost respect. Yes, my subordinate will surely bring his head before you. Begone. The voice was devoid of warmth, and silence enveloped the area thereafter. I take my leave. The black-clad man bowed deeply and retreated 10 paces before turning to vanish within the dark tower. Chapter 20. You cannot kill me. Half a month later, in the Demon Sea region, a massive entity resembling an island sped through the waters, emitting a thunderous roar. The sea beast sensed the aura of Xuan Wu from afar, scattering in a frantic bid to escape. Boss, I have a few friends. Should we encounter them, would you be inclined to lend a hand? Xuan Wu's mouth opened slightly, a resounding voice reverberating across the sea. They, like me, are bound by seals within them. Fear not. With my presence, they will surely pledge their loyalty to you. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, replying succinctly, let us see where their loyalties lie. Hearing this, Xuan Wu smiled. That settles it then. Our bond is strong. And they typically reside on the floating island, rarely venturing out. They are not vicious beings. Qin Yu nodded slightly, inquiring, "How much longer until we arrive?" After a moment's contemplation, Xuanwu replied, "Approximately 3 more days." 3 days? Qin Yu frowned, glancing down at Xuanwu. "How then were you able to traverse to the southern region so swiftly?" "This time, I was already out with Zhao, Lei, and Zhang Jingyan, not far from the southern region. Upon receiving word, we altered our course directly to the southern region." Qin Yu nodded in understanding and fell silent, his gaze drifting toward a certain void ahead. Meanwhile, Xuanwu seemed to sense something amiss, halting his advance, his enormous eye narrowing as he peered into the distance. At that moment, a ripple emanated from the void before them. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared silently, through which a tall figure emerged with deliberate steps. "It's him." Upon recognizing the visitor, Xuanwu's eyes gleamed, and without further ado, he transformed into a youthful visage, his right hand suddenly pointing forward. Instantly, a lightning-fast azure palm imprint materialized. Bang, bang, bang. The palm print, akin to a roaring thunder, hurtled swiftly toward the figure before it. At that moment, the figure had just steadied himself, suspended above the ocean. He was a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, his gaze calm as he regarded Xuanwu. He spoke, "Xuanwu, how dare you betray the floating island? You are unworthy of life. Were it not for your bloodline from the Xuanwu clan, you would have been slain long ago. How could you have survived to this day?" As he spoke, he waved his right hand gently, and the palm print crumbled silently as it approached within 1,000 yards of him. "Ha! What a farce! There is not a single virtuous soul on the floating island." Xuanwu retorted with a cold snort. "You have acknowledged my bloodline, which is why I still live. How can you accuse me of betrayal? Do you dare to challenge me in a fair duel?" The Taoist robed man smirked disdainfully, replying, "With your underdeveloped abilities, do you truly think you can stand against me? What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Xuanwu's temper flared. His once handsome visage twisted into a mask of frost. "If it weren't for that damn seal, I would have been in the celestial realm long ago, able to obliterate your floating island with a single swipe. Alas, how pitiful. The truth is in my eyes. You are nothing, no different from a beast." The Taoist-robed man's lips curled into a smirk, an expression that was half smile, half sneer. Just as Xuanwu could no longer contain his fury and prepared to charge at the Taoist-robed man, a hand gently rested upon his shoulder. "State your intentions." Qin Yu's expression was serene as he regarded the man in black robes, speaking with a measured tone. "Quite simple," the black-robed man replied. "You have not only slain the 7th elder of the floating island, but also the esteemed battle pavilion's Zhang Jingyan at your hands. I have come here for 2 purposes. First, to kill you and return with your head as proof. Second, to cleanse our ranks." The last remark was directed at the grim-faced Xuanwu. "You cannot kill me, nor can you cleanse your ranks," Qin Yu stated with a slight shake of his head. Speaking plainly, the black-robed man's eyes narrowed, and he chuckled. "Is that so?" Before he could finish, he propelled himself forward. Instantly, ripples of distortion emanated from him, creating a formation that enveloped both Qin Yu and Xuanwu. Simultaneously, a forbidden banner appeared in his grasp, and with a flick of his wrist, an overwhelming surge of forbidden energy roared forth from the banner. The roar echoed across the sea for hundreds of thousands of miles. Any sea creatures that heard it exploded, transforming into wisps of black mist that rapidly absorbed into the forbidden banner. In the blink of an eye, that forbidden energy coalesced into dozens of demonic dragons, their fierce howls locking onto Qin Yu and Xuanwu as they charged forward. "Boss, this is his renowned treasure, possessing unparalleled might. Be cautious." Xuanwu's expression changed. He had not anticipated that the black-robed man would unleash his most formidable spell immediately, and instinctively warned Qin Yu. However, he soon regained his composure and quietly muttered, I almost forgot that sort of scum could easily be dispatched by the leader with a single sword strike." With this thought, Xuanwu quickly calmed himself, crossing his arms over his chest, revealing an expression akin to that of a spectator at a performance. Occasionally, he cast a glance towards the man in the black robe, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry reverberated through the air. Instantly, a streak of sword light sliced through the void with remarkable speed. Bang! The array enveloping Qin Yu and Xuanwu shattered in an instant. In the next breath, the dozens of demonic dragons trembled in unison, yet before they could unleash their might, they were obliterated into nothingness. Upon witnessing this, the man in the black robe felt a jolt of alarm within him. His expression turned icy as he rapidly retreated. Simultaneously, he flicked the forbidden banner in his right hand, causing a shadowy figure to materialize before him. This figure lacked physical form, resembling a wraith, imparting a sense of ethereality, as if it might be swept away by the wind at any moment. His previously shut eyes flew open, and two beams of crimson light flickered before vanishing, only to reappear perilously close to the sword light. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens and earth. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering resonated in the ears of the onlookers. Qin Yu remained composed, while the man in the black robe displayed an expression of profound terror. The world believed that the demonic dragons were his most formidable prowess, unaware that the last two blinding red lights were his true trump card. However, at this moment, not only could he not counter the sword light, but he also lacked the strength to defend himself for even half a breath. The sword light drew ever closer, rapidly enlarging within the man's pupils. "You cannot kill." Before he could finish his sentence, the sword light flickered past him in an instant. Blood gushed forth as a body, severed in two, began its descent into the depths of the sea. With the suppression of Xuanwu's aura gone, numerous sea beasts, enticed by the scent of blood, hastened towards the corpse. In but a moment, the man in the black robe was devoured entirely, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. "He died well. I have long held a grudge against you since the floating island," Xuanwu remarked. His gaze fixed on the corpse until it was thoroughly consumed by the sea creatures, followed by a sinister smile. "Let us depart." Qin Yu stood serenely in the void, as if all that had transpired bore no relation to him. "Certainly, boss," Xuanwu promptly replied, plunging back into the ocean, revealing his colossal form, carrying Qin Yu swiftly away into the distance. Chapitre 21, Forbidden Technique. Yet, before Qin Yu and his companion could venture far, several figures emerged, treading the waves from afar. "Xuanwu, has it been resolved?" A voice carried over the distance. "Stop." The elder at the forefront waved his hand, and the group of five came to an abrupt halt. "What's the matter, Hailao?" The middle-aged man, who had previously inquired, looked at the elder with a perplexed expression. The companion of Xianwu was not Zhao Yang. The elder narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze intently on Qin Yu, who hovered above Xianwu's substantial head, and spoke coldly. "What?" The four individuals behind the elder gasped in astonishment, then instinctively turned to look. As they drew nearer, they finally discerned that a young man clad in white stood atop Xianwu's large head. Who is this person? Where is Master Zhao? Could it be that Master Zhao took a wrong turn and did not encounter Xianwu? Yet that cannot be right. Our current direction is clearly the path Master Zhao took. There should be no mistake. The four exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty and confusion. At that moment, the elder's expression shifted. He reached for a storage pouch at his waist, producing a jade slip that instantly appeared in his hand. Upon discerning the information within, his countenance darkened, and he murmured to himself, "Xianwu's seal has been broken, and Zhao Yang is dead." Though his words were soft, the four behind him heard them distinctly. Initially stunned, they quickly grasped the implications and looked up at the white figure, their eyes filled with horror. "People from a floating island?" Just then, Qin Yu's calm voice echoed in the ears of the five. Before they could respond, Xianwu suddenly remarked, "Indeed, boss. They are from a floating island. They share the same lineage as Zhao Yang, and they must have come here to cause trouble. Let us go." Before Xianwu could finish, the elder decisively turned and tore through space, vanishing from sight. He understood that anyone capable of killing Zhao Yang in such a brief time would undoubtedly be beyond their means. Remaining here would likely result in a fate akin to Zhao Yang's. The other four reacted swiftly as well, turning and vanishing into the void, teleporting back in the direction they had come. Since they had arrived, they would not leave empty-handed. Qin Yu, known for his decisive slaughter when confronted with trouble, felt no hesitation. With a gentle push of his thumb against the hilt of his sword, a flash of cold light, swift as lightning, darted into the void. Sensing the chilling aura emerging from behind, the elder was suddenly taken aback in fear. Unbeatable. This was the elder's immediate thought. Yet, his expression darkened, and a cruel smile crept across his lips as he murmured, "Do not blame me." As he spoke, he waved his hand backward, and, in an instant, hundreds of spatial barriers sprang into existence, completely isolating him from the space behind. Old Hai! Old Hai! You! The four behind him gazed at the suddenly sealed space in disbelief, unable to fathom that Old Hai intended to use them to buy himself enough time for escape. The elder, dismissive of the words from the four individuals, felt a profound unease intensifying within him. With a firm grit of his teeth, he flipped his right hand, revealing a thumb-sized orb of ice. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a shadowy figure contained within, identical in appearance to the elder himself. With a resounding crack, he crushed the ice orb, and the ethereal figure abruptly sprang to life, its eyes wide open, swiftly growing to the size of an ordinary person. Perhaps feeling this was insufficient, he pointed to his forehead with his left hand, and in an instant, tendrils of dark mist surged forth, following the movement of his finger. "Go!" he commanded, and the black mist howled as it swiftly merged into the shadowy figure. In the next moment, a formidable aura swept across the surroundings, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that stirred up violent winds, causing the very fabric of space to begin collapsing. The shadow gradually solidified, appearing as a true manifestation of the elder, yet its power far surpassed his own, having attained the pinnacle of a fifth-tier celestial being, tantalizingly close to the sixth tier. Once this was accomplished, the elder's complexion paled slightly, clearly indicating the considerable toll it had taken on him. He cast a cold glance at Qin Yu, his lips moving as he uttered, "One day, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Await it, for your Qin sect is not far from annihilation." With that, he tore through the fabric of space, leaving behind that shadow as he teleported away. The four watched, wide-eyed, as a cold gleam flashed before them, witnessing the slow dissipating of vitality amidst their unwillingness and rage. Almost immediately, a series of explosive sounds erupted, akin to the shattering of glass. The hundreds of spatial barriers crumbled like fragile tofu, the cacophony melding into a singular resonance. In an instant, the shadow rose slowly, suspended in the void, resembling a deity of darkness, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Grasping the air with his right hand, a black spear materialized from nothingness. He unleashed a silent roar towards Qin Yu, then thrust the spear forward with a swift motion. The spear, akin to a phantom, moved with such velocity that it obliterated the space it traversed into nothingness. The shadow flickered and transformed into a streak of black light, following closely behind the spear. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, as the blade of light approached. Upon contact, the spear shattered like a spider's web. With a thunderous crash, the spear vanished from sight. The rampant energy caused the surrounding sea water to evaporate by more than half within a 10-mile radius, and the void was riddled with countless fissures. "You are the first to compel me to wield my life-bound artifact. Today, even at the cost of my life, you shall pay the price. You may close your eyes now." The shadow, racing forward, regarded Qin Yu with a cold demeanor, articulating each word with chilling clarity. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to his forehead. Instantly, his aura began to surge wildly, filling the air with an unsettling power. Boom! The ethereal figure, originally at the pinnacle of the fifth stage of the scattered immortals, had, in this very moment, transcended to the sixth stage of cultivation. What remarkable divine ability is this? Such formidable power is astonishing. Xuanwu gazed in disbelief at the figure against the horizon. Qin Yu spoke slowly, saying, "This surpasses the realm of divine abilities. It resembles a forbidden technique. As the name implies, a forbidden technique is one that is taboo. It is not something an ordinary cultivator can master or practice. Only those with extraordinary talent can grasp even a fragment of it. And to fully comprehend it is a feat achieved by but a rare few. The elder's capability to do so is indeed extraordinary." Tribulation, come. The figure raised its gaze to the heavens and uttered these two words. Thunder rolled ominously, as if in response. A cacophony of thunder resonated from the depths of the sky. Dark clouds of calamity began to gather at an alarming speed above the onlookers. "Oh no, a heavenly tribulation? I understand now. This old wretch intends to use his tribulation to annihilate the two of us." Xuanwu's eyelids twitched as he beheld the inky sky. Above, an aura of devastation was brewing. Chapter 22. Are you certain? The sound of thunder resonated through the cosmos. In an instant, the calamity clouds shrouded an area of 100 miles. A palpable sense of dread permeated the air, enveloping the entire realm. "This is disastrous." At that moment, the playful grin on Xuanwu's face vanished. He turned to Qin Yu with a grave expression and said, "Boss, can we withstand this? Should we make our escape?" As if in response to Xuanwu's words, the calamity clouds above suddenly locked onto the three of them, identifying them as participants in the tribulation. "Ah!" Xuanwu recoiled, murmuring under his breath, "They've got sharp eyes, damn it." He realized that escape was futile. Any living being within the range of the tribulation would be recognized as a participant. Moreover, the attack would be indiscriminate. no matter how one might attempt to evade. The tribulation would relentlessly pursue, showing no mercy simply because one was not the instigator. In the end, two outcomes awaited them, either to be struck down by the thunder, resulting in death and annihilation, or to endure the tribulation until its conclusion, which would yield immense benefits, advancing their cultivation and strengthening their physical bodies. However, Xianxia did not believe he could withstand the tribulation of a sixth-stage scattered immortal, even though he prided himself on his resilience. He was well aware that surpassing 2 stages of tribulation was beyond his current capabilities. Did you think you could flee? You shall be reduced to ashes beneath this heavenly tribulation. The ethereal figure sneered, particularly relishing the expression on Xianxu's face. Boom! At that moment, a colossal roar erupted from above. Following that, 3 enormous crimson bolts of lightning surged forth from the calamity clouds, hurtling towards the 3 of them with breathtaking speed. The crimson lightning appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu gazed expressionlessly at the approaching lightning, then lifted his head to observe the calamity clouds above. Speaking softly, "Are you certain?" As his words hung in the air, the crimson lightning that had been hurtling toward Qin Yu and Xianxia suddenly halted mid-flight. Above, the ominous calamity clouds trembled with a terrifying aura. In that moment, a thought reverberated through the void. Something went awry. Subsequently, the calamity clouds dissipated at a pace even swifter than when they first appeared. Xianxia, taken aback, turned to Qin Yu, bewildered. "Boss, what is happening? Is this even possible?" In the distance, the spectral figure appeared as though it had seen a ghost. Once at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of scattered immortals, it now plummeted back to the peak of the 5th stage. Not only did it suffer a strike from a calamity thunder, but the sudden drop in its realm also inflicted considerable injury. Its countenance twisted into a grimace, and in a fit of rage, it bellowed into the void. "Return to me, you wretched thunder calamity, you unjust heavenly way." Suddenly, a bolt of pitch-black lightning cleaved through the emptiness, descending from the distant horizon. Its terrifying essence seemed to rend the heavens as it targeted the position of the spectral figure. The figure's expression shifted. It could not fathom the unfolding events. This was utterly unprecedented. Qin Yu's mere utterance had repelled the thunder calamity, while its own words summoned it for execution. The black lightning, infused with a sense of fury, approached the spectral figure with an unstoppable momentum. Before it could finish its thought, the figure's pupils dilated abruptly, and its entire form began to disintegrate from the head downward. In the blink of an eye, the figure was utterly erased. In a distant expanse, an elder traversing the void suddenly felt a rush of blood to his face, crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. His already pale complexion became devoid of color. "Damn it, this is cursed." The elder's expression darkened, and just as he was about to utter the words "heavenly way," he felt a shiver coursing through him and abruptly sealed his lips. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed directly before the elder. With a sound akin to flesh tearing, the elder's pupils expanded in shock, only to fade swiftly into darkness. "That's my leg. I must hold on to it tightly." Meanwhile, admiration sparkled in Xianxu's eyes, and he regarded Qin Yu as a deity. If before he had followed Qin Yu for the sake of the tortoise shell, now it was a heartfelt desire to follow him. Soon, their figures gradually receded into the distance. 3 days later, Qin Yu and Xianxia stood above the void, gazing ahead at a certain space. Qin Yu, slightly taken aback, discovered a remarkably concealed teleportation array in that place. Nodding slightly, he remarked, "Interesting. This floating island possesses quite the skill." Regarding Qin Yu's words, Xianxia was not at all surprised. He gestured towards a specific direction and remarked, "Though the world remains unaware of the location of the floating island, it actually exists in a different realm. My friend, this place is the sole entrance to the floating island, yet entry is not permitted at will. Even if someone were to discover this teleportation array without a guide, they would be utterly unable to access the floating island, instead being transported to any other location." Qin Yu nodded subtly, for it was this very intricacy that had prompted his earlier statement. Xianxia stepped forward to the designated spot, smiling as he said, "Although there is always someone to lead the way, I have already memorized the route." With that, he raised his foot and stepped onto the designated area. Instantly, the void beneath his foot shimmered with light, and shortly after, Xianxu's figure vanished from sight. Once Xianxia had disappeared, Qin Yu proceeded with calmness, stepping onto the same spot where Xianxia had just been, and likewise vanished into thin air. The floating island is a space that has been uniquely established. This expanse is vast, comparable to a large continent. Near the southern end, within the 10,000 Great Mountains, lies an open area. In this clearing, a formation flickered with a faint glow, soon rippling with waves of energy. It was uncertain who had returned. Outside the formation, a young man clad in yellow opened his eyes for meditation, his gaze sweeping over the formation. It must be Elder High and the others, or perhaps Elder Seven. He mused. Another young man also cast his gaze towards the formation, stating in a subdued tone, "The light within the formation is growing brighter," indicating that someone is about to arrive. With a hum, the formation trembled lightly, and two figures gradually materialized within its confines. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the two young men rose to their feet, respectfully addressing one of them. "We pay our respects to Lord Qin Yu." Qin Yu replied calmly, acknowledging them with a slight nod, before turning to Qin Yu and saying, "My friend, follow me." With that, he took a step forward. After their departure, the two young men exchanged puzzled glances. Lord Qin Yu referred to that person as my friend. Who is he, and why have I never seen him before? Perhaps he belongs to the battle pavilion. By the way, where is Elder Seven? Wasn't he with Lord Qin Yu earlier? Perhaps Elder Seven had some urgent matter to attend to. That must be the case. The two young men ceased their speculation, concluding that regardless of the individual accompanying Qin Yu, he was certainly affiliated with the battle pavilion, if not a resident of the floating island. Within the floating island, aside from the higher-ups, none of the disciples were aware of Qin Yu's identity. Thus, it was only natural that the disciples guarding the formation remained oblivious to Qin Yu's status. My friend, look. After half an hour, Qin Yu pointed towards a massive island suspended in the void. The floating island. Chapter 23, The Floating Island. With a single step, Qin Yu instantly vanished from his previous location. When it appeared again, it had already arrived beyond the island. A soft blue luminescence enveloped the entire floating isle. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerged before Qin Yu. He scrutinized Qin Yu from head to toe, frowning as he spoke. At that moment, Qin Yu appeared beside Qin Yu with a stern expression. Upon seeing Qin Yu, the middle-aged man immediately understood, and he clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I pay my respects to Master Qin Yu. Do not dawdle. Activate the formation and allow us entry," Qin Yu said, his tone tinged with impatience. "Master Qin Yu, this may be somewhat inappropriate. The sect has rules. Outsiders must obtain the elder's consent to enter." The middle-aged man replied respectfully, yet firmly, clearly indicating his refusal to grant entry. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh. "What if I insist on bringing him in? Master Qin Yu may enter, but he cannot, unless there is approval from an elder." The middle-aged man's demeanor grew frosty in response. "Search for it." Qin Yu's expression darkened, ready to teach this man a lesson, when suddenly, Qin Yu interjected. There is no need for further words. Raising his right hand slightly, he pointed gently ahead. This scene unfolded so abruptly that the middle-aged man had not yet reacted. A sharp crack echoed in the air, as if something had shattered. A tall breach suddenly appeared in the soft blue barrier. "What? You dare trespass on my floating island?" Upon seeing the rift behind him, the middle-aged man spun around, ready to retaliate, only to discover that Qin Yu and Qin Yu had vanished without a trace. His expression changed instantly, and he too disappeared from his spot. Enemy attack. A furious roar, infused with the full force of his cultivation, reverberated throughout the floating island. The voice belonged to the middle-aged man. Without needing to be told, the powerful beings within the island sensed the moment the barrier was breached. Dozens of figures shot skyward from various points on the floating isle, racing towards this direction. Did I mishear? An enemy attack? I seem to have heard wrong. Ha ha ha. Who would dare to run amok on my floating island? Do they not value their lives? Ha! Who would have thought there are indeed those who lack discernment? Within the floating island, the disciples were first taken aback, then began to mock the situation as if they had heard the grandest of jokes. Their expressions were filled with disdain and derision. On the floating island, in the palace, several figures stood. This was the sacred retreat of Zhao Mo Ran, the current master of the floating island. The seventh junior brother and elder Hai have been slain, and that beast has betrayed my floating island. It is indeed a profound humiliation, a red-haired elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury and his face contorted with rage. Master, allow me to go. I shall undoubtedly retrieve his head. Another middle-aged man interjected, his demeanor calm, exuding immense confidence in his own abilities. Before them stood a figure clad in a dark robe. With his back turned to the group, hands clasped behind him. This individual was none other than Zhao Moran, the master of the floating island. Who would have thought that the traitor had taken on such a capable disciple? Zhao Moran did not turn around. Instead, a tranquil voice resonated throughout the hall. "Ha!" He chuckled lightly, continuing, "I underestimated him. To be able to slay a fifth-tier loose immortal is a feat far surpassing that of his master. This individual indeed poses a minor inconvenience. If left unchecked, he will linger around the floating island like a persistent fly." At that moment, a voice cold to the extreme echoed through the air. The assembly felt a chill run down their spines, their gazes drawn to a dark figure lurking in the corner. This was a young man, seemingly merged with the shadows. Had one not been perceptive, his presence would have gone unnoticed. Zhao Moran turned to regard the youth, smiling as he remarked, "With that person as cultivation, it should not warrant your intervention. It matters not. If he is strong, so much the better. If weak, then he shall be eliminated." Before Zhao Moran could finish speaking, the youth interrupted him. Curiously, Zhao Moran appeared unfazed by this interruption, maintaining his affable demeanor. The others in the hall seemed equally unperturbed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Suddenly, every individual present shifted their expressions, and Zhao Moran furrowed his brow. Is someone intruding upon the floating island? Do they not recognize this place? The red-haired elder erupted with fury, cursing vehemently. In that instant, all present unleashed their spiritual senses, revealing the entirety of the floating island before their eyes. An enemy attack. Simultaneously, a thunderous voice filled with potent spiritual energy reverberated through the space. "It is he, the traitor's disciple. And that beast, it must be him who brought Qin Yu to the floating island. Damn him." In an instant, the elders within the hall were consumed with rage, a fierce killing intent saturating the atmosphere. 5 breaths. Before anyone could take action, the young man in the corner spoke softly. Immediately thereafter, his figure began to fade from the grand hall. The red-haired elder smirked ominously. "Well, I hadn't anticipated that Xiao Yi would take an interest in this person. With his involvement, Qin Yu is undoubtedly doomed." The remaining individuals nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Zhao Moran shook his head with a wry smile, seemingly resigned to the youth's impulsiveness, yet a hint of fondness glimmered in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he stated lightly, "Then let us dispatch someone to annihilate the Qin Yun sect. Proclaim to the world that the Qin Yun sect has unjustly slain an elder of the floating island, and is thus a den of evil, intolerable by the heavens. Very well, I shall take charge of this matter." As Qin Yu and Xian Wu made their entrance into the floating island, they were immediately confronted by a multitude of powerful presences surging towards them. "How audacious to trespass upon my floating island! Xuan Wu, you dare betray the floating island. You shall face dire consequences." As dozens beheld Qin Yu and the traitor Xuan Wu by his side, the situation became abundantly clear. Before they even approached, a torrent of divine abilities descended upon them, instantly locking onto Qin Yu and his companion. How contemptible! A congregation of hypocritical scoundrels. The world remains oblivious, yet I am not blind to your true nature. Xuan Wu cursed vehemently, inadvertently inching closer to Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, swiftly discerning the source of their intense, murderous intent. Clearly, the moment they laid eyes upon him, recognition dawned. Those who harbor thoughts of killing must themselves be slain. With a resonant clang, as the onslaught of divine abilities surged forth, a melodic sound of sword echoed from Qin Yu's hand. In an instant, a faint glimmer of sword light vanished into the ether. Boom! Those divine abilities shattered simultaneously, transforming into myriad starlit fragments that dissipated into the air. As the figures remained momentarily stunned, the sword light flickered before their eyes. Suddenly, the sky appeared to rain crimson, and a heavy scent of blood permeated the surroundings. Gulp! The disciples who had anticipated a spectacle now found themselves swallowing hard, their faces painted with shock. All gazes turned skyward, fixated upon the ethereal white figure. Dead? With a single sword strike, dozens of outer sect elders have perished. In the wake of disbelief, a tempest of commotion erupted among the crowd. Such an occurrence had never befallen the floating island since its establishment upon the Shumi continent. Though this individual possesses considerable strength, he is courting death. When the true power of the floating island manifests, 100 lives would not suffice for his demise. Indeed, this man is doomed. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, a slight ripple echoed through the void surrounding Qin Yu. A streak of black light shot forth from the abyss, aiming directly at his neck. The occurrence was alarmingly swift, leaving no time for anyone to react. Emotionless, Qin Yu glanced behind him, and with a subtle pinch of his fingers, just an inch from his neck, he captured the black light in his grasp. Boom! With a gentle squeeze, the black light gradually dissipated. You possess some skill. A low, gravelly voice emerged from behind Qin Yu. The speaker was a young man, his entire form shrouded in dark attire, save for his cold, unfeeling eyes. He was none other than the chief disciple of Zhao Moran, known as Xiaoyi, who had been seated in the shadows of the Grand Hall. Xiaoyi extended his hand slightly, beckoning towards the void. In the void, the blood that remained imperceptible to the naked eye suddenly converged, forming a drop of deep crimson that fell into his palm. He brought the blood to his lips, extending his tongue to taste it, and then slowly closed his eyes, revealing an expression of profound enjoyment. Only 3 breaths left, he murmured, seemingly to himself, yet also directed towards Qin Yu and the others. As his words faded, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. In that moment, Xiaoyi seemed to evaporate into thin air, his presence utterly gone. Amidst the clamor, as Xiaoyi disappeared, Qin Yu cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Almost instantly, a flash of sword light flickered and vanished into the void. Who would have thought it was the senior brother taking action? This man is destined to meet a tragic end. Upon witnessing the reappearance of Xiaoyi clad in black, the disciples of the floating island brightened with anticipation. Indeed, not only had the senior brother surpassed many intersect elders in cultivation, but he was also an expert in the art of assassination. Those who could survive under his hand were likely few and far between. Haha, look at him begging for mercy. Begging for mercy? No, he won't have a chance. He shall be reduced to ashes. The arrival of Xiaoyi undoubtedly reassured the disciples of the floating island, who regarded Qin Yu with mocking expressions. Hey, you fools! Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Xian Wu chuckled softly, maintaining a composed demeanor amidst the chaos. Suddenly, as everyone braced themselves to witness Qin Yu's miserable demise, a sound akin to a sword-piercing bone echoed from the heavens above. Oh, what is that? One disciple pointed towards the distant void, where 2 severed objects slowly descended. His voice laced with confusion. Is it a corpse? Wait, that seems to be the senior brother's body. A collective gasp arose among the countless disciples of the floating island as they beheld the bisected corpse. Only Qin Yu's gaze flickered as he looked toward the depths of the floating island. Ha, what a worthless thing. Xian Wu spat disdainfully in the direction of Xiao Ye's remains, a smirk playing on his lips. Let us go, that is not his true self. With that, Qin Yu stepped forward and vanished without a trace. Xian Wu, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit. Within the palace, the black-clad Xiao Yi reappeared silently. As he emerged, Zhao Mo ran, and the others turned their attention towards him. Ha, just in time, 5 breaths. To dare wreak havoc on my floating island is to meet one's demise. The red-haired elder laughed heartily, convinced that Qin Yu had fallen at Xiao Ye's hands. Xiao Ye's strike is never in vain. I shall dispatch someone to annihilate that Qin Yun sect. The others echoed in agreement, entirely oblivious to the grim expression on Xiao Ye's face. Only Zhao Moran furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xiao Yi, asking, "Are you injured?" Just as Zhao Moran's words fell, Xiao Yi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The elderly man with red hair instantly ceased his laughter, and the other 4 individuals likewise turned their attention towards Xiao Yi in the corner. Upon seeing the crimson stain at the corner of Xiao Ye's mouth and his somewhat pale complexion, their brows knitted in concern. He has arrived. Zhao Moran's consciousness swept across the area, and he then stepped slowly towards the palace's exit. It was only at this moment that the red-haired elder and his companions realized that the situation was not as they had assumed. They had believed that with Xiao Ye's intervention, the matter was surely resolved, and thus had refrained from using their consciousness to investigate, deeming it unnecessary. However, it now appeared that Qin Yu was not dead. Rather, Xiao Yi had been defeated and had sustained significant injuries. As the group spread their consciousness, they discovered that Qin Yu was indeed approaching them slowly. Unexpectedly, you have cultivated to this extent. Outside the palace, Zhao Moran stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the white figure ahead with a calm demeanor. The master of the floating island sect? Qin Yu inquired. Indeed, Zhao Moran replied, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Qin Yu from head to toe. The more he looked, the less he understood, and a hint of murderous intent stirred within him. I have come for but one matter, Qin Yu stated coolly. Haha, do you think our floating island is just any place? Do you truly believe you can walk out of here? A derisive voice came from below as the red-haired elder shifted to stand behind Zhao Moran. His gaze toward Qin Yu was filled with provocation and disdain. Although Xiao Ye's defeat left them somewhat unsettled, it was of little consequence for the floating island. It did not signify much. Furthermore, they were numerous and powerful. Could they truly be intimidated by a single individual? Zhao Moran spoke in a deep tone. Speak. State my master's name correctly. Qin Yu directed his gaze at Zhao Moran. Heh. Name correctly? Your master is the most despicable traitor in the history of our floating island, and now you dare to speak of correctness? Before Zhao Moran could respond, an elder behind him chuckled, speaking in a dismissive tone. If it weren't for the protection of the ancestor, he would have perished long ago. Do you think your mere words can conceal the truth? The red-haired elder regarded Qin Yu as though he were a fool, scoffing disdainfully. The truth of the matter is clear to your Zhao lineage. Qin Yu looked at the composed Zhao Moran, asserting without room for debate, I'm not here to seek your opinions. At that moment, Zhao Moran, with his hands behind his back, allowed a cold smile. A millennium has passed. Do you believe your words can change anything? A traitor is forever a traitor, a lasting shame for our floating island, an everlasting cautionary tale for the disciples of our sect. The red-haired elder chimed in ominously. Qin Yu cast a stoic glance at the assembled crowd and spoke slowly. If that is the case, then the moment the floating island vanishes, everything will come to an end. His words were met with a moment of silence, quickly shattered by a wave of laughter erupting from the onlookers. Surely, you must be mistaken about my floating island. Do you think you can do this alone? One among them remarked. Oh no, he is not alone. He has that beast with him. Laughter ensued once more. However, as the mirth continued, Zhao Moran's smile abruptly faded, replaced by an expression of icy resolve. He coldly declared, You have trespassed upon my floating island and slain dozens of its formidable warriors. Do you truly believe you can walk away from here alive today? He then fixed Qin Yu with a penetrating gaze, his tone dripping with mockery. I cannot discern whether to commend your confidence or to pity your foolishness. Your opinions are of no concern to me. I have come solely to reclaim my master's rightful reputation. Qin Yu maintained an air of calm, his hand gently resting upon the hilt of his sword. Chapter 25. Your life I shall claim. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's gesture, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Zhao Moran's eyes. Your cultivation is indeed impressive. But if you believe that grants you the freedom to act recklessly, you are sorely mistaken. Understand this is my floating island, not some insignificant place in the southern region. With that, his demeanor turned frigid, and he waved his hand toward his companions, commanding, Kill him. Should word of this escape, it would tarnish the reputation of my floating island. Understood. In an instant, the red-haired elder and his companions unleashed their formidable powers and charged toward Qin Yu. Xianxia did not hesitate either, transforming into a fleeting shadow. He recognized the terror that Qin Yu embodied. Only by joining forces could they hope to vanquish him. Such audacity, daring to wreak havoc upon my floating island, courting death. The red-haired elder bellowed, his sleeve sweeping dramatically, unleashing a streak of black light that sliced through the void with alarming speed. Meanwhile, another elder produced a compass, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The compass trembled violently, releasing a wave of oppressive black mist that enveloped the surroundings in an instant. This dark fog descended like a shroud, obscuring the space where Qin Yu stood, plunging it into utter darkness. With malevolent expressions, the group unleashed their most potent techniques, determined to eliminate Qin Yu in one fell swoop. In this manner, your demise is inevitable. One individual sneered disdainfully. Is that all you've got? Qin Yu's voice emerged softly from the depths of the darkness. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of a sword's hum resonated. A faint glimmer of sword light appeared, seemingly the sole beacon amidst the pervasive shadow. In an instant, it pierced through the endless darkness. As the sword light sliced through, a slender gash appeared, cleaving the ominous mist cleanly in two. Boom! This is my life's treasure. How could it be so easily shattered? The elder wielding the compass paled as he watched his precious artifact crumble to dust. As for him, he was further embroiled in the chaos. During his retreat, he spewed forth several mouthfuls of vital blood, his complexion instantly waning. At the moment the black veil shattered completely, the divine abilities of the red-haired elder and his companions had already arrived. Bang! Bang! A series of thunderous echoes reverberated through the surroundings. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, their self-proclaimed strongest divine abilities dissipated almost instantaneously. Nevertheless, the sword light surged forth unabated, slicing through the void in an instant. Thud! The middle-aged man bore the brunt of it, and before he could react, his entire body was cleaved in two. What? How could he be so powerful? The red-haired elder's heart jolted in shock. This scene unfolded far too swiftly. Barely a breath had passed. As the sword light drew nearer, a suffocating aura of impending death spread wildly within him. In this moment of crisis, he could not afford to ponder further. With his eyes turning crimson and a reluctant expression etched upon his face, the red-haired elder gritted his teeth and produced a palm-sized jade pendant. This pendant, an accidental acquisition during his travels in the cave of a long-deceased mighty being, bore absolute defensive properties. By infusing his spiritual energy into the pendant, a protective barrier exceeding his own realm by 2 levels would manifest. Without hesitation, he poured his spiritual energy into the jade, and an ethereal shield enveloped him instantly. To the onlookers, this sequence appeared slow, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. As the shield materialized, the sword light descended. Crack! A shattering sound echoed in everyone's ears, followed closely by the sight of the sword light slicing through the red-haired elder's form. In an instant, a grotesque head soared high into the air. However, the sword light did not wane. It surged forth at an astonishing speed toward the remaining 2 individuals. The elder holding the compass was still momentarily stunned by the death of the red-haired elder when the sword light flashed past him. At this juncture, only Xiao Yi remained among those who had acted together. In that instant, Xiao Yi retreated with the swiftness of teleportation. Yet, the sword light was swifter still, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Boldly, cease this at once, Zhao Moran exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. He bellowed angrily, slapping his palm towards the sword light in an attempt to halt it. From a moment Qin Yu unleashed his sword until now, barely 2 breaths had elapsed. He had believed victory was assured, but the outcome was unexpectedly dire, catching Zhao Moran off guard. Alas, it was already too late. With a piercing sound, Xiao Yi was cleaved in 2 by the sword, slowly descending into the void. I will have your life, Zhao Moran roared to the heavens, his voice resonating throughout the floating island. At that moment, the full extent of his 7th-tier loose immortal cultivation erupted without reserve. Within the floating island, all disciples were taken aback, turning their gazes toward the palace. There, a terrifying aura, potent enough to obliterate a significant portion of the floating island, swiftly spread in all directions. This place, being the secluded retreat of Zhao Moran, remained shrouded in mystery. Yet the oppressive force was all too familiar to everyone present. It was the essence of a sect leader. What could have transpired to incite such fury from the leader? Surely, it must pertain to that young man in white. Though formidable, he should be no more than a fleeting concern for the leader. Regardless, should the leader take action, even in death, that individual would still have much to be proud of. Indeed, many disciples nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At this moment, Zhao Moran ceased to hesitate, embodying a war god as his presence surged. The tremendous pressure around him caused the very space to shatter like glass, crackling with countless fissures. In the face of this overwhelming force, Qin Yu remained unperturbed, emanating a sword intent that shielded him from the oppressive weight, preventing it from encroaching within 3 feet of him. Boss, Xianwu began, but was immediately enveloped by a flash of sword light. In that instant, the cataclysmic pressure dissipated entirely, leaving Xianwu with a lingering sense of dread, muttering inwardly how terrifying a 7th-tier loose immortal could be. How dull. Have your true self confront me, Qin Yu declared, casting a mere glance at the frenzied Zhao Moran and effortlessly slicing forth with his sword. So swift, Zhao Moran felt a cold glimmer flash before him, his breath abruptly caught in his throat. In the next moment, his entire being disintegrated into dust, swept away by the wind, lifting a cloud of debris. You are far more formidable than I had anticipated, outshining even your master by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from all directions, rendering it impossible to ascertain its source. Subsequently, a figure gradually coalesced in the void. This was an ancient silhouette clad in a green robe, with hair as white as snow, leaning on a cane. At first glance, he appeared to be a frail elder nearing the end of his days. Though he stood in the void, his presence remained an enigma, devoid of any discernible aura, as if he were merely a projection, lacking any tangible essence. Yet, he undeniably existed. Qin Yu regarded the elder. Zhao Mu, your methods are quite impressive. This elder was none other than Zhao Mu, the architect behind the expulsion of his master from the floating island 100,000 years ago. Zhao Mu surveyed the corpses below, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, if they are dead, then so be it. they were merely pawns. As long as I endure, the floating island shall persist. With that, Zhao Mu turned his gaze upon Qin Yu. You wish to annihilate my floating island? Indeed. But before that, I must first eliminate you, to honor my master's spirit in the heavens. Qin Yu replied earnestly, nodding. Huh. Zhao Mu chuckled eerily. How intriguing. You desire to kill me? Before Qin Yu could utter a word, Zhao Mu stroked his beard with his left hand, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. You have destroyed so many of my alchemical furnaces. I wonder if, after refining you into a medicinal pill, it could grant me an additional millennium of life. No, I desire your life. Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. Chapter 26, The Pseudo-Immortal. Very well. I shall witness how a mere junior like you dares to slay me. With that, Zhao Mu lightly tapped his cane against the void beneath him. Instantly, the entire space trembled, and the scene before them transformed dramatically. The magnificent palace vanished, replaced by a towering mountain peak. Atop this mountain stood a middle-aged man, his countenance dark and his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he gazed at Qin Yu in the void. Is this truly your peak condition? Qin Yu inquired calmly, maintaining an air of tranquility throughout. The man before him was none other than the previously feeble Zhao Mu, whose cane had now morphed into a great blade of blood-red hue. He had resorted to employing his formidable powers to not only transport Qin Yu into this illusion, but also to temporarily restore his full strength. He found Qin Yu inscrutable, and the sense of danger he emanated compelled Zhao Mu to sacrifice some of his lifespan, utilizing forbidden techniques. Surrounding him were 10 spectral blades intertwining, forming a formidable array of both offense and defense. Upon witnessing these spectral blades, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed, growing increasingly frigid. How does this feel? Are you not familiar with it? Zhao Mu chuckled softly before continuing. Indeed, it was I who secretly undermined you in the past, but my master, that old wretch, repeatedly thwarted my plans, allowing the genius Ling Yuntian to escape unscathed. However, before his departure, I extracted all his memories. This is one of his renowned techniques. And have you not noticed that your incompetent master's cultivation has stagnated? It was I who orchestrated that behind the scenes. Furthermore, Ling Yuntian had a partner, one he likely never mentioned to you, correct? Ah, the thought of it brings me endless delight, ha ha ha. Are you attempting to shatter my resolve? Qin Yu replied, his tone indifferent. He discerned that Zhao Mu's words were mere attempts to undermine his spirit, aiming to destabilize his composure, thereby increasing Zhao Mu's chances of victory. Caw-caw. Zhao Mu, unfazed by the revelation of his scheme, smiled sinisterly. You may believe that, but it is the truth. As he spoke, the colossal mountain beneath him began to tremble violently. In the next instant, the mountain transformed into a colossal dragon, spiraling upward as it carried Zhao Mu into the sky. With a flick of his hand, the giant dragon's eyes instantly glimmered with ethereal light, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from within its colossal form like a tempest. Simultaneously, an object resembling a wine vessel materialized in Zhao Mu's grasp, though it contained not wine, but human spirits. At the moment he uncorked it, tens of thousands of spirits surged forth with a howling rush. These spirits bore vacant gazes, akin to walking corpses, yet they emanated a maddening thirst for bloodshed. All these spirits were collected by Zhao Mu over the span of several millennia, many of which hailed from the floating island, possessing considerable cultivation. A deluge of spirits, under Zhao Mu's command, wildly surged into the body of the dragon beneath him. Empowered by these thousands of spirits, the dragon's form swelled by several thousand zhong once more. In an instant, an even more formidable wave of spiritual energy radiated outward like a cataclysmic tide, spreading in all directions. Gather, Zhao Mu bellowed. A flicker appeared above the dragon's forehead, and an undeniable aura swiftly merged into its being. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Mu, originally a 9th-tier loose immortal, experienced a rapid ascent in cultivation until he reached the false immortal realm, where he finally halted. The false immortal can be deemed invincible in the realm of cultivation where true immortals are absent. Of course, even within the false immortal classification, there exists a hierarchy of early, mid, and late phases. Zhao Mu had manifested as a mid-phase false immortal, albeit temporarily, yet undeniably genuine. Is this your reliance at this moment? Qin Yu inquired indifferently. Indeed, you are the first to compel me to reveal my trump card, Zhao Mu replied. His smile a facade. Now, I stand as a false immortal, an invincible entity. How can you contend with me? Invincible, you say? Qin Yu responded coolly. Certainly. At this moment, I am unrivaled across the Shumi continent. Zhao Mu smiled, feeling the terrifying waves of spiritual energy within him. He was now imbued with absolute confidence, believing he could effortlessly crush anyone beneath the false immortal tier. Moreover, he doubted that even someone as extraordinary as Qin Yu could attain the false immortal realm. At most, he would remain a ninth-tier, loose immortal. With that thought, Zhao Mu's final shred of concern dissipated entirely. Make your move. You have but one chance, he declared, his gaze toward Qin Yu laced with mockery and disdain. Qin Yu was taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Mu. Are you certain? In his eyes, Zhao Mu appeared utterly foolish at that moment. However, regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was already predetermined. Come fort. Remember, you have but one opportunity to strike. After that, I shall send you to meet your worthless master. Zhao Mu laughed heartily, his expression brimming with arrogance. Oh, and when you meet Ling Yuntian, tell him his illegitimate child is living quite splendidly. Haha. What did you say? Qin Yu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. A child? His master has descendants? This matter had never been mentioned by Ling Yuntian, and though its authenticity remains uncertain, Zhao Mu's expression suggests it is more credible than not. Perhaps Ling Yuntian himself is unaware. You wish to know? I shall refrain from revealing it to you. Very well. I shall seek the truth myself. As the words fell, a beam of sword light erupted, swiftly approaching Zhao Mu. With a hearty laugh, Zhao Mu summoned the colossal dragon beneath him, which coiled around him protectively. The 10 great swords hummed as they circled him, forming an exquisite defensive array. In that moment, Zhao Mu felt an overwhelming surge of heroism, daring to confront the celestial being head-on. Come fort. I shall demonstrate the true power of a false immortal. In the void, his arrogant and self-assured voice resonated. Bang! Zhao Mu's smile instantly froze, soon morphing into shock. The moment the sword light met the sword array, the formation of 10 blades shattered, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept through the surroundings. Yet, the sword light showed no sign of hesitation, relentlessly accelerating toward Zhao Mu. A deep-seated unease seized Zhao Mu's heart, rapidly spreading throughout his being. Invincible. This was Zhao Mu's initial thought. Focus. With a grave expression, he shouted, quickly retreating to distance himself from the sword light. The dragon beside him roared, its immense form rapidly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an ancient dragon-shaped battle armor that enveloped him entirely. He tapped his brow, and a strand of black silk emerged, forming a shield inscribed with a mysterious tortoise totem 3 feet before him. Having completed these preparations, he swung the blood-red great sword with ferocity. A blood-tinged blade shadow cleaved through the void, heading straight for the sword light. He could no longer afford to indulge in bravado, and chose to strike. Chapter 27. Master. The news of Ling Yuntian. In the void, the faint sword light appeared as a mere flicker in comparison to the blood-red blade shadow that dominated the sky. In an instant, the two collided in the emptiness. Boom! The next moment, a myriad of blood-colored light shadows danced, resembling a rain of blood. The intense surge of spiritual energy caused the space to collapse, creating numerous rifts. At that moment, a colossal black hole emerged in the sky, with terrifying gusts ravaging the surrounding area for miles. How is this possible? Flee! In a fleeting instant, Zhao Mu made his choice. His face contorted in horror. His heart quaking, he did not hesitate, retreating as his right hand tore through the void, stepping into the rift. Attempting to escape? Qin Yu spoke coldly. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the sword light suddenly accelerated, swiftly pursuing Zhao Mu. No! Within the rift, the voice was abruptly silenced. Suddenly, the crackling sound echoed, and the illusory space shattered like a mirror upon the fall of Zhao Mu. In an instant, Qin Yu reappeared outside the palace. Above the horizon, a headless corpse was slowly descending. Qin Yu extended his hand, and a fissure abruptly manifested. Following that, a head, displaying fear and reluctance, drifted forth, coming to rest before Qin Yu. He pointed at the center of the head's brow, and a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. So that is the truth. Moments later, Qin Yu retracted his right hand, his eyes narrowing as a glimmer of sharpness flashed within his pupils. With a resounding bang, as he withdrew his hand, Zhao Mu's head completely disintegrated, dissolving into nothingness. Master, it appears you have not entered the cycle of reincarnation, but rather reside in the so-called realm of illusions. It seems imperative to hasten my journey to the celestial realm. Indeed, Master has left behind a legitimate heir, yet Zhao Mu remains unaware of his whereabouts. This was the information Qin Yu had extracted from Zhao Mu's consciousness. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, it transforms into a spirit. When a spirit dies, it becomes an illusion. When an illusion dies, it turns to dust. And when dust dies, it becomes the infinitesimal. At this moment, not far away, Xian Wu was swiftly approaching, followed by 3 young men. As they reached Qin Yu, the 3 clasped their fists in greeting, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed senior. Boss, these are the 3 brothers I spoke of," Xian Wu said, filled with anticipation, though uncertain whether Qin Yu would unravel the seals within them. "Esteemed senior, we implore you to assist us in breaking the seals. We 3 are willing to protect the Qin Yun sect for a century." The 3 young men knelt on one knee, their words imbued with deep respect. They were evidently aware of the scene that had unfolded. Qin Yu scrutinized the trio for a moment. Then, with a wave of his hand, 3 strands of sword intent swiftly penetrated their bodies. Instantly, their expressions brightened, as they sensed the seals within them crumbling into oblivion the moment the sword intent entered, leaving no trace behind. "In 100 years, you may depart," Qin Yu declared. "Thank you, esteemed senior," the 3 replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Now, with the formidable beings of the floating island slain by the boss, its existence is rendered a mere memory. Within Xian Wu's consciousness, it was clear that, apart from the disciples, all powerful figures of the floating island had perished. The strongest among them was merely a low-tier loose immortal. Qin Yu raised his gaze, casting a calm glance over the floating island, and stated, "Henceforth, the floating island shall no longer exist." Upon hearing this, Xian Wu promptly responded, "Boss, allow my 3 companions and me to handle this matter." With that, he exchanged knowing glances with the 3, who immediately understood. The 4 transformed into streaks of radiant light, dispersing in 4 directions, releasing an overwhelming aura from their beings. Although the floating island had endured for hundreds of thousands of years, it possessed only a meager number of disciples, merely a few thousand, far fewer than even a small sect in the outside world. However, each disciple within is of a genius caliber, which fundamentally underpins the enduring presence of the floating island in the Shumi continent for countless years without decline. As the 4 departed, Qin Yu exhibited no change in expression. Instead, he swayed slightly and vanished from his initial position. When he reappeared, he found himself at the entrance of a valley. Without hesitation, Qin Yu stepped inside. The valley was modest in size, merely spanning 1,000 zhang. According to the information obtained from Zhao Mu, at the very center of this valley lay a Dao platform, upon which an intricate formation existed. The significant events transpiring on the floating island would surely attract the attention of certain individuals. If his conjecture was correct, it would not be long before someone arrived from that direction, and the incoming individual would be a projection of someone from the celestial realm. For those from the celestial realm to descend into the realm of cultivation, they would have to pay a staggering price, potentially endangering their own lives. For even a sliver of success, opting for a projection, while still requiring a cost, carries no inherent danger. At most, it results in the loss of some celestial essence. A trivial matter. Qin Yu could have easily obliterated the formation with a single strike of his sword. Yet he wished to inquire if the visitor possessed knowledge of Ling Chen's whereabouts. Ling Chen was none other than Qin Yu's master, the legitimate son of Ling Yuntian. Inside the valley, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the formation on the Dao platform. Behind him stood the 4 members of Xian Wu in serene silence. Each of the 4 possessed cultivation levels of the 4th and 5th stages of loose immortals, more than capable of dealing with the disciples of the floating island, rendering the outcome a one-sided slaughter. At this moment, within the entirety of the floating island, apart from the 5 of them, no other beings remained. The floating island had been utterly eradicated. Though the 4 were unaware of Qin Yu's reasons for remaining before the formation, they shared a tacit understanding not to disturb him. Thus, time passed for the length of half a stick of incense. Suddenly, the formation emitted a faint flickering light, and with each flicker, the brightness intensified. After 5 breaths, the entire formation radiated with vibrant colors, akin to a resplendent sun. At this juncture, the eyes of the 4 turned crimson, their internal energies unstable, compelling them to shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the formation any longer. Though the visitor had yet to arrive, A suffocating aura had already made its presence felt. This was a sensation entirely distinct from that of the cultivation realm. If the cultivation realm were likened to a small stream, this aura was undoubtedly akin to a vast ocean. The disparity between the two was utterly incomparable. As the brilliance of the formation intensified, they all understood that the individual from the opposite side was imminent. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yu enveloped Xian Wu and the others in a veil of sword intent, while he remained composed, his gaze unwavering upon the formation. Buzz! With a resonating tremor, a vague silhouette gradually materialized within the formation. As the radiance dissipated, a robust, middle-aged man clad in a golden Dao robe emerged before them. He exuded no discernible aura, yet he conveyed an impression of being the sovereign of this realm, lofty and omniscient, gazing down upon all. He cast a detached glance at Qin Yu and the others, his voice devoid of emotion as he commanded, "Summon Zhao Mu to see me." "He has perished," Qin Yu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was visibly taken aback, furrowing his brow as he questioned, "Perished? How is this possible? With my divine transformation technique bestowed upon him, who in this realm could bring about his demise? Could it be the handiwork of the Celestial Hall?" As he spoke, he instantaneously expanded his spiritual sense, allowing the entirety of the floating island to be vividly imprinted in his mind. After a considerable pause, he retracted his awareness and, with a darkened expression, turned his gaze toward Qin Yu, demanding, "Speak. Who is responsible? Describe those you encountered to me." His tone was laced with a commanding authority. "That will not be necessary," Qin Yu replied, casting a dispassionate glance at the middle-aged man, his demeanor unhurried. "It was I who killed him." What do you mean?" The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed sharply. He had discerned at a glance that Qin Yu was a cultivator from this realm. Murderous intent radiated from his gaze, and he took umbrage at the audacity of a lower realm individual speaking thus. Moreover, considering that Qin Yu was merely at the mid-stage of tribulation, he could effortlessly extinguish him. "Aunt, are you seeking death?" As the middle-aged man uttered these words, the temperature in the valley plummeted, instantly becoming bone-chilling. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of destruction bore down upon Qin Yu. "It was I who killed Zhao Mu." Unfazed by the terrifying pressure, Qin Yu remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The immense force capable of obliterating a pseudo-immortal halted abruptly 3 paces from him, unable to advance further. The middle-aged man regarded Qin Yu with a hint of astonishment, but soon grasped that Qin Yu must be concealing his true power. Furrowing his brows, he stated ominously, "What force do you represent? Do you comprehend the consequences of eradicating my floating hall's foundation in the lower realm?" Qin Yu chose not to respond to his inquiry, instead posing a question of his own. The middle-aged man scoffed, "You are but an insect. What right do you have to question me?" Qin Yu slightly shook his head, anticipating this reaction. This was merely a projection, devoid of any true consciousness. "Then let this be the end," Qin Yu remarked, regarding the middle-aged man with an unperturbed expression. "Very well." The middle-aged man squinted, and before his words had fully escaped his lips, an even more terrifying pressure erupted forth. "In that case, you may die." With that, he unleashed a punch aimed at Qin Yu. As the punch was thrown, the heavens themselves seemed to change color. A deafening roar echoed from the skies above as the pressure proved too great, resulting in vast swathes of space collapsing. In an instant, the void shattered before Qin Yu. However, just then, a flash of sword light appeared, darting through the punch's imprint. Boom! The punch's imprint was cleaved in two. Within the formation, the gaze of the middle-aged man flickered briefly. Witnessing his attack easily thwarted, he realized that the youth before him was far from the simplicity he had anticipated. It appeared that Zhao Mu had indeed met his demise at your hands. However, it matters not. Your essence has been thoroughly noted. Regardless of your affiliations, you shall meet your end this day, and the forces that stand behind you will be reduced to ruins. Upon concluding his words, the man's aura surged dramatically. Confronted by the oncoming sword light, he understood that the youth possessed an unusual peculiarity, his cultivation level alarmingly formidable, at least at the mid-stage of the pseudo-immortal realm. Now, he had no choice but to engage with all his might. Only then did he believe he could slay Qin Yu. Inside the middle-aged man's body, a mass of milky white substance whirled chaotically. An abundance of celestial energy erupted from this substance, permeating every corner of his being. The sheer purity of this celestial energy was palpable even to the 4 individuals of Xuanwu. Was it the essence of the celestial realm? There could be no mistake. Such rich energy could only be celestial essence. By heavens, if I could just take a breath of that, I would instantly break through. The four, safeguarded by the sword intent, remained untouched by any energy fluctuations. At this moment, their eyes were fixed intently on the middle-aged man, gazing upon him with an almost reverent fascination, akin to that reserved for a beautiful woman. In an instant, the man's aura reached the pinnacle of what the cultivation world could accommodate. Late-stage, pseudo-immortal. Insect, let us see how you contend against this immortal. I shall make you aware of the vast chasm that separates mere insects from immortals. In his estimation, even if Qin Yu's cultivation were to soar, he could never surpass the late-stage, pseudo-immortal level. Anyone exceeding that threshold would either perish in the tribulation or ascend to true immortality. And, as an immortal himself, wielding celestial techniques, he was certain that even if Qin Yu possessed late-stage, pseudo-immortal prowess, the outcome would remain unchanged. Death. Boom! A sinister smile crept upon his face as he unleashed a palm strike laden with overwhelming power towards the sword light, his contempt growing ever more pronounced. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The palm strike did not yield the death of Qin Yu he had envisioned. Instead, upon contact, the imprint failed to hinder the sword light even in the slightest, cleaving effortlessly through it, splitting it asunder. The sword light continued its relentless advance, slicing the very heavens into two with silent precision. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man let out a furious roar, extending his right hand towards the sky in a gesture of summoning. In an instant, a gleaming halberd materialized in his grasp. This was the Fong Tian Huanji, a celestial artifact he wielded in the celestial realm. Crack! The moment the halberd appeared, the space above them collapsed into an abyss of darkness. Simultaneously, a domineering force filled the entire expanse. Grasping the Fong Tian Huanji, the man vanished from the formation in an instant. His power was now perilously close to that of an immortal. This, I fear, shall be a calamity. Just as Xuangu and the others displayed their concerns, the middle-aged man, who had moments ago exuded a fearsome presence, was now reduced to a lifeless corpse. The events transpired with such swiftness that one among them, his mouth agape, instinctively uttered his last word in bewilderment. Prepare to face the wrath of the suspended palace. Your sect and your kin shall perish because of you. Suddenly a voice, laced with both fury and an icy chill, echoed within Qin Yu's mind. At that moment, a fist-sized, milky white object flickered from the void and vanished into the formation. Instantly, the formation erupted with radiant light, and the milky white object disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was the moment awaited. Let you perish first, Qin Yu murmured. Subsequently, just as the formation was on the verge of dimming, a streak of sword light quietly infiltrated it. Let us depart. Qin Yu turned and stepped forth, vanishing into the valley. Upon hearing his words, Xuangu and the others swiftly regained their composure and hurriedly followed suit. The celestial realm is a vast and boundless expanse, a world that many spend their entire lives trying to explore. Practitioners aspire to attain immortality, unaware that the celestial realm is akin to the realm of cultivation, and perhaps even more ruthless. Countless individuals have traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, enduring innumerable tribulations, only to stand atop the cultivation world, looking down upon their peers, only to find that upon entering the celestial realm, the battlefield has merely expanded, and the laws of survival have grown even harsher. The glories of yesteryear have faded into oblivion, rendering them mere ants in the eyes of others, the lowest tier of immortals, easily extinguished at will. At this moment, there exists a wretched soul who, before even glimpsing the visage of the celestial realm, meets his untimely demise. In the far east of the celestial realm, amidst countless towering mountains, numerous celestial sects flourish. The suspended palace governs over 1,000,000 mountains, with hundreds of sects as its vassals. On this day, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged before a colossal formation. This formation connected to hundreds of lower realms, drawing in any cultivator who successfully crossed their tribulations. Suddenly, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, filled with seething rage, and roared, "Ah, you wretched ant, I shall ensure that you are condemned to an eternity without reincarnation, perpetually tormented by the anguish of your soul." Just then, a ripple emanated from the formation, followed by the resounding laughter of an elderly man. At last, I have ascended to immortality. Hearing that jarring laughter felt akin to mockery of the middle-aged man's impotence. Narrowing his eyes, He glared at the elderly figure gradually coalescing within the formation. Coldly, he declared, "A worthless being like you shall achieve nothing but the status of a lowly immortal. You are unworthy of immortality." D. With that, he reached out his hand and grasped towards the elderly man from afar. "What is this?" As soon as the elder manifested within the array, a golden hand descended from above, reaching out to grasp him. Bang! Before he could react, the elder's entire form was crushed by the golden hand, reduced to a heap of flesh and blood. The middle-aged man rose and approached the array, casting a cold glance at the remnants, ominously declaring, "They all deserve to die." Buzz! The array trembled once more. Subsequently, a milky white light flickered within the array and instantaneously merged with the middle-aged man's being. The floating island had been annihilated. There must be a force secretly plotting against my floating palace. This matter is too significant. It necessitates informing the immortal lord for a decision. After the initial fury subsided, the middle-aged man regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to depart. However, at that very instant, the array trembled again. He halted, glancing back at the array in confusion, pondering, what is happening today? So many ascended beings? Wait, this is peculiar. The transmission array is being compromised. Yet, in the next breath, a shadow of death enveloped the middle-aged man's heart. His complexion turned pale, and he exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? Is the aura of that sword? Who exactly is this person?" Bang! Suddenly, a faint glimmer of sword light emerged from within the array, slicing the grand transmission array in two. The middle-aged man, resolute, sensed the sword intent and tore fiercely at the void before him, creating a gaping rift. Without hesitation, he flickered and vanished into the fissure. However, the next scene unfolded before him as if he were witnessing the most unfathomable occurrence. A strand of sword light surged forth from the rift, growing larger within his gaze. With a soft sound, a head flew into the air, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Until his last breath, the middle-aged man could not comprehend why the sword light, having just emerged from the array, would suddenly appear in this spatial rift. Impudence! Who dares to come to my floating palace and slay my disciples? A furious roar, imbued with immense celestial power, echoed from the horizon. Wherever the sound traveled, everything seemed to freeze in place. Then above the heavens, a figure stood suspended in the void. It was a slightly stooped elder, standing there with an air of stillness, devoid of any discernible fluctuation. Yet at that moment, in this realm, upon his arrival, time appeared to stand still. Everything was halted. The elder's vast consciousness enveloped an expanse of tens of thousands of miles in an instant. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow, noting only a strand of sword intent. Having spoken, he slowly raised his right hand and gently swept it across the void before him. Instantly, ripples cascaded through the air, and soon, a mirror composed of space materialized before his eyes. With a tap of his finger upon the mirror's surface, a wave of energy spread across it. Immediately, a series of images emerged within the mirror, astonishingly originating from the lower realms. As the scenes unfolded before him, the elder furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a calm tone, yet with so many lower realms, I cannot discern which one this is from. Once the formation is rearranged, all shall be revealed. A deep, raspy voice resonated from behind the elder. He did not turn around, merely nodding grimly, for this celestial lord was eager to uncover who was scheming against my floating palace. A ripple echoed through the void, and soon, the figures of Qin Yu and his companions materialized outside the floating island. "Boss, this floating island," Xianxia began to inquire, only to be interrupted by a sudden flash of sword light. With a sharp sound, they witnessed the space surrounding the floating island collapse and disintegrate. Within 3 breaths, that space vanished entirely. No longer would the floating island exist in the world. Xianxia and the others gasped in astonishment. Qin Yu stood still in the void for a moment. With this matter concluded, there was no need to linger here, and he prepared to return to the Qingyan sect. He sensed that the mysterious figure was about to appear, and many uncertainties required his investigation. Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression shifted as he glanced deeper into the void. Before him appeared a childlike figure, smiling with hands clasped behind his back, approaching leisurely. As he drew near, Xianxia and the others finally became aware of his presence. Their hearts filled with shock. Goodness, has this little brat become extraordinary? Xianxia thought to himself. Though they were not the mightiest of beings, they were far from weak. The fact that someone could appear silently without their awareness spoke volumes of his terrifying power. Moreover, the child appeared to be no more than 6 years old. 6 years old? The child's expression suddenly stiffened, as if he could read Xian Wu's thoughts. He turned to Xian Wu, seemingly threatening. Do you believe I could peel the shell of yours and fashion it into a latrine? Ah! Xian Wu prudently cleared his mind, choosing to think of nothing and do nothing. He understood that this child was not one to provoke. Meanwhile, the other three turned their gazes toward the distance, as if something there captivated their attention. Is there something amiss? Qin Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, the child nodded earnestly. What is it? Qin Yu's curiosity deepened. He recalled their last encounter when the child had vowed never to meet again, yet here he was coming of his own accord. This child was none other than the embodiment of the Tao of Heaven. Today, he had awakened and was casually wandering when he stumbled upon these few youngsters. Although their bloodlines were thin, they were indeed promising prospects. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and interrupted. Speak plainly. I'll come to hide for a while. I cannot contend with him. When the heavenly Tao uttered these words, his demeanor was calm and composed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Qin Yu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. The heavenly Tao was indeed intriguing. Then it is settled. In the future, when you depart from this realm, I shall look after the Qin Yun sect. Moreover, should anyone from the celestial realm arrive, I will discreetly intervene. Is this sincerity sufficient? Noticing Qin Yu's silence, the heavenly Tao quickly spoke again. He was fully aware of everything that had transpired on the floating island. Faced with this crisis, he found himself utterly helpless and could only turn to Qin Yu for assistance. Very well. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. It seemed he had no reason to refuse. With the protection of the heavenly Tao and the guardianship of the 4 great spirit beasts, the Qin Yun sect was practically invulnerable, as long as celestial beings did not intervene. The Qin Yun sect could endure eternally on the Shumi continent. Let's depart. With that, the figures of Qin Yu and the others vanished from the Cha Moc. Chapter 30. The schemes of Yang in the Battle Valley. An hour later, a figure gradually solidified in the skies above the Cha Moc. This individual was a middle-aged man, exuding a chilling aura. He gazed down at the now-vanished space, his expression cold as he muttered, just wait. One day, I shall personally end your life. At that moment, a light laugh echoed through the air. A mysterious woman appeared not far in front of the man, cloaked in black, her face obscured by a thin veil, rendering her features indistinct. The enigmatic woman smiled once more and said, if it were solely up to you, I fear you would never be capable of killing him. Who are you? The man glared at the mysterious woman, his expression unfriendly. The mysterious woman chuckled softly. Who I am is not of consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in killing that man. Is that so? The man replied indifferently. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly clenched his right hand, and a long sword, half black and half red, materialized in his grasp. Then let me see if you possess the strength you claim. In an instant, a sword light, reminiscent of a silver serpent, sliced through the sky, sweeping horizontally toward the mysterious woman. With a sharp sound, the very fabric of reality was torn asunder. The mysterious woman let out a light laugh. Then she extended her right hand, gently pushing forward with her 5 slender fingers, instantly unleashing an imperceptible palm strike. As the sword light met the palm, an explosive sound resounded. In the blink of an eye, the entire expanse of emptiness was engulfed in darkness, while the man's sword light shattered into a myriad of starlit fragments. Yet, the palm strike continued its relentless advance toward the man, whose expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to retreat, only to find that the palm strike suddenly accelerated, halting just a yard away from him. Is that all? The mysterious woman withdrew her smile, her voice turning frosty. The man fell silent, then slowly raised his gaze to the mysterious woman and said, state your terms. Terms? To be frank, you hold no value for us whatsoever. However, I merely pity your floating island and am willing to grant you this opportunity for revenge. The man's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the woman, enunciating each word with intensity. What did you say? The enigmatic woman paid no heed to the man's reaction, merely offering a serene smile. With a graceful wave of her hand, a jade slip and a golden orb materialized before him. The man's face contorted with inner turmoil, yet after a brief silence, he extended his hand to accept them. Ha ha! The mysterious woman, observing his compliance, let out a melodic laugh, reminding him to make contact when the time came. With those words, she vanished without a trace. Bang! The man's expression darkened further, He crushed the jade slip in his hand, and instantly, a map unfolded within his mind. The ethereal path. Gazing at the route in his consciousness and the golden orb in his palm, he furrowed his brow. The jade slip did not specify what he was to do, only instructing him to travel the ethereal path and deliver the golden orb to a particular individual. Was it truly that simple? A glint of realization crossed his eyes, followed by a sinister smile. He understood that matters could not possibly be so straightforward. Otherwise, why would he have been sought out? Yet, regardless of the complexity, he had no choice but to proceed. For the vengeance against his annihilated sect left him with no better alternatives. With that thought, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. On the Oceanic continent. The Oceanic continent lies separated from the Shumi continent by an expanse of countless miles, with an unbroken chain of mountains in between. Travel between the two continents often necessitates the use of teleportation arrays, and thus, within these myriad mountains, a teleportation array can be found every few million miles. At this moment, an elder clad in purple was hastening toward the next teleportation array. This individual was exceedingly peculiar, likely having reached the late pseudo-immortal stage. Only a being from the celestial realm could bring him down. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, for he could use this person to eliminate certain obstacles for his grandson. With that thought, a malicious smile crept upon the lips of the purple-clad elder. This elder, known as Xianxia, was the deputy sect master of the battle pavilion and a guest at the floating island. Not only was Xianxia highly skilled, but he was also adept in the art of scheming. He would never take risks without absolute certainty. Just like this trip to the floating island, unbeknownst to anyone, he accompanied Qin Yu as merely a projection of himself. His true self was meditating and cultivating deep within the vast mountains. The death of Qin Yu was, in fact, to his advantage, while the destruction of the floating island exceeded his expectations. However, it also presented him with a splendid opportunity, a chance to eliminate rivals and secure the position of sect master for his grandson. 5 days later, Xianxia gazed at the battle pavilion ahead, a cold smile forming on his lips before suddenly slapping his hand against his chest. Instantly, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion turned as pale as paper. In the void, he precariously soared towards the war pavilion atop Qingfeng Mountain. Chu Feng filled the teacups of Qin Yu and Tiandao with water, the gentle breeze brushing against his sleeves. Tiandao, unreserved, lifted his cup and took a delicate sip, then let out a faint sigh. Qin Yu cast a curious glance at Tiandao, but remained silent, indulging himself in the tea. It was Chu Feng standing beside them. With a hint of confusion, inquired, "Senior, is the tea not to your liking?" "Not at all." Tiandao shook his head slightly. "I merely possess an unsettling premonition." At that moment, Qin Yu interjected, as the embodiment of Tiandao, "You seem rather melancholic." Tiandao. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Chu Feng was immediately taken aback, gazing at the childlike figure before him in disbelief. The four from Xuanwu exchanged astonished glances, their expressions mirroring their incredulity towards Tiandao. They were well aware that before arriving at Qin Yu's sect, Tiandao had claimed to seek refuge with Qin Yu. Did this imply that Qin Yu's cultivation surpassed that of Tiandao? The group exchanged looks, their astonishment intensified, and their gazes towards Qin Yu grew increasingly respectful. With a bitter smile, Tiandao shook his head, alas. In times of life and death, how can one remain composed? Qin Yu frowned and asked, "Have you sensed something?" Tiandao solemnly nodded, as the Tiandao of this realm. "Though my power has yet to mature, I can perceive many things in advance." "What about that person?" Qin Yu inquired. Tiandao, fully aware of whom Qin Yu referred to, responded with a grave expression. "That individual is as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast ocean when compared to him. Furthermore, if this matter is not handled properly, the celestial realm may also fall into calamity, not to mention the myriad realms of cultivation." Qin Yu exhibited little reaction, merely nodding lightly, while the expressions of those behind him shifted dramatically. Tiandao's words had stirred a sense of unease within the others, as if they had unwittingly forged a connection with an unknown entity. "Have you not sensed it?" Tiandao tilted his head, scrutinizing Qin Yu with confusion. "This should not be the case. I am able to perceive it." "Is this what you sensed?" Qin Yu pondered momentarily before slowly responding. "I have sensed it, but not as dramatically as you describe. For me, this sensation is merely slightly stronger than that of the mysterious individual. I have not given it much thought." Tiandao. Chapter 31. Not the one from 100,000 years ago. After Chu Feng and the others departed, only Qin Yu and Tiandao remained on the mountaintop. In silence, the two sat at the stone table. Unlike Qin Yu, who was naturally reticent, Tiandao bore a weighty heart. At last, after an indeterminate time, Qin Yu gently set down his teacup and gazed towards the distant horizon. At that moment, Tiandao sensed a surge of malevolence approaching them. Could this be the one who had destroyed the previous Tiandao 100,000 years ago? He was not of the celestial realm. Tiandao gazed into the distance at a solitary figure and remarked with gravity, "This aura feels somewhat familiar." Qin Yu furrowed his brows, rummaging through the myriad of shadows residing in that enigmatic realm. Alas, having dispatched far too many, he could not readily recall. Yet one thing was certain. The individual's cultivation far surpassed that of the person before him. In a distant void, the figure was enveloped in a shroud of gray mist, approaching with a leisurely gait. This was a middle-aged man. A twig clenched between his teeth as if he were engaged in toothpicking, while over his shoulder rested a massive blood-red axe. With each step he took, the space beneath him silently dissipated, unable to mend itself for an extended period. As he drew closer, he finally directed his gaze toward Qin Yu, inquiring, "Are you the disciple of Lingyun Tian?" Upon hearing his master's name, Qin Yu's expression shifted, and he replied slowly, "Yes. That is indeed correct." The middle-aged man nodded, muttering to himself, "The divination skills of the national master are indeed remarkable. He truly deserves the title of the greatest divine master in 100,000 years. Do you have business with me?" Qin Yu asked, his face devoid of emotion. "Not much, really. Just came to kill you, and perhaps to feast on Tiandao. Though somewhat weaker, it will suffice as a modest repast." The man continued to toothpick casually, his expression nonchalant, as if regarding Tiandao as a delectable delicacy. Observing the man, Qin Yu spoke in a calm tone. "May I pose a question?" The man paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he halted his toothpicking. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I should have cleaved you in two right away. However, I've spent a millennium reaching this desolate place without a moment's respite. To simply slay you would be rather dull. Therefore, I shall grant you this chance to inquire." Without further ado, Qin Yu, suppressing the urge to draw his sword, directly asked, "Why do you wish to kill my master? And now, why do you come to kill me? From where do you hail? Kid, are you trying to toy with me? Is that even a single question?" The man's expression hardened momentarily, but he quickly resumed his self-absorbed demeanor. "It matters not to a dying man to divulge the truth. As for your first question, it's straightforward. Your master's clan is our sworn enemy, and he has been appointed the next clan leader. Regarding your esteemed national master, he deemed you a variable not accounted for, and for reasons unknown, a millennium ago issued an order for your elimination. Though the man's words were shrouded in uncertainty, they provided Qin Yu with a lead. And you, from where do you come? How dare mere insect pry into my affairs?" At that moment, the man's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly transformed. Grasping the giant axe in hand, he swung it gently to the right. Instantly, a formidable crimson light surged upward, cleaving through the air toward the horizon. In the blink of an eye, this blood-red glow traversed immense distances, striking toward a far-off destination. In that instant, the powerful beings within the Tao realm retracted their prying gazes, no longer daring to cast their eyes in this direction. Under their sensing, within that sea of blood, a crimson figure roared in fury, attempting to resist, yet under the radiance of blood, it possessed almost no power to withstand. In an instant, both the crimson figure and the vast sea of blood collapsed and were utterly obliterated. After swinging a mighty axe, the robust man wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, not even glancing in that direction. Nonchalantly, he hoisted the colossal axe onto his shoulder and turned to Qin Yu, proudly proclaiming, "Moko realm. Moko realm." Qin Yu murmured the words, then nodded and said, "Noted." Though noting it seemed futile, he inquired, "Do you have any questions?" "None." Qin Yu shook his head. The robust man nodded and stated, "Good. Then, let us prepare for the journey." As he spoke, he shook his shoulder, gripping the giant axe horizontally, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Seeing this, Tiandao shifted his stance slightly, leaning back towards Qin Yu. Peeking out from behind, he asked Qin Yu, "Is everything all right?" "One sword," Qin Yu replied calmly. "Ha ha ha." The robust man, upon hearing this, pointed at Qin Yu and erupted into laughter. "You certainly possess confidence." Observing Qin Yu's composure and self-assurance amidst the chaos, he found it somewhat amusing. Suddenly, without warning, the robust man swung his axe towards Qin Yu in the midst of his laughter. "Damn it! This is not how it's supposed to go." Tiandao cursed. Crack! The heavens abruptly split open with a massive fissure, and an endless darkness instantly engulfed the entire Shumi continent. In that moment, as the robust man struck, it seemed as though the Shumi continent was facing its apocalypse. Winds howled fiercely, mountains crumbled, and the earth fractured. However, this terrifying spectacle was as fleeting as it was sudden. Mere moments after it appeared, everything came to an abrupt halt. A streak of sword light sliced through the void, dispelling the infinite darkness, and the sky returned to its original state. Within the Shumi continent, all cultivators, save for the genuine powerhouses, were left bewildered. They cast puzzled glances at the heavens, questioning if they were experiencing illusions, and upon witnessing the desolate surroundings, their confusion deepened. At this juncture, the robust man's face lost its previously carefree demeanor. He stared blankly at the white figure before him, incredulously exclaiming, "You truly are an anomaly. Who exactly are you?" Yet, he was destined to receive no reply, as his consciousness began to fade and he slipped into darkness. Bang! It was only at this moment that the blood-red giant axe cracked apart, transforming into countless particles that were scattered by the wind across the universe. He is not the same person from 100,000 years ago. Qin Yu slowly sat down, took a sip of tea, and remarked, "Indeed, that feeling still lingers." Tiandao also took his seat, nodding thoughtfully and furrowing his brow. He asked, "Why is that?" Qin Yu gazed into the distance with a light chuckle, saying, "It's quite simple. This individual was merely a facade, or rather, that person deliberately utilized him to test me." "Why you, not the two of us?" "Because you are weak," Tiandao responded. "The individual lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light, rendering us quite passive," mused the heavenly Tao. Qin Yu smiled faintly, for he already knew the location of this person. "Where?" the heavenly Tao inquired eagerly. "Everywhere." Qin Yu set down his teacup and gazed into the void, speaking slowly. "Everywhere? What does that mean?" The heavenly Tao pondered. Could it be that this person has been secretly watching us all along? With a furrowed brow, the heavenly Tao focused intently. Instantly, the entirety of the Tao realm vividly materialized in his mind. Yet as time passed, his frown deepened. He found nothing amiss. Everything appeared as it should. Qin Yu regarded the heavenly Tao with profound significance and slowly asked, "Do you wish to meet him? Perhaps you will be surprised." At this, the heavenly Tao felt increasingly bewildered. Meet him? Surprised? Yet he nodded very well. Chapter 32. The Malevolent Heavenly Tao. Then follow me. With that, Qin Yu's figure vanished from the summit of Qingfo Mountain. Without hesitation, the heavenly Tao followed closely, though his confusion only intensified. "Isn't this the place where I slumbered?" When Qin Yu halted, the heavenly Tao looked at him with bewilderment and inquired, "What is happening?" "Indeed," Qin Yu affirmed, then coldly declared, "Are you not coming out? Whom were you speaking to?" The heavenly Tao surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss, yet a vague, inexplicable sensation stirred within him. Hee. At that moment, a cold, emotionless laugh echoed from the void. "I never imagined you would discover me." As the words faded, a white figure materialized before them, appearing as if it had always existed in that space, devoid of any spatial disturbance. "You." Upon seeing this figure, the heavenly Tao instinctively recoiled, pointing in astonishment. Speechless, he realized that this being was nearly an exact replica of himself, both in appearance and aura. The only significant distinction lay in their essence. They were fundamentally opposed. One radiated a sense of purity, while the other exuded darkness, bloodlust, and ruthlessness. Hee. Indeed, you are me, and I am you. We are one and the same. The figure regarded the heavenly Tao with a smirk, his eyes brimming with vengeful malice. "What do you mean? Clarify this for me." The heavenly Tao, visibly agitated, stepped forward, fixated on the doppelganger. Deep within, he sensed the truth of the figure's words. The bond of blood could not be mistaken. "Do not let your mind falter. He is merely a manifestation of your wicked thoughts." Just then, Qin Yu's voice resonated in the heavenly Tao's ears. The heavenly path trembled, casting a deep gaze at the figure before him. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the underlying truth. "Ah, you remain as stagnant as ever, truly a wretched being. Why not succumb to me, allowing me to devour you, merging our essences?" At that moment, this trivial realm of Tao cannot possibly contain us both. Do you not yearn to venture into the vast world beyond? Why cling to these insignificant ants? The shadow of the figure turned towards the heavenly path. Words laced with a hint of illusion. Abandon that futile desire. Even if I return to the realm of Tao, I shall not merge with you." Before the figure could finish, the heavenly path blurted out, leaving him momentarily stunned. This declaration was uttered entirely by instinct, devoid of any deliberate intent. A wretch rooted in mediocrity is destined to perish, whether you desire it or not. Once I eliminate this young one, you cannot escape the fate of merging. You have made me search for 100,000 years, yet fortuitously, this individual has inadvertently aided the grand design of the heavenly path. Since your awakening, it has become apparent that you and I shall inevitably reunite as one. The self-proclaimed heavenly path sneered contemptuously at the figure, speaking slowly. The heavenly path remained silent, his countenance dark, lost in thought. "You have slain my master." A cold voice echoed through the void, belonging to Qin Yu. "Indeed, I did." The malevolent heavenly path did not deny it, but rather boldly acknowledged it. "What was your reason? Why did you do this?" Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. Had it not been for the burning curiosity within him, he would have already slain this man with a single sword strike, refusing to utter another word. There must be other factors at play. Perhaps all of this is orchestrated by a hidden mastermind, and this wicked heavenly path is merely a pawn. Do you wish to know? The malevolent heavenly path smirked ominously, then shook his head. "Alas, I shall not divulge it to you. I can see that you are formidable. Yet from my observations over these past days, coupled with your recent encounter with that brutish man, it seems you remain within my grasp." Qin Yu replied indifferently. "Is that so? Are you truly unwilling to speak? Is it not so? Do not forget, I am the heavenly path. This realm of Tao is my dominion." With that proclamation, he suddenly thrust his palm towards Qin Yu. This strike appeared unremarkable, yet it harbored an inexhaustible malevolence. Intertwined with the sinister thoughts of all beings within the realm of Tao, bloodthirsty and greedy. The previously silent heavenly path clasped his hands together, his expression grave, declaring, "Disperse." As these words escaped his lips, an opposing invisible force converged from all directions, striving to dispel the palm imprint. In that instant, it seemed as though all beings within the realm of Tao had gone mad. One moment steeped in malevolence, the next brimming with sanctity. Is this the heavenly path that has not manifested for hundreds of thousands of years? On the Tsangming continent, within the war pavilion, 3 ethereal figures stood still in the void. It is indeed the heavenly path, yet this aura is rife with hostility and bloodshed. The presence of the formidable giant has vanished, and now this enigmatic heavenly path has emerged. The realm is in turmoil. This matter is of great significance and must be reported to the esteemed immortal lord. That giant clearly hails from an unknown dimension. Other forces have already intruded upon our celestial realm, which bodes ill. Moreover, it is evident that this heavenly path is at odds with others, far beyond our capabilities to handle. The 3 phantoms exchanged glances, and, after a brief nod, one of them gradually faded from view. In a mere moment, the heavenly path felt a sudden sweetness in its throat, abruptly spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood, wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth. It gazed in alarm at its malevolent counterpart, the evil heavenly path. Once effortlessly in control of everything, it now found itself akin to an ordinary cultivator, having completely lost dominion over the power of the entire realm. The evil heavenly path smirked with derision. Addressing the heavenly path, it proclaimed, "A waste is merely a waste. Were it not for your existence, I would be whole. I would have devoured you completely. What you possess is only what I allow you to possess. I am the essence, the true sovereign of this world." However, before it could finish its taunt, it was shocked to discover that the hand infused with the power of the entire realm had suddenly vanished into thin air. What is happening? The expression of the evil heavenly path shifted dramatically, its gaze fixed intently on Qin Yu, realizing that everything stemmed from him. How did you accomplish this? Yet, what perplexed it was that Qin Yu had made no discernible move, not even drawing his sword. How could this be? Qin Yu cast a languid glance at it, and coldly remarked, "Is this the power drawn from the masses? You exist for the sake of the people and ought to protect them, rather than exploit their strength for your selfish desires." Suddenly, the evil heavenly path erupted into a maniacal laugh. At the same time, an ancient tome imbued with an inexplicable aura materialized in its left hand, while in its right hand, it wielded a pen radiating the essence of the Tao. This is the Tao scripture, the great Tao pen. At this moment, the heavenly path appeared pale, standing behind Qin Yu, cautioning him, "You are strong, but even so, what of it? You still cannot escape death." As it spoke, the evil heavenly path opened the ancient tome and swiftly tapped it with remarkable speed. Shadoui abyssal formation. Manifeste. No sooner had the words left its lips than the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. The surrounding space erupted into chaos, and countless fissures appeared silently. Wisps of essence alien to this realm emanated from the cracks. In an instant, this essence coalesced in the air into dense gray mist, forming an unremarkable array that enveloped Qin Yu entirely. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. This formation not only severed all celestial energy, but also infinitely weakened your power, even your cultivation. Perish, gazing at Qin Yu, ensnared within the ominous and chaotic array. The malevolent Tao of heaven wore an icy expression, a cold smile gracing his lips. Qin Yu, however, had no desire to engage in excessive banter with the sinister Tao. At this moment, conjectures brewed within his mind. Casually casting a glance at the malevolent Tao outside the formation, he slowly grasped the hilt of his sword. With a resonant clang, the sound of the sword echoed through the heavens. In an instant, a flash of cold light erupted, cleaving the entire array into two halves from within. The yin and yang array collapsed instantaneously, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that swept in all directions. Nevertheless, the sword light remained unwavering, relentlessly pursuing the malevolent Tao. The malevolent Tao was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for less than a breath before retreating frantically, finding himself thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Yet the sword light remained steadfast, refusing to be shaken off. Regardless of the speed of the malevolent Tao, he was acutely aware of the terror that lay within Qin Yu's strike, throughout Qin Yu's existence. He had yet to witness anyone capable of withstanding even a single blow. With this thought in mind, the malevolent Tao gritted his teeth, wielding his brush with remarkable speed towards the void, while the ancient tome in his hand began to flip open on its own with astonishing rapidity. By the tome as a boundary, by the brush as a spirit, in my name, I summon the divine path to manifest. In that instant, a destructive aura permeated the expanse of heaven and earth. Golden patterns illuminated the void, and a multitude of runes appeared, swiftly enveloping the space occupied by the malevolent Tao. At this juncture, Qin Yu turned to the Tao of heaven, inquiring, "Do you desire those two items in his possession?" Upon hearing this, the Tao of heaven was momentarily stunned, but soon he rubbed his hands together with a sycophantic smile, asking, "Is that truly possible?" Qin Yu replied with a faint smile, then directed his gaze towards the malevolent Tao with an icy demeanor, stating, "Naturally." As his words fell, the sword light drew near to the space before the malevolent Tao. At that moment, the realm where the malevolent Tao resided had become a world unto itself. It appeared to be within the Tao realm. Yet an immeasurable distance separated the two. Fortunately, the divine realm had been unlocked. Only then did the malevolent Tao secretly exhale a sigh of relief. He gazed at Qin Yu from afar, deeply furrowing his brows. As the towering figure had suggested, this individual was indeed a variable. If his suspicions were correct, the place where the towering figure resided was likely no less than the celestial realm. It would be wise for this Tao of heaven to temporarily avoid his sharpness. At that moment, the sword light thundered forth. Observing the heart-stirring brilliance of the sword, the malevolent Tao sneered, thinking, "If I cannot defeat you, can I not evade you?" The spatial laws of this divine realm far surpass those of ordinary space. At this speed, it would take centuries to reach here. You wish to avenge your master? You must first slay me. Just as he turned to disregard the matter and prepare to leave, a sudden tearing sound reached his ears, akin to something being violently rent asunder. The malevolent Tao halted, instinctively turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, a cold gleam sliced through the air before him. How can this be? How is this possible? This is the divine realm. I am the heavenly Tao. I am indestructible, and I endure through eternity. At this moment, the malevolent heavenly Tao was engulfed in fear. He was furious, unwilling to accept his fate, roaring as he desperately attempted to mend his severed body. Yet the wounds were infused with a potent sword intent, rendering his efforts futile as all energy was obliterated beneath its influence. In the end, despair consumed him. He realized that any exertion of power only accelerated the destruction wrought by the sword intent, hastening his demise. At this juncture, despite his reluctance, the outcome had been sealed. Alas, were it not for your potential utility, I would have no desire to save such a worthless being. Just as the malevolent heavenly Tao's consciousness was on the brink of succumbing to darkness, An ancient sigh echoed in his ears. Subsequently, within the realm of the divine Tao, a withered hand appeared without warning, grasping towards the malevolent heavenly Tao. At last, he revealed himself. At an unknown moment, Qin Yu had entered the divine Tao realm. As the hand approached within a yard of the malevolent heavenly Tao, a flicker of sword light flashed. In an instant, that hand was cleaved in two, disintegrating into specks of starlight that faded into the void. A soft exclamation arose. Not far in front of Qin Yu, a figure gradually coalesced. This was an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, seemingly frail, yet his deeply set eyes radiated a fearsome brilliance. The old man squinted, scrutinizing Qin Yu, and the more he observed, the greater his perplexity became. How peculiar! I cannot see through you. What intriguing little fellow. If I'm not mistaken, you have deliberately utilized this heavenly Tao to draw me out, have you not? Qin Yu nodded, affirming indeed. At that very moment, a strand of divine thought suddenly entered the old man's ears. Is this true? Is he truly from the MO, realm? The old man looked towards the malevolent heavenly Tao at a distance, frowning. Indeed, without a doubt, he claims to be from the MO, realm. Please, esteemed sir, save me. The malevolent heavenly Tao cried out in desperation as the vitality within him dwindled at a terrifying pace. The old man lowered his head, his eyes flickering with thoughts, and in an instant, he contemplated much the MO, realm. He abruptly raised his head, gazing at Qin Yu, and remarked, No wonder I cannot see through you. Even that old fellow holds such an opinion of you. Thus, it seems you truly are an anomaly. With that, the old man extended his hand once more towards the malevolent heavenly Tao, seeking to rescue him. However, even swifter than him was a flash of sword light. Swish! Sir, save me! Uft! Boom! In the astonished gaze of the malevolent heavenly Tao, his entire form suddenly cracked rapidly and then disintegrated into the cosmos. As for the old man's hand, it grasped at emptiness. Qin Yu raised a finger, and instantly, the ancient tome and the great Tao brush appeared before the heavenly Tao. The old man's brow furrowed. He was about to express his anger, but soon, he seemed to sense something, and his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of incredulity. How could this be? The aura has transcended the oppressive force exerted by the mighty beings of the pseudo-divine realm. Could it be? As if struck by a sudden realization, the elder's pupils contracted sharply, and he inwardly roared, The divine realm. This is the mightiest of the divine realm. Noticing the elder's fluctuating expression, Qin Yu was oblivious to his thoughts and resolved not to squander any more time. He spoke in a calm tone. Give me a reason. The elder suppressed the shock within him, raised his gaze to Qin Yu, and with a forced smile, replied, A reason? Ha, how intriguing. What reason do you desire from me? You have gone to great lengths to plot against my master. What is the purpose behind it all? Now you wish to take my life. Should you not provide a reason for that? Qin Yu cast a dispassionate glance at the elder and remarked. The elder chuckled in response. Let me be frank. I'm not even aware of the details myself. Even if I were, you lack the qualification to know. As for your claim of honesty, I was unaware of any of this before my arrival. All of this is merely the folly of that imbecile. This statement bore truth. He indeed did not know of Qin Yu's existence, but had sensed the aura of the divine path being awakened, prompting his visit. Qin Yu was not surprised by the elder's attitude. Differing allegiances were to be expected. Nonetheless, inquiries must be made, and actions must be taken. Chapter 34. The Hall of Eternal Life. So let this be the end. In the next moment, Qin Yu slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, and a tranquil voice resonated from the void. The end? The elder regarded Qin Yu with a profound expression. Do you intend to kill me? Qin Yu nodded earnestly, declaring, I shall not spare a single one of those who harm my master. The elder admitted, I acknowledge your strength. This current avatar is indeed no match for you. He smiled faintly, surveying the entirety of the Tao realm before continuing. However, believe me when I say that your demise is not far off. Furthermore, do you know who that brute is? With a stoic expression, Qin Yu replied, The Makai realm you speak of is indeed the Makai realm, but they are also of your master's lineage. The elder chuckled, revealing a playful demeanor. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Qin Yu's mind, yet he displayed no outward signs of disturbance, and his movements remained unimpeded. Swish! The flash of the sword was fleeting. The elder neither dodged nor evaded, maintaining a smile, though a hint of concealed ferocity flickered in the depths of his pupils. With a piercing sound, the sword embedded itself into flesh, and, in an instant, the elder's head separated from his body. If you survive this time, I would not mind personally eliminating you. However, I believe your demise is inevitable. As this avatar dissipated, a fragment of divine consciousness entered Qin Yu's mind. Furrowing his brow slightly, Qin Yu realized that the elder's avatar had severed its connection to the true body long ago. Thus, acquiring any information was impossible. Yet, it was evident that the giant and the elder belonged to opposing factions, and their relationship was likely antagonistic. If the elder's words hold any truth, then the burly man belongs to the lineage of the Master S family, which must be in a state of great unrest. The elder, harboring the intention of benefiting from the conflict between the clam and the snipe, likely shared this matter with him. With this thought, Qin Yu's gaze flickered. It was evident that someone had plotted against him, fearing the repercussions of his existence. This suggests that the Master S situation is perilous. Could he truly be in the realm of hope? Qin Yu's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of coldness. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who poses a threat to Lingyun Tian shall face his unhesitant wrath. At this moment, as the sky cleared, Qin Yu's figure gradually faded from sight. After a considerable time, several strands of divine consciousness cautiously swept towards this direction. Who is engaged in combat here? One of the consciousnesses transmitted a thought, seemingly inquiring. We are not even worthy to witness the presence of such formidable beings. Another consciousness interjected. It is inconceivable for such entities to exist within the Tao realm. Moreover, the heavenly path seems to be involved in this matter. I wonder what the outcome will be. Those people are not of the Tao realm. We should inquire with the Longxing Palace. They appear to have some connection to the heavenly path, and should be aware of what has transpired. The divine consciousnesses exchanged information, their words heavy with gravity, before dispersing. At the very heart of the Tao realm lies a vast and boundless island. The Longxing Palace is situated upon it, and this island is aptly named Longxing Island. At this moment, in a void above the Longxing Palace, dozens of figures stood side by side. Each individual exuded an aura as deep as the ocean, their bodies seemingly brimming with boundless energy, a testament to their effort to suppress their own presence. Even so, their mere tranquil stance distorted the surrounding space, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Any one of these individuals, should they choose to step forward, could cause the Tao realm to tremble. In front of these figures stood a white-robed elder, his back to the crowd, hands clasped behind him, his robe billowing audibly in the wind. At this moment, the elder's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on the depths of the void. Yet, despite his utmost efforts to peer into the distance, he remained empty-handed, confronted only by an insurmountable spatial barrier. Suddenly, without warning, the barrier before him shattered. With a gasp, the elder coughed up a mouthful of vital blood, staggering back several steps, his complexion paling instantly. Simultaneously, he was struck with profound shock, murmuring, "This is impossible. How can this be?" In the fleeting moment of the barrier's collapse, he glimpsed a flash of sword light darting from within that space. Subsequently, just as his divine consciousness was on the brink of annihilation, he witnessed the heavenly path silently dissipating into the cosmos. "Master! Master!" The figures behind the white-robed elder rushed forward immediately. The elder in the white robe waved his hand and declared, "I am unscathed. Relay the order. From this moment forth, my Longxing Palace shall cease its operations." "Cease operations?" the sect leader exclaimed, and dozens of figures momentarily froze, gazing incredulously at the elder. It is known that ceasing operations signifies the Longxing Palace's withdrawal from the world, severing all ties with the outside. The elder in white glanced coldly at the one who spoke, stating icily, "Do as I have commanded." The individual's expression shifted, and he hurriedly clasped his hands in respect to the elder, affirming, "Yes." Subsequently, the figures gradually vanished into the void, except for one middle-aged man who remained in place. He stepped forward, approaching the elder, and asked with an unusual tone, "Has the heavenly path perished?" The elder in white cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. The middle-aged man suddenly let out a cold laugh, speaking in a mocking tone. "It appears my conjecture was correct. The heavenly path has indeed been slain. Now, your Tao realm lacks that hidden heavenly path, leaving only the nascent one, an unfavorable situation." "What do you mean by that?" The elder in white furrowed his brow, his gaze turning menacing as he sensed an ominous shift. The middle-aged man chuckled softly. "Perhaps my slaughter realm could offer you assistance." The elder's heart sank at this revelation, yet he maintained a facade of indifference, retorting, "Do not forget, we have a pact." The pact was established upon equal strength, and it is now void. The middle-aged man interrupted, his voice laced with a chilling mockery. Upon hearing his words, the elder's expression fluctuated significantly. After a long pause, he sighed softly, falling into silence, as if resigning to fate. But soon, a glint flickered in his eyes as he pondered the middle-aged man's implications. Rest assured, in due time, this Dao realm will still belong to your Longxing Palace. Additionally, I advise you, the slaughter heavenly path does not favor those who scheme in shadows. The middle-aged man seemed to perceive the elder's thoughts, sneering before vanishing without a trace. The elder watched the direction in which he departed, a cold smile forming on his lips. Is that so? He murmured softly, lowering his head slightly. What if the slaughter heavenly path encounters the one who slays the heavenly path? As his words faded, the elder's figure gradually faded into the void until he completely disappeared. Chapter 35. The Ethereal Path of the Underworld. In the depths of the heavens, the heavenly path's eyes were tightly shut, displaying an expression of anguish. At this moment, an immense surge of celestial energy was continuously flowing into his being, causing his aura to swell uncontrollably. However, in the face of such vast and pure energy, his ascension and cultivation lagged far behind the influx of power. Most critically, the pure energy was not only saturated with malevolence and fury, but it also surged toward him unrelentingly. He was utterly overwhelmed, incapable of refining it unless he possessed ample time. If this continues, he will surely burst within half an hour. At that moment, a wisp of sword intent swiftly penetrated the body of the celestial path. As the sword intent entered, the furrowed brow of the celestial path relaxed instantly. He could perceive that the energy, which had previously surged recklessly into his body, now transformed under the influence of this sword intent into a gentle lamb. It seemed to require no refining, effortlessly integrating into the essence of his being. Half an hour later, the celestial path slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Qin Yu not far away, a flicker of complexity flashing in his gaze. With the absorption of this energy, he now emanated an aura as profound as the ocean, finally returning to the pinnacle he had achieved over 100,000 years ago. The memories that once belonged to the malevolent celestial path also surged into his consciousness, becoming an intrinsic part of him. After a moment of silence, the celestial path clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Qin Yu offered a faint smile, remaining silent, merely flicking a finger to send a sphere of white mist into the celestial path's body. Subsequently, he turned and vanished from sight in a single step. Upon sensing the memories contained within the white mist, the celestial path sighed softly, his figure gradually becoming indistinct. Upon appearing above the Qin Yu sect, Qin Yu sensed that Xuangu and his three companions were positioned on a peak, firmly surrounding the Qin Yu sect. Without alarming the four, Qin Yu stepped forward, arriving within the forbidden area in an instant. Shortly after, Chu Feng arrived, having received the news. "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Chu Feng bowed in reverence. Qin Yu nodded, turning to Chu Feng and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Reporting to the ancestor, Jin Wuchen has sent a brief message indicating that he has discovered Zhao Ming's whereabouts, who is heading towards the Underworld Immortal Path. Zhao Ming? The Underworld Immortal Path? Qin Yu murmured. He had some knowledge of the Underworld Immortal Path, a place of extreme peril, often referred to as the foremost forbidden area of the Dao realm. It was said that even scattered immortals faced certain death upon entering. Only those of pseudo-immortal status could venture within, yet reaching the deepest parts was utterly impossible. Indeed, Zhao Ming is the son of the sect master of the floating island. Before you annihilated the floating island, he was not present, and thus managed to save his life. After some thought, Chu Feng added, "However, it is said that he has harbored resentment, having killed several disciples of our Qin Yu sect. His journey to the Underworld Immortal Path likely involves someone manipulating him from the shadows to harm our sect." Qin Yu nodded lightly and replied, "No matter. You all may focus on your cultivation." Understood. Far away on the Tsangming continent, dozens of figures were hastily traversing the void, heading towards the direction of the Shumi continent. "Sect Master, this matter may be a ruse." A man in purple attire furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the somber-faced middle-aged man before him. "Do you think I am unaware? That old fool, Zhang Guyang, has cunningly orchestrated this. What a masterstroke of using one's own weapon against them." The middle-aged man's gaze was sinister, his entire being exuding an aura of malevolence. The middle-aged man is none other than the master of the battle pavilion, Zhan Tian. The man clad in purple spoke with a cold demeanor. This old fox has long coveted the position of the sect master. Aware that he cannot compete with you, he now resorts to underhanded tactics against the young master. This is all for his grandson, Zhan Ba, whom he wishes to elevate as the next sect master. He believes that by currying favor with a few esteemed individuals, he can secure his grandson's ascension to the position. Little does he know that those esteemed ones have already divulged everything to me. How naive. Zhan Tan narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within, and replied, however, it is utterly intolerable that he dares to harm Yun'er. Even if a trifling sect were to be annihilated, it would not quell the hatred in my heart. Master, one must not underestimate this person. To be able to annihilate the entirety of the floating island single-handedly, he must possess considerable support, an elderly man with white eyebrows interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhan Tian discreetly cast his gaze upwards into the void, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Support? What of it? A mere projection of a pseudo-immortal has graced the heights of my floating island. How can it possibly compare to the battle pavilion? Master, are you implying? As the words fell, it seemed a realization struck, and the accompanying crowd was taken aback, though delight quickly followed. Zhan Tian offered no response, his expression contorting into something ferocious. At this juncture, even the dimmest of minds grasped the implication. The three esteemed ones would undoubtedly make their appearance. Behind Zhan Tian, many silently exhaled in relief. If they were to confront this alone, they would likely be awaiting their demise at the hands of one capable of slaying a pseudo-immortal. However, the current situation was different. Knowing that three pseudo-immortals were lurking in the shadows meant that their journey this time would merely be a formality. In an instant, the initial trepidation felt by those formidable individuals dissipated like mist in the morning sun. A contingent of dozens, under Zhan Tian's leadership, soared toward the direction of the Shumi continent with great urgency. Meanwhile, in a certain expanse of the Dao realm, across an endless, desolate desert, a solitary figure was swiftly making his way toward a foreboding swamp cloaked in darkness. This handsome young man, Zhao Ming, son of Zhao Mu, had been traversing this desert for over 10 days. As he gazed upon the swamp, which exuded an aura of dread, a cold smirk played upon his lips as he uttered, "The path of the nether immortals." With a sudden shift in his body, he accelerated beneath him. He understood that although it appeared within reach, a considerable distance remained. 3 days later, when Zhao Ming finally arrived at the entrance of the path of the nether immortals, he hesitated once more. Staring at the pitch-black entrance ahead, a surge of foreboding rose within him, accompanied by an ominous sense of impending death. As a sixth-tier immortal, he was undoubtedly convinced of this instinctual sense of crisis. Thus, he lingered for over an hour, never arriving at a decision. "Do you not desire revenge?" Just as Zhao Ming hesitated, a mocking voice echoed from not far behind him. Zhao Ming's expression darkened abruptly. He was all too familiar with this voice. Turning to face its source, he beheld a figure shrouded in a black veil, the mysterious woman. Zhao Ming narrowed his cold eyes and spoke with a frigid tone. "Why have you been following me?" If I hadn't followed you, how could I be here now to urge you to enter?" The mysterious woman seemed unfazed by Zhao Ming's unfriendly tone, her laughter ringing with a bewitching charm. I do not require your reminders." With a cold snort, Zhao Ming turned and stepped forward, vanishing at the entrance of the nether immortal path. In the void, the mysterious woman gazed at his retreating figure with a smile that was both enigmatic and amused, gradually becoming ethereal. Chapter 36. The True and False Illusions. Would the elder of the desolate truly agree? 5 figures slowly coalesced in the void, among them a mid-stage, pseudo-immortal clad in black. The other 4 elders stood respectfully behind him. Upon seeing the mysterious woman, the elders bowed and greeted her, "Miss Xiao." The mysterious woman gently lifted her veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face, one that could easily be described as captivating beyond measure. She smiled gracefully at the group, then turned to the black-clad man, saying, "Rest assured, I have investigated for quite some time. He will certainly agree. He has amassed the power of bloodlines over hundreds of thousands of years, yet this frenzied bloodline eludes him. Now that we possess a lead on it, he cannot possibly refuse." Upon hearing this, the black-clad man furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. "It is said that this person is unpredictable and cunning. What we are doing is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger." The woman chuckled lightly, "Brother, while it may be like seeking the skin of a tiger, we are the tiger. Moreover, it is merely a matter of mutual benefit." Listening to her words, the man fell silent for a moment before continuing, but this carries significant risks for us as well. You must understand, this is not in my Tianlin realm, currently. We are no match for those from the Qin Yu sect, and as for the Elder of the Desolate, it goes without saying. The woman shook her head, interrupting him. Brother, you are mistaken. This is precisely the directive from the higher-ups. If we wait for absolute certainty, the time we lose could lead to our family's annihilation several times over. Now, we are merely exchanging some risks. Surely you understand the principle of danger coexisting with opportunity? Furthermore, I am 80% certain that the Elder of the Desolate will agree to our terms. For him, this is also an opportunity. Do you truly believe that the individual from the Qin Yu sect could rival the Elder of the Desolate? The man clad in black fell into a silent contemplation. It was not that he failed to comprehend the underlying principles, but rather that he was primarily concerned with preserving his own life. Let's hope so, he sighed softly. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had been plagued by an unsettling feeling, which had only intensified with the passage of time. As he turned to leave, the woman's gaze grew increasingly frigid. She addressed the four elders with a stoic expression. You four, ensure that he is closely monitored. That object must not encounter any mishap. Understood, miss, the elders replied in unison, promptly following the man in black. The individuals from the pseudo-immortal realm were still so fearful of death, unworthy of high regard. The woman shook her head with a sigh before vanishing into the void. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming, upon entering the path of the underworld, immediately surveyed this place that instilled dread in all-powerful beings. The sky was painted a dark crimson, and a black rain fell relentlessly. As he extended his consciousness, his brow furrowed deeply. He discovered that his perception was limited to a mere 100 feet around him, and any attempt to delve further was thwarted. At that moment, he sensed a stirring within himself. With a flick of his right hand, a golden orb materialized in his palm, emitting a faint glow. What is the meaning of this? He pondered. I was permitted to bring this object, yet it is evidently repelled by this place. Zhao Ming mused, acutely aware that something within this orb instilled fear within it. After a brief moment of contemplation, a glimmer of resolve crossed his eyes. He had reached a point of no return. Perhaps only by locating the person she mentioned could he find a glimmer of hope. Whispering softly, he retrieved a map, discerning his direction before cautiously proceeding to the right. As he made his move, a drop of black rain fell squarely upon his hand. Hiss! Tendrils of black smoke began to seep from his body, slowly merging into the surrounding space. What in the world is this? He exclaimed, witnessing his entire right hand vanish at an alarming pace. Yet he felt no pain, as if devoid of sensation. Startled, Zhao Ming realized that within the fleeting moment of distraction, the blackness had crept up to his shoulder, inciting a profound fear within him. Without hesitation, he formed his left hand into a blade and decisively slashed at his right arm. With a soft pop, his arm was severed, disintegrating in a black smoke before it could even touch the ground. Zhao Ming's expression darkened. If such peril existed merely at the periphery, what dangers lay ahead? Contemplating this, he swiftly tapped his storage pouch, summoning a talisman before him. His left hand moved rapidly, forming a seal, and he pointed towards the talisman. In an instant, it flashed with brilliance, enveloping Zhao Ming in a deep blue aura. Phew, fortunately, this protective talisman can barely withstand 8 drops. With caution, I should be relatively safe. After numerous attempts, he ultimately arrived at this conclusion, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. It was only at this moment that he had the opportunity to reshape his right arm. Following a brief moment of meditation, Zhao Ming, intent on reforming his right hand, did not linger but proceeded straight ahead. According to the map provided by the mysterious woman, his destination was the deepest part of the netherworld immortal path. This aura. Within the forbidden grounds of Qin Yu sect, Qin Yu suddenly sensed something and vanished from his location in an instant. There lay the direction of the netherworld immortal path. Appearing in the skies above Qin Yu sect, a flicker passed through Qin Yu's gaze. After a moment's contemplation, his figure once again disappeared from sight. A day later, at the entrance of the netherworld immortal path, the void suddenly split open, and a white figure stepped forth from within. How did he arrive here? The moment Qin Yu materialized, the mysterious woman concealed in the shadows changed her expression. She could not comprehend why Qin Yu would suddenly appear in this place. Could it be that their affairs had been exposed? This is impossible. She shook her head, swiftly dismissing the notion. Aside from a few of her companions, only Zhao Ming was aware of this matter. As for her own people, they were beyond suspicion, and Zhao Ming had no reason to betray them. Just as the mysterious woman was lost in speculation, Qin Yu did not pause at all, stepping directly into the netherworld immortal path, vanishing into the void. However, before entering, he cast a faint glance at the hiding place of the mysterious woman. Discovered. The mysterious woman furrowed her brow slightly, but soon let out a light laugh, thinking that perhaps entering would lead to his eventual fate here. At the moment he stepped into the netherworld immortal path, the scene before Qin Yu transformed. Was it a mirage or reality? Suspended in midair, he gazed at the inferno below, deep in thought. Before him lay an endless sea of flames, with nothing but fire of various hues surrounding him. The sky was a deep crimson, and the crackling sounds echoed as numerous spatial rifts appeared, only to be swiftly mended, only to split open again moments later. Clearly, even this space could not withstand the flames capable of incinerating all. Suddenly, a colossal bird engulfed in flames surged upward from below. It unleashed a torrent of white fire aimed directly at Qin Yu. The scorching wave of heat approached, igniting the surrounding space into silent flames. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light emerged. As the sword light sliced through the air, the white flames rapidly dissipated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The sword's momentum remained unyielding, striking downwards in a flash. Chapter 37. The Elder of the Wasteland. With a soft sound, the flaming monster bird was instantly cleaved in two. Yet strangely, in midair, the creature's body erupted with a loud bang, transforming back into a mass of flames that merged into the sea of fire below. Not long after, a colossal head emerged from the inferno, fixating its gaze upon Qin Yu, with crimson flames igniting within its pupils. Such a formation could only be orchestrated by a practitioner beyond the realms of Tao. Qin Yu, undeterred by the monstrous avian below, murmured softly before raising his right hand slightly and gesturing delicately towards the void ahead. Boom! Suddenly, within this fiery realm, a cacophony akin to shattering glass resonated. These sounds coalesced into a singular force, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, sweeping outward with devastation. Rumble! The raging flames shook the very foundation of existence, transforming into a tidal wave of fire, intent on breaching the firmament and engulfing all within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In that moment, the monstrous bird, with a piercing shriek, involuntarily morphed into a cluster of white flames, becoming an inconspicuous flicker amidst the blaze. In the midst of the endless fire, Qin Yu's figure began to blur, as the all-consuming flames receded a considerable distance from his presence. After approximately the span of an incense stick, tranquility gradually returned to the area where Qin Yu stood. Yet, the distant rumbling continued unabated, the towering inferno seemingly boundless as it spread in all directions. At this juncture, a light rain of black droplets began to fall from the heavens, striking the ground with a corrosive hiss. That ominous aura had briefly manifested in this place. With a wave of his hand, ripples undulated through the space before him. In the next moment, a scene slowly unfolded before his eyes. In the vision, a young man clad in black retrieved a dimly glowing golden orb from his storage pouch. The very essence Qin Yu sensed emanated from this object. The youth also clutched a map, proceeding deeper into the path of the netherworld. This individual could undoubtedly be none other than Zhao Ming. Bang! The vision shattered as Qin Yu stepped forth, vanishing into the void. If his assumptions held true, Zhao Ming was undoubtedly en route to the location marked by the red dot on the map. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming, advancing deeper, furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance around. Aside from the initial black raindrops, he had encountered no anomalies thus far. It seemed that the path of the netherworld was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Nevertheless, Zhao Ming understood that there must be an underlying reason for this. Could it be linked to the orb? Zhao Ming flipped his hand, and the golden orb reappeared, though now it lacked its previous luster. After its initial faint glow, it quickly faded into silence, showing no further response. Little one, you have finally arrived. At that moment, a voice imbued with an ancient indifference echoed in Zhao Ming's ear. Who? The sudden utterance caused Zhao Ming, who had been meticulously cautious, to instantly tense with apprehension. His expression grave, he scanned his surroundings, unleashing his cultivation's aura with sudden intensity. Though his cultivation appeared pitiably weak in this realm, it nonetheless afforded him a modicum of security. Cackling, a voice suddenly echoed. Who am I? I am precisely the person you seek. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming's thoughts raced. He was uncertain whether the voice belonged to the individual he was in search of, yet he felt a flicker of belief stir within him. The location he occupied was not far from the place marked on the map. "How can I trust you?" Zhao Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. A derisive laugh resonated through the void. Almost immediately, a colossal hand emerged from the clouds above, reaching out to seize him. "What?" Zhao Ming's expression changed drastically. He attempted to flee, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, immobilized completely. In an instant, the hand descended upon him, lifting him effortlessly as one might a small chick. Zhao Ming felt as though he was being dragged through countless dimensions, each harboring an unfathomable aura of terror. In but a heartbeat, he found himself within a cave dwelling. It was modest to the point of starkness. Yet what terrified him was the sight of scattered skeletal remains throughout. The owners of these bones had long since perished, but their remains still exuded a faint yet palpable pressure. From this alone, Zhao Ming could ascertain that these individuals had possessed extraordinary prowess in life. In one corner, he even beheld a skeleton that emanated a soft, luminous glow. This skeleton, pristine as jade and devoid of any blemish, inspired an almost instinctual urge to prostrate in reverence. "This is undoubtedly a true immortal." Zhao Ming's pupils constricted, a chill sweeping over him. It is said that beings from the celestial realm find it nearly impossible to descend into the realm of cultivation. The cost of even a projection is exorbitant. Yet here lay the remains of a genuine powerhouse from the celestial realm. Setting aside the mystery of why such an entity would appear here, one could only wonder, how formidable must the being who vanquished them be? The disparity between a projection and a true self is akin to that between a stream and the vast ocean. The two cannot be compared. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts coursed through Zhao Ming's mind. One thing was certain: the owner of the voice was indeed the person he had come to find. At the far end of the cave, a figure sat cross-legged, presenting a silhouette that captivated his attention. "Elder, someone entrusted me with this item for you." With this thought, Zhao Ming hesitated not a moment, and the golden orb materialized in his hand. However, almost as soon as the orb appeared, it slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards the figure in a flash. Indeed, the frenzied bloodline exists. The figure trembled slightly, barely containing their excitement. "For countless eons, I have searched in vain, and at last, a glimmer of hope emerges." Just as I speak, a figure suddenly lets out a soft gasp, its voice a harsh and raspy sound. "Another intriguing little fellow has arrived. How remarkable that you can unravel my illusions, even slaying a fragment of my essence. Quite impressive indeed." The moment Qin Yu entered the fiery abyss, this figure sensed everything at once. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Zhao Ming's scalp prickled as he beheld this silhouette. Nevertheless, he bowed respectfully to the figure's back. The figure slowly rose, hands clasped behind, turning around with deliberate grace. Before him stood an aged man, resembling a dying ember, clad in tattered robes, his gaze upon Zhao Ming imbued with an inscrutable smile. "Elder, what is your intent?" Boom! Before Zhao Ming could finish his sentence, his entire being erupted without warning, transforming into a mass of blood and flesh, which instantaneously merged into the elder's form. "Before me, the elder of the endless. What right do you have to speak?" The elder's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. At that moment, the elder's brow furrowed slightly. This young one possessed some skills. Within the myriad illusions, countless phantasms shattered in an instant. A white figure swiftly approached the elder of the endless. Chapter 38. The one who wields this power is too weak. Swish! A wisp of gray mist suddenly materialized from the void, appearing within the cave abode. The mist did not linger. In a flash, it entered the elder's body. Simultaneously, his aura surged with newfound strength. Soon, an increasing multitude of gray mist emerged, numbering in the tens of thousands, all merging into him, amplifying the elder's presence. While lacking a unique bloodline, this ordinary essence was, paradoxically, extraordinary. The elder's eyes darkened, a flicker of greed passing through them. "If I devour him, perhaps I may ascend even further. This transaction I shall accept." For the elder of the endless, who had accumulated countless bloodline powers, his sensitivity to blood was exceptional. He was convinced that consuming Qin Yu's blood would yield immense benefits. Here, a rift appeared, and from within, a white figure stepped forth. Before Qin Yu lay a world of ice and snow. Majestic mountains loomed, all draped in pristine white. Clang! Without hesitation, Qin Yu drew his sword and sliced through the air. A beam of sword light cleaved the heavens. Crack! In an instant, the entire realm was split asunder. Unfazed, Qin Yu stepped forward, and the scenery shifted once more. With each step, a sword stroke obliterated a segment of space. In mere moments, he had annihilated tens of thousands of realms. "Let's play for a while." The Elder of the Endless cackled, then with a wave of his hand, an invisible ripple spread outward. As Qin Yu stood there, the scene before him underwent a startling transformation. The once dim world suddenly trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, a myriad of different spaces began to overlap rapidly with this location, resembling a fantastical illusion. At the very center of this realm, a blood-red coffin slowly rose from the depths of the earth. Upon reaching the midpoint of the air, it hovered silently. In that moment, time appeared to stand still within the entire space, enveloped in an eerie silence. Crack! Moments later, a fissure suddenly appeared in the blood coffin, which rapidly widened, the sound echoing throughout the cosmos. In the next heartbeat, a shadow cloaked in black stood motionless in the void. This was a robust middle-aged man, his eyes tightly shut, with long black hair cascading down to his waist, swaying as if stirred by an unseen wind. He resembled a lifeless corpse, devoid of any sign of vitality. Qin Yu halted in his tracks, his gaze calmly fixed upon the man in the void. At that instant, a torrent of gray mist began to converge from all directions, rushing eagerly toward the middle-aged man. Each wisp of gray mist embodied a fragment of spatial power, and at this moment, tens of thousands of these mists coalesced from countless merged spaces. An invisible storm surged around the middle-aged man, and in the blink of an eye, the gray mist was absorbed into his body, a process that seemed slow yet transpired in but a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a powerful heartbeat resonated like thunder, echoing across the skies. With each pulsation of the heart, it seemed to possess a peculiar rhythm, imbued with the essence of cosmic laws. At that moment, the earth cracked in vast expanses, mountains crumbled, and the void began to collapse on a grand scale. Abruptly, the middle-aged man's eyelids flickered, and he slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, an unimaginable pressure erupted from within him. Crack! Boom! The space surrounding the man disintegrated in an instant, forming a black hole with a radius of 10,000 feet, fierce winds raging from within. This formidable force alone was sufficient to obliterate even the most deceitful of immortals from existence. He gazed at Qin Yu with an expressionless face, his eyes cold and indifferent. "You," he began, but before he could finish, a faint glimmer of sword light surged forth in an instant. The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted, his voice icy as he declared, "This is intriguing. Let us engage in a proper game." With that, he gently thrust out a palm towards the sword light. As his hand moved, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, swirling the very elements of the universe, seemingly encompassing every inch of space that Qin Yu occupied. In comparison, the sword light appeared as a mere drop in the ocean, starkly contrasting the overwhelming force. Yet, at the moment of their collision, the palm imprint proved as fragile as paper, instantly cleaved in two. Boom! The colossal palm imprint shattered in an instant, transforming into a tempest of spiritual energy that rampaged through the space. The middle-aged man, though taken aback, remained composed and without hesitation, swiftly retreated. "You are quite impressive, but the stronger you become, the more I am drawn to you," he declared. "Answer me one question, and I shall spare your life." Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing coldly at the retreating figure. The sword light, stilled by his words, ceased its advance. If you have any inquiries, direct them to me. My sole purpose is to eliminate you." The middle-aged man halted his retreat, smirking as he continued. "Receive a technique from me. If you survive, you may meet my true self." Qin Yu nodded, understanding the implication. Before his words could fully dissipate, the sword light surged through the air, slicing toward the middle-aged man. "Destruction." A low voice emanated from the man's lips. He then pointed a finger at Qin Yu, and an undeniable force instantaneously enveloped the entire space. The world plunged into darkness, leaving only a faint glimmer of sword light as the solitary beacon. Suddenly, in the distant plain behind the middle-aged man, a blood-red moon began to ascend. Even its mere emergence caused the surrounding darkness to stir, as if some arcane power were awakening. In this boundless void, Qin Yu observed with an impassive expression. He recalled a formidable being from that unknown realm, who claimed to be the foremost figure of the divine court. Before Qin Yu had fully matured, he had witnessed that being's technique, though ultimately vanquished by Qin Yu's sword. The vivid memory of that encounter lingered, albeit without the initial awe. The middle-aged man's technique bore a resemblance to that formidable presence. It lacked the same potency by a considerable margin. As the blood moon ascended higher, it became evident that it was incomplete, missing a segment. The darkness was pierced by unsettling sounds of dread, akin to the anguished howls of countless demons. Invisible black mist streamed forth from the shadows, converging towards the blood moon. In this hazy realm, it felt as though one had entered a separate abyss, where those wisps of black mist surged like waves across a dark sea, calm, yet instilling an unsettling fear within the heart. Break! At that moment, the middle-aged man advanced into the black mist instead of retreating, forcefully sweeping his right hand down toward Qin Yu. In an instant, the blood moon behind him leapt into the air, fully revealing itself on the horizon. Instantly, a boundless expanse of crimson light spread like a tidal wave, crashing toward Qin Yu with thunderous force. Where the blood light traversed, the space was annihilated, a cycle of destruction that seemed capable of obliterating all existence. Impressive technique. Yet the wielder is far too feeble, Qin Yu remarked earnestly, acknowledging the prowess of the technique, but lamenting the weakness of its practitioner. Oof. The middle-aged man gazed at the perpetually calm Qin Yu, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Time seemed to stretch into eternity, yet it felt as if everything had transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the sword light struck. With a swift motion, the sword light cleaved through the darkness, flashing forth from the crimson glow in an instant. In the next heartbeat, the blood-red radiance trembled violently, halting abruptly. A perfectly symmetrical fissure appeared, dividing the entire crimson light into two equal halves. What? At this juncture, a parching sensation seized the middle-aged man. He turned back, staring blankly at the blood moon behind him, his pupils constricting sharply. The feeling of dread surged uncontrollably within him. How could this be possible? The blood moon had now become fragmented, dissolving into specks of red starlight that vanished beneath the horizon. Thus, the darkness was dispelled, and the remnants of divine power were erased from existence by a single sword strike. Qin Yu, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode past the middle-aged man without casting a glance in his direction. You think this will defeat me? Yes, indeed. You must realize that I am but a mere fragment of my true self. The middle-aged man observed Qin Yu's retreating figure and spoke slowly. Defeat? I have only drawn a single sword. Whether he lives or dies depends on his fate. Qin Yu murmured to himself without looking back. A trace of cold laughter flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes, and with a resounding thud, his entire form transformed into a multitude of gray mist, dissipating into the vastness. How intriguing, truly intriguing. I can hardly contain my anticipation to devour you. The elder Tianwang, sensing this scene, spoke with barely suppressed excitement. The stronger Qin Yu became, the more exhilarated and animated he felt, as if he could already envision the moment he broke free from his shackles after consuming Qin Yu's bloodline. With a sweeping gesture, he caused all the independent illusions within the netherworld immortal path to vanish without a trace. In the void, dense fog surged toward the direction of the elder Tianwang. Qin Yu strolled through the void, unfazed by this sudden occurrence. To him, the existence or non-existence of such phenomena mattered not. They could not hinder him in the slightest. Countless wisps of fog brushed past Qin Yu, merging into the void, hastening toward the distance, and disappearing within the elder Tianwang's form. You have finally arrived. The elder Tianwang's harsh, hoarse voice echoed through the realm. A white silhouette was seen approaching slowly from several thousand feet ahead. At last, Qin Yu nodded lightly. The elder Tianwang regarded Qin Yu with a beaming smile, stating, "You are quite remarkable to have come to me willingly. This spares me the trouble of seeking you out. I have a question for you." As he looked at the elder Tianwang with fervent eyes, Qin Yu spoke in a tone of indifference. "You may ask." The elder Tianwang replied with a smile. "Where is the person with the bloodline power within a bead?" Qin Yu inquired. Oh, Qin Yu's question took the elder of the desolate by surprise, as he scrutinized Qin Yu with a peculiar gaze. He subsequently shook his head and chuckled. "You certainly catch me off guard. However, what you should be most concerned about is your own safety, is it not? For instance, who wishes to take your life? And who has made an agreement with me to act against you?" Qin Yu also shook his head, responding with an air of nonchalance. "You need only answer my question." At this juncture, Qin Yu paused for a moment, and after a brief silence, he continued, "As for what you mentioned, it is unnecessary. If trouble arises, it can simply be dealt with. I am not devoid of compassion, The Elder of the Desolate remarked, his smile turning cold and insidious as he gazed at Qin Yu. I can provide you with information about that individual, but I have a condition. What is it? Qin Yu replied, raising an eyebrow, uncertain of the Elder's true intentions. Simply put, you must first endure a little hardship and visit the underworld. Then you shall naturally be enlightened. The Elder's grin deepened, a malevolent curve gracing his lips. Very well. If that is the case, I shall come to you myself. Qin Yu nodded. If we can converse amicably, then let us do so. But should you harbor intentions of murder, I shall not hesitate to strike. He feared neither trouble nor conflict, yet when trouble came, it was imperative to resolve it. In the Elder's eyes, Qin Yu discerned unabashed greed and murderous intent. Come, allow me to consume you. The Elder smiled, abruptly lunging toward Qin Yu, unleashing formidable powers. The surrounding space trembled violently. In an instant, everything appeared to freeze. Even time itself slowed to a crawl. Only a withered hand remained unaffected, appearing before Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. As the hand loomed over him, Qin Yu did not even glance at the encroaching appendage. Instead, he lightly pointed at the space before him. In that moment, a thunderous roar resounded through the heavens, and in an instant, the hand shattered into fragments, restoring the surrounding space to its original state. The power derived from another's bloodline is, after all, merely superficial and transient. You should merge your several avatars. Qin Yu remarked indifferently, observing the Elder's smile gradually stiffening. Upon hearing this, the Elder furrowed his brow. He had initially regarded Qin Yu as merely a rising talent, his enigmatic cultivation not warranting much concern. Yet now, he realized that Qin Yu was far more inscrutable than he had anticipated. Maintaining such composure before him suggested that Qin Yu undoubtedly had a hidden agenda. Very well, as you wish. With that, ripples surged through the nearby void, and soon, four figures materialized above in the sky. These four individuals, in both appearance and cultivation, mirrored the Elder of the Desolate, with the sole distinction lying in the variations of their attire. After cultivating for countless epochs and devouring an immeasurable number of formidable bloodlines, I have assimilated the strengths of myriad schools into my being. Now, not only is my true form of the Golden Immortal Realm, but so too are my four incarnations. The Elder of the Wasteland appeared to be speaking to himself, yet every word exuded an air of languid arrogance. As he spoke, the four incarnations stepped forward, instantly converging beside him. The incarnation clad in gray was the first to take a step, merging into the Elder's body. Instantly, the Elder's aura surged dramatically, followed by the black-clad, red-clad, and purple-clad incarnations, which subsequently integrated with him. Boom! Suddenly, a force capable of annihilating heaven and earth radiated from the Elder's being. Crack! In an instant, the firmament seemed to be violently rent apart, revealing a resplendent expanse of stars. At that moment, within the realm of Tao, all cultivators were utterly astonished by this overwhelming aura, collectively gazing skyward. What could that possibly be? What has transpired within the netherworld immortal path? Is that the starry expanse beyond the realm of Tao? It is said that countless cultivation stars exist in the outer world, though their veracity remains uncertain. Indeed, it is true. Our Tao realm is not without visitors from the outside world, yet our cultivation levels are insufficient to make contact. However, is this commotion not too grand? Could it be that someone from the outside world has come to invade our Tao realm? Even in the event of an invasion, such a cacophony seems implausible. One must realize that to withstand the gale and spatial pressure, one must first possess formidable cultivation. At the very least, one must attain the realm of the pseudo-immortal, and subsequently, possess a sufficiently strong physique to qualify for traversing the starry skies. Otherwise, the mere force of spatial pressure could obliterate anything below the pseudo-immortal realm into nothingness. All cultivators gazed in disbelief at the colossal black hole that occupied half the sky. Though fear lingered in their hearts, they remained captivated. Just then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 40. Forbidden Arts, Phantom of the Demonic Path. Outside the realm of Tao, what was once a dazzling starry sky was now visibly collapsing at an alarming rate. There was no thunderous roar, only an eerie silence prevailed. This spectacle appeared to be but a mirage before the eyes of the onlookers. Terrifying, this was undoubtedly the manifestation of a true powerhouse. At this moment, all cultivators could do was remain astonished, even forgetting their inner trepidation. They strained their eyes towards the direction of the netherworld immortal path, eager to discern what was occurring within. Yet all gazes were thwarted from penetrating the confines of the path. If only they knew that this was merely a fraction of the individual's oppressive might, what would their thoughts be? Just then, a youth clad in black appeared silently in the void above the netherworld immortal path. He cast a glance at the immense black hole, then turned his gaze towards the elder of the wasteland. So it was you from those years past. The black-clad youth furrowed his brow, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. In those days, it was indeed someone who covertly intervened, unleashing his malevolent side, which ultimately birthed the subsequent wicked heavenly path. However, once the evil heavenly path emerged, that individual vanished without a trace, his whereabouts unknown. Later, the sinister heavenly path was exploited by a mysterious elder, leading to a series of ensuing events. Ah, the heavenly path. How have you fared? The elder of the desolate laughed softly, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. The young man clad in black was none other than the heavenly path. Since regaining his former strength, he had transformed from a child into a youthful figure. I should have anticipated it. You are one of them. What is it that you truly seek? The heavenly path spoke slowly. The elder of the desolate scoffed derisively. Humph, with your mere heavenly path, you are not entitled to know. Is that so? Your silence is of no consequence. At this juncture, the heavenly path paused, then continued. You have provoked forces beyond your reckoning, entities that are far beyond your capability to confront. Ha ha! Are you referring to him? The elder of the desolate understood the implication in the heavenly path's words and pointed at Qin Yu, bursting into laughter. The heavenly path regarded him with a half-smile. Choosing not to respond further, I have returned in my true form, a being of the great Luo golden immortal realm, merely a step away from becoming an immortal sovereign. To extinguish you would be as simple as crushing an ant. The elder of the desolate looked upon Qin Yu with contempt, his words dripping with arrogance. Qin Yu cast a dispassionate glance at the elder of the desolate and retorted, Is this truly all your strength? Indeed, the elder of the desolate nodded, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Too weak. With that, Qin Yu wasted no further words and pointed decisively at the elder of the desolate. Utterly arrogant. I hope you maintain that bravado. I shall make you experience the despair of your blood being consumed, drop by drop. The elder's expression darkened, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. Instantly, a wave of malevolence erupted from his being, enveloping the surroundings. A sword cultivator who did not wield a sword was a blatant insult to him. Enraged, he clenched his right hand into a fist, his expression grim as he unleashed a devastating strike. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire Dao realm. Following that, with a sharp crack, the imprint of the fist shattered in the void. Instantly, that fist imprint conjured a cataclysmic storm, rapidly spreading in all directions. The heavenly path, witnessing this, changed countenance, and with a swift gesture, sealed the entire netherworld immortal path, preventing any leakage of energy. Should it spread unchecked, countless beings would face annihilation. Meanwhile, observing his formidable technique being effortlessly neutralized, the elder of the desolate's expression grew grave, a flicker of fear momentarily dancing in his eyes. He understood the terrifying nature of that punch, having expended nearly 80% of his power, and it embodied a technique forged from multiple bloodline powers. Yet now, not only has it been effortlessly resolved, but has also failed to serve as even the slightest impediment. In stark contrast, Qin Yu's single finger continues to advance with the unstoppable force of a battering ram. Very well. As this finger approaches, the expression of the elder of Tianhuang shifts to one of ominous intensity, devoid of any warmth in his gaze. I shall see if within this inferior realm there exists anyone capable of impeding my progress. As the elder's voice resonates, the entire path of the underworld reverberates with energy. Countless tendrils of gray mist materialize around him, coalescing into a long spear exuding malevolent energy. This spear is adorned with a multitude of crimson runes that flicker with an eerie glow, flowing like lifeblood upon its surface. Simultaneously, a suffocating aura seems to lurk within, gradually awakening within the weapon. Boom! The moment the elder seizes the spear, an earth-shattering pressure erupts from within him, permeating the realm of the underworld. Break for me! Without hesitation, the elder thrusts the spear forward with a fierce motion. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the tip of his finger collides with the spear's S-point in the void. Yet, scarcely a breath later, the elder hears a cracking sound echoing ominously in his ears. In the void, starting from the spear's tip, Countless fissures rapidly snake downwards, fracturing the entirety of the spear. Subsequently, with a thunderous roar, it shatters completely. The collapse of the spear unleashes a shockwave that ravages outward in all directions. What? At this moment, the elder is momentarily stunned, his voice betraying a tremor of disbelief. He had anticipated that this strike would at least destroy the incoming finger, perhaps even slay Qin Yu. Yet, to his astonishment, it proves as ineffective as before, failing to impede in the slightest. But now, he has no time for contemplation. Faced with the imminent finger, he decisively retreats. As he withdraws, he chants incantations, his hands weaving intricate gestures, conjuring peculiar symbols that vanish into the surrounding void. Forbidden technique, specter of the demonic path. As the last syllable escapes his lips, an immense shadow materializes from the void beyond the realm. This shadow resembles a demonic deity, its colossal form tearing through the heavens above, expanding the previously half-domain-sized black hole to encompass the entirety of the realm. Now, in comparison to the shadow, the domain appears as nothing more than a mere spherical toy, its enormity almost unfathomable. The elder of Tianhuang roars, raising his right hand to point at Qin Yu. Almost simultaneously, the shadow mimics his gesture, extending its rough arm. As it moves, the cosmos trembles and vast swathes begin to collapse. In the void, stars disintegrate into dust, transforming the once resplendent night sky into an abyss of darkness in the blink of an eye. The seemingly slow motion actually transpired in the blink of an eye, as an enormous fist materialized above the path of the ethereal realm. It slowly extended a finger and pointed down toward Qin Yu, unleashing a tremendous pressure that instantly permeated the entire realm. Chapter 41. Escape? Can you truly flee? Thud, thud. In that moment, all beings within the realm found themselves unable to withstand this overwhelming force, bowing their heads and collapsing to the ground, unable to even move a finger. This was merely the incidental pressure emitted by the phantom, which was not deliberately targeting the beings of the realm. Otherwise, beneath that single finger, the entire realm would have been utterly obliterated. All this pressure was focused solely on one individual below, Qin Yu. At the center of it all, Qin Yu felt the onslaught of destruction enveloping him, yet he remained unfazed. A casual glance at the phantom revealed the so-called forbidden technique spoken of by the elder of the wilderness to be nothing more than a manifestation of a powerful bloodline, akin to summoning ancestors. As the colossal finger descended, the void above the ethereal path suddenly erupted. In the blink of an eye, those two seemingly disproportionate fingers collided in the air. With a resounding thud, an invisible wave radiated outward from their point of contact. Crack! The array laid by the heavenly Tao erupted with a cacophony of shattering sounds. This is dire. The heavenly Tao was instantly alarmed, without hesitation. He clasped his hands toward the void, summoning the great Tao pen and the Tao scripture into his grasp. Seal, opening the Tao scripture, his movements were swift and decisive, executing several actions in one fluid motion. The barrier enveloping the ethereal path stabilized once more, yet it still bore a precarious sense of fragility, as if it could shatter at any moment. Just then, another crack echoed, but this time it was not the barrier fracturing. It was the colossal finger. Deep fissures suddenly marred the immense digit, rapidly spreading upwards. In an instant, these cracks covered the entirety of the phantom's vast form. From a distance, the apparition appeared to be composed of countless shattered fragments. Boom! In less than a heartbeat, a thunderous roar erupted, and the devastating shockwave surged outward into the void. Where the wave passed, it carried with it an overwhelming might, conjuring a tempest of spiritual energy. In the starry sky, numerous celestial realms were caught in its wake, vanishing into nothingness. Simultaneously, the sound of a sword's resonance pierced the air as a glimmering intent enveloped the entire realm, creating a barrier that shielded against the terrifying storm. This is impossible. Who are you truly? The elder of the wilderness's pupils constricted sharply, his expression momentarily contorted. He could scarcely fathom how terrifying Qin Yu would be should he wield his sword. This individual was too enigmatic, his power defying conventional understanding, an adversary beyond measure. In that fleeting moment, the elder of Tianhuang contemplated retreat. Nothing, neither bloodlines nor transactions, held greater significance than his own life. With this thought, he began to frantically retreat towards his cave dwelling. From within him, four avatars sprang forth, materializing before him. Gritting his teeth, The elder produced a crimson elixir and flicked it with his finger, causing it to swiftly merge into the body of the gray-clad avatar. Having accomplished this, he dashed towards the cave without a backward glance. At this moment, the 4 avatars stood motionless in the void, with the gray-clad avatar at the forefront. Without hesitation, the other 3 avatars seamlessly integrated into its form. Boom! Empowered by the crimson elixir and having absorbed the 3 other avatars, the aura of the gray-clad avatar surged dramatically. Majestic celestial energy erupted forth, swiftly elevating it to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Without a moment's hesitation, the gray-clad avatar advanced rather than retreated, launching a fist towards Qin Yu in response to his pointed finger. It must be stopped. The elder needed merely 3 breaths of time. In a frenzy of escape, the elder's heart seethed with wrath. He comprehended that he had grossly underestimated Qin Yu, and he was acutely aware that this avatar would never stand a chance against him. A profound sense of panic gripped him, an unprecedented feeling of crisis unfurling within his soul. Yet, he required just 3 breaths. If the avatar could delay for that duration, he would be able to flee. What? Just as this thought emerged, he was horrified to discover that the avatar had scarcely thrown a punch when the imprint of that fist dissipated under Qin Yu's finger. Simultaneously, a sound of rupturing air erupted from behind him, causing his hair to stand on end. At that moment, his eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, "Explode!" Behold! A cataclysmic aura enveloped the gray-clad avatar, emanating a force so potent that it could annihilate all existence. Moreover, this aura was rapidly escalating. The entire Dao realm trembled under its impending doom. All beings found themselves in a precarious state, engulfed in a shadow of death. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. We must stop him. In the distance, the embodiment of the Dao turned pale with alarm. Should a great Luo Golden Immortal self-destruct, the entire Dao realm would face utter obliteration. It was imperative to halt the gray-clad avatar's self-detonation at once, lest the consequences be catastrophic. In this moment of urgency, the Dao felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Though he was the embodiment of the Dao, he was merely the Dao of the cultivation world, insufficient to prevent the avatar's impending explosion. His only recourse was to alert Qin Yu, for he alone possessed the potential to avert this calamity. However, before he could finish his warning, he sensed the cataclysmic aura suddenly wane, only to vanish entirely. In the void, the space once occupied by the gray-clad avatar now stood desolate, with only Qin Yu's fingers still pointing fiercely towards the elder of Tianhuang. Quick, faster. In 2 breaths, I shall depart from this place. Blood sacrifice. At this moment, the elder of Tianhuang was already so terrified by Qin Yu that he trembled with fear. In a hurried manner, he pointed to his brow, and his demeanor instantly wilted. His face turned as pale as paper, yet his speed quickened by several notches. Escape. Can you truly escape? Just as the cave abode loomed directly ahead, an icy, merciless voice from behind him suddenly echoed. With the utterance of Qin Yu's words, that finger of divine power abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind the elder of Tianhuang. What? You in this instant, no matter how the elder attempted to flee, he could not elude the clutches of death. When the finger landed upon him, the elder's agonized scream reverberated throughout the entire Dao realm. Thus, after a lifetime of countless slaughters, with countless bloodlines perishing at his hands, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm ultimately could not escape the dire consequences he had sown himself. Had he not been so excessively greedy and self-assured, choosing instead to remain hidden along this shadowy celestial path without provoking Qin Yu, perhaps both could have coexisted in peace. At this moment, the elder resembled a sieve, riddled with myriad cracks, dissipating amidst a ghastly smile of despair. In the void, Qin Yu's expression remained tranquil as he beckoned with his hand, and a golden orb materialized instantly in his grasp. Indeed, this bore a striking resemblance to the bloodline of his master. Yet he pondered whether it was genuinely the offspring of his master or merely a product of the same lineage. Upon sensing the faint pulse of bloodline power within the golden orb, Qin Yu murmured to himself. Since his return, he had been engulfed in a myriad of uncertainties regarding all that had transpired. Why was his master, Ling Yuntian, not a denizen of the Dao realm, but rather from the distant Moko realm? If the words of that giant were true, that he had taken a millennium to arrive in this Dao realm, how then did his master appear here? Now, due to his master Ling Yuntian, a series of events had unfolded. What mysteries lay hidden behind it all? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu gently shook his head, As long as he located his master, the answers would soon reveal themselves. Chapter 42. The Greed of the Battle Pavilion. Surely, it was the hand of the heavenly Tao. Xianxia and his companions released a sigh of relief, gradually extricating themselves from the pit. Just moments ago, they had been soaring gracefully through the air when the sudden emergence of a black hole and the oppressive aura of a towering giant forced them down violently to the ground. Fortunately, it was merely residual force, and, thankfully, no casualties had occurred among the group. Let us go. The Qin Yu sect lies ahead, Xianxia stated coldly, gazing at the Qin Yu sect 1,000 miles away. With a wave of his hand, he was the first to surge forward, followed closely by the remaining dozens. They did not attempt to conceal their presence. Rather, they openly emanated a sense of murderous intent as they headed straight for the Qin Yu sect. Their brazen approach naturally drew the attention of many cultivators, including those at the Qin Yu sect. At this moment, Chu Feng stood poised in the void, flanked by a multitude of elders from the Qin Yu sect. Gazing at the myriad rainbows stretching across the horizon, Chu Feng remained composed, seemingly unaffected. At that moment, the 4 members of Xuanwu materialized beside him. With a sinister grin, Xuanwu remarked, "Truly, ignorance breeds courage. Why provoke the Qin Yu sect of all choices? They must be weary of life itself." Nearby, a bald youth clad in green pondered for a moment before solemnly nodding in agreement. This youth, one of the 4 great spirit beasts, bore the essence of the ancient serpent, possessing a faint trace of ancestral blood. Indeed, these individuals were either arrogant or profoundly foolish. They had squandered tens of thousands of years. An elder from the Qin Yu sect sighed and shook his head. At that moment, all disciples of the Qin Yu sect lifted their gazes towards the distant horizon. Were more reckless souls approaching? What audacity they possessed! Yet, disregarding this, they resumed their cultivation, feeling on the verge of a breakthrough. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances before returning to their meditations, each clutching a fist-sized celestial crystal. The emanating essence of celestial energy rendered the entire Qin Yu sect akin to a fairyland, adorned with auspicious clouds and swirling mists. Soon, led by Xianxia, dozens of rainbows descended upon the Qin Yu sect. "What is this?" Xianxia halted, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at the Qin Yu sect. The others behind him were equally shaken, yet their expressions soon morphed into one of greed. "Celestial energy. This is celestial energy." Xianxia squinted, seemingly relishing the moment as he inhaled deeply. At this juncture, the most astonished were the 3 elders concealed within the void. They exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and a hint of trepidation. "This Qin Yu sect is extraordinary." The elder in purple furrowed his brow, lost in thought. "What shall we do now?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards the Taoist-robed elder beside him. The Taoist elder narrowed his eyes, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. After a brief pause, he uttered a single word, "Kill." The 2 elders in purple nodded in agreement, understanding the implications of celestial energy appearing in the realm of cultivation. Aware of the Taoist elders' intentions, even for them, the most they could manage was to bring a single celestial crystal to the lower realms, and that would require maintaining this projection, rendering it impossible for the disciples below to utilize. Yet now, the mere disciples of the Qin Yu sect possessed celestial crystals each the size of a palm, an unimaginable prospect. Such occurrences were typically confined to the celestial realm. Yet here it transpired before their eyes, within a seemingly insignificant sect. When anomalies arise, there is always a hidden truth, regardless of circumstances. Annihilating the Qin Yu sect would ensure that the celestial crystals here became the spoils of our Zhan pavilion. A thought instantly surged into Xianxia's mind. Upon hearing this, Xianxia slightly nodded, a fervent light flickering in his eyes. "Who dares to intrude upon my Qin Yu sect?" At this moment, Chu Feng, his expression devoid of emotion, turned his gaze toward Xianxia and the others, inquiring coldly, "What brings you here? What brings us here?" "Huh?" Xianxia chuckled lightly, then suddenly darkened his expression, his demeanor turning ominous. "You of the Qin Yu sect have slain my son. Naturally, we are here to eradicate your sect." At this juncture, Xianwu seemed to recall something and pointed at Xianxia, asking, "Are you from the battle pavilion?" Indeed, a middle-aged man behind Xianxia sneered, looking down upon the members of Qin Yu sect with undisguised disdain. From the expressions of the group, Chu Feng discerned a glimmer of greed in their gazes directed at Qin Yu sect, instantly realizing that they were coveting the celestial crystals. A cold smile crept across Chu Feng's heart as he raised his head toward a certain spot in the void. Three of you, since you have come, why not show yourselves for a conversation? A voice filled with curiosity echoed from the void, and soon after, the figure of an elder in a Taoist robe materialized before everyone. Behind him stood an elder clad in purple and another in a green robe. The Taoist elder scrutinized Chu Feng from head to toe and slowly remarked, "Such a humble cultivation at the great ascension stage, yet you can see through our presence. You must be the one who killed my battle pavilion member?" Chu Feng shook his head with a smile. "I wish it were so, but it was not me. As for your battle pavilion's member, they deserved their fate." "Oh." The Taoist elder narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within his pupils. "So, you say my battle pavilion deserved death? By that logic, your Qin Yu sect should also be extinguished. Who in the entire Tao realm dares to provoke my battle pavilion? Those who kill members of my pavilion should be eradicated from existence. Indeed, annihilating your sect is merely a punishment, and as for compensation, we shall take everything back with us." At this moment, an elder from the battle pavilion interjected suddenly. "Humph." Chu Feng gazed at the members of the battle pavilion, a mocking smile escaping his lips. "To speak of robbery as though it were a matter of course, it seems only your battle pavilion could engage in such actions." Indeed, Zhang Tian's expression hardened, an intense killing intent emanating from him as he remarked, "It is you of the Qin Yu sect who killed my battle pavilion members first. You have no one to blame but yourselves. Since that is the case, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Further dialogue is futile," Chu Feng stated with a calm demeanor. "Ha ha, how peculiar that a sect like yours still exists in the Tao realm. Are you truly blind to the circumstances?" A middle-aged man stepped forward from the ranks of the battle pavilion, pointing at the members of Qin Yu's sect while scoffing derisively. Indeed, the highest cultivation present among the Qin Yu sect was Chu Feng at the Great Ascension stage, while all the other elders were at the Tribulation stage. The only ones capable of holding their ground were the four great spirit beasts of Xian Yu, all at the fourth and fifth tiers of scattered immortals. To outsiders, it appeared as though they were mere ants attempting to shake a tree. Is that so? I alone can eliminate you all. In the face of the vastly superior cultivators from the battle pavilion, Chu Feng showed no sign of fear. As he spoke, a translucent, long sword materialized in his hand. However, this sword was ethereal and did not exude any terrifying power. The onlookers from the battle pavilion were momentarily taken aback, before erupting into laughter, regarding the disciples of the Qin Yu sect as if they were fools. Only the three elderly figures clad in Tao robes exhibited a flicker of confusion upon witnessing the sword in Chu Feng's grasp, their gazes tinged with an unusual intensity. To them, the sword appeared no different from an ordinary blade, perhaps even inferior. Yet, an indistinct sense of unease began to quietly burgeon within their hearts. Chapter 43. Just kill them. At that moment, from the distant void, two silhouettes, one white and one black, strolled leisurely towards the Qin Yu sect. The newcomers were none other than Qin Yu and Tiandao. As they approached, Qin Yu merely cast a disinterested glance at the members of the battle pavilion before fixing his gaze upon Chu Feng. "Just kill them," he declared. With that pronouncement, Qin Yu vanished from sight, accompanied by Tiandao. The three Tao-robed elders exchanged glances. Although they were unfamiliar with Qin Yu, they keenly sensed the aura surrounding the young man in black. Tiandao. In an instant, their thoughts raced and memories began to surface. Yes, the ancestor. Chu Feng bowed respectfully in the direction Qin Yu had departed. "Wait," the Tao-robed elder hastily interjected. "We shall take our leave at once." With that, he swept his grand sleeves, enveloping the bewildered members of the battle pavilion and departing at an astonishing speed. Just moments ago, they had brazenly declared their intent to annihilate the Qin Yu sect, and now they sought to flee? Do they perceive our sect as mere soft fruit to be squeezed? Chu Feng's tone turned suddenly icy, his right hand lifting slightly, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. "Too late," he declared, and a long sword in his hand lunged towards the Tao-robed elder. As for the elder behind Chu Feng and the four from Xuanwu, they maintained an expression of detached amusement throughout. What? The Tao-robed elders were startled as they sensed the incoming sword light, an overwhelming shadow of death instantaneously enveloping them. The members of the battle pavilion were equally alarmed, feeling as though they were confronting the very force of the world itself. In that fleeting moment, the Tao-robed elders acted simultaneously, unleashing their divine abilities in an attempt to block the strike. Yet, against the sword light, Their efforts were as futile as paper before a tempest. In the void, the divine abilities of the three elders shattered with a resounding crash. No! The sword light flashed past them, and the members of the battle pavilion were not spared. All bodies trembled in unison, and the sky erupted into a spectacle of radiant crimson blooms. Shortly thereafter, akin to dumplings falling from boiling water, corpses began to rain down from the heavens. Let us go to the battle pavilion. With that, Chu Feng soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the distance. During his time alongside Qin Yu, Chu Feng came to understand a profound truth. One must not show mercy to adversaries. Subsequently, a multitude of long rainbows soared into the sky, following closely behind. Shall we also take a look? One of the brothers suggested. Then let us gaze. The four members of Xian Wu laughed heartily and vanished in the blink of an eye, within the forbidden grounds of Qin Yun's sect. Although the nature of the trap laid by the enemy remained unclear, it was certain that they would not relent easily. The heavenly path spoke in a somber tone. Qin Yu replied calmly, "Are you referring to the realm connected by that cave?" Indeed, the heavenly path nodded, continuing, "That is the blood realm, a place where practitioners gather various bloodlines to enhance their own power. Countless realms of cultivation have perished at their hands, and even the celestial realm finds them troublesome. This elder Tianhuang's arrival in our realm, if I am not mistaken, is motivated by a desire to monopolize rare bloodlines, concealed from his superiors." "Why the secrecy?" Qin Yu inquired, perplexed. The heavenly path scoffed, "The blood realm has a rule. Any new cultivation realm discovered must be reported. Rare or peculiar bloodlines are to be decided upon by their intersect leader." At this point, Qin Yu comprehended why only that so-called Elder Tianhuang had appeared from the start, without anyone else. However, despite this understanding, the death of Elder Tianhuang would undoubtedly alert the powerful entities within the blood realm, suggesting that turbulent times lay ahead. The heavenly path expressed his concerns, acknowledging that the unfolding events had surpassed his capacity to handle. "Who dares to slay an elder in my blood hall? Step forth, or there is no reason for your realm to continue to exist." Before the heavenly path could finish his proclamation, a cold and indifferent voice reverberated through the skies of the Dao realm. Within the forbidden grounds, Qin Yu's figure flickered and vanished from his original position, reappearing at the entrance of a cave. A soft sound of surprise emerged from within the cave, followed by the slow approach of a man with a grim expression. He scrutinized Qin Yu and furrowed his brow. "A mere ant at the mid-stage of tribulation? What do you seek here? Are you courting death?" With that, he waved his hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly, his demeanor rife with disdain and impatience. As he gestured, a chilling wind coalesced, howling towards Qin Yu. Though the wind appeared unremarkable, it concealed terrifying power capable of easily shredding those in the pseudo-immortal realm. As the ominous wind approached, Qin Yu remained unperturbed, merely waving his hand in response. In the void, an unusual sound echoed, and before the sinister wind could draw near, a gentle breeze swept through. The manifested dark wind suddenly erupted with a resounding crash, beginning to collapse from within. It was as if the gentle breeze possessed a force far exceeding that of the dark wind, extinguishing the violent energy within as if it were a mere candle, without a trace of disturbance. I have indeed underestimated you, Ant." The man's eyes gleamed with an uncanny light, and a chilling smirk played upon his lips. "The blood hall, you say? It seems its existence is no longer warranted," Qin Yu murmured softly to himself. However, given the man as cultivation, every word spoken by Qin Yu resonated clearly in his ears. With a smile that belied malice, he remarked, "Is the current realm of cultivation so brazenly arrogant? Yet, it is hardly surprising that you harbor such sentiments. The one capable of slaying Tianhuang must possess considerable strength. Summon him forth. I wish to see which celestial being supports you. Today, he shall perish, and your realm shall follow suit." Evidently, the man did not believe that a practitioner from the Dao realm had slain the venerable Tianhuang. Rather, he suspected a more formidable entity, likely from the celestial realm. He was aware that every significant sect within the cultivation world bore traces of the celestial realm's influence. Anyone with the prowess to vanquish Tianhuang would undoubtedly not be an insignificant figure, even in the celestial domain. Qin Yu cast a languid glance at the man and replied coolly, "How tiresome. Very well. If he does not show himself, I shall annihilate this realm." As these ominous words fell, a tumultuous blood-red storm surged within the man. Even the sky above the Dao realm turned crimson. A pressure far greater than that of the deceased Tianhuang enveloped the entire Dao realm in an instant. Thud, thud. The sound of kneeling resonated throughout the Dao realm once more. Damn it, here we go again. Which wretched scoundrel is toying with us? Many cultivators, despite being brought to their knees, cursed vehemently through gritted teeth. At that moment, the only sanctuary within the Dao realm was the Qin Yu sect. Encased in a gentle aura of sword intent, the Qin Yu sect remained untouched, thriving amid the chaos, with the sky above still a brilliant blue. Clang! At that moment, a resounding cry of a sword echoed through the heavens. In an instant, all cultivators within the Dao realm appeared to be momentarily blinded, the overwhelming pressure dissipating without a trace. Looking up, they beheld the once blood-red sky seemingly cleaved in two, revealing its original azure hue. In the next breath, the heavens returned to their former state, as if all that had transpired was but an illusion. Yet, the kneeling figures were a stark reminder of reality. You, Tianhuang, have perished by your own hand. This is a decree of pursuit. Prepare for the onslaught from my blood realm. Your world shall be engulfed in misery. The man finally recognized, amid his growing terror, the true horror embodied by the young man in white. His consciousness was gradually succumbing to darkness, the world around him becoming increasingly indistinct. In his final moments, a palm-sized token silently appeared in his hand. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he struck it. With a soft crack, the token shattered into a fine dust. Meanwhile, a crimson radiance burst forth from the token, swiftly ascending to hover above Qin Yu's head, gradually coalescing into a blood-red character of immense proportions. This character, towering at 100 zhang in size, lay horizontally in the void, strikingly conspicuous. Yet, Qin Yu did not deign to cast a glance at the ominous symbol above him. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the depths of the cave dwelling, murmuring, "The blood realm, is it?" With that, he stepped into the cave. As he moved, the blood character above him shifted in tandem, as if it were an inseparable shadow. Wait! At that moment, the voice of the heavenly path resonated, followed by its silent appearance just outside the cave. "Are you intending to venture into that blood realm?" It inquired, gesturing towards the glaring character that loomed over Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded indifferently. Rather than waiting for them to cause trouble, it is better to establish some rules. Establish rules? The heavenly path's eyelids flickered. While the blood realm might not rival the celestial realm, it should not be underestimated. Moreover, that character above you is exceedingly conspicuous, and they are numerous. Not a problem. Qin Yu interrupted, continuing deeper into the cave. He understood the implications of the blood character. It harbored a unique aura, and upon entering the blood realm, powerful beings would undoubtedly seek him out. He could effortlessly erase the character, yet deemed it unnecessary, for its presence would save him considerable time. His intention was to attract all the formidable entities of the blood realm and establish a rule. If negotiations faltered, he would not hesitate to obliterate the blood realm itself. At this moment, the heavenly path furrowed its brow, aware of Qin Yu's formidable strength. However, facing the entirety of the blood realm alone seemed somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps he truly could accomplish it. After a brief contemplation, gazing at the vanishing white silhouette, the heavenly path softly remarked, "The blood realm, named for the power of bloodlines." Even the sky was suffused with a blood-red hue. The air was perpetually laden with a nauseating stench of blood. The blood realm was divided into 5 great halls and 3 major palaces. The 5 great halls consisted of the Blood Hall, the Hall of Bloodlust, the Hall of the God of Death, the Dark Hall, and the Hall of Azura. The 3 palaces were the 3 Purities Palace, the Palace of Unforeseen Events, and the Demon Palace. Together, these 5 halls formed an alliance known as the Bloodline Alliance, which, while weaker than the 3 palaces, was nonetheless formidable and not to be underestimated. The Blood Realm thrived on slaughter, invasion, and the devouring of others' bloodline powers, perpetually engaged in aggression or on the path of conquest, instilling terror across many great worlds and the realm of cultivation, leaving them helpless to counter its threat. At the very heart of the Blood Realm lay an endless expanse of blood-colored ocean, upon which floated a massive continent, rising and falling with the surging blood waves. This location served as the headquarters of the Bloodline Alliance. At this moment, within the square of the Alliance, a surge of energy emanated from the formation, followed by a dazzling light. The 2 disciples guarding the formation, upon witnessing this, rose fervently from their meditative stances, their expressions alight with excitement as they gazed intently at the array. This fluctuation surely heralded the arrival of a significant figure. Indeed, if we perform well, we may be rewarded with a taste of some unique bloodline. As he spoke, one disciple couldn't help but lick his lips, a look of rapture adorning his face. Alas, since we were assigned to guard this dilapidated formation, it has been ages since we have savored the essence of fresh bloodlines, lamented the other disciple with a sigh. Hush! Lower your voice. If we are overheard, we shall be in dire straits. Look, they're arriving shortly. The first disciple quickly interrupted the loose-tongued one, gesturing towards the formation to indicate the imminent arrival. Subsequently, the two of them transformed their expressions, once more donning a facade of obsequiousness, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they focused on the approaching figure. Buzz, after a slight tremor, a crimson silhouette gradually coalesced. Soon, an elder clad in a blood-red robe, his visage shrouded in shadow, materialized within the formation. The two disciples, upon seeing this, were taken aback and hastily bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Ancestor Xiuekong." This elder was indeed Ancestor Xiuekong, the master of the Blood Temple and one of the 5 titans of the Bloodline Alliance. Ancestor Xiuekong cast a cold, indifferent glance at the two, and with that single look, before they could even react, their bodies abruptly shattered, transforming into a mist of blood. Insignificant insects, daring to covet the power of the bloodline. In the void, Ancestor Xiuekong's frigid voice echoed, lingering ominously. It was evident that their earlier conversation had not escaped his ears. After leaving this chilling remark, Ancestor Xiuekong vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself within the Grand Hall. The moment he materialized, a hurried voice echoed throughout the chamber. "Xiuekong, is what you say true?" The speaker was shrouded in a veil of blood mist, rendering their features indistinct. Based on the voice, it was likely a middle-aged man. He sat in a shadowy corner. "Exudinga Shidinyoha." Xiuekong surveyed the 3 others present in the hall, then darkly replied, "I have already stated that both of my clan's elders perished at his hands. There is no need for anger, Brother Xiuekong. We trust your word. However, this matter is indeed hard to believe. Indeed, how could one of such lowly cultivation possibly endure in that cursed land? There must be some hidden truths." Cough, cough. At that moment, a cough resonated within the Grand Hall, drawing the attention of Ancestor Xiuekong and the others to the source of the sound. Chapter 45, The Blood Realm. From the dark corner, a stooped black figure was seen, rising and slowly approaching the group. This individual has fallen victim to the Blood Pursuit Order, and I fear this news will soon spread throughout the entire Blood Realm. Our immediate objective is to locate this person swiftly and capture him. Should the 3 palaces seize him first, our alliance will be rendered obsolete, and delays could spell disaster. As the shadowy figure spoke, he approached the elders of the Blood Void. "Indeed, I concur with the Dark Lord assessment." The Blood Void elder nodded in agreement. "Haha, splendid. Let's eliminate him. I am certain his blood will be extraordinarily delectable." In the 5th hall, the sole female hall master, the blood-eyed Demoness, licked her lips with a sinister grin. Observing the consensus among the group, the Blood Void elder turned to the others and added, "We must not underestimate this individual. Otherwise, we shall suffer grave consequences. I can sense the lingering aura of Tianhuang at the site of my blood palace. It is likely that this marks the feeble point of entry into that realm. Indeed, time is of the essence. We shall depart immediately." With that, the Blood Void elder wasted no time. With a flicker of his form, he vanished from sight. The remaining 4 exchanged glances and promptly disappeared from the Grand Hall, following in the wake of the Blood Void elder. In the Dao realm, within the depths of the cave, Qin Yu swiftly arrived at the innermost chamber, a stone room that served as the meditation and cultivation space of the elder Tianhuang. The chamber was devoid of any furnishings, yet at its center stood a circular Dao platform that appeared unremarkable and devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. However, with a single glance, Qin Yu discerned that within this platform, numerous prohibitions had been inscribed, densely packed, and numbering no less than several thousand. This individual has indeed exercised great caution. With such an array of terrifying prohibitions, Qin Yu concluded that, apart from him, no one else in the Dao realm could breach them, not even the heavenly Dao. Without hesitation, Qin Yu swung his sword toward the Dao platform. Crack! At the moment of the strike, thousands of shattering sounds erupted simultaneously. Subsequently, the entire Dao platform exploded with a resounding boom, instantaneously shattering into fragments, revealing a space fissure towering over a person's height beneath. Suddenly, As the Tao platform was destroyed, the space fissure began to contract sharply. Simultaneously, a barely perceptible cold light shot forth from within the fissure, aimed directly at Qin Yu's face. However, when this cold light reached within 3 feet of Qin Yu, it could advance no further, halting abruptly in midair. Bang! In the next breath, the cold light shattered explosively, unveiling within it a needle-shaped magical artifact that had broken into countless pieces. At this moment, seeing the space fissure on the verge of closing completely, Qin Yu flicked his finger, sending a strand of sword intent into the breach. The fissure trembled violently, as if a tremendous force was tugging at it. And in the blink of an eye, the fissure reappeared, towering once again. Without pausing, Qin Yu stepped into it. Before him lay the boundary of realms, a barrier of approximately 100 feet in size, radiant and shimmering, resembling a mirror. Qin Yu could perceive a faint scent of blood subtly seeping through the boundary. Is this the weakest point of the barrier? Approaching the boundary with a singular step, Qin Yu scrutinized it thoroughly, and in an instant, a flash of sword light pierced through. Crack! A neat fissure appeared in the center of the barrier. Soon, under the erosion of the sword intent, a long passage emerged before Qin Yu's eyes, seemingly without end. This passage, entirely white, could blur one as consciousness, inducing an illusion of eternal disorientation within its confines. As Qin Yu stepped inside, the fissure behind him closed silently, while the passage ahead underwent a sudden transformation. The once white passage instantaneously turned blood red the moment Qin Yu entered, as if he were traversing a corridor forged from countless streams of blood. Shimmering as though serpents of poison writhed madly within, Qin Yu spoke calmly. Since you are here, why not reveal yourselves? Cackling, as his words echoed, a strange laughter resonated from within the blood-red corridor. Immediately, a void before Qin Yu silently cracked open, and 5 figures emerged from the rift. You possess remarkable audacity, having fallen victim to the blood pursuit order, yet still daring to enter my blood realm. The blood void ancestor cast a glance at the gigantic blood character above Qin Yu, his tone frigid. The 4 demonic lords surveyed Qin Yu with curiosity, their interest intensifying with each passing moment. The 4 exchanged discreet glances and nodded subtly. I have come to establish a rule. Qin Yu, oblivious to their gazes, addressed the blood void ancestor with indifference. The blood void ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly retorting, a rule? What rule? If we maintain peace, I shall not pursue the matter further, but should it escalate, ha ha ha. What a colossal joke. Before Qin Yu could finish, he was interrupted by a derisive voice. Establish a rule? Pursue? You have slain 2 elders of the Bloodline Alliance. Do you think you can simply disregard the consequences? The demon lord approached slowly, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes betraying not only a thirst for vengeance but also a glimmer of greed. They sought to kill me, and thus I eliminated them. What is amiss with that? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, addressing the hunched figure of the demon lord with question. That is indeed incorrect. Unequivocally so, the demon lord shook his head and continued. Regardless, the fact remains that you killed the 2 of them. Therefore what? Spare me the trivialities and state your intent directly. Qin Yu interjected, wishing to avoid excessive banter. Therefore, you must accompany us today, and the realm you inhabit shall perish because of you. The blood void ancestor smiled with a veneer of civility. No need for more words, just capture him. This formation can only be sustained for an hour. At that moment, the blood-eyed demoness furrowed her brow, casting a discontented glance at the blood void ancestor. Understood. Qin Yu nodded indifferently, and then, his right hand slowly grasped the hilt of his sword. Ha ha. Well, since you fail to appreciate my kindness, then. Clang. Before the words of the blood void ancestor could finish, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared before his eyes. With a soft thud, a bewildered head was instantly sent soaring, adding an even more enchanting hue to the already terrifying crimson passage. What? This scene unfolded so swiftly that the 4 demonic lords had yet to react before the blood void ancestor was already decapitated. In their shock, the 4 swiftly retreated thousands of feet, maintaining a distance from Qin Yu. The demon lord, halting his movement, wore an expression of fluctuating emotions as he gazed at Qin Yu and spoke in a low tone. Friend, do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with my blood realm? Qin Yu replied with a stoic expression. If I recall correctly, you all not only intended to kill me, but also sought to annihilate my Tao realm. Despite the challenges posed by this individual, they had merely taken advantage of the blood void ancestor's momentary lapse in vigilance. Indeed, At this juncture, there was nothing left to discuss. United, the four of us should have no reason to fail in subduing this man. Exchanging glances, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flickered in their eyes. Kill. Chapter 46. The Fall of the Immortal Sovereign. Instead of retreating, the four advanced, simultaneously unleashing a furious roar. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure emitted by the four supreme beings of the immortal sovereign level made the entire Crimson Passage tremble precariously. With a furious bellow, the demon lord conjured a finger of immense length before him. The finger, dark red in hue, was entwined with strands of blood, crackling like lightning. Concurrently, a heart-stopping pressure began to coalesce violently, hurtling toward Qin Yu with a pointed gesture, transforming beings into soldiers. The blood-eyed demoness, her expression steely, waved her hand forward, and immediately, a dense blood mist enveloped the area. Drops of crimson blood writhed rapidly in midair. In the blink of an eye, numerous blood figures materialized, each exuding a formidable aura, comparable to that of golden immortals. Although the cultivation of the golden immortal realm was insignificant before Qin Yu, the sheer multitude, numbering in the tens of thousands, was overwhelming. These blood figures, clad in armor and wielding long spears, formed a siege, ensnaring Qin Yu within their ranks. Xianxia, transforming into the boundless. At that moment, a middle-aged man, enveloped in blood mist, let out a strange laugh as four figures surged forth from his body. These four figures mirrored his appearance and presence almost identically, each also at the level of a mortal sovereign. Heavenly collapse. The middle-aged man shouted, then struck out with a palm. The four figures mirrored his actions, and at that instant, the Crimson Passage quaked violently, as if on the verge of collapse. 5 palm prints coalesced in the void, merging into a singular, breathless imprint devoid of any fluctuation of immortal power. Yet, it seemed to leap across countless dimensions, filling the air with an endless cacophony of cracking sounds. As for the final elder, cloaked in black, he wore a sinister grin as he produced a blood-red rune, chanting incantations under his breath. With a pointed finger directed at Qin Yu, the rune flickered and vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it loomed above Qin Yu, spinning and descending as countless black threads unfurled, forming an enormous net. In the moment it approached Qin Yu, it began to contract wildly, ensnaring him within its grasp. This transpired with such swiftness that it was completed almost simultaneously with the utterance of the word kill by the four. At this moment, the entire Crimson Passage teetered on the brink of collapse. The overwhelming power was beyond description. Each of the four unleashed their most formidable divine abilities, confident that even a celestial emperor present could be challenged. At this moment, an undeniable excitement tinged their voices. They harbored no belief that Qin Yu could possess prowess rivaling that of a celestial emperor. Then I shall bring forth another to establish the rules. In the face of the impending onslaught of divine powers, Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged. With a resonating clang, the sound of a sword echoed through the void, followed by a flash of sword light, illuminating the Crimson Passage. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the majority of the Blood Realm. Look, what is that? Is that sword light? Do we have sword cultivators in our Blood Realm? This is emanating from the direction of the Blood Palace. No, look closely. A man, seemingly struck by disbelief, pointed towards the Blood Palace, his eyes wide with astonishment. As the crowd beheld the scene, they collectively gasped in shock. The Blood Palace, originally perched atop a lofty mountain, was now visibly collapsing at an alarming rate. Within the span of a breath, the mountain turned to dust, and the Blood Palace was utterly obliterated. Who dares to do this? Do they not fear the retribution of the Bloodline Alliance? Only the 3 palaces within the Blood Realm held such power to annihilate the Blood Palace and remain unafraid of retaliation. However, to my knowledge, the 3 celestial emperors of the 3 palaces seemed to be embroiled in a fierce conflict with the celestial realm and were not present in the Blood Realm at this time. Even in their absence, the 3 palaces remain unconcerned with the bloodline cultivators. As countless cultivators of the Blood Realm speculated, a white figure suddenly appeared in the void above the now-vanished Blood Palace. Yet, what drew the most attention was the enormous blood character radiating an enchanting glow above this figure's head. Oh my, am I seeing things? Could it truly be the legendary Blood Pursuit Order? Someone spoke heavily, their voice laced with incredulity. Indeed, it was the Blood Pursuit Order. a sight rarely witnessed in hundreds of thousands of years, said to be stained only by those who commit atrocities against our blood realm. Thus, it follows that this individual is not a cultivator of our blood realm, but rather an outsider. It is said that should one manage to slay an individual marked by the Blood Pursuit Order, they would be granted a singular opportunity to be transported to the land of the buried veins to absorb the ancient bloodline power. Why wait any longer? Let the killing commence. In an instant, a multitude of practitioners from the blood realm soared into the sky, eager to hunt down Qin Yu and venture towards the legendary land of the buried veins. A throng of fools. Would those marked by the Blood Pursuit Order be mere ordinary individuals? The majority remained indifferent, merely observing with cold eyes, secretly ridiculing those who were swept up in fervor. Indeed, before those brimming with zeal could draw near, their heads were severed from their bodies one by one. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the blood character above, which had expanded several-fold compared to before. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, as the man had indeed foretold. In the void, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to wait right there, unfamiliar with the blood realm, and with the fragile passage to the Tao realm directly behind him. It seemed wiser to await the arrival of those from the blood realm. At this moment, from a distance, the towering blood character sprawled across the horizon, ostentatiously displaying its presence. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Bloodline Alliance, an uproar ensued. 9 resonant chimes echoed through the heavens and the earth. This sudden spectacle jolted many disciples, who turned their gazes towards the main hall. The life tablet shattered. 5 esteemed hall masters have perished. Within the main hall, voices of sorrow and indignation erupted, each laced with panic and disbelief. In that instant, dozens upon hundreds of figures swept in from various directions, all elders from the 5 halls. Among them were several veiled presences, faintly exuding the early cultivation of celestial lords. These were the vice hall masters of the 5 halls. Upon witnessing the life tablets turn to dust before them, all fell silent, their eyes drawn to the 5 figures at the forefront. The essence of the hall masters had completely vanished. Even the hidden avatars in the shadows were devoid of aura, thoroughly erased. The assailant's strength must significantly surpass that of a celestial lord. Could it be a formidable celestial emperor from the celestial realm? The leading 5 wore grim expressions. Though filled with rage, they were not foolish. One capable of slaying hall masters could surely dispatch them as well. Is it the aura of the Blood Pursuit Order? At that moment, the 5 froze, as if sensing something, and a powerful consciousness suddenly spread like a tempest. Within that consciousness, a white figure stood with hands clasped behind its back in the void, the enormous blood character above shining with blinding intensity. It is he. In an instant, the 5 concluded that the 5 hall masters had indeed met their demise at the hands of this white figure. Chapter 47. Simply bypass this realm. As the consciousness descended, Qin Yu cast his gaze towards the Bloodline Alliance. Is there still a master here? His voice, calm and resonant, echoed in the ears of the 5. Upon hearing this, the 5 vice hall masters fell into silence. After a brief moment, the 5 individuals exchanged glances and nodded before vanishing from their original location. Before Qin Yu, 5 figures gradually coalesced, revealing the 5 vice palace masters. Senior, do you have any further matters to discuss? One of the burly men asked, his expression a mix of emotions, acknowledging that the Bloodline Alliance could not seek vengeance for this grudge. Qin Yu replied softly, behind me lies my realm. The Bloodline Alliance shall never tread upon the territory where you reside. We are willing to swear by our divine souls. The others, seasoned beings who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, understood the gravity of Qin Yu's words and promptly clasped their fists in respect. Without further ado, they all took an oath, vowing never to set foot in the Tao realm. Qin Yu scanned them and inquired, in the blood realm, where's the strongest sect located? The 5 exchanged furtive glances, and after a moment, an elder responded, the strongest sect is known as the 3 palaces, namely the Sanqing Palace, the Wuwang Palace, and the Demon Palace. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded indifferently and continued, where exactly is that? He gestured towards a distant expanse of emptiness on his right. Did the senior sense something? The elder asked, slightly perplexed, as the area Qin Yu indicated seemed unremarkable, devoid of any anomalies. Now it has shifted position, becoming an isolated space imbued with bloodline power. Are you unaware? Qin Yu frowned. Could it be the burial pulse land? The 5 instantly grasped the implication, their expressions transforming into shock as they turned to Qin Yu. If what he said were true, it could only mean one thing: the burial pulse land. However, this place was notoriously enigmatic. Not only they, but even the celestial emperors of the three palaces could not perceive it. Yet now, this white-clad youth appeared capable of detecting the burial pulse land, which suggested something profound. He was far more formidable than they had initially surmised. At that moment, a voice whispered in Qin Yu's ear. Without uttering a word, he merely lifted his gaze toward a specific direction and nodded faintly. Subsequently, several strands of crimson light flashed through the void, swiftly arriving before Qin Yu. Without even a glance, he waved his hand, and the crimson light vanished without a trace. The five were momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the dissipating crimson light, their eyes widening with greed and longing. However, a wave of cold sweat soon broke out as they noticed Qin Yu's calm demeanor directed at them. They suppressed their inner impulses, forcing smiles, unwilling to display any sign of disrespect before him. Yet internally, they remained unsettled. This was the essence of ancient bloodline power. The only entity capable of bestowing such power seemed to be the mysterious and unfathomable burial pulse land. Who exactly was this individual, that even the burial pulse land wished to avoid provoking him? In that fleeting moment, myriad questions flashed through their minds. Meanwhile, the blood character above Qin Yu's head gradually faded until it ultimately vanished from sight. As Qin Yu turned, a gaping void suddenly manifested behind him, and with a single step, he vanished from sight, leaving the five individuals behind to exchange bewildered glances. He has departed? After a moment of contemplation, the elder remarked, "It appears he has indeed left. Perhaps a certain accord has been reached with the burial veins. Let us go." Subsequently, the figures of the five also dissipated from that place. Meanwhile, within a certain realm of the blood domain, three ethereal figures stood expressionless in the heavens. "Do you two possess any assurance in facing him?" one of the men inquired. This individual's true cultivation level was at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. Yet his strength was exceedingly peculiar. The elder acknowledged, "I am no match for him. This person can no longer be measured by conventional cultivation. He seems to have transcended this system of training." The other two shook their heads in agreement. After a brief silence, the man let out a light chuckle. "In such a vast multitude of worlds, we need only to circumvent this one." With that, his form gradually became ethereal, and soon after, the other two vanished in the blink of an eye. When Qin Yu's figure materialized within the cave abode, the heavenly Tao immediately sensed his presence. What transpired? Upon seeing Qin Yu for the first time, the heavenly Tao inquired. "There shall be no further transgressions," Qin Yu replied candidly. At these words, the heavenly Tao displayed no astonishment. Rather, it seemed to be within its expectations, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As the two were about to depart, they found their path obstructed by a veiled woman clad in black. "It is you." The heavenly Tao furrowed its brow. It had sensed this woman's aura on multiple occasions, but could not ascertain her precise location, even as the heavenly Tao itself. The woman's features shifted subtly. Concealed beneath her veil, she softly laughed. "You are fortunate. I presume you did not enter the blood domain before returning?" Her words were clearly directed at Qin Yu. However, the heavenly Tao, overhearing, cast a knowing glance at her, a glimmer of amusement in its eyes, and queried, "What is your intent?" The woman glanced at the heavenly Tao before turning her gaze towards Qin Yu, her tone growing progressively frosty. "I had thought that the elder of the desolate heavens would suffice to subdue you, yet it seems he is but another failure." "And so?" Qin Yu asked in an even tone. "Thus, you have disrupted all my previous plans." As she spoke, the woman flipped her right hand, revealing a black token emanating a rich celestial aura. "I have returned to the immortal realm to retrieve an object. With this in hand, your demise is inevitable." At this moment, the heavenly Tao chuckled, interjecting, "Is it merely that token you hold?" The humble heavenly Tao seems unaware of what this token signifies. "Fear not. You shall soon have the privilege of witnessing it. This is indeed a treasure we procured at great cost from the immortal realm." Behind the woman, 5 individuals reappeared, the speaker being a young man at the forefront, accompanied by 4 elders. Qin Yu disregarded the young man and focused on the woman ahead, gently shaking his head. "A mere projection, I fear, is insufficient." The woman momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure, speaking in a flat tone. "Is it insufficient simply because you say so?" Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, she unleashed a surge of celestial energy, which instantly melded into the token. In that instant, the token shattered, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the area. In the haze, a magnificent figure gradually revealed itself to the onlookers. Chapter 48. The Blood of the Celestial Emperor. The ethereal figure was clad in a golden robe, standing with its back to the crowd, hands clasped behind. We pay our respects to the esteemed celestial sovereign. The veiled woman and her companions knelt on one knee, bowing in reverence. The figure did not turn around, merely nodding indifferently. Quite the show, muttered the Tao of Heaven softly. The figure trembled slightly, clearly having heard the remark, and slowly turned to face them. Before them stood a robust and imposing middle-aged man, though his countenance was dark as he gazed coldly at the Tao of Heaven. A mere Tao of Heaven from the lower realms dares to desecrate this celestial sovereign? Are you courting death? With his words, the entire space began to tremble violently, a wave of pressure enveloping the Tao of Heaven. Though I may not be your match, you certainly lack the power to kill me, the Tao of Heaven scoffed. Despite his insufficient cultivation, he embodied the will of the entire Tao realm, wielding the strength of the world. As long as the Tao realm endured, so would he. However, at that moment, the oppressive aura emanating from the middle-aged man suddenly vanished without a trace. Qin Yu turned to the man, speaking calmly. You are here for me. You possess some skill, the middle-aged man remarked, now directing his attention to Qin Yu, having just realized that his overwhelming pressure had been effortlessly dissipated. You have come to kill me? Asked Qin Yu. Indeed, it is an honor for you that this celestial sovereign has personally descended to the lower realms, though it is merely a projection of my true self. The middle-aged man spoke, a deep smirk curling at his lips, exuding an air of superiority as if he were a deity, and Qin Yu and the others mere insects. Clang! Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a sword's ringing reverberated through the air, followed by a flash of cold light. What? Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed in their ears. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his body, where a fine crack had appeared at his center. In less than half a breath, his entire form was neatly cleaved in two. With a resounding thud, the projection of the middle-aged man dissolved into nothingness. Enough of this prattle, Qin Yu stated coldly. Very well. To dare slay the projection of this celestial sovereign, prepare yourself. I shall ensure you suffer beyond death. The voice of the middle-aged man roared in the void, his fury palpable. Qin Yu whispered softly, the celestial realm, I shall come to you soon. Meanwhile, the women in the distance, after recovering from their shock, sensed the impending danger and hastily fled away. How could this be possible? How could this individual possess such strength? Even the projection of the celestial sovereign is no match for a single strike from him. Hidden within the void, the veiled woman, frantically fleeing, felt her heart race, overwhelmed by terror. In that moment, the young man and the four elders, including the veiled woman, scattered in different directions. They understood that if they fled together, they would undoubtedly be felled by Qin Yu's blade. By dispersing, perhaps some of them might survive. With this thought, each person's speed intensified. As in the face of life and death, no one cared for hierarchy. They exerted every ounce of strength, employing various divine techniques and secret arts to escape this place, to distance themselves from Qin Yu. Strangely, their auras vanished once more, allowing them to flee. The heavenly Tao raised an eyebrow. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, he couldn't even perceive the whereabouts of those within the Tao realm, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. There is no escape, Qin Yu spoke calmly. Then, 6 beams of sword light flickered in the void, piercing through the air in an instant. Almost in the blink of an eye, 5 headless corpses began to descend slowly from the void at a great distance. Brother! The veiled woman's expression darkened as she raced onward, within her spatial ring. The life token belonging to the young man had shattered. But in just a moment, an unsettling feeling surged within her, an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Without hesitation, she pointed at her forehead. At that instant, a droplet of golden blood was drawn forth. Gritting her teeth, she venomously declared, You wish to kill me? With a drop of this celestial emperor's essence, do you think you can slay me? As this droplet of golden blood materialized, a faint yet palpable aura of pressure spread throughout the surroundings. Contrary to expectations of cataclysmic phenomena, it was rather unremarkable. The golden blood spun in the void before darting toward the veiled woman. Upon contact with her body, a suit of golden armor enveloped her entirely. Simultaneously, a pitch-black shield manifested in her hand. Though merely an apparition, the shield exuded immense power. clutched by the veiled woman. It seemed to exist in another realm, echoing with the sounds of countless collapsing spaces. Yet the immediate area remained intact. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. This was the sensation the veiled woman experienced. An unprecedented strength that infused her with boundless confidence. It seemed that the sword light behind her was no longer so terrifying. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the sword light arrived. The veiled woman turned, positioning the black shield before her, her expression cold. Her eyes ablaze with a fierce killing intent. I cannot waste this precious blood. Half an hour will suffice. With this thought, she surged forward instead of retreating, her entire form rushing to meet the sword light. At this moment, her task was not merely to fend off the radiant sword light, but to seize the opportunity to channel the power of the Celestial Emperor, intending to return and eliminate Qin Yu. Boom! In the void, the sword light seemed to traverse boundless distances and dimensions, swiftly striking the black shield. Crack! In the next instant, a shattering sound echoed. A fissure, penetrating the entire shield, abruptly manifested upon the surface of the black shield. Following this, a tremendous roar erupted, and the shield, now cleaved in two, transformed into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the cosmos. The veiled woman's pupils contracted sharply, her face betraying a look of terror. At the very moment the shield shattered, she halted her movements, retreating decisively, while simultaneously attempting to retract her right hand that still clutched the shield. Yet, she was a moment too late. Under the residual force transmitted from a shield, her right hand, along with a portion of her golden armor, silently vanished alongside the black shield. How could this be? Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she gazed upon the swiftly approaching sword light, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This was genuine blood of the Celestial Emperor, one of her last trump cards, which she would not deploy lightly unless faced with life and death. Yet now, in her eyes, this being standing atop the celestial hierarchy appeared nothing more than a farcical joke, unable to withstand even a single stroke of sword light. The veiled woman, in retreat through the void, suddenly halted, her golden armor fracturing into countless shards, sparkling like starlight as they dissolved into the ether. Soon after, her consciousness began to fade into darkness. Chapter 49. The Pinnacle of the Tribulation Stage. Atop Qingfeng Mountain, before a stone table, Qin Yu raised his wine cup, savoring a gentle sip. What exquisite wine! The heavenly Tao drank it all in one gulp, unable to contain a note of admiration, before filling his cup once more. He turned to Qin Yu and said, "As it stands, the matter concerning the Qin Yun sect seems to have reached a temporary conclusion within the Tao realm." Pausing for a moment, the heavenly Tao frowned in contemplation before adding, "However, the denizens of the celestial realm have been descending with increasing frequency. During this period alone, I have sensed over a dozen arrivals, though it remains uncertain whether they are also targeting your Qin Yun sect." In response to the heavenly Tao's words, Qin Yu merely nodded calmly, draining the last of his wine. He then addressed Chu Feng, who stood behind him, saying, as the leader of a sect, "Many decisions must be made by you alone. If anyone seeks trouble, do not feel the need to inform me. Simply eliminate them. Our Qin Yun sect fears no trouble, nor any adversary. Understood, ancestor? I shall remember your words." Chu Feng ziplit zet pet fun. MHM. Qin Yu acknowledged with a slight nod, then set down his cup. With a delicate flick of his right hand, a palm-sized mist of blood materialized in his palm. Instantly, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, not pungent, but rather imbued with a subtle fragrance. Observing this, Qin Yu flicked his finger, and the blood mist swiftly entered Chu Feng's body. As the moment of entry into his body arrived, Chu Feng let out a soft hum. At that instant, he felt as though an ancient ferocious beast lay dormant within him, and beneath the swirling blood mist, his entire being was suddenly set ablaze with boiling blood. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the blood mist recklessly rampaging, voraciously consuming his own blood and flesh. This agony struck deep into his soul, akin to countless ants simultaneously gnawing at him. Just then, a sword intent within him abruptly manifested before the blood mist. Upon encountering the sword intent, the blood mist appeared as though it had seen a ghost, instantly becoming docile and no longer devouring flesh or blood. Yet, this was evidently not the true intent behind the sword's emergence. A flash of brilliance erupted, and a wretched scream emerged from within the blood mist. "Is this the bloodline power you acquired from the blood realm?" The heavenly Tao noted the relaxation of Chu Feng's brow and cast a curious glance at Qin Yu. Indeed. Qin Yu nodded. Do you desire it as well? No, no, no. The heavenly Tao hastily shook his head, simultaneously expressing, this is unsuitable for me. I merely inquired out of curiosity regarding your experiences in the blood realm. Qin Yu smiled faintly and, with a flick of his right hand, produced an object once more. This. Upon seeing the object, the heavenly Tao sprang to his feet, his eyes fixated on what lay in Qin Yu's palm, his breaths becoming rapid. Is this suitable for you? Qin Yu inquired with a grin. Gulp. The heavenly Tao swallowed hard, the light in his eyes intensifying, like a chick pecking at grains. He nodded incessantly, absolutely suitable, exceedingly suitable. What appeared in Qin Yu's hand was a swirling mass of pure white mist, seemingly devoid of substance, continuously morphing in shape. Gradually, this white mist detached from Qin Yu's palm and floated gently before the heavenly Tao. At that moment, the heavenly Tao, as if cradling a precious treasure, extended his hands cautiously to receive it. With a mind untainted by distractions, the heavenly Tao thought, if I absorb this, what could I possibly fear from those in the immortal realm? Cradling the white mist, he exclaimed with excitement. After a moment of exhilaration, the heavenly Tao turned to Qin Yu, puzzled, and asked, why do you bestow this upon me? This object serves no purpose for me, and you are the only heavenly Tao I know, Qin Yu stated plainly. The heavenly Tao felt momentarily speechless, although he had unexpectedly gained a boon. Something about it felt amiss, as if the situation were somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's aura had gradually stabilized, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, evidently indicating that this was not a process to be completed in haste. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yu sent Chu Feng to a place of tranquility for cultivation. He then turned to the heavenly Tao and inquired, to ascend to the immortal realm, must one undergo tribulation? Yes, traditionally it has always been thus, but the heavenly Tao hesitated momentarily before continuing. But you are an exception. Although your cultivation is insufficient, your strength is astonishingly formidable. Simply put, after taking a sip of wine, Qin Yu spoke in a tone of calm assurance. The Tao's expression was composed as he gathered the white mist and spoke. There are two paths before you. The first is to attain the perfected stage of the tribulation phase. Upon successfully navigating the tribulation, you will naturally be drawn forth. The second is to tread the path to heaven. However, throughout countless eons, none who have ventured upon this path have succeeded. All have perished within its confines. Oh, is this path to heaven truly so arduous? Inquired Qin Yu, suddenly recalling a valley he had inadvertently passed, where a staircase leading to the heavens had briefly flickered in his perception. The Tao faltered momentarily. For you, it may simply be a matter of wielding a sword. Yet, traversing the path to heaven bears considerable advantages for the entire realm of Tao. Noticing Qin Yu's silence, the Tao continued. Anyone who successfully traverses this path will elicit a spontaneous feedback of spiritual energy to the realm. Do not underestimate this force. It can, without exaggeration, transform the very landscape of the Tao realm and give rise to numerous formidable beings. Qin Yu regarded the Tao with a puzzled expression. Is this path to heaven beyond your control? The Tao nodded. Since the dawn of my consciousness, the path to heaven has existed, and it is not an entity of the Tao realm. I suspect it was deliberately left within my domain by someone. Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Initially, he had dismissed it, but now, reflecting back, he recognized that the stone steps indeed resonated with the vibrations of celestial power. Determined, Qin Yu set his cup down and stepped into the void. Glancing at his own realm, he sighed, indeed, it is somewhat insufficient. With that, he took a decisive step forward, and in an instant, spiritual energy from a vast radius of millions of miles surged toward him, as if drawn by an unseen force. In a heartbeat, his cultivation soared, leaping from mid-transcendence to the perfected stage of the tribulation phase. Boom! As Qin Yu reached the perfected stage of the tribulation, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the void, echoing through the skies. Simultaneously, a massive cloud of calamity began to coalesce above him, though not yet fully formed. Waves of destructive energy spread swiftly across tens of thousands of miles. Is someone undergoing tribulation? That is not unusual. What is rare is the few who can successfully pass through. But have you not noticed how vast this range is? Indeed, it seems rather excessive. Excessive, my foot. If you wish to live, you should flee quickly. The thunderous tribulation is encroaching upon us. Isn't that the location of the Qin Yu sect? At this moment, A multitude of cultivators sensed the suffocating pressure and turned their gazes toward the distance. Many, realizing the impending danger, prepared to vacate the area at once. Chapter 50. Let me pass through. In the void, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying his surroundings, and instantly his brow furrowed. Then, with a wave of his hand, the previously expanding aura of destruction contracted sharply, reducing to a mere 100-mile radius in an instant. Boom! The ominous clouds seemed to feel a slighted sense of indignation, and after a thunderous roar, they coalesced into a formidable form. Instantly, a pitch-black expanse of ominous cloud churned violently in the depths of the sky, with vibrant bolts of lightning surging and swirling across their surface. A more overwhelming aura cascaded downwards, enveloping the vicinity where Qin Yu stood. Was this individual seeking trouble? The heavenly Tao gazed incredulously at the ominous clouds above, murmuring softly to itself. It was expected that the ominous clouds would recognize Qin Yu's essence. So why did they appear so unrestrained? Crack! At that moment, a 9-color divine lightning burst forth from the ominous clouds, striking down fiercely towards Qin Yu below. In an instant, the entire Tao realm trembled. All powerful beings were startled awake, soaring into the sky in shock, their gazes directed towards the heavens. Could it truly be the legendary 9-colored divine lightning? Who was responsible for such a commotion? Who was undergoing tribulation? Even from such a distance, I can feel this immense pressure. The one facing this tribulation is undoubtedly doomed. The direction seems to be the southern domain. If my intuition serves me well, it should be that ancestor of the Qin Yu sect. Though I wonder if he can withstand this calamity. Perhaps only beings from the immortal realm can contend with such a trial. The realm of cultivation, is utterly incapable. Have you forgotten the ancestor of the Qin Yu sect, Qin Yu? Upon this utterance, all voices of doubt suddenly fell silent, plunging into a state of quietude. Across the Tao realm, countless streams of divine consciousness closely observed the southern domain, with most of the powerful figures understanding that the one undergoing tribulation must be Qin Yu. In the eyes of the cultivators throughout the Tao realm, this was undeniably a great terror, with a success rate that was nearly non-existent. To survive would require extraordinary capabilities. Yet, at this moment, Qin Yu bore a peculiar expression, gazing inexplicably at the 9-colored divine lightning. The distant heavenly Tao gaped in disbelief, yet gradually, a hint of contempt crept into its gaze. To outsiders, the 9-colored divine lightning possessed the power to annihilate everything. But in the eyes of Qin Yu and the heavenly Tao, it seemed merely superficial. Brother Qin, please cooperate just a bit. Allow me to go through the motions. A mere formality will suffice. I am infinitely grateful. At the moment the 9-colored divine lightning descended, a vague voice echoed in Qin Yu's ear. Qin Yu, yet, he continued to slowly draw his sword, a beam of sword light slicing through the void, narrowly avoiding the 9-colored divine lightning. Immediately thereafter, under the scrutiny of countless streams of divine consciousness, the aura of the 9-colored divine lightning abruptly halted, then completely transformed into specks of 9-colored starlight, dissipating into the cosmos. Simultaneously, the sword light also abruptly collapsed. In the next instant, the ominous clouds deep within the void gradually became ethereal, swiftly vanishing entirely, leaving behind a clear sky. Was this truly the end? How did it differ from the legends? Could it be that the tales were mistaken, and that merely withstanding a single strike of the 9-colored divine lightning sufficed for successful tribulation? Perhaps legends are merely legends. Seeing is believing. Now, it seems that the tale is about to undergo a transformation. Could it be that Qin Yu of the Qin Yu sect is a reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor? His formidable prowess is indeed astonishing, and the Ji-Yun is no weakling. In previous encounters with a single stroke, Qin Yu could vanquish such foes. This scene, while anticipated by many, still evokes a sense of awe. I extend my gratitude to Brother Qin for his support. Until we meet again. In Qin Yu's ears, that indistinct voice echoed once more. At the moment the voice faded, several crystalline droplets, reminiscent of dewdrops, gently descended from the heavens, coming to rest before Qin Yu. Though diminutive, these droplets contained immense energy. If unleashed, they would rival the true 9-colored thunder. How extravagant! Not only did he flatter, but he also preserved his own dignity. This fellow is quite remarkable. The heavenly Tao smacked his lips, casting a disdainful glance towards the departing Ji-Yun, jesting. Qin Yu, somewhat speechless, recognized that the Ji-Yun bore no malice, nor any intent to kill. Moreover, given the remarks made, he naturally refrained from obliterating the opponent with a single blow. Were these? Observing the 5 droplet-like liquids before him, Qin Yu turned to the heavenly Tao for clarification. The heavenly Tao glanced at the thunder liquid and explained, "This is a precious item. One could say it is the essence left behind after that fellow's transformation. Thunder liquid. Anyone who consumes it, provided they do not encounter the 9-colored thunder during their tribulation, will have at least an 80% chance of success." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded subtly. He then stored away the 5 droplets of thunder liquid, seemingly sensing something, and lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Following Qin Yu's line of sight, the heavenly Tao also looked up, murmuring softly, "It comes." In the depths of the sky, an imperceptible wave resonated, and amidst the distortion of space, a grand, shimmering golden gate gradually materialized, towering to a height of 10,000 zhong. This ethereal golden portal emanated an overwhelming aura of celestial energy. As it fully revealed itself, the cultivators of the Tao realm appeared to sense a connection. Although they could not perceive the golden gate, a sense of reverence arose within them. Merely opening the celestial door would grant passage to the celestial realm. In the far distance, an emaciated elder, concealed within the void, gazed fervently at the golden gate. "Alas! I wonder if we old fellows shall ever have the opportunity to enter that celestial realm," he lamented. Suddenly, a frail elder, leaning on a cane and nearing the end of his days, materialized beside the emaciated figure, sighing. As soon as he spoke, several other aged figures appeared nearby. One hunchbacked elder remained silent for a moment before saying, "It has been several tens of thousands of years since anyone from our Tao realm ascended to immortality. Now, we are fortunate enough to witness this. It fulfills half of this old man's long-held wish." "Old Xiao is correct. Our time is drawing near," another elder remarked. "The days left to us are indeed few. In the limited years that remain, to witness another's ascension to immortality is a beautiful affair. In truth, we all understand that for us old souls, ascension to immortality is an unattainable dream." A few of us exchanged light-hearted banter. Yet beneath the smiles lay a hint of bitterness. In the depths of the sky, the golden celestial gate stood majestically, as if it had been anchored in this place since time immemorial. Thus, a fleeting moment passed, akin to the brewing of a pot of tea. Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing impassively at this celestial portal, showing no inclination to approach and unlock its mysteries. "Will you not venture forth to take a look?" Tian Dao inquired, his curiosity piqued as he observed Qin Yu. Qin Yu slowly shook his head, remarking, "Is not the path to heaven far more enticing?" After uttering these words, he cast one last glance at the celestial gate before turning to depart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire realm of Tao, and to everyone's astonishment, the celestial gate unexpectedly opened a narrow slit. "Oh, is someone attempting to open this gate from the other side?" Tian Dao gasped, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. At that moment, Qin Yu halted, his expression a mask of bewilderment as he looked up. Chapter 51. The Celestial Gate Emerges. In the distance, the powerful beings who witnessed this event stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "What a calamity! We have toiled tirelessly, enduring hardship in our cultivation, merely to witness the emergence of the Celestial Gate, and yet this individual, the frail elder, seeing Qin Yu turn to leave, wore an expression of profound sorrow, wishing fervently that he could replace Qin Yu in opening the Celestial Gate. How could one successfully transcend tribulation yet refrain from entering the gate? Truly, this individual is rather extraordinary." Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated in the ears of all present. As the celestial gate was pried open, torrents of fierce winds surged through the void. An aura that transcended the realm of Tao descended with an overwhelming presence. The elder and his companions felt their pupils constrict in shock as they fixated on the widening gap of the gate. The thundering continued, and after 3 breaths, the golden celestial gate came to a halt, now gaping open several lengths wide. Qin Yu regarded this spectacle with an impassive demeanor, while Tian Dao's expression turned peculiar, a smirk of derision slowly emerging at the corner of his mouth. Who dares to summon the celestial gate, yet remain outside? At that moment, a hoarse and indifferent voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Unbeknownst to them, a golden figure had materialized outside the celestial gate, enveloped in radiant golden light. The figure's features were obscured, yet the stature and voice suggested he was a middle-aged man. Noticing the lack of response, a cold snort emanated from the golden figure. He glanced down at Qin Yu and Tian Dao, his brow furrowing, before coldly inquiring, "Are either of you the one responsible?" No, that cannot be. You are Tian Dao. It must be you." His gaze shifted from Tian Dao to Qin Yu. Qin Yu maintained his calm expression, nodding affirmatively. "It is I." "Why did you, a being from the lower realm, remain silent when I spoke? Explain, why summon the celestial gate yet not enter?" The voice suddenly deepened, accompanied by a drastic drop in temperature that pierced through the air with a chilling sensation. Qin Yu cast a fleeting glance at him and retorted, "Why must I enter? If I do not, you can simply return." A mocking laughter erupted from the golden figure, resonating through the space, which trembled uncontrollably under the weight of his mirth. Gradually, the golden light surrounding him dissipated, revealing a man with purple hair before the onlookers. His eyes narrowed as he fixed a disdainful gaze upon Qin Yu, sneering, "You, a mere insect, dare to speak to me in such a manner. You prattle too much. Let us get to the matter at hand." Qin Yu gently shook his head, unwilling to engage in further trivialities with this individual. Upon hearing his words, the purple-haired man's expression darkened, his eyes swirling with a murderous intent. "You have provoked me. Today, whether you enter or not, the outcome remains singular: death." As he spoke, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. He extended his right hand and made a casual gesture towards Qin Yu below, pronouncing, "I confine you within these bounds." In an instant, the space surrounding Qin Yu, extending 100 miles in radius, was ensnared, with time itself seemingly slowing to a crawl. The realm in which Qin Yu stood transformed into a veritable prison. Following this, a terrifying pressure unleashed a cacophony of cracking sounds, relentlessly squeezing towards Qin Yu at the center. Yet, Qin Yu maintained an air of nonchalance, merely resting his thumb against the hilt of his sword before gently pushing forward. In a flash, a faint glimmer of sword light flickered. Bang! Almost at the very moment the sword light appeared, the space that imprisoned Qin Yu erupted with a sound of shattering. The noise was subtle, yet the space was instantaneously cleaved in two, subsequently collapsing entirely. The sword light, undeterred, surged forth towards the purple-haired man above. The purple-haired man's expression darkened. From this sword light, he sensed a terrifying aura that sent chills through him. Could this individual be the notorious scourge from the lower realms they spoke of? In that moment, his mind raced, and the thought sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. To have descended to the lower realms only to encounter this scourge, flee. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his assessment. With this realization, he decisively retreated, aiming to return to the celestial gate. His speed was remarkable. In a mere step, half his body was already within the celestial portal. At that moment, a smile crept upon his lips. "Thankfully, I am one step ahead. Not so fast." A grand voice boomed from the direction of the celestial gate, yet it was already too late. With a sudden sound, the smile on the purple-haired man's face froze. He suddenly realized that the entire world was spinning wildly, the scenes before his eyes shifting incessantly. In the blur, he glimpsed a headless corpse within the fissure of the celestial gate, a sight that seemed oddly familiar. "That is me." As the thought arose, his consciousness was plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. This scene unfolded with astonishing swiftness, almost in the blink of an eye, as a frail figure materialized outside the celestial gate. The newcomer was a diminutive elder clad in a dark robe, who cast a downward glance at the corpse of the violet-haired youth, falling into a profound silence. Yet, it was palpable that the elder was enveloped in a chilling wrath at that moment. "The celestial sovereign has arrived in person," Tian Dao remarked, furrowing his brow as he approached Qin Yu. Qin Yu merely smiled faintly, unconcerned by Tian Dao's words. Whether it is a projection or the true body, what difference does it make? At this moment, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was enveloped in an eerie silence. The elder in the dark robe seemed to be suppressing the fury simmering within him. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze toward Qin Yu, his tone icy as he remarked, "Friend, this has gone too far." "Too far?" Qin Yu shook his head with a smile, responding calmly, "He harbored intentions to kill me, so I took his life. Tell me, is that excessive?" Hearing this, the elder could not help but let out a bitter laugh in his heart. He raised his gaze to Qin Yu and inwardly sighed. He was well aware of his disciple's character, rebellious and overbearing. A millennium ago, he had been punished for the humiliation of a female disciple, forced into solitude for reflection. Yet, the moment he emerged from his penance, he had stealthily followed the celestial gate to this mortal realm. All of this was a clear manifestation of the cyclical nature of cause and effect. With another inward sigh, the elder gradually quelled the resentment within. Having lived for several 100,000 years, even when confronted with upheaval, his countenance remained composed and unmarred by any sign of distress. He glanced at Qin Yu, then at the violet-haired youth's remains, and offered a slight smile. Thus, it seems this wayward disciple was at fault from the outset. I'm grateful to you, my friend, for clearing my doorstep. Farewell. With that, the elder ceased further discourse, with a wave of his hand. He collected the corpse and head of the violet-haired youth, turning away as he stepped into the celestial gate. As the elder entered, the grand celestial gate gradually became ethereal, until it vanished completely from sight. Tiandao observed the direction in which the celestial gate had disappeared, contemplating. This old man, seemingly unfazed by his disciple's death, possesses an incredible capacity for patience. He is indeed a formidable character. Qin Yu simply smiled faintly and turned to walk to the right. Regarding the elder in the dark robe, he acknowledged Tiandao's assessment. The elder was adept at concealing his emotions. Should he reveal even a hint of murderous intent, Qin Yu would not hesitate to strike him down on the spot. Where are you headed? Tiandao inquired, perplexed by Qin Yu's chosen direction, which did not lead to the Qinyan sect. To tread the path to the heavens. Chapter 52. The Path to the Heavens. In an unremarkable valley, silence reigned supreme. Suddenly, a rift appeared high above the valley, and a white figure stepped forth from within. The moment Qin Yu emerged, the landscape before him underwent a dramatic transformation. Like a mirage, the previous valley ceased to exist, revealing an endless stone staircase ascending toward the heavens. As soon as Qin Yu appeared, the figure of the heavenly Tao gradually coalesced in the void. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, expressing his displeasure. Am I not even allowed to take a look? Before him, Qin Yu had vanished without a trace, and the valley remained the same. Yet, he sensed that this valley might not be the valley he once knew. Stepping onto the path to heaven, Qin Yu lifted his gaze toward the endless stone steps and ascended with a single stride. Boom! The moment his foot touched the steps, the path to heaven trembled violently, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped Qin Yu. In the face of this terrifying force, Qin Yu remained expressionless, quickly stepping forward again. And then a third time. With each step he took, the pressure multiplied, and in the blink of an eye, he had traversed tens of thousands of steps. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the path to heaven, producing a deafening sonic boom that resonated through the skies. Half an hour later, Qin Yu abruptly halted, finding himself before an absence of further steps. Yet, he remained suspended in the void, with an endless expanse of stone steps stretching behind him. At that moment, a phantom silently appeared above him. This was an elderly Taoist with white brows, dressed simply, exuding an aura of celestial grace, devoid of any discernible fluctuations in energy, resembling an ordinary old practitioner. As he gazed at Qin Yu, his eyes were filled with admiration. With a hand stroking his beard, he smiled and said, at last, "A promising talent has arrived. You are quite remarkable, already worthy of entering my celestial Tao sect. However, you may also choose to continue onward. Should you pass the upcoming trials, I shall personally take you as my disciple." Qin Yu smiled faintly and replied, "I do not wish to join any sect." Upon hearing this, the elder's smile faltered slightly, yet he quickly chuckled heartily and said, "Perhaps, once you come to understand my celestial Tao sect, you will change your mind. Are you prepared to continue?" "I have a question," Qin Yu stated. "Go ahead, ask away." The white-browed Taoist nodded with a smile. Qin Yu inquired, "If I were to leave now, would I receive any celestial essence in return for my realm?" "Yes, that is a rule that has been in place for countless years," the elder affirmed. "And if I pass the upcoming tests?" Qin Yu continued, "If you succeed in the forthcoming trials, it would be a tremendous opportunity for your Tao realm. In time, it could rival the celestial realm. Of course, this comparison pertains to celestial essence, as cultivation ultimately depends on one's self," the elder expounded grandiosely. "Rival the celestial realm?" Qin Yu gazed at the white-browed Taoist in astonishment. The elder again stroked his beard, confidence radiating from him as he declared, "Indeed, rival the celestial realm." "Understood." Qin Yu nodded, and suddenly, he lifted his foot once more, stepping into the void. Bang! His foot felt as solid as reality, and a resounding explosion reverberated in all directions. Following this, a pitch-black stone step, resembling a tombstone, slowly materialized beneath his feet. Upon the black stone steps, intricate patterns flowed, and an ancient aura permeated the air. Thud, thud, thud. In the void, Qin Yu pressed onward, each step resonating with a pronounced sound. Soon, behind him lay an unbroken expanse of black stone steps, akin to a colossal black dragon, an indescribable presence enveloping every corner of the space. The elder with white brows observed with increasing intensity, his eyes gleaming brighter. He thought to himself, even if you cannot pass this trial, I shall still take you as my disciple. The elder was profoundly shaken, for even in his prime, he could only advance by pausing to replenish his spiritual energy after each step. Yet now, Qin Yu's movements appeared effortless, as if he encountered no hindrance at all. At that moment, the pressure around Qin Yu was palpable, and small fissures appeared on the black stone steps beneath him. Above, a gray Dao platform faintly came into view. Was that the end? Qin Yu whispered softly, and suddenly, he vanished, only to reappear atop the gray Dao platform. At that instant, the formerly empty space erupted into a series of thunderous roars. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of black stone steps manifested, connecting the platform where Qin Yu stood. The elder with white brows, witnessing this spectacle, felt his breath quicken, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. How could this be possible? He murmured before disappearing from his original position. How did you accomplish this? Gazing at the white figure before him, the elder pondered for a moment, realizing he could not fathom Qin Yu's true nature. Is this truly so difficult? Qin Yu inquired softly, casting a glance at the elder. The elder was momentarily speechless. This place appeared to be a singular space, yet concealed innumerable smaller realms. Qin Yu's ability to traverse such vast distances in one step indicated his mastery of spatial laws far surpassed that of an ordinary golden immortal. What was even more terrifying, however, was that the concepts of application and destruction were entirely different. Destruction was far more formidable than mere application. Yet, no matter how he assessed it, Qin Yu seemed merely to be at the pinnacle of the tribulation transcendent stage. This should not be possible. Could such a prodigy truly exist in this world? The elder shook his head inwardly. These considerations were secondary. His primary objective now was to accept Qin Yu as his direct disciple. You are quite extraordinary. Are you willing to join my sect? I shall provide you with the finest cultivation resources and celestial artifacts, including my entire array of mystical techniques. With hands clasped behind his back and a beaming smile, the elder regarded Qin Yu with an unmistakable warmth. His intention to take Qin Yu as his apprentice was genuine. However, Qin Yu still shook his head. He thought to himself, one should not strike a smiling face. He clasped his fist toward the old Taoist with white brows and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. I already have a master. Already have a master? The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback and immediately inquired, which celestial emperor do you serve? Not at all. He is merely a practitioner from the Dao realm. As he recalled his master, Ling Yuntian, a faint smile appeared on Qin Yu's lips. The old Taoist fell silent, sensing the respect and longing Qin Yu harbored for his master. Indeed, it was longing. He perceived a profound yearning in Qin Yu's eyes. At this moment, the old Taoist discerned a hint of understanding, but chose to refrain from further comment, instead feeling a deeper admiration for Qin Yu. Senior, I shall take my leave now. Qin Yu glanced at the void above and bowed respectfully to the old Taoist before turning to depart. Wait, the old Taoist suddenly called out. Chapter 53. All things of spirit, does the senior have further matters to discuss? Qin Yu halted and turned to face the old Taoist. The old Taoist smiled and nodded, then opened his left hand. In the palm, an object resembling a token began to slowly materialize. Moments later, a white token took shape, though the old Taoist figure dimmed slightly. Subsequently, he flicked his fingers, and the white token, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, instantly appeared before Qin Yu. We are indeed fated. Keep this item. My words will always hold true. Should you encounter difficulties one day, or if you come to a realization, you may seek me at the Xianxia sect. The old Taoist chuckled, gazing at the white token. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before smiling and accepting it. Regardless of the circumstances, this token represented the old Taoist's goodwill. It was a benevolent connection. Thank you, senior. But what are your current form? Qin Yu expressed his gratitude, noticing the increasingly ethereal figure of the old Taoist, his brow furrowing in concern. He understood that the old Taoist had condensed the remaining celestial energy into this white token as a gift, which had caused his form to wane. Fear not, for in millions of years, you are the first practitioner to traverse the path to heaven. I had thought that, even if this manifestation's celestial energy were to be exhausted, I would never witness this scene. You have given me a tremendous surprise. Though we lack the bond of master and disciple, we have forged a connection. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter. Ha ha ha. As he laughed heartily, the old Taoist figure gradually grew more ethereal until it completely vanished. With the disappearance of the old Taoist, the entire path to heaven began to tremble violently, and the countless steps silently crumbled away. As they collapsed, the terrifying pressure that had once pervaded the path to heaven seemed to coalesce in the grip of invisible hands. Ultimately, it formed a transparent sphere about the size of a fist, within which lay unimaginable energy. The purity of this energy astonished even Qin Yu. It was likely that even 10 practitioners from the Tao realm combined could not match its immense presence. After a brief pause, Qin Yu's figure emerged above the valley. The spherical object, however, vanished in an instant, plunging into the earth and disappearing from sight. In that fleeting moment, the entire Tao realm trembled violently, only to swiftly regain its tranquility. At that instant, all beings within the Tao realm experienced a peculiar illusion, as if their surroundings had transformed, as though something had been added to their existence. Yet upon closer inspection, nothing was amiss. Celestial essence. I can sense a trace of celestial power. Indeed, this is celestial essence. What could this mean? Although rare, it feels omnipresent. There is no mistaking it. It is truly celestial essence. Could something unknown be occurring in the Tao realm? Ha ha! I once believed my lifespan was drawing to a close, that I was destined to remain untranscended in this lifetime. But it appears that heaven does not entirely forsake its people. Ha ha! Only the most powerful beings within the Tao realm can keenly perceive this subtle anomaly. In this moment, these old fellows were filled with unprecedented excitement. Regardless of whether the celestial essence heralded good or ill, its sudden appearance seemed to rekindle a glimmer of hope within them. At that moment, Tian Dao approached Qin Yu, exclaiming in astonishment, "Was that the star soul? It must be the star soul." Gazing toward the direction in which the spherical object had vanished, Tian Dao spoke to himself, gradually affirming his thoughts. Star soul? What exactly is that? Noticing Tian Dao's incredulous expression, Qin Yu looked at him with confusion. To put it simply, I have never encountered the star soul before, nor has such a thing ever emerged within my Tao realm. Yet, the concept of the star soul seems to have existed in my consciousness since my inception. The star soul resembles a celestial body or perhaps the spirit of a continent. All things possess a spirit. Yet the probability of such a spirit manifesting is a mere 1 in a billion. For instance, the celestial realm was born eons ago when countless spirits emerged, leading to the current celestial realm. This is why I was so astonished upon encountering the star soul. Though the star soul is weak at present, it possesses an extensive period for growth. Given time, perhaps my Tao realm too can reach the heights of the celestial realm. After organizing his thoughts, Tian Dao began to explain. An uncontrollable smile plastered across his face. If the Tao realm were to possess this star soul, who would benefit the most? Undoubtedly, it would be Tian Dao. In the grand scheme of the Tao realm, aside from Qin Yu, he had claimed nearly all the advantages, not only benefiting from the unclaimed consciousness bestowed by Qin Yu, but now also from the star soul. This was truly an opportunity of a lifetime. All of this stemmed from Qin Yu. Had it not been for him, Tian Dao would have likely been slain by the malevolent Dao long ago. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yu cast him a knowing glance, as if perceiving his thoughts, and said with a smile, "Let us depart." As the words fell, Qin Yu took a step forward and vanished from the spot, while the heavenly path chuckled and followed suit into oblivion. At the summit of Qingfeng Mountain, within the Qin Yun sect, the heavenly path jovially filled a cup with wine for Qin Yu. After downing the drink, he suddenly spoke. "I am quite curious about the destination of the sky-treading path. To bestow a star soul upon the Tao realm is indeed a grand gesture." Qin Yu took a sip of the wine, smiling yet remaining silent, fully aware that such substantial benefits could not merely arise from the test. All of this was meticulously orchestrated by the old Taoist with white brows. Whether Qin Yu acknowledged it or not, he owed this old Taoist a favor. "I have not reached the end. It is likely a sect known as the Immortal Tao Sect," Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. You have not reached the end of the sky-treading path." The heavenly path was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that this path would pose no challenge for Qin Yu. Had he misjudged the situation? Qin Yu nodded, asserting that it was unnecessary. What had been achieved was already sufficient for the Tao realm. The heavenly path pondered thoughtfully, then furrowed his brow and remarked, "The Immortal Tao Sect? I have never heard of it. but one who is so generous must possess tremendous strength. Perhaps few can rival them in the entire immortal realm. Qin Yu smiled faintly, noting that a mere avatar possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor, which implied that its sect was indeed a formidable entity. Now that matters of the Tao realm are settled, do you have any plans? The Heavenly Path inquired, observing Qin Yu as he drank. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu replied softly, 3 years. I shall go to the immortal realm in 3 years. 3 years? Qin Yu had always sought to find Ling Yantian, yet now he stated he would remain in the Tao realm for 3 more years. Could it be? The Heavenly Path set down his wine cup, frowning. Have you sensed something? Is there trouble brewing in the Tao realm? It signifies a life and death crisis for the Tao realm. Qin Yu stated. The Heavenly Path was momentarily stunned. Was he not also implicated in the fate of the Tao realm? He quickly asked, is it a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? Qin Yu shook his head. A corpse. Chapter 54. The Immortal Tao Sect. In the immortal realm, vast and boundless, the landscape was scattered with fragments of land, both large and small, distributed in an uneven manner, resembling a shattered mirror composed of countless shards. While many aspire to attain immortality, they remain oblivious to the fact that the current immortal realm is vastly different from its former glory. Countless eons ago, the immortal realm endured a cataclysmic war, which shattered it entirely. Even now, it remains lifeless, with its immortal essence reduced to less than 1% of what it once was. Deep within the void, a colossal fragment floated, appearing as mere debris, yet dwarfing entire continents, equivalent to 100 Tao realms in size. Surrounding it, 5 smaller fragments slowly revolved. This is the location of the Immortal Tao Sect, also referred to as the Immortal Tao Continent. Within it, cities towered, indistinguishable from the ordinary cultivation world, still inhabited by mortals and cultivators alike. The sole distinction lies in the fact that individuals born in the celestial realm are destined from birth to cultivate with celestial essence, their starting point effectively becoming the terminus of the realm of cultivation. At the very heart of the Celestial Path continent lies an expansive mountain range stretching for billions of miles, within which auspicious clouds and ethereal mists intertwine, imparting an illusory ambience. Amidst the clouds and fog, one can faintly discern thousands of towering pillars, each standing majestically, while at the pinnacle of these colossal columns, a grand palace appears, shrouded in golden luminescence and exuding a subtle aura of authority. This is the esteemed abode of the Celestial Path Sect. Situated in the rear mountains of the Celestial Path Sect is a modest courtyard, within which stands a dilapidated straw hut, a stark contrast to the opulence of the surrounding palatial structures. Inside the hut, apart from meditation mat, there exists nothing else. And upon this mat sits an elderly man with white eyebrows, cross-legged in deep contemplation. Suddenly, the old sage opens his eyes, a fleeting shadow of regret crossing his visage. With a soft sigh, he reflects, alas, this young man, as future achievements will surely surpass our own. Perhaps he may even ascend to divinity amidst this chaotic era. Yet, he finds solace in the bond they share, which brings a glimmer of hope to the Celestial Path Sect. The white-browed elder steps into the void, gazing at the disarray of the celestial realm with a melancholic expression, sensing the stirrings of those from beyond, pondering how to defend their realm. Master, the star soul left behind in the Tao realm is, indeed, your legacy. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes materializes, emanating an imposing authority without uttering a word. He refrains from entering the courtyard, instead bowing respectfully from outside. The elder's figure gradually solidifies within the courtyard, responding with a gentle acknowledgement. Gomin. Yes. The middle-aged man stands upright, gently pushes open the courtyard door, and strides inside. However, turmoil brews within him. The master has entrusted the star soul to another. Who could be worthy of such favor? Speak, what else is there? The elder smiles faintly, easily discerning the fluctuations in the man's demeanor, yet choosing to remain unconcerned. After regaining his composure, the middle-aged man continues. There's another matter concerning the Tao realm. Oh, what is it? The elder seems intrigued by the Tao realm, prompting an inquiry. The middle-aged man replies, it is said that a young prodigy has emerged there, annihilating the projections of various sects destined for the lower realms. Now, these sects have united, paying a steep price to construct a passage, intent on descending to eliminate this youth. Moreover, just moments ago, the Void Palace sent emissaries seeking to borrow an item from her sect. The youth. Upon hearing these words, the image of Qin Yu inevitably materializes in the elder's mind. They wish to borrow. Decline. The elder with white brows, not waiting for the middle-aged man to finish his words, coldly interrupted him. Furthermore, let it be proclaimed throughout the celestial realm that no faction shall venture into that domain. Should anyone defy this decree, they will find themselves at odds with my celestial Tao sect, and I would not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. With a disdainful snort, the elder's demeanor instantly transformed. At that moment, he appeared no longer as the amiable elder, but as a formidable being exuding unparalleled majesty. Witnessing the elder's fury, the middle-aged man was struck with profound shock. Although he did not comprehend the underlying reasons, the elder's stance was unequivocal. "Yes, master," the middle-aged man promptly replied with utmost respect. Soon, a resounding voice emanated from within the celestial Tao sect, swiftly echoing in all directions. Bang! In a lofty main hall, the table before the elder clad in dark robes shattered into fragments. "Ah, celestial Tao sect, do you truly believe you can intimidate the entire celestial realm?" A voice, frigid to the core, erupted from the elder, resonating throughout the grand hall. This elder, Xianxia, was the master of the floating hall and a formidable being with mid-level celestial emperor cultivation. Could it be that this celestial Tao sect holds ties to that individual? A man seated on one side of the hall suddenly furrowed his brow. Although he did not finish his thought, his expression clearly indicated a desire to withdraw. Following his lead, many in the assembly began to reconsider, their faces shifting between uncertainty and fear. The celestial Tao sect stood atop the celestial hierarchy. Truth be told, they were not a force to be trifled with, especially now that the celestial Tao sect had spoken. Any contradictory actions on their part could lead to consequences they deemed unbearable. Xianxia observed the expressions of those below with a mocking smile. "Esteemed guests, what are your thoughts on this matter?" he inquired with a smile, his gaze intentionally drifting towards a black-clad elder below. The elder in black immediately grasped the implication. He slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. With a grim countenance, he declared, "We have no ties with the celestial Tao sect. Yet now they seek to meddle in our affairs. Not only do they disregard us present here, but it seems they also wish to use this as a pretext to suppress us, harboring ambitions to unify the celestial realm. Their intentions are reprehensible." Master Yan's words hold merit. We have never heard of any connection between the celestial Tao sect and this lower realm. Now that we wish to descend, they have the audacity to speak out as if we are mere soft persimmons to be squeezed. The elder's words echoed with defiance. "My 3 pure palace shall be the first to object." As soon as the black-clad elder's voice fell, an unpleasant, hoarse sound resonated through the hall, causing discomfort among those who heard it. However, upon hearing this sound, everyone suddenly turned their heads towards its source, where a figure was approaching with measured steps. Facing the assembly, the individual appeared somewhat diminutive, dry as a twig, leaning upon a pitch-black cane, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Yet, his gaze was profound and foreboding, exuding a chilling aura of danger from his abyss-like pupils. Chapter 55, The Lower Realm. I have encountered the Taoist of the 3 pure ones. In an instant, dozens within the grand hall rose in unison, cupping their fists in respect towards the Taoist. Xianxia, seated in the principal position, also stood and offered a slight salute to the Taoist, then addressed the assembly with a resonant voice. "With the Taoist of the 3 pure ones presiding, our suspended palace shall not fear the celestial Tao sect." His words were unmistakably clear, indicating a firm resolve to venture into the Tao realm. A profound silence enveloped the hall. The Taoist of the 3 pure ones narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the gathered individuals. "The celestial Tao sect poses little threat. That old wretch has sustained irreparable injuries from our last confrontation. Though my cultivation may not match his, I can certainly hold him at bay. As for the rest of you, I trust you will manage the remainder. Indeed, the grievances of our slain disciples must be avenged. Otherwise, how shall our disciples regard us?" Came a voice in immediate agreement. "Do we not possess the strength of dozens of sects to contend with the celestial Tao sect?" Gradually, more formidable figures voiced their support, culminating in unanimous consensus. The Taoist of the 3 pure ones cast a knowing glance over the assembly, lifting his cup to take a gentle sip. "Excellent. Coincidentally, I possess an item known as the sky-piercing needle, which should serve as a suitable substitute for the celestial Tao sect's glazed tower. The sky-piercing needle? The fifth-ranked supreme celestial artifact? It was said to have vanished in that last battle, with rumors of its destruction. Could it truly be in the possession of the Taoist of the Three Pure Ones? Within the hall, incredulous expressions adorned the faces of the attendees as they gazed at the Taoist. With a slight smile and a nod, the Taoist affirmed, "Indeed." A collective gasp echoed throughout the chamber. Suddenly, a subtle sound of tearing through the void resonated. Before Xianxia, a needle-like artifact, the thickness of a finger and radiating a faint golden glow materialized. Although they had never witnessed it firsthand, the aura it emanated was unmistakable. It was indeed the sky-piercing needle. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon this object. "Wonderful! Ha ha ha!" Xianxia exclaimed, reaching out to grasp it. With this, the passage will be thoroughly stabilized within a year. 1 year later, in the Tao realm. On this day, Qin Yu opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distant horizon. There, a series of thunderous roars reverberated throughout the Tao realm. Has the true body arrived? In an instant, Qin Yu's figure vanished from the summit of Qin Foam Mountain. At this moment, all cultivators in the Tao realm looked up in astonishment towards the heavens, where, amidst the ethereal essence of celestial energy, a colossal formation gradually unveiled itself. What is happening? Is that the aura of the celestial realm? Could it be that someone from the celestial realm is descending? Below, countless cultivators engage in fervent discussions. In the distance, figures rise into the sky from various directions. Standing amidst the void, their consciousness scanning this area. Something is amiss. These celestial beings are truly manifesting in their physical forms. Surely, this is in pursuit of Qin Yu, though the cost is exceedingly high. I wonder what level of cultivation these celestial beings possess. If they're too weak, it may not suffice. The celestial realm must have devised a comprehensive strategy, for why else would they mobilize such forces? Judging by this momentum, it seems there are more than just a few. After perceiving this situation, these consciousnesses exchanged brief communications before dispersing, lingering at a distance to observe. Before the yet-to-form formation, a white figure gradually materializes. Simultaneously, another young man clad in white steps forth from the void. The celestial Tao casts a glance at the formation and then approaches Qin Yu. "Have you completed the fusion?" Qin Yu asked with a smile. "Indeed, it was almost effortless. I was merely absorbed in contemplation beforehand." The celestial Tao now exudes an aura as profound as the ocean, far more powerful than before. It was the commotion here that roused him from his state of enlightenment. What are your thoughts? The celestial Tao gestures towards the formation and inquires. Qin Yu replies with a faint smile. "If they come in peace, that would be well. If they seek trouble, they may find themselves returning empty-handed." How imposing. The celestial Tao gives Qin Yu a thumbs up, gesturing in approval. Suddenly, the formation suspended in midair trembles lightly. Then, as if traversing an infinite distance, the seemingly illusory formation finally shatters the spatial barrier, appearing in the void in an instant. However, with the celestial realm's repeated descents, disregarding the celestial Tao, it seems today may require your intervention. With that said, he steps forward to the formation, snorts coldly, and strikes it with a palm. With this blow, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, an unimaginable force enveloping the entire formation. A derisive laugh suddenly echoes from within the formation. Following this, a phantom emerges, and with a mere wave of its hand, the celestial Tao's formidable palm print vanishes silently. Bang! The celestial Tao is struck as if by a heavy blow, blood spurting from his mouth as he is sent flying back for tens of thousands of zhong. A celestial emperor. In the void, the celestial Tao steadies himself, suddenly looking up at the formation, his expression turning grave. A mere celestial Tao dares to desecrate this celestial emperor. At this moment, the phantom gradually solidifies. It is none other than the master of the floating hall, Xianxia. Simultaneously, dozens of figures appear one after another, each exuding an aura no weaker than that of a great Luo golden immortal. Among them, 5 possess a strength only second to Xianxia. To eliminate Qin Yu, the celestial realm has dispatched a celestial emperor and 5 formidable celestial lords. What a grand display! Even the celestial emperor has made an appearance. What could this possibly signify? The heavenly Tao chuckled, his words imbued with an indescribable playfulness, yet his heart remained vigilant. At this moment, his cultivation was merely equivalent to that of a powerful celestial monarch. while he could contend with the 5 celestial monarchs. The presence of the celestial emperor compelled him to cast his gaze upon Qin Yu. Qin Yu maintained an expressionless demeanor, remaining unfazed by the emergence of the celestial emperor. Xianxia, seeing this, the heavenly Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Based on his understanding of Qin Yu, the threat posed by the celestial emperor was minimal. Deep within, the heavenly Tao felt an overwhelming shock regarding the true extent of Qin Yu's terrifying strength. He realized that despite their time together, he remained unable to unravel Qin Yu's depths, akin to a bottomless abyss, perpetually unaware of the limits of his power. Are you the one who slaughtered my celestial realm? Xianxia's gaze flickered, fixing upon Qin Yu with a faint smile. Indeed, Qin Yu replied, his expression unchanged, his gaze tranquil. Then it is settled. You shall perish. Xianxia's smile vanished, his expression turning icy as he waved his hand, causing the 5 celestial monarchs behind him to instantaneously vanish from sight. Clang! Almost at the moment of their disappearance, a sword's cry reverberated through the heavens. A slender beam of sword light swiftly cleaved through the void. Suddenly, the entire cosmos seemed to pause. Shortly thereafter, 5 figures tumbled forth from the rifts in space. Each cleaved in 2, their forms obliterated. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Chapter 56. There is no need for such trouble. Within the formation, Xianxia furrowed his brow. The 5 celestial monarchs were insignificant in his eyes, easily extinguished with a mere wave of his hand, exemplifying the chasm that lay between the celestial monarch and the celestial emperor. Yet now, in his view, Qin Yu dispatched celestial monarchs with the ease of a mundane task, which was somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, what did it matter? He was a celestial emperor, an existence perched atop the pyramid of all realms. He would harbor no fear of a mere insect from the lower realms. You possess some skill, but before this celestial emperor, all is but an illusion. As his words echoed, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood less than a yard from Qin Yu. Simultaneously, everything around Qin Yu was bound. Even time itself was utterly restrained. A smirk crept upon Xianxia's lips as he extended his hand, reaching for Qin Yu's neck. In the face of this sudden turn of events, Qin Yu exhibited no reaction, remaining poised with his hands clasped behind his back. To Xianxia, this only confirmed his belief that Qin Yu was immobilized, his fate sealed. This was the insurmountable chasm between you and the celestial emperor. To me, you're no different from an insect. Swish! Before he could finish his sentence, a glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed before Xianxia's eyes. He was taken aback, a chilling sensation enveloping his entire being in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his original position. However, he was still a step too late. A sharp pain surged through his wrist, and upon looking down, he was horrified to find his right hand completely severed. In the void, a heavy scent of blood permeated the air as a golden spray of blood blossomed in the atmosphere. Boom! Each droplet of the descending golden blood seemed to unleash a formidable divine power, exuding a terrifying pressure that flattened the mountains below in an instant. The prowess of a supreme being in the realm of celestial emperors was indeed fearsome. Very well, you have thoroughly enraged me. With a flash, Xianxian retreated. His right arm, now empty, and fury surged within him. As a dignified celestial emperor, he had never endured such humiliation, having an arm severed by someone from a lower realm. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish his illustrious reputation. Now, the only way to alleviate his resentment over this lost limb was to slay Qin Yu. Wait. At that moment, a voice reached Xianxian's ears. Almost immediately, a man appeared beside him, clad in black, bearing a purple longsword on his back, emanating no discernible aura. Sword Emperor, what is your intent? Xianxian regarded the black-clad man, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. This man was a secret ally summoned by Xianxian for contingencies. Yet, it was far from the appropriate moment for him to appear, although the plan remained intact. It had exceeded his expectations. Despite his annoyance, Xianxian chose not to voice it. Both were celestial emperors, yet this black-clad man possessed superior overall strength. I owe you a favor, the black-clad man stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Xianxian's brow furrowed even tighter. What do you mean by that? Quite simply, I am informing you that you are no match for him. Whether you heed this warning is entirely up to you. The black-clad man's words were straightforward and decisive. After speaking, he turned to Qin Yu and smiled. Once this matter is settled, may I request a spar? Qin Yu smiled slightly and nodded very well. With that, The black-clad man vanished in a single step. At this moment, Xianxia fell silent. The instant Qin Yu drew his sword, he comprehended the terrifying strength Qin Yu possessed, perhaps truly rivaling his own. He was not foolish. He simply refused to acknowledge it. Every formidable being harbors absolute confidence in themselves. To attain the status of Celestial Emperor is no small feat. Without such conviction, one would have long since perished. Xianxia's gaze flickered as he turned to Qin Yu, slowly stating, "I still trust the character of the Sword Emperor. You are indeed strong." Qin Yu shot him a knowing glance, then turned to survey the void, shaking his head and saying, "There is no need for such formality. Come out." Xianxia's expression shifted, and he involuntarily furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to speak, three figures immediately materialized in the void. The presence of these three figures is astonishingly not beneath Yan'an Mountain. Celestial Emperors. Once again, three Celestial Emperors. I find myself rather intrigued as to how you managed to see through my restrictions. One of the slender men among the suddenly appeared figures spoke. This individual had attained his imperial status through the mastery of restrictions and formations, although his strength was slightly inferior to the other Celestial Emperors. His expertise and restrictions sufficiently compensated for this disparity. However, now, the very restrictions he took pride in have been effortlessly penetrated by the youth before him. Feng Di, why are you engaging in idle chatter with him? This child possesses an unusual cultivation. Let us strike together and eliminate him. At that moment, the only female emperor among them coldly interjected, her demeanor as frigid as ice, completely devoid of any worldly aura. Yet, her gaze betrayed impatience, with a hint of murderous intent swirling within her pupils. Having spoken, she let out a disdainful snort, stepped forward, and summoned a green silk ribbon that appeared in her hand. With a swift motion, the ribbon slithered forth like a nimble serpent, imbued with lethal intent, hurtling towards Qin Yu in an instant. Feng Di shook his head and smiled. Very well. With a casual wave of his hand, numerous phantoms of restrictions manifested, rapidly merging in the void to envelop Qin Yu. Swift resolution. Upon witnessing this, Yan'an Mountain flickered and instantaneously appeared directly before Qin Yu, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he pointed decisively at Qin Yu's brow. The final Celestial Emperor, an elderly man, revealed a palm-sized wine gourd in his grasp. Burning worldly flames arise. The old man struck the gourd, causing its cork to pop open, unleashing an unimaginable wave of heat that erupted forth. The sky within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was instantly transformed into a blinding white. Subsequently, a bizarre white flame flickered in the void, swiftly descending upon Qin Yu. In the blink of an eye, the entire Dao realm trembled violently. If left unchecked, it would likely be reduced to mere dust. How dare you? Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the formation, echoing throughout the Dao realm. Dao Zun, I have awaited you for a long time. At this moment, another consciousness resonated. Sanqing, do you truly believe you can contend with an old fool like me? Dao Zun, I assure you, I'm no match for you. But delaying for a moment should pose no issue. How did this broken sky needle come to be in your possession? No wonder you dare to converse so boldly. Following this, a cacophony of battle erupted from the opposite side of the formation. Qin Yu smiled faintly, recognizing the voice of the white-browed elder. All of this transpired almost concurrently with the female emperor's attack. To kill me is merely a matter of convenience. Your intentions extend beyond this. Standing amidst the overwhelming array of divine abilities and restrictions, Qin Yu maintained an unflappable demeanor, his expression unwavering. Indeed, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Chapter 57. The Annihilation of the Four Emperors. The heavenly path stepped up behind Qin Yu, furrowing his brow and inquiring, what does this mean? Star Soul. Qin Yu's tone grew increasingly frigid as his right hand clasped the hilt of his sword. Upon hearing this, the heavenly path immediately understood. So that's how it is. Then let us see what you can do. As the conversation unfolded, an onslaught of divine powers surged forth. The resonating sound of the sword echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, a faint sword light ignited, swiftly slicing through the void. With a tearing noise, all divine powers abruptly halted. The infernal fire canopy above was instantaneously cleaved in two, with those terrifying divine powers and restrictions collapsing without the slightest resistance. Almost simultaneously, a piercing sound reverberated in the ears of the onlookers as a sword pierced flesh. At the forefront, Xianxian, who still bore a cold smirk, felt his aura plummet to a freezing point, his gaze becoming vacant. In the next moment, his entire being was cleaved asunder, descending slowly from the void, utterly annihilated. What? The remaining 3 individuals, witnessing this, were thrown into turmoil and retreated frantically. How could this person be so eerily powerful? Who exactly is he? During their retreat, the once frosty visage of the Empress revealed a contemplative expression. Could he possibly be an immortal sovereign? Meanwhile, the Emperor of Sealing, with flickering eyes, narrowed them into 2 crimson restrictions, seemingly attempting to see through Qin Yu. After a single strike, Qin Yu raised his gaze towards the 3, his tone frigid as he swung his sword once more. As the sword light flickered, the Emperor of Sealing's expression darkened, without a moment's hesitation. He began to gesture with both hands. Countless terrifying restrictions materialized in the void, each capable of slaying even the most formidable of immortal lords. These restrictions were bizarre, merging together to instantaneously form a humanoid figure, which wielded a halberd forged from hundreds of thousands of killing restrictions. In an instant, it vanished from sight. As for the elder, his expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed an aura shrouded in death emanating from this sword light. It had been years since he had felt such a life-and-death crisis. Extreme path heavenly demon. He dared not conceal his true power, roaring as his entire form rapidly expanded, reaching a towering height of 6 zhang. Moreover, his once aged visage morphed into that of a youth, imbued with an otherworldly allure. At that moment, his celestial energy dissipated, replaced by an unimaginable demonic aura that surged forth, causing the surroundings to tremble. Is he truly desperate? The Empress pondered for a moment before flipping her right hand, revealing a purple hairpin. You have transformed your very essence, willingly becoming my personal artifact. Now, slay this man for me. Her gaze fell upon the hairpin as she whispered softly. Then, a drop of crimson blood emerged between her brows, and as soon as it appeared, it transformed into a rune that swiftly descended upon the hairpin. With a hum, the hairpin quivered gently, followed by a pale shadow darting forth from within, arriving right before her. Take care. This is the last time I shall guard your path. The white specter glanced back at the Empress, a tender smile illuminating its eyes. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming pressure far surpassing that of the 2 sovereigns descended upon the scene. His expression remained indifferent as he took a step forward, his right hand pressing gently ahead. The emergence of this aura caused both the sovereign and the otherworldly youth to turn their gazes, their hearts gripped by shock. So it was him. However, to their astonishment, after completing this act, the Empress unhesitatingly retreated once more, her path leading directly to the formation. She was actually fleeing? The illustrious Empress, retreating without a fight, just as the sovereign and the otherworldly youth were momentarily stunned. A thunderous clash erupted as the sword light collided with the humanoid barrier wielding a halberd. Boom! In an instant, the humanoid barrier could not withstand even a breath, collapsing upon contact and transforming into a tempest of restrictions that engulfed the surrounding space. This individual was undoubtedly of the celestial master realm. Fear etched itself upon the sovereign's face. For the first time, he felt true terror. Yet in this moment of wanting to escape, he found himself outpaced by the sword light. He decisively abandoned his corporeal form, his primordial spirit flashing backward, employing forbidden techniques to enhance his speed further. Wretch! The otherworldly youth, transformed from the elder, glared at the sovereign's primordial spirit in the direction in which the Empress fled, cursing vehemently. He wished to escape, yet his current form appeared clumsy, leaving him no time. He could only unleash a fierce palm strike, infused with overwhelming demonic energy, his visage twisted in rage. With a whoosh, the sword light sliced through before the otherworldly youth, its momentum unabated, continuing its relentless assault upon the sovereign's primordial spirit. Faster, even faster. In his ethereal state, the sovereign sensed a chilling presence closing in from behind. He spat forth several mouthfuls of blood, his steps quickened slightly. Yet his primordial spirit began to take on a translucent hue. The Empress gazed at the formation within arm's reach, a slight relaxation gracing her previously stern brow. Regaining her former aloof demeanor, she swept her consciousness back, noting the fleeing sovereign rapidly closing the distance. With a flash of her gaze, she did not turn but instead unleashed a mighty palm strike behind her. Qinglian Empress, you? Feeling the force of that palm ahead, the already pallid sovereign turned even more ashen. Under normal circumstances, this strike would not have concerned him. But in this moment, it had become his death knell. With a splatter, the sword light sliced through with blinding speed, and in his unwillingness, the sovereign's primordial spirit was utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, the seemingly mundane palm of the white specter was already upon him, perhaps sensing the extraordinary nature of this sword, before their forms could even collide. The entire silhouette of the white phantom ignited into flames, while its hand appeared remarkably mundane. Such terrifying power. Could this individual have ascended to greatness in life? In the distance, the Tao gazed intently at this white phantom, muttering softly to itself. With a soft hiss, the sword's light sliced through as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, unable to be thwarted by the frenzied flames of the white phantom for even a heartbeat. Just before its imminent dissolution, the burning white phantom turned to glance in the direction of the Empress, a faint smile gracing its lips. At last, having exhausted all means, the Empress stepped into the formation. She felt the gaze of the white phantom upon her, but did not turn to meet it, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. Boom! The white phantom was utterly obliterated. The Empress did not linger. A surge of celestial energy immediately surged into the formation below. Buzz! The formation trembled, and the figure of the Empress began to grow ethereal. That venomous which must not escape, the Tao exclaimed, baring its teeth upon witnessing the Empress's actions. She cannot flee. Qin Yu directed a cold gaze towards the Empress within the formation. Although he harbored a certain displeasure towards her actions, it was not the primary concern. What mattered most was that she had been the first to strike decisively. As his words fell, the sword's light flickered in the void, instantaneously appearing within the formation. The sword's tip had already torn through half of the Empress's form, and her silhouette was once more drawn back into the formation. This scene unfolded with remarkable swiftness, nearly simultaneous with the moment her figure became ethereal. I bear no true enmity towards you. It is merely a conflict. Might you spare the life of this humble woman? The Empress's countenance changed dramatically, bewildered by how the sword's light, which had been distant, could suddenly materialize before her. A profound sense of crisis coursed through her being in an instant. In the future, I shall obey you. Before she could finish her plea, the sword's light vanished in an instant, silencing her words. Thus, all four celestial emperors who descended from the celestial realm met their demise by Qin Yu's hand. Chapter 58, The Scroll. Buzz. At this moment, the formation suddenly shuddered, hinting at a fading presence. Simultaneously, the ethereal form of a golden needle-like object emerged at its tip. The star soul was firmly ensnared, racing towards the depths of the heavens. This was indeed the celestial needle, with the star soul as its target. Kakik, Taoist, you are no longer the formidable figure of your. Though your realm remains, your strength is but a fraction of what it once was. While I may be no match for you, it is utterly impossible for you to retain me. I take my leave. The insidious laughter of the three pure ones echoed clearly within the formation. You dare to conspire with outsiders. Today's actions will surely bring the wrath of the celestial realm upon your three pure palace. The elder with white eyebrows expressed a mix of astonishment and anger. At that moment, he found himself ensnared within a bizarre formation that exuded an aura incongruous with the celestial realm. This formation was the very culprit responsible for the immense slaughter during that fateful battle in the celestial world, a site where countless powerful beings had perished. Unfortunately, he had sustained grievous injuries during that conflict, wounds that had yet to heal, otherwise, for one of his celestial status. This formation could have been shattered with a mere flick of his fingers. As the formation began to blur, and as the heavenly breaking needle teetered on the brink of exiting the Tao realm, a cold voice suddenly resonated. Did I permit you to leave? In an instant, a streak of sword light sliced through the void, penetrating the formation. A thunderous explosion echoed as the sword light, seemingly traversing infinite distances, struck the heavenly breaking needle. I can see that you are formidable, yet to think you could shatter this fifth-ranked celestial artifact, the heavenly breaking needle, is a mere folly. The elder cackled. I shall gladly accept this star soul. The voice of the three pure ones echoed in Qin Yu's ears, laced with disdain and contempt. However, just as he finished speaking, a resounding crack pierced the air, reverberating through to the other side of the formation. How can this be? How could you possibly destroy the heavenly breaking needle? A supreme celestial artifact ranked fifth? The enraged roar of the three pure Taoists followed, as the star soul appeared to be within reach. This unforeseen turn of events caught the three pure Taoists off guard. In the next moment, his expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, his gaze seemingly transcending countless realms to lock on Qin Yu. With an utter lack of warmth in his eyes, he proclaimed, "So be it. Since you are a sword cultivator, allow me to introduce you to the true essence of the sword Dao, evil sovereign." With that, the three pure Taoist swiped his hand through the air before him, causing a silent rift to manifest. Summoning forth a scroll from the fissure, he grasped it tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the scroll with gritted teeth and shook it violently. It was evident that employing this scroll pained him immensely. Yet in his desperation to reclaim the Star Soul, he had no other recourse. Upon unfurling the scroll, a surge of recognition flooded the elder's senses. The image depicted an inky black starry sky, and within its depths stood a blood-red longsword. Upon its hilt stood a man clad in black, his form slightly indistinct, an ephemeral shadow whose features remained obscured. Nevertheless, the elder was vividly reminded of this figure and its aura. "Do you feel fear?" he sneered, as the three pure Taoists cast a sidelong glance at the elder, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he unfurled the scroll. Subsequently, he disregarded the predatory gaze of the white-browed elder and pointed a finger towards his brow. At the moment his finger lifted, a drop of vital blood was drawn forth and forcefully pressed against the figure within the painting. A hum resonated, akin to a stone cast into tranquil waters, sending ripples through the entire scroll. From a realm beyond, Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The aura emanating from the painting did not belong to the celestial realm. Yet within that enigmatic space, he had once slain individuals bearing a similar essence. At this moment, the black-clad man within the painting appeared animated, striding forth beneath the starry canvas. This scene was most peculiar. Though he resided within the painting, it felt as if the figure was approaching him with deliberate steps. Thud, thud, thud. The muted sound reverberated in the void, echoing within the hearts of all present. The white-browed elder's complexion flushed as he forcefully suppressed a mouthful of vital blood. As the black-clad man's footsteps resonated, the blood-red longsword, previously embedded in the depths of the starry sky, suddenly trembled, transforming into a wisp of crimson light that landed in the black-clad man's grasp. After 3 steps, upon completing his final stride, the black-clad man emerged from the painting. Standing amidst the celestial realm, his long hair swaying as if caught by an unseen wind. In the celestial realm, the black-clad man regarded the white-browed elder as if he were invisible, surveying his surroundings before murmuring, "Weak." Finally, his gaze settled upon the 3 purities Taoist, and with an expression devoid of emotion, he inquired, "What is it?" "You must know this fragment of divine consciousness can only act once. Salutations, Lord Evil Sovereign." The 3 purities Taoist approached the black-clad man, kneeling on one knee, his countenance filled with excitement. "I discovered the Star Soul in the lower realm. It was seized by another. Should I acquire this Star Soul, I would fear no one in the celestial realm. At that time, Lord Evil Sovereign would be able to dominate the entire celestial realm without the need for a single soldier." "Humph." Upon hearing this, the black-clad man snorted coldly. He first cast a glance at Qin Yu in the lower realm, then turned his attention to the white-browed elder, yet his words were directed at the 3 purities Taoist. "Do you truly believe that this entire celestial realm contains but this one old wretch? Could it be?" The 3 purities Taoist's heart tightened as if a revelation dawned upon him, his mind tumultuous. Thus, it seemed his every move was indeed under the watchful gaze of another. But it matters not. As long as they are not foolish, they will not reveal themselves. The black-clad man chuckled darkly, the sword in his hand vanishing in an instant. Puff! The 3 purities Taoist's eyes widened in astonishment as his entire aura ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving him gaunt and emaciated, utterly consumed. Above his head, a blood-red longsword stood ominously, its hilt the only part exposed. "Worthless, what use are you to me?" The black-clad man did not spare a glance at the corpse of the 3 purities Taoist, but instead gazed deeper into the celestial realm, a smirk curling upon his lips as if mocking those around him. Silence, tranquility. The entire celestial realm remained undisturbed. Evil Sovereign, your provocation is futile. A mere clone that can exist for only the duration of a joss stick. Do I, a powerful being of the celestial realm, truly need to reveal myself? With the demise of the Taoist of the 3 pure ones, the formation that had ensnared the old Taoist with the white brow gradually dissipated. Although the old Taoist is not a match for the man in black, he still wore a disdainful expression, exuding an air of nonchalance. Ha! Your heavenly court in the celestial realm is nothing more than a gathering of timid turtles. The man in black laughed heartily, his voice rolling like thunder, echoing throughout a large part of the celestial realm. Suddenly, he ceased his laughter and turned his gaze toward the old Taoist with the white brow. Since they refuse to show themselves, I shall first eliminate you and witness their reaction. As his words fell, the blood-red sword that had been embedded in the head of the Taoist of the three pure ones instantly appeared in his grasp. However, at that very moment, a faint glimmer of sword light flickered within the formation, suddenly illuminating the celestial realm. Chapter 59, The Outer Domain, Evil Sovereign. Oh, the man in black gasped lightly, turning to observe the swiftly approaching beam of sword light, his eyes gleaming with interest. How intriguing. The brilliance of a firefly dares not compete with the radiant moon. He smirked, thrusting the blood-red sword toward the direction of the sword light. In an instant, a streak of blood-colored sword light surged into the void, colliding with the incoming sword light. Bang! The two beams of sword light collided in the blink of an eye. Yet, it lasted less than a breath. And the red sword light shattered with a thunderous roar, dispersing into countless crimson sparks in the void. The expression of the man in black momentarily froze, his demeanor shifting for the first time. What had seemed like a casual strike was equivalent to the might of a celestial sovereign, and as a sword cultivator of that rank, his power surpassed others of the same tier. Yet in an instant he grinned, finding it increasingly fascinating. With that, the blood-red sword in his hand began to tremble slightly, a quiver of excitement, as if it had encountered a formidable opponent. You wish to consume this person? Then go ahead. The man in black looked down at the blood-red sword, suddenly bursting into laughter, his expression radiating an air of confidence that seemed to gaze down upon the world. At the moment he uttered these words, the blood-red sword erupted in a brilliant crimson glow, then vanished without a trace. In the void, it drew forth a long, blood-red light, and a terrifying sword intent swiftly spread across tens of thousands of miles. Meanwhile, the old Taoist with the white brow was profoundly shocked. Realizing that he had previously underestimated Qin Yu, it appeared that he was not even a match for him. With this thought, the old Taoist shook his head and let out a bitter laugh, recalling how he had previously insisted on accepting Qin Yu as his direct disciple, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. This young man, could he be the one mentioned by the Tao Sovereign? It must be so. His prowess in the sword path is indeed formidable. Why we never heard of him before? The unfolding scene attracted many hidden powerhouses of the celestial realm. This sword intent, it belongs to the one who harmed my disciple. What cultivation level does this person possess? And why has he remained in the Tao realm? An elderly man sensed everything from afar, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. After a moment of silence, he finally murmured, if one were to perish at the hands of these outsiders, so be it. However, if one survives, this individual must not be provoked. On one side was a blood-red sword aura exuding an aura of terror from beyond the realms, while on the other, a faint glimmer of sword light flickered. Judging by their presence alone, the disparity was unmistakable. The two sword lights approached with astonishing speed, colliding in the blink of an eye. Yet, one of the sword lights seemed to encounter no hindrance, darting past the other and advancing forward. Boom! The speed was so tremendous that the crimson sword light reached the black-clad man before the sound of shattering followed. In an instant, the blood-red sword light transformed into a tempest of crimson sword intent, sweeping through the surroundings. Numerous fragments of the celestial realm crumbled and disintegrated into nothingness beneath this rampant sword intent. It was unexpected to discover such a formidable swordsman within the celestial realm. The black-clad man maintained his composure against the rapidly approaching sword light, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Regrettably, this avatar, possessing only half the cultivation of my true self, is still not something you can desecrate. With these words, he waved his hands, unleashing the full force of his celestial sovereign might. At that moment, he stood as if atop the pinnacle of the starry sky. His oppressive aura surged like a tempest, forcing the very essence of the celestial realm to retreat millions of miles. Around him, ominous winds howled, creating a domain of darkness. Come fort, thunder sword. His gaze remained tranquil as he uttered the command, raising his left hand in a gesture of summoning. Suddenly, myriad bolts of lightning erupted above him. Boom! As the lightning manifested, it seemed drawn by an unseen force, converging frantically toward the black-clad man below. Instantly, a grotesquely shaped black, long sword materialized in his grasp. its blade flickering with the glow of lightning, as serpentine bolts of destructive energy writhed and roared around it. All transpired with breathtaking swiftness, nearly completed in the blink of an eye. When Qin Yu's sword light entered the realm of darkness, it appeared as a beacon in the night, a faint yet captivating glimmer amidst the shadows. At that moment, the black-clad man suddenly moved, stepping forward and sweeping his sword horizontally before him. In that instant, an astonishingly sharp aura surged forth, and, as the lightning flickered, it transformed into a peculiar sword energy that coalesced at the sword's tip, forming a radiant beam of 7 colors aimed directly at the sword light. Boom! In that moment, torrents of lightning surged in all directions, illuminating the entire dark domain as if it were day. Above the realm of darkness, a neat and even rift cleaved the darkness in two. The essence of the celestial realm seemed to find an outlet, frantically filling every inch of the void within the shadows. 3 breaths later, clarity returned to the area, and the black-clad man had vanished without a trace. In the void, a voice resonated, devoid of any discernible emotion, proclaiming that the malevolent sovereign would soon descend in his true form. At that moment, the formation connecting the celestial realm with the Tao realm was on the brink of complete dissolution. Yet, just as it was about to dissipate, a fleeting flicker of sword intent flashed by, momentarily halting before the old Taoist with white brows. After a brief silence, the old Taoist comprehended Qin Yu's intention, and with a subtle smile, he absorbed the sword intent into his being before vanishing from sight. It is over. Gazing at the now-vanished formation, the heavenly Tao remarked with a hint of melancholy. It is indeed quite tragic. Not only has the esteemed heavenly Tao been secretly schemed against, but now, after finally experiencing a significant enhancement in power, the adversaries encountered are increasingly formidable. Let us depart. Qin Yu smiled lightly and turned towards the direction of the Qinyan sect. I must return and diligently cultivate. How could the heavenly Tao fail to protect its own home? My grandmother may tolerate it, but I certainly cannot. The heavenly Tao spat contemptuously, his expression earnest. Indeed, it is true that I have become somewhat weaker. A voice of acknowledgement resonated from afar, belonging to Qin Yu. Once Qin Yu and his companion departed, the Tao realm fell into silence. The powerful beings who had been observing from the shadows were profoundly shaken. They were aware of Qin Yu's unfathomable strength, yet the scene that unfolded today utterly subverted their previous understanding. The celestial emperors who had descended in their true forms were regarded as legendary superiors, yet in Qin Yu's eyes, they were merely matters to be dealt with by a single sword stroke. This was undeniably terrifying. However, regardless of the implications, this was ultimately a fortuitous event for the Tao realm. With Qin Yu present, the celestial realm would undoubtedly tread cautiously, perhaps even refraining from descending altogether. In the void, Qin Yu descended upon the peak of Qingfeng Mountain, subsequently transmitting a divine thought. Ancestor. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng arrived, respectfully bowing in greeting. Indeed, the integration of that bloodline power has significantly advanced your cultivation. Observing Chu Feng's progress, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. I owe this opportunity to the ancestor. Otherwise, such heights would have been unattainable for a lifetime. Chu Feng wished to say more, but Qin Yu waved his hand, interrupting him. Do you sense the approach of tribulation? Yes, but that is sufficient. Let us proceed with the tribulation now, Qin Yu affirmed. Right now, Chu Feng froze momentarily, as he felt unprepared for the tribulation. However, upon reconsideration, he thought, with the ancestor present, what do I need to prepare for? Let it come. The success rate is 100%. With that thought, Chu Feng no longer hesitated, and his aura suddenly erupted. Chapter 60, Opening the Celestial Gate. Thunder rumbled. The skies above the Qin Yun sect darkened ominously. As deep within the clouds, a pitch-black tribulation cloud began to materialize. It is the sect master. The sect master is about to undergo tribulation. If the sect master successfully navigates this tribulation, even in the absence of the ancestor, our Qin Yun sect will fear no other sect within the Tao realm. At this moment, all the elders and disciples of the Qin Yun sect gazed skyward, their expressions filled with fervor. It was Chu Feng. With such an ancestor present, what fear was there of not attaining immortality? It seemed preparations for grand tributes were in order. Countless formidable beings turned their gazes towards the Qin Yun sect, their hearts a mixture of envy and trepidation. At this juncture, the calamity clouds had formed, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire Qin Yun sect in an instant. Suddenly, as if sensing something, A voice of astonishment erupted from within the calamity clouds. Concurrently, a youthful visage emerged from the dense vapor. This youth possessed a strikingly delicate appearance, yet his features bore a remarkable prominence, resembling more a creature of the demon race than that of a human. "It's you." He immediately recognized the source of his unease. "Qin Yu. It's not me this time. It's him," Qin Yu remarked with a faint smile, gesturing towards Chu Feng. At that moment, the youth's gaze shifted to Chu Feng beside Qin Yu, and he quickly grasped the situation. "Very well. Then everything shall proceed as usual. I shall merely make an appearance." Having said this, he withdrew his head before Qin Yu could respond. This youth's manifestation was visible solely to Qin Yu. Even Chu Feng, standing beside him, was left perplexed, unsure of to whom Qin Yu was speaking. Boom! Crack! Suddenly, a black lightning bolt erupted from within the calamity clouds, illuminating vast stretches of the void. In that instant, it felt as though the apocalypse had descended, a tremendous aura sweeping across the heavens and the earth. As the black lightning appeared, it immediately locked onto Chu Feng's presence below, descending with fierce intent. To others, this aura and pressure suggested that Chu Feng would not escape unscathed. However, to Chu Feng, it was a wholly different sensation. Was this the tribulation? He felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, he seemed to comprehend something, yet remained entirely bewildered. In the next instant, with a powerful roar, a transparent longsword materialized within him, the very sword intent gifted to him by Qin Yu. With a sudden leap into the void, he surged upwards like a radiant rainbow, charging towards the black lightning. Yet, upon witnessing the longsword in Chu Feng's grasp, the prominent young man within the calamity clouds felt his pupils constrict sharply, his face paling to the color of parchment. Instantly, a thought echoed from within the calamity clouds. "Dear friend, do wield that sword with care. We must avoid any unintended harm." A voice, laced with a hint of bitterness and fear, reached Chu Feng's ears. Glancing quizzically at the calamity clouds above, Chu Feng understood that this thought had originated from within. He nodded subtly in acknowledgement. In the void, a pitch-black lightning crackled with an icy brilliance, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that cascaded downward. Yet one figure, undaunted, held his sword aloft and surged against the torrent, resolute in his vow to cleave through the heavens. At least, to the onlookers, it appeared thus. Boom! After a resounding thunderclap reverberated through the air, the black lightning abruptly shattered, transforming into countless delicate arcs of lightning that danced through the void. In an instant, the dazzling brilliance of the lightning forced those lurking in the shadows to squint and avert their gaze. Soon, as tranquility returned, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the ominous clouds had vanished without a trace, leaving the sky clear and serene. This phase had concluded. Only the final challenge remained, opening the celestial gate. Several aged figures exchanged glances from afar, shaking their heads in resigned amusement. This tribulation was beyond the reach of the Qin Yu sect. On a distant mountaintop, a lone man simmered with indignation, muttering under his breath. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air above him. What is that? The man, ever vigilant, instinctively began to retreat. Yet, the sound grew increasingly closer. Boom! A scream echoed, startling all in the vicinity, as numerous consciousnesses flocked to investigate. They beheld the mountaintop, once occupied by the man, now reduced to a flat expanse, shrouded in dust and debris. Before long, a tattered figure emerged from the earth, staggering and soaring into the distance. The man had been struck by lightning. Thus, it is wise to refrain from making reckless vows about what one cannot achieve. At that moment, a formless tempest of celestial power surged from the depths of the void, causing the very heavens to rumble. At the eye of the storm, a golden gate flickered into view. After 3 breaths, a magnificent golden celestial gate stood majestically amidst the cosmos. "Elder, I fear I cannot open this celestial gate," Chu Feng said, approaching Qin Yu and gazing at the golden portal with a mix of excitement and resignation. The celestial gate could only be opened through one's own cultivation. Any external force would yield naught but illusion. "Follow me," Qin Yu instructed, nodding as he stepped forward to the celestial gate, with Chu Feng closely in tow. As they arrived before the gate, Chu Feng was struck by an overwhelming sense of awe deep within his heart. The towering golden gate, stretching thousands of feet high, appeared ancient and grand, emanating an inexplicable aura of authority. "Let me give it a try." A glint of determination flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he boldly stepped forward. positioning himself before the gate, his entire being radiating an intense energy. With a mighty roar, he pressed his hands against the celestial gate, exerting all his strength. After 5 breaths, the gate remained utterly unmoved, while Chu Feng, gritting his teeth, turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly reaching the limit of his strength. "Elder, it's best if you take over," Chu Feng exclaimed, his resolve suddenly waning as he shook his head repeatedly. Qin Yu smiled faintly, showing no hesitation. He extended his palm and gently pressed it against the celestial gate, pushing forward. Boom! Instantly, the gate trembled violently, producing a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. Immediately, a golden celestial gate slowly opened a crack, which, though referred to as a crack, was actually several meters wide. In no time, the opening widened further until the celestial gate was completely ajar. Is this truly the celestial realm? Originally filled with anticipation for the celestial realm, Chu Feng now found himself furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. A flicker of skepticism crossed his eyes, and even the excitement within him had significantly waned. On the other side of the celestial gate, although the celestial essence was relatively abundant, the sight that met his gaze was one of utter chaos. With countless fragments floating aimlessly in the void, it could be said that the atmosphere was suffused with a sense of desolation, vastly different from the celestial realm he had imagined and the legends he had heard. Indeed, this was the celestial realm. From beyond the Golden Gate, an aged figure gradually emerged. Chapter 61. Ascension to Immortality. Senior, may I ask who you are? Chu Feng inquired respectfully, cupping his fists towards the elder in purple robes. The elder smiled faintly. I am but an old man, known as Yin Fuzi. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Qin Yu, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression. After a moment of contemplation, the elder could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. The flicker of animosity he felt towards Qin Yu dissipating entirely. He then cupped his fist towards Qin Yu and said, "My friend, it was my disciple who brought this upon himself. I hope you will not hold a grudge." Qin Yu remained silent, merely nodding indifferently. He understood the elder's implication. Previously, the elder had harbored a trace of murderous intent towards him, but now that malice had completely vanished. "Thank you." The elder once again clasped his fists, then turned to Chu Feng, saying, "Upon stepping through the celestial gate, you shall undergo the baptism of celestial essence and attain an immortal status." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng turned to Qin Yu, frowning as he asked, "Ancestor, does entering the celestial gate mean we cannot remain in the Tao realm?" My young friend, do not worry. Your ancestor possesses unparalleled powers. Such matters are trivial for him," the elder replied. Qin Yu tacitly agreed with the elder's words, nodding gently. "Very well." Seeing Qin Yu nod, Chu Feng set aside his reservations and stepped forward toward the celestial gate. "Wait!" At that moment, a voice filled with urgency rang out, causing Chu Feng to halt his raised foot once more. Below the celestial gate, 4 radiant figures were swiftly approaching. However, the celestial gate only appeared for those who successfully transcended their tribulations. Those who failed were barred from crossing even 1,000,000 miles away and could not step forward. Should one attempt to force their way in, the gate's overwhelming pressure would instantaneously obliterate the intruder into nothingness. 1,000,000 miles away, as the radiance dissipated, the 4 figures of Xian Wu became visible. "What is it?" Qin Yu asked, perplexed, as he looked towards the 4. Xian Wu first glanced at the celestial gate, then broke into an awkward grin, saying, "Boss, my brothers and I also wish to transcend our tribulations and enter the celestial realm. What do you think?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu nodded. Though bound by a century-old agreement with the 4, they were considered part of his own circle, and thus it was only fitting. Upon hearing Qin Yu's immediate agreement, the 4 members of Xuanwu were instantly filled with joy, their eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance, their respect for Qin Yu deepening within their hearts. "Thank you, Brother Xia," they chorused in unison. Without further ado, they unleashed their full cultivation. Originally powerful beings at the 6th and 7th stages of the immortal realm, they now released their powers without reservation, breaking through the final barrier in an instant. In that moment, the 4 felt a shared sensation and collectively gazed into the depths of the void. There, an oppressive aura was gradually awakening. Exchanging knowing glances, they nodded to one another and ascended to greater heights. Suddenly, a colossal turtle, resembling a mountain, appeared in the sky, letting out a thunderous roar that dispersed the clouds. Roar, roar, roar. Following that, 3 more earth-shattering roars erupted simultaneously. A serpent, thousands of feet long, writhed through the void, its dark scales glinting with a chilling light, accompanied by the sound of space fracturing. Meanwhile, a majestic white tiger stood proudly in the void. Though only several dozen feet in size, its presence was no less formidable. In the far north, an extraordinary spirit beast named Qin Yu emerged, possessing a tiger's head, a single horn upon its brow, a dragon's body, and a lion's tail, a true amalgamation of beasts. At this moment, the four great spirit beasts unveiled their true forms, shaking the heavens as they cast their fierce gazes towards the depths of the sky. The four were collectively undergoing tribulation, an unprecedented occurrence, causing the tribulation clouds to appear slightly delayed. Yet, the scope of the destructive aura was vast, unimaginable, nearly enveloping the entire southern domain. Soon, a suffocating tribulation cloud gradually manifested above the four great spirit beasts. "Come fort," echoed Xuanwu's commanding voice from the sky. However, in the next breath, two words resonated from within the tribulation clouds. "I understand." Subsequently, everything proceeded as before. The seemingly thunderous but ultimately insubstantial tribulation clouds once again passed, and beside Qin Yu, four figures materialized. This scene elicited a resigned smile from the elder in purple robes on the Immortal Gate side. In the millions of years since the Tao realm's inception, no one had successfully navigated the tribulation until today, thanks to Qin Yu, who had suddenly brought forth five. The actions of the Thunder Punishment Hall were comprehensible to him. Losing a Thunder Punisher without cause was a bitter pill to swallow. Should they intervene, the outcome might be equally undesirable. So it was wiser to go with the flow and grant a favor. Truly, the Thunder Punishment Hall displayed remarkable foresight, the elder in purple thought to himself. "Let's proceed," Qin Yu stated. He then stepped into the Immortal Gate, vanishing from the Tao realm. Chu Feng and the others quickly followed suit, stepping into the Immortal Gate as well. Moments later, the scene before them shifted. They found themselves in the vast expanse of the Immortal Realm. As the group materialized in the Immortal Realm, before they could take in their surroundings, a tremendous energy, far surpassing spiritual power, surged into their bodies in an instant. The energy coursing through them was not frantic. Rather, it was remarkably gentle, continuously converging and transforming into the life force within their bodies. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu embraced the influx of celestial essence, allowing it to fervently permeate his being, resulting in a rapid enhancement of his cultivation. He ascended through the realms of Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, and Golden Immortal, until he consciously halted his absorption at the Emperor Immortal stage. Had he wished, he could have effortlessly advanced to the status of Immortal Sovereign, or even reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Realm. Qin Yu glanced towards Chu Feng and his companions, who were with closed eyes, their expressions reflecting pure enjoyment without a trace of discomfort. Their auras were steadily strengthening. Moments later, they each opened their eyes, their gazes sparkling with brilliance. "Oh, what a delightful experience!" Xianwu exclaimed, laughter erupting as he savored the sensations coursing through him. As one who bore a fragment of ancient bloodline, he had directly surpassed the Earth Immortal stage, now standing at the initial phase of the Celestial Immortal Realm. Furthermore, upon attaining this status, he felt the power of his bloodline within him swell, albeit slightly, yet it was undeniably a positive progression. The other three spirit beasts experienced similar advancements, each reaching the initial stage of the Celestial Immortal Realm. As for Chu Feng, he was slightly behind. Despite possessing formidable bloodline prowess, he had yet to fully master it, currently situated at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage. Is this truly the Immortal Realm we have long yearned for? Xianwu's laughter abruptly ceased, and only then did he realize that all around him lay a dismal expanse, littered with countless fragments of land. The Immortal Realm appeared to have endured a cataclysmic battle. Chu Feng noticed a massive fragment of land floating not far ahead, significantly larger than the Tao realm. The jagged edges of the seemingly irregular fragment appeared as if torn apart by human hands. Indeed, a hint of melancholy flickered in the eyes of the elder in purple robes as he rasped. The Immortal Realm was once an immense land without bounds. However, it was utterly shattered during that battle, resulting in its current state. Who could be responsible? Chu Feng and the others interjected, struggling to fathom how such a vast realm could be brought to ruin. What kind of power would those who engaged in such a conflict possess? From the outer domain, the realm of the underworld king, a voice resonated from ahead. Following the sound, Chu Feng and the others beheld an elder clad in dark robes, approaching them with a smile, stepping gracefully from the void. Chapter 62. I shall personally make the journey. Upon seeing this figure, the elder in purple immediately bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to the celestial emperor of leisure. Ah, no need for formalities, the elder in dark robes replied with a slight nod. Upon reaching Qin Yu, he clasped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, I am the Taoist of leisure from the heavenly court. One should not strike a smiling face. And since this person harbors no ill intentions, I reciprocated his smile. Qin Yu replied, Taoist Qin, I hope you will be forgiving. The Taoist of leisure chuckled. Qin Yu simply shook his head lightly. No offense taken. It is merely a title. He naturally comprehended the meaning behind the words of the immortal master. As a venerable figure who had lived for an unfathomable duration, it would be far more distressing for him to be referred to as senior than to face death itself. However, such titles did not concern Qin Yu in the least. The immortal master chuckled, expressing his gratitude to Qin Yu, who merely offered a faint smile and chose not to respond further. Senior, what exactly is the Mingwang realm you mentioned? What kind of force is it? At this moment, Chu Feng, gazing at the celestial realm before him, furrowed his brows and inquired. Beside him, Xian Wu and the others perked up their ears, eager to discern the nature of this Mingwang realm and why the celestial realm had assumed its current state. Only Qin Yu seemed indifferent to these matters, as his primary concern was locating his master. Everything else was of little consequence to him. Originally, the immortal master was troubled about how to broach the subject. But upon seeing Chu Feng and his companions inquire on their own accord, he felt a flicker of joy. Yet, when he caught sight of Qin Yu's expression, a sense of trepidation seized him. His purpose for coming here was to persuade Qin Yu to lend his aid during the impending invasion from the outer realms. However, at this moment, his thoughts raced while he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. After a brief contemplation, he spoke in a grave tone. The world is vast and beyond imagination. The Mingwang realm is also a celestial realm, merely differing in name, with overall strength comparable to our own. Between the two realms lies an insurmountable spatial barrier. Yet every million years, a weakness appears within this barrier. Since time immemorial, friction between the two realms has been ceaseless, fortunately without causing any fundamental harm. Our celestial realm is safeguarded by the presence of the misty sovereign, while the Mingwang realm is under the dominion of the endless demon god. Neither can truly prevail over the other. However, millions of years ago, a mysterious figure emerged from the Mingwang realm, possessing an astonishing power nearly on par with the endless demon god. As he spoke, the immortal master cast a glance at Qin Yu and continued. If the two were to join forces, even the misty sovereign would find it challenging to withstand them. In the end, to protect the celestial realm and the myriad worlds beneath it, the misty sovereign self-destructed, severely injuring both adversaries. We fought valiantly, forcing them to retreat back to the Mingwang realm. Yet, our celestial realm was left utterly shattered in that battle, reduced to its current state. Upon hearing the immortal master's account, Chu Feng and the others felt a tumult of emotions. If the immortal master was indeed the strongest being in the celestial realm, how formidable must the misty sovereign be? As if perceiving their thoughts, the immortal master gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia, and spoke slowly. The misty sovereign is a true deity standing within our celestial realm. He is at the pseudo-divine level, merely a step away from divinity. Had it not been for that great battle, he would have likely transcended the divine tribulation by now. A sharp intake of breath escaped Chu Feng. Despite anticipating the existence of even higher realms, felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes gradually filled with a sense of reverence. However, as the passage of millions of years loomed near, the fate of our celestial realm remained uncertain. As Xianxia uttered these words, he keenly observed Qin Yu's reaction, only to find him maintaining a visage of utter calmness, devoid of any discernible emotion. Just as he pondered how to articulate his thoughts, a swift sound of something piercing through the air echoed from a distance. It was the jade pendant of the mysterious venerable. This pendant, merely the size of a palm, appeared rather ordinary in its gray hue, yet it emanated a profound aura of Tao. On either side of the pendant, the characters mysterious venerable were inscribed. Upon sighting this object, Xianxia was taken aback. He was certain that this was indeed the jade pendant belonging to the mysterious venerable. However, he was baffled as to why it had manifested here on its own. In an instant, the pendant floated before Qin Yu, hovering silently. with an impassive expression. Qin Yu understood that the pendant was directed towards him. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his right hand and gently pointed at the pendant. With a soft pop, the pendant split into two halves, and simultaneously, a surge of information flooded into Qin Yu's mind. Upon absorbing the contents of this information, a slight change flickered across his countenance. Soon after, he turned to Xianxia and declared, "I shall personally visit the underworld king realm. Let's proceed." Without allowing the astonished Xianxia a moment to recover, Qin Yu effortlessly tore open a spatial rift and, accompanied by Chu Feng and the others, stepped through. The elderly figure in purple was utterly astonished by this scene. The ability to effortlessly breach the barriers between the immortal realm and the Tao realm indicated extraordinary cultivation. Xiaozi's expression also shifted, his pupils contracting sharply, and his entire being trembled involuntarily, a shock far surpassing his reaction to the jade pendant. Yet, he quickly subdued this astonishment, for he had already formed a rough conjecture in his mind. However, the reality he witnessed was far more overwhelming than mere speculation. To venture into the underworld king realm. Perhaps Qin Yu truly holds the potential to surprise us. With this thought, Xiaozi glanced around the immortal realm, a faint smile gracing his features, as his figure gradually became ethereal. Tao realm. The moment Qin Yu and his companions appeared at the Qin Yu sect, the entire sect erupted in jubilation, with disciples cheering and celebrating. 6 immortals from a single sect, a phenomenon that had scarcely been seen even in legends. From this day forth, prominent sects within the Tao realm journeyed from afar to offer their congratulations. Chu Feng was busy attending to guests, all smiles, as the wealth of gifts presented could likely fill the treasure vault to overflowing. As for Qin Yu, he sat in meditation atop Qin Feng Mountain, eyes closed, resembling a venerable monk in deep contemplation, unseen by anyone. On this day, a sudden brilliance enveloped the skies above Qin Yu's sect, a radiant golden light cascading forth, accompanied by a torrent of immortal energy, as if an immortal had descended. Shortly thereafter, a golden pathway materialized, revealing a figure who approached with measured steps. This spectacle captured the attention of all, prompting them to gaze skyward. Chu Feng swiftly ascended into the void, clasping his fists in salute. Junior pays respects to Senior Xiaozi. The one who approaches is none other than the carefree immortal, who bears a smile and gently speaks. "I, the carefree immortal from the celestial realm, extend my congratulations to the Qin Yu sect." Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand, and a spatial ring appeared before Chu Feng. "As a junior, I humbly thank you. Esteemed carefree immortal." Chu Feng respectfully accepted the ring, and as he cast a fleeting glance within, he was left utterly astounded. The ring contained thousands of magical artifacts, and the myriad of elixirs was beyond counting. What a grand gesture. This was undeniably a true display of magnificence. Even with his current cultivation, his heart raced uncontrollably. Observing Chu Feng's reaction, the carefree immortal seemed quite pleased, stroking his beard with a beaming smile. "I shall take my leave now." After speaking, he cast a glance towards the peak of Qin Feng Mountain, and gradually, he faded away until he completely vanished. Clearly, this was merely a projection of his being. Chapter 63. The catastrophe from the starry skies. 2 years later, at the summit of Qin Feng Mountain, a figure cloaked in white stood with hands clasped behind his back. Sensing something, he slowly raised his gaze to the heavens, his eyes deep and seemingly piercing through endless distances, resting upon an unseen point in the void. "It has arrived," Qin Yu murmured softly. Just then, beside him, the Tao of Heaven suddenly took a swig of wine, indignantly exclaiming, "Again? What have we attracted in the Tao realm that we cannot enjoy a moment's peace? Do they think the Tao of Heaven is easy to bully?" Crack! Suddenly, a rift opened above the Qin Yu sect, and a jade slip flashed out, swiftly arriving before Qin Yu. As he received the jade slip, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Fellow Taoist, the Tao realm is about to face a calamity. Thousands of cultivation stars have already been extinguished, and I have come to inform you." "What does the celestial realm say?" The Tao of Heaven raised an eyebrow, turning to Qin Yu. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, "The carefree immortal has also come to convey this matter." "Is this what you referred to before, a corpse?" The Tao of Heaven suddenly recalled that 3 years prior, Qin Yu had mentioned a catastrophe from the starry skies would occur 3 years later, and now the time had indeed come. "Precisely," Qin Yu affirmed with a nod. "How powerful can a mere corpse be? I intend to accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance." A hint of skepticism flickered in the Tao of Heaven's eyes. "It's just a corpse. It neither moves nor jumps. How strong can it truly be?" Moreover, times have changed. I have now entered the ranks of the celestial emperors. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu spoke. If it passes through the current celestial realm, the celestial realm cannot escape its fate. The Tao of Heaven was momentarily at a loss for words. He lifted the wine jug and took a delicate sip, suddenly appearing to recall something. Enlightened, he exclaimed, "Ah, what a coincidence! A sip of wine has granted me clarity. I must return to cultivate. Perhaps I can elevate my abilities further." With that, he waved his sleeve and vanished from sight, not mentioning the grandiose claims he had just made. Qin Yu fell into silence, pondering the increasingly absurd nature of the heavenly way. Shaking his head, his figure gradually faded, disappearing from Qin Feng Mountain. To the south of the Qin Yuan sect, there loomed a majestic mountain known as Baiyan Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, a stone dwelling served as the secluded place for Xuanwu's cultivation. However, at this very moment, in a corner of the stone house, four figures stood side by side. Let it be known, the use of immortal power is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, you will be disqualified, Xuanwu declared earnestly. Of course, the other three nodded in unison, as they were all well acquainted with the old rules from previous encounters. Very well. Shall we wager 20 pieces of immortal essence? Is that agreeable? Xuanwu turned to the trio, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Absolutely. Let us get on with it. Stop dragging it out, a bald man urged, who was none other than Tang Shi. All right, I will count to 3, and we shall commence. 1, 2, 3. With Xuanwu's words, the four of them simultaneously released their grips and lowered their gazes. Yours is too short. Mine is longer. Preposterous. Clearly, mine is just a smidge longer. What are you all bickering about? Can't you see who has longer? Xuanwu pointed at his own, then glanced at the others. Disdain evident in his expression. Look at you all with such short ones. How can you possibly compare to me? With that, he withdrew what lay beneath him and grasped the spatial ring containing 80 pieces of immortal essence, which effortlessly fell into his palm. Subsequently, Xuanwu whistled as he exited the stone house, his demeanor one of exuberance. The remaining 3 exchanged incredulous glances within the stone dwelling, unable to fathom why Xuanwu's creature, though they had all nurtured their sky-eating worms at the same time, had grown so much larger and longer than theirs. When Qin Yu's figure reappeared, he was now deep within the starry void, far from the realm of the Tao. At this moment, from the depths of the cosmos, faint sounds of collapse echoed through the silence. Simultaneously, an intangible pressure, akin to a delicate thread, began to permeate the space around. As time elapsed, this aura intensified, causing the starry expanse to tremble. It was drawing ever closer. Before them lay an unimaginably colossal corpse, dwarfed only by the surrounding cultivation stars, which appeared as mere toys in comparison. Even from a distance, the mere presence of this being caused numerous cultivation stars to succumb to destruction, vanishing into the void and succumbing to endless darkness. This was merely a corpse, yet one could only imagine the magnitude of strength and terror it must have embodied in life. At that distant point, on the formidable cultivation stars, numerous powerful beings emerged, shattering the barriers to gaze in astonishment at this lifeless form. Yet, despite its seemingly slow approach, the reality was that it moved with unimaginable speed. As these formidable beings manifested, they were instantaneously crushed into nothingness by the overwhelming pressure that surged towards them. Immediately below them lay the cultivation stars, appearing as mere specks of dust, vanishing into obscurity with the gentle caress of the wind. There were also formidable beings attempting to avert this calamity, gathering the mightiest from thousands of cultivation stars, poised in the cosmic expanse, ready for confrontation. Strike! With a fierce command from their leader, countless figures simultaneously summoned their treasures, unleashing their most potent divine powers, alongside seals and formations. In an instant, the dark firmament erupted into a dazzling display of colors, seemingly intent on dispelling the overwhelming darkness. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, this brilliance flickered like a shooting star, extinguished in an instant. All cries of defiance and fury were drowned beneath the thunderous roar. How to impede it? It was insurmountable. Even the celestial realm might not escape this disaster, let alone these insignificant cultivation stars. This was the epitome of futility, perhaps even beneath the dignity of the tiniest insect attempting to shake a tree. Nevertheless, countless powerful beings, fully aware of the futility, resolutely stepped forward, even if just to delay the inevitable for a heartbeat. Because behind them lay their homeland, filled with family, friends, and sections. the sense of helplessness, yet the necessity of facing it, mingled in the air. Sorrow, wrath, fear, and sighs coalesced in the cosmic void. In the starry sky, Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping him entirely. Before him, there was naught but silence, an abyss gaping wide, ready to consume him. Boom! The sound of space fracturing reverberated like thunder throughout the celestial expanse. It drew near. At that moment, Qin Yu made his move. A piercing sword cry resonated across the cosmos, even overshadowing the colossal roar. In an instant, a streak of unremarkable sword light traversed vast distances with astounding swiftness, arriving before the gigantic corpse. The celestial realm. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the mirror that had displayed Qin Yu's location before Xianxia suddenly shattered into countless fragments. He had acted. Within the heavenly court headquarters, the old Taoist with white brows gazed at the mirror now reduced to dust, speaking calmly. Alas, Xianxia sighed. The aura was overwhelmingly strong. Any celestial artifact would be rendered useless before it. The old Taoist furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the outcome. We shall know soon enough. Xianxia replied softly. Chapter 64. Transformation with Blood. Boom! In that instant, the sword light struck the immense corpse, producing a cataclysmic sound. Almost simultaneously, an invisible storm surged outward at an incredible speed. In the silence, the void disintegrated into nothingness, only to be annihilated once more, perpetually collapsing in this relentless cycle. Crack! At that moment, a sound of shattering echoed like thunder throughout the starry expanse. Upon the surface of the corpse, countless gray, luminescent dots emerged, densely dotting the entirety of the massive body. Each point exuded a suffocating aura, but in the presence of the sword's radiance, these lights were extinguished in an instant. After a fleeting moment, as the last of the gray dots vanished, the overwhelming pressure that had once shaken the starlit sky dissipated entirely. At that moment, the corpse, stripped of its menacing aura, was revealed as merely a colossal cadaver. Qin Yu took a step forward, positioning himself above the head of the corpse. Although referred to as a head, it was several times larger than anything in the realm of Tao. What manner of race could this be? In any other space, it would surely command a place of significance. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he meticulously examined the remains. In that unknown realm, he had encountered no fewer than several hundred races, yet he had never heard of one so gargantuan. Moreover, judging by the residual aura, its cultivation level was undoubtedly formidable. Before him lay a middle-aged man, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Though devoid of life, the remnants of anger and resentment from his past still lingered. His enormous body bore no visible wounds, save for a singular puncture wound at his brow, still faintly stained with dried blood. It was evident that he had been slain by a mere finger, later fortuitously drifting into this void, inadvertently causing catastrophic repercussions due to his presence. What is this? A voice of astonishment echoed from the distant starry expanse. Soon after, the figure of Xianxia appeared beside Qin Yu, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he regarded the corpse. Seemingly struck by a realization, Qin Yu turned to Xianxia, inquiring, "Do you recognize him?" Xianxia nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head, responding, "I cannot be certain, but he bears some resemblance to the legendary ancient race. However, I cannot dismiss the possibility of him belonging to another lineage." According to ancient texts, the most distinctive feature of the ancient race was a character inscribed upon their foreheads, yet in this case. As he spoke, he directed his attention to the brow of the head. There, a blackened cavity, the size of a cultivation star, was evident. Whether there had ever been the ancient character inscribed there remained indeterminate. Ancient race, Qin Yu murmured softly. After a brief silence, he slowly extended his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, unleashing an invisible pull centered around himself. In an instant, the dried blood at the wound on the corpse's brow began to detach, floating upward as it converged towards him. The quantity was so vast that it resembled an endless sea surging through the cosmos. With a gentle grip of his fingers, the cacophony of the blood sea resonated as it swiftly coalesced into a drop of pitch-black blood. This droplet, no larger than a fingernail, emanated a hint of sentience, imbued with an overwhelming aura of power. In a swift motion, the dark blood fell directly into Qin Yu's hand. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. He could sense the terrifying energy concealed within the blood. Had it not been for Qin Yu enveloping it with his sword intent, he would likely have been unable to withstand even a mere wisp of that aura. What cultivation level might this man have achieved in life? Xiaozi dared not fathom. It was a realm he could scarcely imagine, transforming with blood. As Xiaozi pondered, Qin Yu, without a trace of hesitation, plunged his consciousness into the blood. Suddenly, the scene before Qin Yu shifted dramatically. In that moment, he seemed to embody the middle-aged man, experiencing the events of his life. This was an expansive, boundless continent, where even the formidable figure of the middle-aged man appeared as insignificant as dust. Beside him stood numerous kin, each mounted on fierce, monstrous beasts. Ancient clan. Qin Yu discerned that each of these individuals bore the character ancient upon their foreheads, exuding an aura of reverence. Before them lay an infinite battlefield, where countless races waged war, bodies plummeting from the skies amidst the chaos. The heavens themselves were awash in a crimson hue. Chief, the clan members have assembled. At that moment, an elder approached Qin Yu from behind, speaking with utmost respect. Yes, inform the clan to prepare. This battle, even if it costs the entirety of our ancient clan, must safeguard the lives of our ancient realm. The owner of the body in which Qin Yu resided furrowed his brow as he spoke, yet a flicker of doubt glimmered in his eyes. Although Qin Yu could not comprehend their words, as the embodiment of the middle-aged man, he understood their meaning intuitively. Understood, Chief. The elder replied promptly, retreating immediately. After the passage of a brief moment, the middle-aged man gazed toward the sky. After a moment of silence, he appeared to speak to himself. Might I ask you to preserve one of our kin? Why not you? Qin Yu interjected. In a fight to the death. How can the chief remain alive? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. After a moment of contemplation, the voice of Qin Yu resonated within the depths of the man's consciousness. But, thank you. The middle-aged man replied solemnly. As his words fell, he suddenly bellowed, kill, kill. Behind him, thousands of ancient clan members echoed in unison. Roar. A colossal beast that had been lying low beside the middle-aged man rose, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated across the heavens, soon joined by a chorus of other roars. In that instant, the earth trembled, and the firmament above seemed to shatter. Boom! 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 Thousands of ancient clan warriors charged forth towards the battlefield. In the distance, the sky was torn asunder, and fierce winds surged forth. Simultaneously, numerous outsiders descended upon this ancient realm, accompanied by several figures whose auras were as profound as the sea. The middle-aged man's expression turned icy as he swiftly advanced towards those figures. Within the battlefield, immense celestial power erupted, and various magical artifacts soared through the air. The great battle has persisted for half a year. At this moment, the ancient clan comprises fewer than 100 individuals, with the remaining powerful beings from the ancient realm either dead or grievously wounded, while the outsiders have been entirely annihilated. Yet amidst this scene, no one feels a sense of exhilaration. They understand that this is merely the beginning. The centipede, though mortally wounded, does not perish easily. It is time for the ancient clan to rise. Alas, despite my profound efforts, it has become evident that the ancient realm must be eradicated. Indeed, not long after, a hoarse voice resonated in the ears of every inhabitant of the ancient realm. A middle-aged man smiled a sorrowful smile. He glanced back at his kin and then lifted his gaze to the heavens, coldly declaring, "Come forth. Those ants I have nurtured dare to harbor thoughts of rebellion die." As his words echoed, a colossal hand, shrouded in shadows that obscured half the sky, reached down to grasp the crowd below. "Thank you, my friend. I am named Gu Dao." The voice of the middle-aged man reached Qin Yu's ears. Following this, the man let out a furious roar and instantly ascended into the air, confronting the shadowy hand. As he moved, the remaining dozens of ancient clansmen behind him roared in unison, following closely in his wake. In that moment, all beings of the ancient realm, regardless of their strength or weakness, surged forward with unwavering determination, singing battle songs and laughing heartily as they soared towards the sky. Chapter 65, Protect for 10,000 years. In the void, the distance between Gu Dao and the colossal hand diminished. He roared, and the ancient character on his forehead suddenly shimmered with a golden light. At this moment, the ancient character began to emit a faint golden glow, illuminating only half of its form, yet it still exuded an unparalleled and terrifying pressure that enveloped his entire being. Simultaneously, a transformation occurred. The ancient character detached from his body and instantaneously morphed into a massive golden axe, suspended in the void. Boom! Gu Dao grasped the golden axe, unleashing a formidable aura. Slash! He raised the axe high, bringing it down fiercely upon the looming hand. A beam of golden light erupted, akin to a blazing sun, instantly tearing through the void. Slash! Behind him, dozens of ancient clansmen mimicked his actions, albeit their golden light was dimmer and their strength significantly lesser. This ancient power is bestowed upon you by me. How dare you attempt to resist? It is utterly laughable. Aside from your brute strength, all your abilities are granted by me. What do you possess to counter? The hoarse yet grating voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, its source unseen. Following these words, the hand's descent accelerated drastically, pressing down with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. As the hand descended, the oppressive force multiplied, causing many cultivators of the ancient realm to turn to ash in midair before they could even approach. In the blink of an eye, half of them had perished or been gravely injured, leaving only a few hundred figures desperately advancing forward. At last, hundreds of formidable divine abilities collided with that colossal hand in a moment of cataclysmic confrontation. The resounding roar and the sickening sound of blood spattering ensued, as countless figures plummeted from the void, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Gu Dao bore the brunt of this assault, spewing forth blood as his entire being was propelled backward uncontrollably. Behind him, numerous members of the ancient clan succumbed once more. Though the hand hesitated momentarily, it soon resumed its descent. Blood sacrifice. Witnessing their leader falter, the remaining members of the ancient clan unleashed a furious roar, their gazes imbued with resolute determination. Boom! 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 Vibrant, burning streams of black blood manifested where the ancient clan once stood, even enveloping the colossal beast beneath them. Gu Dao did not turn back. A flicker of anguish crossed his eyes before he slowly closed them. In an instant, dozens of black blood streams surged forth, rapidly merging with Gu Dao's body without any sign of rejection, as if they were of the same kin. Gu Dao's aura surged once again, reaching unprecedented heights. The golden giant axe in his grasp radiated with intensified brilliance, a faint dragon's roar echoing in its wake. Suddenly, Gu Dao opened his eyes, his expression serene, and stepped forward once more. Boom! A torrent of blue flames erupted from within him, igniting the golden axe in a fierce blaze, amplifying its majesty. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's pause, Gu Dao swung his axe towards the descending hand once more. At last, just 1,000 zhang from the ground, he managed to halt the hand's advance. Boom! 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 With a series of mighty strikes, the hand began to fracture under the cacophony, ultimately shattering with a thunderous crash. Alas, with a mere flick of my hand, you expend all your strength. How lamentable! Suddenly, an ancient figure materialized in the void, appearing unnoticed until this moment. Clad in a blue robe, hunched and with hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an aura of benignity, resembling a gentle sage. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his right hand lightly, causing millions of beings from the ancient realm below to vanish silently into the ether. This transpired with such swiftness and suddenness that Gu Dao had yet to comprehend the enormity of what had occurred before it was all over. You! Gu Dao gasped in shock, his consciousness sweeping across the ancient realm, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Do you feel fear? The elder smiled faintly, gazing at Gu Dao as he continued. Hand over that young lad, and perhaps I shall consider sparing your life. What do you think I shall do? Gu Dao replied in a low, somber tone. Very well, your silence matters not. As long as you remain in the ancient realm, I shall be able to find him. The elder's expression did not falter in anger at Gu Dao's words. Instead, his smile broadened. In a moment of laughter, he pointed towards the ancient path with a gesture that seemed utterly ordinary, executed at a leisurely pace. Yet, in the eyes of the ancient path, that single gesture appeared to encompass the entirety of the ancient realm. Although the motion seemed slow, it imparted an inescapable sensation. The ancient path tightened his grip on the golden giant axe, advancing rather than retreating, and with a fierce swing, he cleaved downwards. With a tearing sound, the heavens were split asunder beneath his strike. However, at that very instant, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. A sudden thrust, previously distant, now penetrated the space between his brows, erupting in a spray of crimson. The time-crossing finger. Qin Yu observed the unfolding events with an indifferent gaze. This technique was undeniably a terrifying divine art, virtually impossible to guard against. One could never ascertain how many spatial barriers the wielder might traverse, perhaps 100, 1,000, or even 1 billion, rendering it nearly insurmountable. The sole remedy lay in being stronger than the opponent. Fellow Taoist, a voice resonated beside him, filled with melancholy and reluctance, yet predominantly brimming with hope. Qin Yu replied calmly, I shall safeguard him for 10,000 years. There was no response. The ancient path's vitality had been irrevocably extinguished. Yet a faint smile graced his lips, suggesting he had heard Qin Yu's vow in his final moments. Have you forgotten that this ancient character originated from my hand? In the void, the elder pinpointed a direction and swiftly vanished into the ether. In a distant place, a young boy, appearing around 4 or 5 years of age, concealed himself within a stone cave laden with numerous prohibitions. Father, the clan has perished. The boy lowered his head, but suddenly, as if sensing something, he raised his gaze toward a certain point, as if witnessing the demise of his kin. He shed no tears, felt no sorrow. Instead, his face bore an expression of profound tranquility, though his clenched fist dripped incessantly with violet blood. Most astonishing was the ancient character emblazoned on his brow. Unique among his kin, radiating a striking purple hue imbued with an otherworldly aura. Bang! Abruptly, the stone cave shattered, and all prohibitions crumbled simultaneously. Little one, come with me. The elder beamed at the boy, his smile widening upon seeing the purple ancient character. With a flick of his sleeve, he intended to whisk the child away from that place. Suddenly, a flash of sword light zipped past the elder's eyes before vanishing into the boy's form. The elder's expression froze in disbelief as he stared at the radiant sword light, completely oblivious to his own body slowly dissipating. Crossing the river of time. This was indeed a strike from the future. Who are you? Who exactly are you? In an instant, the elder's visage began to contort. Then with a soft thud, he completely vanished. However, this was evidently merely a wisp of his essence. As for his true self, he had already hastened to this location the moment the sword light appeared. Chapter 66. A sword, severing from the future. After 5 breaths, a hunched elder with a sullen expression emerged within the stone cave. Yet, the young boy had long vanished without a trace. He unfurled his vast divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire ancient realm, but moments later, he found himself with nothing to show for it. Damn it! Truly damnable! The elder could no longer contain his fury, roaring in anger. Useless! Just then, a voice filled with reproach rang out. Following that, a strikingly handsome youth appeared beside the elder, his demeanor cold and his eyes emanating a perilous aura. Young master, please temper your anger. Upon seeing the newcomer, the elder was taken aback, immediately dropping to one knee. His voice trembling slightly, the youth inquired indifferently, Do you admit to being useless? I am the waste. The elder bowed his head, responding promptly without the slightest hesitation. Speak. The youth's tone was direct and frigid. Yes, the elder replied, and then swiftly recounted all that had transpired. You mean to say that the sword was severed from the future? The youth could not help but raise an eyebrow, asking. The elder nodded firmly. Indeed, I have sensed it carefully. There is no mistake. Upon hearing this, the youth fell silent, his divine sense sweeping through every inch of space, and soon, he furrowed his brow. He chuckled softly. Now this is quite intriguing. After a brief moment, he clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes gleaming with unusual light, leaving no trace of his presence. This individual must be on par with my own cultivation. Young master, this matter must be reported to the sect master. As the elder began to speak, the youth waved his hand, interrupting him. Do you not find such an opponent interesting? I shall investigate this matter personally. But young master, The youth's expression hardened, turning to the elder with a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. The elder broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively bowing lower, his face a mask of terror. Yes. In the depths of the starry sky, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of silence, a wisp of sword intent surged forth, instantly enveloping the corpse of the ancient path. The corpse transformed to the size of an ordinary person, and then, the sword intent accompanied the ancient path, slicing through the void, swiftly disappearing. Qin Yu. Xianxia looked at Qin Yu with confusion. Home, Qin Yu replied softly, before turning and vanishing from sight. Home, Xianxia echoed softly, understanding that Qin Yu must have already discerned the identity of the corpse. However, as Qin Yu chose not to speak, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Subsequently, his figure gradually became ethereal until it completely vanished. Meanwhile, the young boy had been sent by Qin Yu to an exceedingly distant locale, a place even Qin Yu was unaware of, save for the knowledge that it was a realm of mortals. The boy's massive frame, under the influence of the sword's intent, appeared as ordinary as any child. The ancient characters on his forehead were obscured, and he resembled an average young boy, unrecognizable even to an elder who might approach. Although he was youthful, his intellect surpassed that of his peers, harboring a seething hatred within, yet his countenance remained impassive. A hum reverberated through him as the sword's intent quivered slightly, causing the boy's wrath to dissipate instantly. He understood the sword's message. Only by strengthening himself could he seek vengeance. Impotent hatred would merely hinder his path to cultivation. Moreover, in this realm of mortals, should he unleash his fury, this planet might well become a desolate wasteland. Such a delightful little lad. Where are your guardians? At that moment, a woman, having noticed the boy standing alone by the street, approached with concern. The boy glanced at her, but remained silent. Have you lost your way from your guardians? She inquired again. The boy continued to be silent, merely gazing at her with a blank stare. Ah, I see. You must have fled from Zhao City, right? I heard there was chaos there, alas. It is unfortunate for us common folk. Observing the boy's dirty appearance, the woman suddenly realized the truth. Recently, many outsiders had entered their city, all displaced by the turmoil. The boy's silence was interpreted by her as an expression of helplessness and confusion over the loss of his loved ones. Compassion welled up within her, and she crouched down. Speaking gently, why don't you come home with me? I have a lovely little sister there. At the mention of home, the boy finally spoke, affirming, yes, home. The woman nodded eagerly. After a moment of hesitation, the boy finally acquiesced with a nod. Delighted, the woman affectionately ruffled his hair, took his hand, and with a warm smile said, let us go home. Do you have a name? If not, shall I call you Guan? A tremor ran through the boy at the mention of the name. He looked up at the kind woman and thought, could this be fate? Guan. That is indeed my name. In the Tao realm, within the main hall of the Qin Yu sect, Chu Feng sighed, acknowledging that what was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. As Qin Yu's figure gradually faded from the hall, a young man clad in black, Ting, spoke up. I wonder how long it will take for our leader to return. Surely it won't exceed a century, right? Muttered the bald youth, Teng Shi, to himself. A sharp clap resounded as Xian Wu struck Teng Shi on the head, causing him to wince in pain, just as Teng Shi was about to retaliate. He heard Xian Wu's voice. A century? What century? Is it not 100-year pact? Have you forgotten? Teng Shi looked earnestly at the others. Another crisp sound echoed, this time from Bai Hu, who delivered a slap of his own. Is that so? When did the century-long agreement come into being? It is for a lifetime, is it not? The voice of the white tiger resounded within the main hall. Indeed, it is for a lifetime. Originally intending to retort, the serpent, upon witnessing the unfriendly gazes of the three, immediately retracted his neck and changed his words. Although he still did not comprehend why the originally agreed century had transformed into a lifetime. Observing this scene, Chu Feng felt as though several dark birds had flown over his head. In the celestial realm, as Qin Yu's figure emerged, the space before him rippled. Soon after, the figure of Xiaozi appeared before Qin Yu. Qin, my friend, do you intend to depart for the realm of the underworld now? Xiaozi inquired. Qin Yu nodded indifferently. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaozi replied, follow me. With that, he vanished from his position. Qin Yu stepped forward and similarly disappeared. Half an hour later, their figures materialized in an exceedingly dark place, known as the Graveyard of Immortals. Xiaozi gazed ahead and let out a faint sigh. After a brief silence, Qin Yu took a step forward into the depths. Wait. At that moment, a white figure appeared, revealing itself to be the Heavenly Tao. Qin Yu halted, turned to face the Heavenly Tao, and furrowed his brow, asking, do you wish to join as well? Indeed, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. So too does the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao responded, enough of your rambling. Let us go. Qin Yu promptly interrupted the Heavenly Tao, turning to vanish into the Graveyard of Immortals. The Heavenly Tao shot a sheepish smile at Xiaozi and quickly followed, disappearing into the abyss. Chapter 67, Realm of the Underworld. Deep within the Graveyard of Immortals, Qin Yu and Xiaozi found themselves surrounded by floating corpses. The Graveyard of Immortals was indeed aptly named. The Heavenly Tao, observing the multitude of bodies, could not help but feel a twitch in his eyelids. Before them lay a sea of corpses, densely packed, numbering no fewer than several tens of thousands, with even more in the distance. Though lifeless for an unknown span of time, their remains still emanated a faint aura of power, suggesting they were once formidable beings. Judging by their attire, they were likely individuals from beyond the realms, making one ponder that the celestial realm of Ur was perhaps no less formidable, if not more so. Qin Yu's expression remained unperturbed. He regarded the numerous corpses with indifference, his gaze calm as he focused on the space ahead. There lay a vast realm of chaotic currents, almost bisecting the entire graveyard of immortals. I cannot traverse that turbulence, the heavenly Tao remarked candidly to Qin Yu. The barrier has yet to weaken. There remains some time before the arrival of 1,000,000 years. The essence of that turbulence could easily rend asunder the heavenly Tao, even in his capacity as an immortal emperor. Suddenly, a strand of sword intent enveloped the heavenly Tao. "Ah, I feel much better now," he said, placing his hands behind his back and boldly stepping past Qin Yu toward the chaotic currents. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. The heavenly Tao was increasingly resembling not a celestial being, but rather a charlatan. Within the tumultuous currents of space, fierce gales rampaged, and swirling vortices released hauntingly mesmerizing fluctuations. Amidst these whirlpools, countless dismembered limbs spun wildly, only to dissolve into nothingness with a resounding bang. Subsequently, more bodies were drawn into the maelstrom, perpetuating this grim cycle. Qin Yu and his companion traversed this desolate realm with astonishing speed, yet felt insufficient. Qin Yu murmured to Tiandao and, in a swift motion, grasped him, instantaneously propelling them out of the chaotic space. Tiandao, bewildered, found himself standing before a dark barrier, shimmering with flickering, ethereal lights. As he stepped forward to touch it, Qin Yu's voice echoed, "If you wish to perish, feel free to proceed." Tiandao immediately withdrew his arm, glancing at Qin Yu with trepidation. "Is it truly that perilous?" Qin Yu affirmed, "Indeed, it is so for you." Disregarding Tiandao's apprehensions, Qin Yu approached the barrier and, with a swift motion, struck it with his sword. A tearing sound resonated as a gaping opening appeared before him. Without hesitation, Qin Yu stepped through, and Tiandao followed suit, entering without a word. As their figures vanished, the rift gradually sealed, returning to its original state. In the realm of the Ming Wang, a thunderous explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves in all directions. Soon after, the barrier was forcibly breached, and two white figures emerged from the fissure. What a rich essence of immortality! Is this the Ming Wang realm? Tiandao exclaimed, astonished, noting that the celestial essence here far surpassed that of the celestial realm. Qin Yu surveyed the vastness of the Ming Wang realm, discovering it to be far grander than he had anticipated. They found themselves in a dark crimson world, suspended in the void, with an immense blood-red sea sprawling beneath them. In the distance, towering edifices resembling islands loomed, exuding an atmosphere of slaughter that spread ominously. "Let us proceed," Qin Yu declared, moving towards the islands. "What is the purpose of our journey?" Tiandao inquired with curiosity. "To prevent the Ming Wang realm from encroaching upon the celestial realm and to seek the whereabouts of another." Qin Yu replied candidly. "Ah, how magnificent! I admire your ambition," Tiandao remarked, giving a thumbs up, but his eyes soon gleamed with newfound intrigue. "Perhaps there are treasures of use to me here?" Without hesitation, Qin Yu replied, "There are none." Tiandao, wearing a skeptical expression, rolled his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. As Qin Yu and Tiandao's figures faded from sight, several divine senses swept across the area. "Strange, I distinctly sense something unusual here. Could it be a misperception?" One divine presence pondered, sweeping the area multiple times, filled with uncertainty. "No, I too have sensed it. The sound emanates from this very location." Another consciousness, although similarly devoid of discoveries, resolutely asserted, "Could it be the celestial realm at play? Or perhaps someone has ventured forth from there? Impossible. The boundary is too fragile for them to dare approach, especially at this moment. Indeed, I suspect the celestial realm must be feeling considerable trepidation." As the passage of countless millennia draws near, after exchanging a few casual words without any findings, these consciousnesses withdrew their awareness. "Who are you? Halt, or face death." As Qin Yu and his companion approached an island, they were intercepted by a young man, clad in black. The youth bore a token resembling a bloodied insignia, seemingly inscribed with blood that writhed subtly. At this moment, he coldly regarded Qin Yu and his companion, radiating an aura of lethal intent. "Blood sect?" Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at the youth before directing his gaze toward the floating islands behind him, inquiring nonchalantly. "Indeed, this place belongs to the blood sect. Outsiders are forbidden." Before he could finish his sentence, The young man's eyes widened in disbelief as a slender wound appeared between his brows, extending downward, blood gushing forth. Almost instantly, he crumpled to the ground, cleaved in two. So it is indeed the blood sect. After drawing his sword, Qin Yu did not spare a glance at the youth, striding directly toward the islands. It seems this blood sect bears some connection to my master. In a fleeting moment, Tian Dao grasped an idea, followed by a sinister smile. There must be something of great value for me within this realm of the Blood King. Meanwhile, upon the outermost island of the blood sect, a grand palace stood. Inside, a middle-aged man was seated, listening to the reports of his disciples. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and with a flick of his right hand, a command token appeared, shattered into pieces. What is happening? Yin Zhongjuan has only just departed. He should not have left my blood sect yet. How could this occur? The middle-aged man's words faltered as a flash of sword light suddenly pierced the hall, vanishing before his eyes. With a soft gasp, his words halted, but the sword light surged deeper into the palace. Qin Yu, hands clasped behind his back, ambled leisurely across the blood-soaked void. Crack! Under the sword light, the outermost island was instantaneously cleaved in two, then gradually annihilated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Enemy attack! In an instant, a resounding voice echoed throughout the skies of the blood sect, as numerous formidable figures soared skyward from various islands. Boom! Simultaneously, the second island also dissipated from existence. Impudent! Who dares to wreak havoc in my blood sect? Stop that sword light! A series of terrifying figures emerged abruptly from the void, confronting Qin Yu and his companion. They watched as the streak of sword light continued its relentless advance toward the third island, and their fury reached a boiling point. Enraged, they unleashed their formidable divine powers upon Qin Yu and his companion. Chapter 68, Blood Sect. Allow me. Upon witnessing the assault from these individuals, the Tao of Heaven instantly felt exhilarated. With a sinister smile, he erupted with overwhelming force, vanishing from his original position in an instant. As the Tao of Heaven, he was inherently extraordinary, though overshadowed by Qin Yu's brilliance. At that moment, he single-handedly engaged in battle against 4 immortal emperors, displaying an effortless superiority. The atmosphere roared with thunderous sounds, and the violent fluctuations caused the entire sky above to tremble, while the blood sea below evaporated significantly. This aura belongs to the Tao of Heaven. One elder, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, felt increasingly alarmed as he realized he was contending with a being of unparalleled might. Merely the Tao of Heaven from the lower realms. Despite his considerable power, he poses no serious threat. The true danger lies with the one lurking in the shadows. Only the sect master could possibly counter that sword energy. As the elder retreated, his expression darkened. He then turned his gaze toward Qin Yu. You 3, restrain this Tao of Heaven. I shall take care of that individual first. Very well. His aura indicates he has only recently ascended to the immortal emperor realm. Killing him should not be difficult. Be swift in return. The 3 nodded in agreement and advanced to once again encircle the Tao of Heaven, preventing him from aiding Qin Yu. Haha! The Tao of Heaven chuckled derisively at the approaching figures. To engage me may offer a glimmer of hope. To slay Qin Yu? Ha! I fear you may not even have the chance for reincarnation. The elder swiftly darted toward Qin Yu. However, he moved swiftly and returned even faster, almost instantaneously reappearing at his original location. That was quick work, they remarked, sensing his recent ascension to the immortal emperor realm. Haha! Before the 3 could mount their assault on the Tao of Heaven, the elder reappeared, prompting them to scoff. Yet, the elder appeared oblivious to their banter, remaining stationary. Suddenly, the elder's body split in 2, sliding slowly apart and plummeting into the void. What? The 3 elders were taken aback, their gazes snapping toward Qin Yu. What are you staring at? Your opponent is me. The Tao of Heaven unleashed a powerful punch toward one of them, and before the stunned individual could react, his head was violently obliterated. Retreat. The sect master should be on his way back. That individual is quite peculiar. The remaining 2 elders exchanged glances and, after casting a divine technique toward the Tao of Heaven, decisively withdrew. Attempting to flee? Have you consulted this Tao of Heaven? His eyes narrowed as he swiftly vanished into the void. Before the 2 elders could distance themselves, the Tao of Heaven's figure appeared silently before them in the void. The heavenly path curled the corners of his mouth into a slight arc. His fists clenched as they struck towards the 2 approaching elders. Bang! Bang! With a crisp sound, Two headless corpses gradually descended, creating crimson splashes in the sea of blood below. To play with space before the heavenly path? Perhaps one should cultivate for another million years. No, an entire epoch. The heavenly path snorted coldly and returned to stand before Qin Yu once more. Qin Yu merely observed in silence. The sword light having already obliterated dozens of islands, countless disciples of the blood sect perishing under its brilliance. At the very heart of the blood sect stood a colossal island, crowned by a black tower. This tower soared to an impressive height, with crimson iron chains extending from its body to 5 slightly smaller islands nearby. Here lay not just the main hall of the blood sect, but also an immense formation. At this moment, the island was densely packed with a multitude of people, all disciples from the surrounding islands. Above the island, the protective grand array had been activated, enveloping the area in a layer of crimson light, forming an extraordinarily powerful formation. Everyone gazed helplessly at the distant, devastating sword light, their expressions filled with horror and trepidation. Who were these sudden intruders, daring to unleash a massacre within the blood sect? Not even the entire underworld king realm would dare to act in such a manner. At the pinnacle of the tower stood an elderly man with a hooked nose, arms folded behind his back, gazing intently at Qin Yu and his companion. His brow furrowed in thought. Great Elder, these two are merely at the immortal emperor level, not to be feared, but the one lurking in the shadows remains elusive. One of the elders behind him spoke up. No, there is no one lurking in the shadows, the hooked-nosed elder replied gravely. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances. The elder's focus shifted back to Qin Yu as he continued. The sword light originates from that young man beside the heavenly path. How is this possible? He has only recently stepped into the immortal emperor realm. How could he possess such formidable strength? They all glanced at Qin Yu in the distant void, their brows knitted in concern. There is nothing impossible. One must not judge this person solely by his cultivation, or else one will only invite humiliation. As he spoke, the elder's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Could it be that even you, great elder, cannot slay this individual? One elder behind him questioned, perplexed. Knowing well that the hook-nosed elder was among the strongest in the blood sect, possessing the realm of a mortal sovereign. If I could slay him, I would have done so long ago rather than engage in this futile discussion with you. The elder huffed coldly. Yet soon after, he sighed his sword strike. I too cannot withstand. How could I speak of killing him? A collective gasp echoed behind him. The elders exchanged glances at a loss for words. If even the hook-nosed elder could not endure a single strike from this individual, just how powerful could he truly be? Perhaps only the arrival of the sect master could put a stop to this. Surely, upon receiving the news, the sect master would soon return to the sect. In the void, numerous disciples of the blood sect were flying towards the central island, terrified of being caught and slain by a single sword strike. However, the speed of the sword light was so swift that within the blink of an eye, dozens of islands were utterly obliterated. After a mere 3 breaths, the sword light had drawn perilously close to the headquarters of the blood sect, with only a few islands remaining in its path. At that moment, the array beneath the black tower began to flicker violently. The sect master had returned. With the sect master's arrival, the fate of these two was undoubtedly sealed. Yet, I could not shake the foreboding feeling. If this individual were not formidable, why would the Grand Elder not intervene? Perhaps these two possessed a cultivation level that lay somewhere between the sect master and the Grand Elder. Many disciples of the blood sect murmured among themselves, and this final explanation seemed to barely suffice. The sect master had returned. The hawk-nosed elder flashed into the array. Within the array, a blood-red figure began to materialize. This figure was a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. This man was none other than the sect master of the blood sect, Xianxia. Upon his emergence, he expanded his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire blood sect. When he beheld the state of the sect, an invisible aura of slaughter emanated from him. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated across the heavens and earth. Now, apart from the central island and the 5 islands tethered by chains, there was nothing else left in the entire blood sect. Seeking death, Xianxia roared in fury, soaring into the sky as a blood-colored great sword materialized in his hand, which he struck fiercely towards the oncoming sword light. The hawk-nosed elder hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit, his long whip transforming into a radiant arc that encircled the sword light. In that instant, the arrival of the sect master instilled a sense of reassurance among the many strong practitioners of the blood sect, diminishing their fear as they ascended towards the skies. Suddenly, as they neared the sword light, the figure of Shui Chongfeng in the void grew increasingly illusory, and with a sound akin to a puff, he dissipated. Chapter 69. Jengiki City. The hawk-nosed elder, who had been closely following, was taken aback. It was merely a doppelganger. At that moment, he suddenly understood. Shui Chongfeng had fled the scene. The remaining strong practitioners of the blood sect also changed their expressions drastically. For those who had lived for an eternity, the reason became instantly clear. Shui Chongfeng, fully aware of his inability to contend, aimed to use them as a shield against the sword, buying himself time to escape. Their conjecture was accurate. Upon manifesting within the array, Shui Chongfeng felt the overwhelming sword intent, which caused his heart to tremble violently. A powerful sense of crisis enveloping him instantly. He could not afford to confront this. The annihilation of the blood sect was preferable to the destruction of his own being. As long as he existed, the blood sect would endure. This was the first thought that crossed his mind upon his appearance, and, subsequently, he employed an illusion to leave behind a doppelganger while his true self quietly departed. At this moment, the elderly man with the hooked nose and his companions found escape utterly impossible. Their only recourse was to desperately block this strike, clinging to a slender thread of hope for survival. Suddenly, the sword light descended. With a resounding crash, all divine abilities shattered like glass beneath the brilliance of the sword. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed simultaneously as hundreds of sword strikes found their mark. In the void, countless bodies severed in half plummeted like dumplings. The hooked-nosed elder howled to the heavens, striving to mend his own form. Yet the peculiar sword intent upon his body proved to be a formidable adversary. His celestial power barely manifested before being obliterated by the sword intent. The more he attempted to unleash his power, the swifter his demise approached. Blood Chongfeng, you shall not escape unscathed, he bellowed to the sky, his gaze beginning to fade as consciousness slipped into darkness. At this juncture, the sword light reached the blood-red formation. With a crack, a mirror-like shatter resonated. Before the formation could collapse, the sword light flashed through. Countless disciples of the blood sect turned ashen. In that moment devoid of fear of death, only a profound sense of desolation enveloped them. All were betrayed by their leader, Blood Chongfeng, exchanging the lives of the entire sect for a mere chance of survival. Boom! 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 Resistance was futile, rendered meaningless as the sword light swept through. The entire island and the dark tower were instantly cleaved in two, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds. All structures were torn to fragments under the onslaught of terrifying energy, and the 5 islands bound by chains crumbled into ruin. In the wake of it all, the blood sea bore no trace of the blood sect, only a thick mist of blood enveloping the area, transforming it into a hauntingly beautiful realm. At last, tranquility returned. What seemed a slow unfolding transpired in the blink of an eye. The blood-colored figure had fled. At the moment Blood Chongfeng vanished, the heavens stirred slightly, casting a gaze into the distance. There was no escape. In the void, Qin Yu's expression remained impassive as he swung his sword once more in a specific direction. In an instant, a beam of sword light shot forth into the void. "Let us depart," Qin Yu uttered calmly, then strolled away to the left. Meanwhile, far off, Blood Chongfeng concealed himself in the void, swiftly traversing. Who is this person? Why have I never encountered him before? Blood Chongfeng's countenance darkened as he rapidly searched his mind for information about Qin Yu, only to find an empty void, as though Qin Yu had appeared out of thin air. Could this sudden emergence indicate that he is not of the Nether King realm? Having appeared in my blood sect, could he possibly hail from the celestial realm? As he pondered this, Blood Chongfeng's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. He mused darkly, there is no mistake. This individual must be from the celestial realm. Yet, how has he crossed the formidable barrier between our realms? This question eluded Blood Chongfeng's comprehension. He had indeed contemplated the fact that Qin Yu had come to break the barriers, yet the power conveyed by that single sword strike, albeit formidable, led him to believe that he had not yet attained the strength required to breach such walls. Regardless, this individual was exceedingly enigmatic, and it was prudent to seek assistance. With this thought, Blood Chongfeng's speed surged once more. Just then, while traversing through the fabric of space, an unsettling feeling suddenly gripped Blood Chongfeng. What was happening? Why did he experience that disquieting sensation again? As if struck by a realization, he instantly expanded his consciousness, and upon doing so, he beheld a streak of sword light swiftly approaching from behind, silent yet relentless. What? This cannot be. Before he could utter another word, the sword light flashed past him. Above the sea of blood, a fissure abruptly rent the void, and a body, cleaved in two, began to descend slowly. Shortly after Qin Yu and Tiandao departed, several figures gradually coalesced above the blood sect. How is this possible? The blood sect has been annihilated? In such a brief span, who could accomplish this? It would require the mobilization of at least two major sects. However, such an endeavor would not escape our notice. To obliterate the blood sect in such a short time, with overwhelming force, seems nearly insurmountable. The figures exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. They simultaneously contemplated a chilling possibility. This could very well be the work of one or several individuals, wielding absolute power to achieve the rapid destruction of the blood sect. Their thoughts were further influenced by a crucial detail. As far as they knew, the blood sect's leader was not present, had Blood Changfeng been there. The annihilation of the blood sect would likely have proven difficult. This matter is of grave importance and must be reported to our sect. One figure murmured to himself before vanishing from sight. The others evidently shared the same sentiment and promptly turned to depart. Qin Yu and Tiandao traversed the void with remarkable speed, and at this moment, they had already exited the Crimson Sea region. Before them lay an immense city, a blend of mortals and cultivators alike, Mingche City. Tiandao regarded the plaque on the city wall and proclaimed, "Let us commence from here." With that, Qin Yu stepped into the city. Upon entering Mingche City, Qin Yu's objective was straightforward, to reach the Lord's mansion. The grand mansion towered into the clouds, clearly visible even from outside the city, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. The aura of Tiandao. As the voice resonated, three individuals approached Tiandao. The foremost being a young man clad in dark robes, holding a folding fan and gracefully swaying it, exuding an air of elegance. Upon sighting the approaching trio, Tiandao raised an eyebrow, glancing at the young man. "What brings you here?" As the man drew closer, he did not cast a single glance at Qin Yu, instead smiling. "Naturally, there is a matter at hand." "What matter?" Tiandao replied with a cold smile, discerning that these individuals did not come with benevolence, despite their modest cultivation. They likely possessed some extraordinary treasures, given their awareness of his identity. "Come with me." The young man in the dark robe snapped his folding fan shut with a decisive sound, addressing with an air of authority. "Oh, is your mind perhaps clouded?" The Tao of Heaven cast a fleeting glance at him. "How audacious! The young master has summoned you to accompany him. Consider it a blessing, and hasten to obey." At that moment, the two young men behind the dark-robed youth shouted, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The young man raised a hand to silence them, smiling at the Tao of Heaven, though a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Do bear in mind, I possess three unclaimed consciousnesses of the Tao of Heaven." "Oh!" The Tao of Heaven, who had intended to depart, abruptly halted. Chapter 70. The city endures, yet those of the Lord's manor shall perish. The Tao of Heaven turned his gaze towards the dark-robed youth and suddenly reconsidered. "This is indeed intriguing. I might contemplate it." Qin Yu cast a cold glance at the dark-robed youth, noting his cultivation was merely at the immortal monarch level. Though he appeared cultured, a shadow of somberness lingered in his demeanor. From his words, it was easy to surmise he belonged to the Lord's manor, likely the son of the Lord himself. Moreover, despite the dark-robed youth attempting to restrain his companions, they still inadvertently encircled Qin Yu and his companion. It was unclear what confidence the dark-robed youth possessed, as he seemed to regard them with disdain. The onlookers wore expressions of amusement, as if such encounters were commonplace. "Ha, splendid. Then follow me." The dark-robed youth laughed heartily. It was only at this moment that he directed his gaze towards Qin Yu, adding, "As for you, do as you please." With that, he turned and strode towards the Lord's manor, while his two companions cast a cold glance at Qin Yu before departing. "An opportunity has arisen." The Tao of Heaven grinned at Qin Yu and promptly followed. The dark-robed youth, hearing this, could not suppress a cold smirk. Qin Yu shook his head slightly and replied, "There is no need for such complications." The Tao of Heaven inquired, "Do you intend to annihilate this place?" Qin Yu nodded, then shook his head. "The city shall not be destroyed, but those of the Lord's manor must die." "Then why do you not act?" The Tao of Heaven asked curiously. "Ask a question." Qin Yu replied coolly. Their dialogue was not conveyed through telepathy. Thus many cultivators nearby, including the three with the dark-robed youth, heard them clearly. The dark-robed youth turned around, snapping open his folding fan with a sharp sound, gently fanning himself while his gaze towards Qin Yu turned lethal. Audacious. As soon as the two men behind the dark-robed youth spoke, Qin Yu's voice rang out. Annoying. He interrupted them coldly. A swift sound echoed, and in an instant, the eyes of the two men dulled, collapsing to the ground like lifeless clay. With just a glance, he had dispatched two formidable immortal monarchs. This scene startled the onlookers, not due to Qin Yu's strength, but because the slain were members of the Lord's Manor. The young man in the dark robe narrowed his eyes, bewildered by the audacity of someone daring to kill a member of the Lord's estate in Mingche City. How tiresome. I intended merely to toy with you, to discern your true intentions, but it appears that is no longer necessary. As Tiandao regarded the young man with a cold smirk, he abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the young man, his right hand firmly grasping the latter's throat. With a stoic expression, the young man inquired, "Do you know who I am?" Tiandao retorted, "You are but a corpse." Before the young man could react, Tiandao exerted a slight pressure. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the young man's head drooped, lifeless beyond recovery. A collective gasp of shock resonated around them. "Did you truly believe you could sense me, Tiandao? Were it not for my deliberate display of a trace of my aura, would you have been aware?" Tiandao nonchalantly tossed aside the lifeless body, displaying a look of disdain. Yet in his hand he now held a spatial ring, within which lay 3 consciousnesses belonging to Tiandao, unclaimed. Though small, it is certainly better than nothing, he chuckled, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him as he stowed the ring away. The actions of Qin Yu and his companion instantly stirred a considerable uproar. From deep within the Lord's estate, a piercing roar echoed throughout the skies of Mingche City. "For the son of Liemo, I shall make you wish for death." Simultaneously, dozens of radiant figures surged forth towards them from within the estate. With an impassive demeanor, Qin Yu stepped forward, instantly arriving at the front of the Lord's estate. Behind him, trailing several bodies plummeting from the sky. Above the estate, a middle-aged man with a frosty countenance glared at Qin Yu and his companion, coldly uttering a single word, "Die." Swish! No sooner had the word left his lips than a beam of sword light appeared at the center of the middle-aged man's brow, followed by Qin Yu's indifferent voice. "I have a question for you." Liemo furrowed his brow, unfazed by the sword light at his forehead. He scrutinized Qin Yu with intensity and replied, "Speak." "The whereabouts of a remnant soul from the Dao realm," Qin Yu stated. Upon hearing this, Liemo's pupils constricted sharply, and narrowing his eyes, he questioned in a low voice, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" "That is of little consequence. You need only provide me with an answer," Qin Yu asserted, as the sword light pressed forward, slicing a thin line into Liemo's brow, blood trickling down. In that moment, Liemo understood that if he remained silent, the sword light would not hesitate to end his life. For an instant, he fell silent, seemingly deep in thought, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. After a prolonged pause, he finally looked up at Qin Yu and said, "Whether I speak or remain silent. Death awaits. Why should I tell you?" "Very well, then you shall die," Qin Yu replied with a calm nod. As his words fell, the sword light advanced once more. In the shimmering light of the sword, Liemo felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His initial intention was to negotiate terms with Qin Yu, hoping to secure protection by revealing what he knew. However, it became evident that Qin Yu was a ruthless individual, devoid of any inclination for negotiation. Faced with the prospect of death, he deemed it preferable to cling to life, postponing future matters for another time. With this thought in mind, he urgently called out, "Wait, I have something to say." But it was too late. Qin Yu cast a cold, indifferent glance at him. With a soft thud, Liemo's eyes widened in horror. He opened his mouth, engulfed by a torrent of anger, resentment, and a hint of regret. Had he disclosed his information to Qin Yu at that moment, perhaps there might have been a glimmer of hope for survival. In the void, Liemo's body slowly descended. Who was this individual? He dared to slay even the lord of Mingche City. Did he not fear retribution from the Soul Palace? This man's cultivation was unfathomable, effortlessly overpowering Lord Liemo. Perhaps he had never regarded the Soul Palace as a threat at all, or perhaps the forces backing him were extraordinarily formidable. At that moment, countless cultivators within Mingche City gazed in shock at the scene, whispering among themselves. As for the powerful figures within the Lord's residence, they stood frozen in place, too intimidated to advance. They understood that with their lord slain by this youth's sword, even if they all united, they would merely become souls beneath Qin Yu's blade, only adding to the toll of death. "Let us go," Qin Yu said coolly, before turning to depart. Upon witnessing Qin Yu leave Mingxie City alongside Tiandao, everyone within the Lord's residence exhaled in relief. The Harbinger of Doom had finally departed. One individual couldn't help but speak softly, but before he could finish, a beam of sword light approached rapidly, expanding before their eyes. Boom! The sword light sliced through the Lord's residence, cleaving it in two. Chapter 71. The Mountain of Restrictions in the Void. Qin Yu and Tiandao took a step forward, arriving in the starry expanse. This place bore some resemblance to the current celestial realm. Tiandao gazed down at the continent beneath them and remarked. He observed that the realm of the Underworld King was not merely a singular landmass, but rather a myriad of continents and planets, reminiscent of the now-collapsed celestial realm. The only distinction was that the realm of the Underworld King had always existed in such a fragmented state, with teleportation arrays connecting each continent and planet, facilitating travel for those of lesser cultivation across the stars. Without pause, following the information from the ethereal elder's pendant, Qin Yu selected a direction and began to walk. Where are we headed now? Tiandao inquired with curiosity. To the Mountain of Restrictions, Qin Yu replied. Is it related to your master? At last, Tiandao could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked the question that lingered in his mind. Qin Yu nodded gently. A fragment of my master's soul has been taken. I intend to retrieve it and seek my master once more. Are you certain the pendant speaks the truth? If it is a trap set for you. The Tao of Heaven furrowed his brow. Although he refrained from voicing his thoughts, it was evident that he harbored skepticism. That jade pendant belonged to the ethereal master who had perished millions of years ago, and its inexplicable reappearance was too suspicious to be believed without doubt. Qin Yu gently shook his head and replied softly, no matter. Within the jade pendant, he sensed a trace of his master Ling Yun Tian's essence. And that cannot be false. If this phenomenon were indeed aimed at him, it would be of no consequence. Rather, it would serve as an opportunity to glean more information about his master. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. Furthermore, the ethereal master had not completely fallen. His current state was merely dire, a fact unknown to all in the celestial realm. As for the reasons behind this, it seemed that only the ethereal master was privy to such knowledge. Regarding the impending weakening of the boundary and the invasion of the Abyssal King realm, the ethereal master exchanged news of Ling Yun Tian with Qin Yu. This explained the earlier occurrence when the jade pendant autonomously approached Qin Yu, prompting him to promise the carefree master that he would venture to the Abyssal King realm. However, Qin Yu secretly smirked. The ethereal master's intentions undoubtedly extended beyond this, with ulterior motives lurking beneath the surface. Yet, regardless of the ethereal master's objectives, whether to utilize him or oppose him, Qin Yu remained unfazed. For him, as long as there was news of his master, that was sufficient. All else was but an illusion, no matter how the world may shift and change. I shall pierce through it with a single sword. As their conversation unfolded, a ripple spread across the void ahead, and suddenly, several dark figures emerged, obstructing their path. Gentlemen, my master requests your presence. One of the leading figures, clad in black, rasped. Your master? Tao of Heaven chuckled. Indeed, the black-clad figure replied. Qin Yu responded indifferently. Is it the Forbidden Mountain? Upon hearing this, the leading figure immediately fixed his penetrating gaze upon Qin Yu, as if attempting to see through him. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and smiled. You are correct. My master is indeed the true helm of the Forbidden Mountain, the revered immortal Han Qianxia. Han Qiansan, Qin Yu murmured. He had intended to seek this very person upon his visit to the Forbidden Mountain. It came as no surprise that the Forbidden Mountain would be aware of the changes in Mingxie City. As a significant force, they surely had numerous spies. However, he had not anticipated that Han Qianxia would seek him out, adding an air of peculiarity to the situation. Such swift intelligence, Tao of Heaven muttered quietly. Ha! Young Master Tao, you flatter me, the black-clad man chuckled. Let's proceed, Qin Yu stated calmly. Please, the black-clad man gestured, then added. Ahead lies the teleportation array leading to my Forbidden Mountain. With that, they all soared towards a cultivation star in the distance. This celestial body was not rich in celestial essence, and its strongest inhabitant barely reached the realm of heavenly immortals. The location of the formation lay within an unassuming hollow of a small hill. Before this formation, a man sat cross-legged, and as the figure in black and Qin Yu's party appeared, he slowly opened his eyes. With a faint glance at Qin Yu and Tiandao, he remained silent. Rising to channel strands of celestial power into the formation, which soon emanated a subtle ripple. "Please, my friend," the man in black gestured towards Qin Yu and Tiandao. Without hesitation, Qin Yu stepped into the formation, followed closely by Tiandao. As the men in black entered, the brilliance of the formation flickered, and in an instant, their figures vanished. At the foot of the Forbidden Mountain, the formation suddenly emitted waves of energy. Gradually, the silhouettes of Qin Yu and his companions reappeared. Once they materialized at the mountain's base, the man in black turned to leave with his followers, leaving only Qin Yu and Tiandao behind. "What does this mean?" Tiandao remarked, glancing at the retreating figure with a hint of dissatisfaction. Before them stood a towering mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. A sweep of their consciousness revealed that every blade of grass and tree within was an illusion conjured by the prohibitions, each representing a different restriction, exuding an unsettling aura. A brilliantly colored butterfly fluttered past, and Qin Yu deftly caught it in his palm, murmuring, "Far superior to the Emperor's seal in the immortal realm." He then opened his hand, allowing the butterfly to take flight once more, leaving trails of 9-colored afterimages in its wake. Numerous such butterflies danced around them, accompanied by other spirit beasts, all manifestations of terrifying prohibitions. Tiandao marveled inwardly at the sheer scale of the Forbidden Mountain. Surely, no one in the realm of the abyss would dare provoke such a place. Suddenly, the prohibitions before them parted silently, revealing a pathway leading directly to the mountain summit. Without hesitation, Qin Yu, hands clasped behind his back, strolled towards the peak as if on a leisurely walk. Tiandao felt increasingly apprehensive. The restrictions flanking the pathway grew ever more formidable with each step, each entity possessing earth-shattering power. Should the pathway vanish at that moment, he feared he would meet his end there. Before long, Qin Yu and Tiandao found themselves atop the Forbidden Mountain. Before them stood a wooden house, a creation of prohibitions, and before its door loomed a towering tree, reaching towards the heavens. Instantly, they discerned that this tree was not an illusion but a solid entity. Beneath it sat an elderly Taoist, cross-legged, with a stone table before him, upon which rested a jug of wine and 3 filled cups. Qin Yu remained silent, exuding an air of tranquility as he took a seat opposite the old man. Tiandao, displaying no hesitation, plopped down beside Qin Yu. Lifting his cup, Qin Yu took a delicate sip, and the elder mirrored his action. Neither uttered a word. Silence enveloped the scene. Only the Tao of heaven remains. He glanced at the old Taoist, then at Qin Yu, unsure of the silent riddle they were engaged in, both absorbed in their own drinking. Soon, half an hour had passed. Since arriving at the mountain peak, Qin Yu and the old Taoist had exchanged not a single word, merely sipping their drinks occasionally. Could it be that the old Taoist had invited them solely for the purpose of drinking? This thought made Tiandao feel as if he were seated on pins and needles, yet he dared not disrupt the atmosphere between the two. Another hour passed in silence. Finally, when the old Taoist set down his cup, he turned to Qin Yu and spoke slowly. "I know where the remnant soul of that person resides." Chapter 72. Searching for excrement with a lantern. "What are your conditions?" Qin Yu inquired indifferently. The old Taoist smiled faintly and shook his head. "I have no conditions." "Oh." Qin Yu cast a peculiar glance at the old Taoist, perplexed by his statement. Years ago, that individual had requested the old Taoist's assistance in sealing a fragment of a remnant soul with a forbidden technique. The old Taoist gazed into the distance, seemingly reminiscing about that moment. "Why would a fragment of a remnant soul require your intervention to seal?" Qin Yu stated bluntly. "The technique is called the soul sealing art." The old Taoist replied, a sense of pride swelling within him. "It is the pinnacle of my life as forbidden arts. It not only conceals all traces of energy, but also allows for free traversal across any space." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu responded coolly. The old Taoist's gaze shifted to Qin Yu, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before he managed a bitter smile. Everything that transpired within Mingche City had long been recorded, and after witnessing Qin Yu's sword in that city, he quickly came to terms with it. Indeed, the soul-sealing art has achieved sentience of its own and is now entirely under that person's control, the old Taoist stated. At this revelation, Qin Yu merely nodded. The reason Qin Yu had refrained from bloodshed upon arriving at the Forbidden Mountain was that it had not participated in the matters concerning Ling and Tian. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly enacted a restriction for someone else, completely oblivious to the implications. Now, upon realizing that Qin Yu was seeking Liamo, the old Taoist understood the reason behind it. Years ago, when that person sought the forbidden technique, Li Mo and others had been right behind him. The connection between a remnant soul and Li Mo prompted the old Taoist to promptly dispatch someone to find Qin Yu and his companion. Discovering Li Mo would naturally lead them to the Forbidden Mountain with ease. In the old Taoist's heart, Qin Yu had already been branded as someone not to be trifled with, even surpassing that individual from years past. He had ample reason to believe that if he remained silent today, the Forbidden Mountain would likely cease to exist. That fragment of a remnant soul was undoubtedly of utmost importance to him. With this thought, the old Taoist waved his hand, and a wisp of gray mist floated before Qin Yu's eyes. "Here, take this, my friend. It will guide you in seeking the soul-sealing art," the old Taoist smiled. Qin Yu reached out to accept it and inquired, "Who is that person?" The old Taoist's face suddenly revealed an awkward expression. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I do not know who that person is, only that he is not from my realm, the underworld. My agreement to that person was influenced by Li Mo and others present at the time, as I granted him a modicum of respect. Moreover, he offered a secret method of restriction in exchange, so I did not ponder it further." Qin Yu nodded slightly, then rose and said, "I understand. Thank you." With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Now that he had acquired the information regarding the remnant soul of Lingyun Tian, there was no longer any significance in remaining there. "Wait." As if recalling something, the old Taoist suddenly called out, "Is there anything else?" Qin Yu paused and turned back to face him. After a moment of thought, the old Taoist solemnly stated, "As for Yi Zi and the others, their involvement in my Master S affairs makes their deaths insignificant." Qin Yu's words were calm, yet the old Taoist sensed an overwhelming aura of killing intent. The intensity of this aura conjured a vivid image in the old Taoist's mind, one where the underworld was shrouded in blood and corpses. The underworld was on the brink of upheaval, a turmoil capable of completely disrupting the current order. With a deep sigh, the old Taoist returned to his seated position beneath the tree, resuming his meditation. After Qin Yu and his companion departed from the mountain of restrictions, Tian Dao pondered deeply and remarked, "There is something peculiar about this old Taoist." "Piao Miao Zuanzhang," Qin Yu suddenly interjected. "What?" Tian Dao was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Qin Yu. "Are you suggesting he is the Piao Miao Zuanzhang?" Qin Yu apathetically nodded, stating, "That is merely one of his avatars." "How can this be? I have observed this old Taoist in secret. It must be his true form," Tian Dao insisted, furrowing his brow as he meticulously recalled his first encounter with Han Xianxia, convinced that it was indeed the original, as he was particularly sensitive to such matters. "This individual is deeply concealed. What you perceive is merely what he wishes you to see," Qin Yu replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. From a moment, the jade pendant appeared. An air of conspiracy enveloped the situation, including the Emperor's sealing in the celestial realm, which is also an avatar of the Piao Miao Zunzhang. He may deceive others, but he cannot deceive Qin Yu. Perhaps the Piao Miao Zunzhang is aware of this inability to conceal, thus he has always shown goodwill in the shadows, indicating ulterior motives and other reasons. Nevertheless, concerning Lingyun Tian, the Piao Miao Zunzhang has not concealed anything. Rather, he has covertly assisted him, and that is sufficient. "What do you mean?" Tian Dao inquired, puzzled. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Tian Dao and replied nonchalantly, "Because you are weak." Tian Dao remained silent. In the starry expanse, Qin Yu and Tian Dao walked side by side. An hour later, in the distance, a vast azure continent emerged. This continent was nearly dozens of times the size of the Dao realm, perhaps even larger. As Qin Yu and his companion drew near, they witnessed a woman darting across the land, her expression fraught with terror as she frequently glanced over her shoulder. Behind her, she bore the weight of an old cultivator, whose fate remained uncertain. At that moment, a voice filled with exasperation echoed from behind her, demanding that the inept pursuers capture her without delay. Almost immediately, 5 figures emerged, swiftly closing in on the woman. In her panic, she suddenly spotted Qin Yu and his companion not far off, and her eyes brightened with hope. She swiftly altered her course and fled towards them, pleading, "Noble gentlemen, might you spare the lives of this humble girl and her father? I shall be eternally grateful." Her tone was laced with desperation. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, casting a fleeting glance at her before continuing on his path, indifferent to her plight. Yet, as if resolute, the woman followed closely behind them, unwilling to depart. At that moment, the 5 pursuing men had drawn near, obstructing everyone's path. "Hehe, move on, Ronk. Where do you think you can run now?" One of the men taunted, and behind them, another young man appeared. A mocking smile plastered on his face as he approached leisurely. The young man did not spare a glance at Qin Yu and his companion. His gaze was fixed intently on Mu Wanrong and the old cultivator, his murderous intent palpable. Zhao Qing, do you truly intend to annihilate my Mu family? Mu Wanrong bit her lip, her eyes brimming with fury as she looked at the young man. Zhao Qing scoffed. At this point, what do you think? Or do you believe these two are your saviors? He gestured dismissively at Qin Yu and his companion. Instantly, Mu Wanrong fell silent. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Her silence seemed to tacitly acknowledge that they were indeed summoned by her. As expected, Zhao Qing laughed heartily at her acquiescence. Do you think these two can thwart the endeavors of the Bloodshed Manor? Bloodshed Manor? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the very place he had come to seek? Tian Dao, overhearing, chuckled and remarked, this truly is a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. If it's not excrement, then what is? Chapter 73. What of killing? Zhao Qing was momentarily stunned, then turned his scowling face towards Tian Dao, cursing angrily. You dare? With that, he waved his hand and coldly commanded, kill them, leave no one alive. Without hesitation, the 5 men behind him lunged toward Qin Yu and his companions. At this moment, Mu Wanrong was visibly anxious, her heart racing. She was uncertain of Qin Yu and his companions' abilities. Yet the adversaries before them were undeniably 5 formidable Deluo golden immortals. In the starry expanse, a torrent of celestial power erupted from the 5, causing the surrounding void to tremble. However, this scene unfolded with such swiftness that it vanished even faster. Mu Wanrong seemed to be enveloped in a surreal realm, for she had not witnessed the actions of Qin Yu and his companion. Yet, the 5 formidable Deluo golden immortals, including Zhao Qing, had instantly vanished without a trace. As the woman regained her senses, Qin Yu and the Tao of Heaven had already disappeared from sight. After a brief moment of hesitation, she hastily fled into the distance, bearing the old cultivator on her back. She understood that with the young master of the Blood Red Manor slain, she would be the first target of pursuit and needed to depart swiftly. The Ling Tian continent, with its unique geography, is devoid of any oceans, presenting instead a landscape dominated by towering mountains that pierce the clouds. At the very heart of the Ling Tian continent lies an even grander expanse of countless colossal mountains, within which the Blood Red Manor is situated. Liao, I extend my early congratulations to Sect Master Zhao, said a middle-aged man in the main hall, raising his wine cup in salute towards the man seated in the prominent position above. Currently, the Mu family has only Mu Yang and his daughter left, and Mu Yang is gravely injured, nearing death. Another individual echoed his sentiment. Upon hearing this, the man in the elevated position, Zhao Yuheng, chuckled heartily. His mood evidently lifted as he raised his cup in response. Zhao expresses gratitude to all present. Cheers! Just as he was about to drink, his expression abruptly changed, followed by an explosive surge of aura emanating from him. Boom! The table before him shattered into splinters under the force of his presence, and the wine cup in his hand disintegrated into dust. Those below felt a tremor in their hearts, and collectively turned their gazes toward Zhao Yuheng, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Zhao Yuheng's demeanor grew icy as he spoke in a chilling tone. To dare slay my son is a death wish. And what if I did? He retorted, just as he prepared to step into the void. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from outside the hall, followed by the slow approach of 2 young men clad in white. Who are you? Zhao Yuheng asked with a frigid glare, realizing that the 2 were formidable immortal emperors. Moreover, he did not recognize them. Ignoring Zhao Yuheng, Qin Yu turned to address the others within the hall, stating calmly, You have but one chance. Will you stay or will you go? The hall fell silent as several individuals exchanged glances. Suddenly, one man rose to his feet, clasping his fists toward Zhao Yuheng. Sect Master Zhao, the sect has urgent matters to attend to. We shall discuss this another time. With that, he turned to leave, disregarding Zhao Yuheng's menacing gaze. You speak boldly. Destroy my Blood Red Manor? What gave you such confidence? Merely because you are immortal emperors? Do you think my Blood Red Manor lacks power? Zhao Yuheng smiled coldly. Forgive me, but my Blood Red Manor counts 3 immortal emperors among its ranks. As he finished speaking, 2 immortal emperors emerged from the shadows, swiftly positioning themselves behind Zhao Yuheng. Though our cultivation may be lacking, we believe we can lend some assistance. In that instant, all present in the hall rose to stand behind Zhao Yuheng, their gazes toward Qin Yu filled with ill intent. How brazen, a pack of sycophants! to fawn so shamelessly. Tian Dao cast a scornful glance at the crowd. With a resolute silence, Qin Yu drew his sword and struck. The sound of the blade resonating throughout the expanse of the bloodshed manor. You dare! A furious roar echoed from the depths of the manor, reverberating through the air like a clap of thunder. Unperturbed, Qin Yu's sword light swiftly pierced through the bodies of the gathered assembly, cutting through them with ease. The three celestial emperors, including Zhao Yuheng, barely caught a glimmer of cold light before they were severed in two, unable to muster their celestial power in time for resistance. As for the others, they maintained their disdainful expressions until their last breath. Crack! The grand main hall of the bloodshed manor crumbled instantly, vanishing as if it had never existed. You seek death. From the innermost recesses of the manor, an overwhelming aura surged skyward. In the heavens, an elderly man with white hair approached, his countenance cold and his eyes glinting with a piercing chill, stepping forth from the void. Do you know who I am? The elder inquired. Qin Yu stepped into the void, standing at a distance opposite the elder, and replied coolly. Who are you? Zhao Beichun, the elder declared in a deep tone. Qin Yu nodded. So it was. Swish! A beam of sword light shot forth into the void. Zhao Beichun was taken aback, sensing an aura of extreme danger emanating from the sword light. A mere celestial emperor possesses some skills. Though he thought this, Zhao Beichun dared not underestimate his opponent, unleashing his celestial sovereign power in an instant. He struck toward the sword light with a mighty palm, unleashing a torrent of celestial energy that sent a thunderous roar through the heavens. This is bad. The life tokens of the sect master and the two supreme elders have shattered. This scene unfolded in mere moments, and at that instant, chaos erupted within the bloodshed manor. The deaths of sect master Zhao Yuheng and the two supreme elders sent shockwaves through the disciples of the manor. Who is this person? How did he suddenly appear in our bloodshed manor? Has he destroyed the blood hall? The crowd soon realized that where the blood hall once stood, there was now only a flat expanse, with a white figure standing still in the void above. Simultaneously, a distant rumble echoed, and a terrifying palm print materialized before the eyes of the onlookers, accompanied by furious roars that rolled like thunder. From this, everyone sensed a familiar aura, and their previously anxious hearts found some solace. With the ancestor's emergence, this person was bound to meet his demise. However, just as his thought took root, they witnessed the palm print silently dissolve into the void. In the next moment, a streak of sword light flashed by in an instant. How is it possible? You cannot be this strong. You must have concealed your power. A voice of terror exclaimed. Then, the clear sound of a sword piercing flesh echoed in everyone's ears. Following that, the overwhelming pressure that filled the heavens dissipated entirely, and a body, now severed in two, plummeted from the void. A shocked elder gasped, his face pale with fear. The ancestor has been slain by a single sword. In the Crimson Blood Manor, what formidable existence has been provoked? At that moment, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated across the entire continent. Countless powerful beings soared into the sky, casting their gazes towards the location of the Crimson Blood Manor. What met their eyes was a vast expanse. A void where once stood countless mountains now vanished without a trace. Zhao Beichun's aura had dissipated, and the Crimson Blood Manor was obliterated. It remains uncertain which force was responsible for this act. Truly, the swordsmanship displayed was formidable. However, this turn of events presents an exquisite opportunity for the rise of our sect. Meanwhile, a man, filled with trepidation, reflected on his luck. Had he remained, he too would have met with utter annihilation. His gaze wandered to the celestial tapestry above, where two figures clad in white strolled leisurely across the starlit expanse. Chapter 74. The Shameless Heavenly Path. Deep within the starry void, a dark palace floated, a structure modest in size, even somewhat dilapidated, yet emanated strands of supreme Tao essence. At this moment, the palace was shrouded in an aura concealed by divine powers, eluding detection by spiritual senses, yet visible to the naked eye. It drifted aimlessly through the cosmos, carried by the currents of the void. Inside the palace, there was nothing but emptiness, save for a figure seated cross-legged upon a mat. A man in black and a shadow in the corner, similarly in meditation. The black-clad man had his eyes closed, his aura completely absent, his body covered in a thick layer of dust, as though he had been long departed. Suddenly, a transient figure appeared silently within the grand hall. It was an elder clad in plain garments, who approached the black-clad man and knelt on one knee, his expression imbued with reverence. Sectmaster, I have urgent matters to report. After his words fell, silence enveloped the hall. With no response from the black-clad man, the elder maintained his posture, unwavering in his respectful kneeling. After a considerable pause, the black-clad man finally opened his eyes, his expression cold and laced with an air of ruthlessness. What is it? The black-clad man's lips moved, his voice reminiscent of a chilling wind sweeping across ancient ice, frigid and penetrating. Replying to the sectmaster, the Crimson Blood Manor and Blood Sect have been destroyed, the elder responded respectfully. The black-clad man slowly articulated, so Zhao Yuheng and Shui Chongfeng are dead. He then cast an impassive glance at the elder, adding, if they are gone, why disturb my cultivation over such a trivial matter? His words plunged the elder into despair. His head bowed even lower as he stammered, Sectmaster, the perpetrators sought a fragment of a remnant soul. The black-clad man's countenance shifted slightly, murmuring, a remnant soul? Could it be that they came for that? Among the two individuals, one was a manifestation of the heavenly path from the lower realms, which posed little concern. However, the other, a sword cultivator, exhibited a peculiar prowess, seemingly at the immortal emperor level, yet capable of overwhelming those of the immortal sovereign realm. Two incidents, nearly all extinguished by this individual. The elder in plain garments recounted all he knew with utmost sincerity. He chuckled softly, remarking on the intriguing prospect of a celestial emperor slaying a celestial sovereign. After a brief contemplation, a smirk emerged at the corner of the black-clad man's lips as he addressed, Alo, disciple at your service. A shadowy figure from the dim corners of the grand hall rose slowly, approached the black-clad man, and saluted with cupped fists. Go eliminate these two. The black-clad man commanded with a nonchalant demeanor. Understood. The young man, named Alo, exhibited no flicker of emotion, as if dealing with Qin Yu and his companion were as effortless as plucking an item from a bag. Before the words had fully escaped the black-clad man's lips, Alo had already vanished from the hall. Master, regarding Alo the elder in plain garments, raised his gaze, hesitating to speak further. Are you instructing this sect on how to conduct its affairs? The tone of the black-clad man shifted, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Your subordinate dares not. The elder instantly shuddered, hastily responding. Begone. The voice thundered with unassailable authority. The elder appeared as though struck by a heavy blow, his complexion turning ashen, a mouthful of blood forcefully restrained at his throat. Yes, your subordinate takes his leave. After offering a respectful bow, the elder retreated from the grand hall and then turned to depart. Alo's talent was unparalleled, and with his current strength as a celestial emperor, he could indeed slay a celestial sovereign. However, to advance further was not merely a matter of meditation and cultivation. It required seizing the fleeting opportunities for breakthroughs amidst battle. One could only hope that the opponent would prove worthy, lest they perish too swiftly. With a cold snort, the black-clad man let out a soft chuckle, seemingly possessing unwavering confidence in his disciple. He then gently closed his eyes once more, and the hall descended into silence. The temple continued to drift aimlessly through the void in the depths of the starry sky. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight graced the earth, dispelling the darkness. And city gradually came alive, bustling with activity as numerous shops opened, and the sounds of haggling filled the air. And city, being a realm of mortals, seldom attracted cultivators. At the street corner in the western part of the city, despite the early hour, a tavern was already crowded with patrons queuing for drinks. Reputed for their light and refreshing liquor, much adored by the locals. Outside the tavern, a man in his 50s reclined in a chair, squinting as he puffed on a pipe, observing the bustling staff within the establishment. A faint smile crept across his face. Onyo, why does your liquor taste different than before? Have you diluted it too much? A burly man, having just filled his cup, downed a gulp and approached the elder, shaking his flask and grinning. The elder straightened up, taking a hearty puff from his pipe, before glaring at the burly man. Nonsense. You little rascal. Are you trying to run a tab again? Absolutely not. Today, I cannot extend credit under any circumstances. This is a small business for me, and, if not, I shall inform your wife. The old man took another puff from his pipe, feigning anger. The robust man merely chuckled. All right, you are the elder here. Take this as the tavern tab for the past few days. You take care of it. Clearly, this exchange was a familiar occurrence. As the surrounding crowd watched with amused indifference, the old man tapped his pipe on the table, preparing to recline once more with a contented expression. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. He turned his gaze towards the end of the street, where two figures clad in white stood silently, their calm eyes fixed upon him. Yet, the throng around them seemed utterly oblivious to the presence of these two individuals, who appeared starkly out of place amidst the bustling street. One was of celestial stature, and the other a manifestation of the Tao from the lower realms. The old man squinted slightly, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. He realized he had not previously encountered these two youths. However, he understood that they were approaching him with intent. With a gentle tap of his pipe, a phantom emerged from within him, evidently a projection of his own essence. Meanwhile, his physical form remained relaxed, legs crossed, smoking leisurely, observing the comings and goings at the tavern entrance. Turning towards the two, the old man spoke gravely. "Esteemed friends, have you come seeking something from this old man?" Qin Yu remained silent, instead flicking his fingers to send a jade slip gliding towards the old man. The elder frowned, contemplating for a moment before accepting the slip. Upon reading its contents, he muttered, "Ah, so it is him. Alas, who could forget the favor I owe him from years past? You have indeed come to the right person. Without my bloodline, you would never gain entry to that realm. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Do not blame me for failing to warn you. It is far more perilous than you can imagine. You need only provide me the location." Qin Yu replied with a serene smile. "Eh." The old man raised an eyebrow. "Do you hold that realm in contempt? The Thunder Realm is accessible solely to those of my lineage." "Enough of this prattle." Qin Yu interjected abruptly, cutting off the old man's words. The elder, taken aback by the sudden interruption, felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He shot an irritated glare at Qin Yu, grumbling, "You show no respect for your elders." With that, he produced a jade slip, infused it with his thoughts, and waved his hand, sending it towards Qin Yu. "Thank you." Qin Yu accepted the slip with gratitude. "You old charlatan, it seems you are living quite well." At that moment, the Tao from the lower realms sniffed deeply, his gaze drawn towards the tavern. "Young Tao, would you care for a drink? Just call me grandfather and you may indulge." "Grandfather." The echo of his words lingered in the air as he vanished from sight. The old man was left in a state of bewilderment. How shameless can this Tao be? Chapter 75. I trust you this once. Inside the tavern, setting aside the wine cup handed over by the elder, Tian Dao seized a jug of liquor and poured it into his mouth, leaving the elder grinning with bared teeth. Before long, the table before Tian Dao was heaped with empty wine jugs, easily numbering in the hundreds. "My wine, my money," he would declare after each jug, eliciting a pained expression from the elder who would repeat, "You've finished another jug. Old man, are you regretting this? I called for this according to your wishes. If not, will you return my money?" Tian Dao remarked, noting the elder's increasingly darkening countenance. The elder, clearly irked, retorted, "Return? Nonsense. I dare to call, and you dare to respond. Let us see how much you can drink without dying." "Very well, that's your word," Tian Dao exclaimed, his face lighting up as he called to the waiter. "Bring me another 500 jugs of wine." At that moment, the elder's forehead was lined with dark creases, and his hand trembled slightly around his pipe. Upon hearing the order, the waiter was immediately filled with excitement. This was a major client, and he must be well attended to. So he hurriedly began to fetch the wine. Qin Yu, meanwhile, sipped delicately from his cup, observing the standoff between the elder and the young man, shaking his head with a slight smile. "Wait." Just then, the elder excitedly slapped his thigh. As Tian Dao reached for another jug, the elder suddenly called out. Tian Dao nearly spilled the liquor, exclaiming, "What s with the theatrics, old man? Little Tian Dao, shall we strike a deal?" The elder suggested, his tone taking on an air of mystery. "What kind of deal?" Tian Dao inquired, momentarily taken aback. The elder promptly replied, "I shall reveal to you a location that may harbor what you seek, and in return, you must refrain from drinking my wine. You old rascal, you look decidedly untrustworthy. You wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you?" Tian Dao said, preparing to drink again when the elder leisurely remarked, "It is said that there might be unclaimed shards of Tian Dao consciousness there." Tian Dao's eyes brightened as he turned to the elder, asking, "Is that true? Have I ever deceived anyone?" The elder huffed, tapping his pipe. "Fine, I shall trust you this once. It's a deal," Tian Dao declared, taking a hearty swig and wiping his lips. Almost as soon as he spoke, the 500 jugs of wine vanished from the table. In their place appeared a map. The elder's movements elegant and unperturbed, showing no signs of regret over the lost liquor. Casually, he pointed to a specific location on the map, saying, "Right here. In 3 months, the Tomb of Heaven shall be opened." The Tomb of Heaven? Tian Dao paused, intrigued not by the wine, but by the elder's words. Qin Yu, too, looked curiously at the small red dot on the map. The elder smiled with satisfaction, Let me enlighten you. The Tomb of Heaven has existed since antiquity. It is an ancient battlefield of yore. It is said that within it lie not only fallen gods, but also past manifestations of Tiandao, countless powerful beings, and innumerable races. Though they have all fallen, some of their innate treasures, as well as various extinct miraculous elixirs, have been preserved, and some have even encountered genuine divine artifacts. Thus, every time the celestial tomb emerges once every million years, a multitude of cultivators, including powerful sects, enter in search of opportunities. After delivering this statement, the old man crossed his legs, puffing on his pipe, casting a sidelong glance at the reactions of the two. Tiandao appeared somewhat intrigued, while Qin Yu maintained an expression devoid of emotion. The old man regarded Qin Yu with a hint of surprise. Logically, having cultivated to the level of an immortal emperor, such prospects should be far more enticing. Yet, at this moment, Qin Yu's unperturbed demeanor seemed genuinely sincere. Suddenly, Qin Yu inquired, "Are you saying that 3 months from now, all sects will enter the celestial tomb?" The old man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, those major sects will almost entirely mobilize their forces for this event. Such an opportunity is not to be squandered, especially by those sections. Very well, Qin Yu nodded lightly, then turned to Tiandao, indicating they would venture to the celestial tomb in 3 months. Tiandao grinned widely, understanding Qin Yu's intentions. In 3 months, sects of all sizes would converge upon the celestial tomb, and it was likely that those sects involved in the events surrounding Lingyan Tian would also be present. Thus, matters concerning the Ming-Wang realm would soon reach a conclusion. Moreover, if a celestial being had indeed fallen within the tomb, it would present an opportunity for him. Don't say I didn't warn you. Though your powers are formidable, once you enter the celestial tomb, it's best to flee as far as you can, the old man advised sagely. Why is that? Tiandao questioned in confusion. To clear the field, Qin Yu responded calmly. The old man nodded in appreciation, recognizing the wisdom behind it. After all, those sects would be putting forth their strongest cultivators for this gamble, making it advantageous for outsiders to be minimized. Upon hearing this, Tiandao nodded earnestly, wearing an expression of understanding. 2 months later, in a quaint courtyard of a city, 2 figures vanished in an instant, soaring towards the starry sky above. Have they left? At the tavern's entrance, the old man, puffing on his pipe, gazed upward at the 2 white figures disappearing into the horizon and spoke slowly. As the moment of the celestial tomb's opening drew ever closer, even a small place like a city was witnessing waves of cultivators passing overhead, stirring unease among the populace, which caused a noticeable decline in business for the old man's tavern. This was intolerable for him, so he waved his hand to shroud the city, preventing mortals from seeing the soaring cultivators. Though some cultivators occasionally lingered, they would hastily depart upon sensing the aura enveloping the city, not daring to remain for even a breath. On this day, watching the crowd gather at the tavern's entrance, the old man hummed a tune, puffing on his pipe, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Suddenly, a menacing palm print descended from the void, and those unfortunate cultivators passing by had yet to utter a scream before they were annihilated inch by inch. Such audacity! The elder abruptly opened his eyes, a hint of anger crossing his visage, and he gently pointed his smoking pipe toward the emptiness. Boom! That terrifying palm instantly disintegrated, and a destructive aura swiftly spread in all directions. With a mere wave of his hand, the energy capable of obliterating a city vanished without a trace. This is your only warning. Should you strike again, do not blame me for showing no mercy to the demon sovereign. The elder's consciousness resonated in the mind of a young man clad in black. The young man, expressionless, lowered his gaze toward the elder at the tavern entrance and coldly inquired, "Where have those 2 gone?" The elder leisurely took a puff from his pipe, responding unhurriedly, "With your tone, it would be a mercy if I spared your life." The young man furrowed his brow at the elder's words, his gaze sharpening with a glimmer of murderous intent. Casting a disdainful glance at the youth, the elder scoffed, "You wish to kill me? Not even your master could contend with me." However, he soon shifted his tone, a sly smile forming on his lips. "But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share. That individual's cultivation is on par with yours, evenly matched. They have gone to the celestial tomb. Now be gone." With a casual wave of his hand, the elder dismissed the black-clad youth, who then vanished without a trace. In the distance, the young man materialized in the void, his expression finally transformed. The moment the elder waved, he felt an invisible force restraining him, rendering him immobile despite his struggles. He cast a deep, wary glance toward the direction of the city. Muttering, "Celestial Tomb," he repeated the words slowly before vanishing in a single step. Chapter 76, 7 Stars Gate. In the Qin Yu star domain, Qin Yu and Tiandao proceeded leisurely through the cosmos. Occasionally, a long rainbow would streak across the starry expanse, heading toward the horizon. The Celestial Tomb resided within a land known as the Sacred Ruins in the very heart of the Qin Yu star domain. As they journeyed, numerous cultivators hurried toward the direction of the Celestial Tomb. It was truly an alluring prospect. Tiandao couldn't help but exclaim his admiration, noting that nearly all cultivators capable of traversing the stars were ceaselessly making their way to the Sacred Ruins. Qin Yu smiled faintly, acknowledging that for anyone, it was a fortuitous opportunity. However, the dangers far outweighed the benefits. Yet, the fervor remained unrelenting. Observing the excited expressions of the passing cultivators, Tiandao shook his head. Qin Yu glanced at him, remarking, "Aren't you the same?" "No, I'm different from them." "In what way?" "Because you are with me," Tiandao declared earnestly. In truth, Tiandao's statement held some merit. His opportunity lay in his encounter with Qin Yu. Without Qin Yu, he would have long since become a part of the malevolent heavenly path, and his current cultivation level would be unattainable, leaving no opportunity to transcend the realm of Tao. 5 days hence, a brownish-yellow continent, suspended in the starry expanse, revealed itself before Qin Yu and his companion. Without hesitation, their figures flickered and entered. So many people, upon stepping into the Sacred Ruins continent, even with prior mental preparation, the heavenly path was momentarily taken aback. Within his consciousness, he observed a surging sea of heads. A vast throng of cultivators stood quietly in the distant void. Upon closer inspection, there were likely no less than several million, divided into countless factions, with few resembling their own small group. The majority comprised various sects, each maintaining a degree of distance from one another. Naturally, there were also many rogue cultivators weaving through the crowd, constantly seeking to invite others like themselves to join their ranks. The moment Qin Yu and the heavenly path materialized, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards them. An immortal emperor, not far away, an elder's expression shifted slightly. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully towards Qin Yu and his companion, saying, "I pay my respects to the 2 esteemed seniors. Please, no formalities." The heavenly path, hands clasped behind his back, feigned a lofty demeanor and spoke in a low voice. After the elder bowed again, he led his disciples to retreat a distance of 10,000 feet, demonstrating his respect. The elder of the Leaf family was at the immortal monarch level. Could it be that those he addressed as seniors were indeed immortal emperors? The surrounding cultivators seemed to grasp something significant, their expressions changing instantly, and they hastily clasped their fists in greeting to Qin Yu and his companion, withdrawing from their presence. In but a breath, no cultivators remained within 10,000 feet of Qin Yu and his companion. Qin Yu's gaze remained serene as he looked ahead, where a valley lay. Although the appointed time had not yet arrived, an inexplicable aura already emanated from within the valley. Surrounding, it was a vast expanse of unoccupied land. No sect dared to claim it, evidently reserved for the major sections. There lay the entrance to the heavenly tomb. The heavenly path remarked with a smile. "Look!" Just then, a cultivator pointed towards the sky and exclaimed, "The hidden sect has arrived." Following his gesture, the crowd looked up. In the distant void, tens of thousands of radiant rainbows swiftly approached. In less than 3 breaths, they descended upon a patch of ground closest to the valley. At the forefront was an elder with a smile upon his face. He slowly surveyed the surroundings, and not a single person dared to meet his gaze. When his eyes fell upon Qin Yu and the heavenly path, they paused momentarily, intentionally appraising the heavenly path with a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Yet, in an instant, he shifted his gaze away, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, while Qin Yu was entirely overlooked. Qin Yu regarded the elder with profound insight, well aware that this man harbored intentions directed towards the heavenly path. Soon, the crowd began to stir once more. In the distance, a vast multitude of cultivators reappeared, though this time they were distinctly divided into 2 factions. It was evident that 2 major sects had fortuitously encountered one another. The 2 leaders, both men, were engaged in light-hearted conversation, while their respective disciples stood tense and poised for conflict, as if a single misstep could ignite a battle. "2 smiling tigers," murmured Tiandao softly. Upon the arrival of the 2 sects, They settled into their respective territories, claiming portions of the open ground. At this moment, there remained but a single day before the tomb of the heavens would be unveiled. Suddenly, Qin Yu stepped forward, his gait light and unhurried, as if strolling through a garden, making his way toward the gathered sections. Halt! A young man blocked Qin Yu's path, his expression frosty. This land belongs to the Seven-Star Sect. Depart at once, or face ruthless consequences. The Seven-Star Sect? Perfect. Qin Yu replied with a slight nod. He then gently placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. What do you intend to do? The young man demanded, his face darkening, eyes narrowing. Yet, in response, a sliver of shimmering sword light sliced through the air. Gasp! All cultivators witnessing this scene inhaled sharply. They could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to provoke the Seven-Star Sect, especially with only two individuals standing against them. Puffed! Before the young man could react, he was cleaved in two by the sword light. Seeking death, are we? The members of the Seven-Star Sect were incensed, furious at such brazen provocation in broad daylight. A blatant affront to their honor. In an instant, dozens of figures soared into the sky from the Seven-Star Sect, rushing toward the sword light. However, upon contact, they plummeted from the void, lifeless. The sword light continued its unstoppable advance toward the Seven-Star Sect. The elder at the forefront cast a frigid gaze upon the sword light, coldly declaring, "A mere celestial emperor dares to challenge the Seven-Star Sect?" With that, he raised his hand sharply, unleashing a palm strike. In an instant, the celestial essence of the area was drawn into the palm imprint, roaring like thunder as it bore down upon the sword light. Bang! A resounding explosion reverberated across the entire Sacred Ruins continent. Could this person also be of the celestial sovereign realm? The elder's expression shifted as his palm, capable of annihilating a celestial emperor, crumbled beneath the onslaught of the sword light. It must be so. With this thought, the elder discarded his underestimation, advancing instead of retreating, forming seals with his hands, and forcefully pushing outward. A golden small tower began to spin into existence in the void, emanating waves of destructive energy as it rotated. Was that the God-subduing tower? Indeed, it was the supreme artifact of the Seven-Star Sect, the God-subduing tower. The fact that this individual could compel the use of such an artifact spoke volumes of their formidable prowess. The entire sequence of events unfolded with astonishing speed. At the moment the palm imprint shattered, the God-subduing tower materialized. The astonishing spectacle left the assembled scholars in a state of disbelief, each speculating about the true identity of Qin Yu. In no time, the God-subduing tower, which had compressed the void into nothingness, forcefully collided with the blade of light. Crack! In the next moment, a resounding shatter echoed in the ears of the onlookers.